The cursed silver coin. Golden Wheat, Ear Island. At noon, the brilliant sun hung high in the sky, its piercing rays reflecting shimmering patterns upon the azure surface of the sea. The island was adorned with vast expanses of golden wheat, which, under the sun's radiant glow, sparkled as if forged from pure gold. Amidst the golden ears of wheat, a winding country path of gravel meandered alongside the fields. There stood a humble stone cottage, distinctive to the island, encircled by a low wooden fence, with a tall tree flourishing within its confines. Through the wooden, thatched window of the stone dwelling, one could glimpse a figure crouched beside the bed, near the window. This youthful male figure, with a shock of jet-black hair, exhibited a somewhat juvenile visage, yet hints of a handsome demeanor were already apparent. In the dim light, illuminated by the sunlight streaming through the window, one could discern a bulging cloth bag nestled beneath the bed. Upon seeing this, a smile graced his face. This was the treasure he sought. The treasure hunter's tool bag. He inched forward a few steps, extending his hand to explore the darkness, grasping the edge of the bag and pulling it forcefully into the light. As he tugged, a melodious clinking emanated from within, indicating the presence of metal objects nestled inside. The resistance he felt while dragging it suggested that its contents were not insubstantial. Once he successfully extracted the bag, its opening remained untied, revealing some of its treasures to the world. Without the flicker of a burning torch, a short-handled shovel, a slightly bent iron rod, a length of rope, and an iron grappling hook lay scattered. He crouched down, emptying the contents of the cloth bag. In addition to the aforementioned items, there was also a sheathed short machete and something akin to flint. However, what truly captured Alka's attention was a palm-sized booklet resting atop the pile. Its cover, fashioned from some form of animal hide, encased yellowed pages within. The booklet was remarkably well preserved, bearing the marks of time, yet free of curled edges at the foot of the pages. Inscribed in an odd script upon the cover were the words, Captain Alka's Treasure Manual. Alka referred to himself in this manner, though he was no captain merely indulging in a youthful whim. As he leafed through the pages, he discovered accounts of treasure legends from the island. Grasping the booklet firmly, Alka rose and sank heavily onto the edge of the bed, his expression deep in contemplation. These were all possessions of myself. Reflecting on his bizarre circumstances, Alka couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. Who would have thought that he would one day traverse into such a fantastical realm, a scenario plucked from the pages of entertainment? Yet for him, it was undeniably a miracle. He recalled the time when he lay in a hospital bed, enduring the torment of illness, awaiting an inevitable demise. In the throes of pain, he had closed his eyes, finally succumbing to a restful slumber. When he awoke once more, he found himself inhabiting this new body. Moreover, he inherited the memories of this body. These memories gradually returned over 2 days, from distant recollections to more immediate ones. It was only by morning that he came to understand the circumstances surrounding the original owner's demise. He had perished due to a curse. This body, merely 16 years of age, harbored dreams of becoming a treasure hunter upon the seas. Remarkably, 9 days prior, he had indeed discovered treasure. The first treasure unearthed by a treasure hunter became his final find. And the treasure. Alka fumbled beneath his pillow and retrieved a dull silver coin. This coin was the treasuria, mere silver piece. A conspicuous scratch marred the head of the silver serpent depicted upon it. Aside from that, it was an ordinary silver coin, a silver serpent, a form of currency in circulation. Though it held some value, it was insufficient to buy his own life. There are 5 days left. No, 4.5 days. Alka turned to gaze out of the window beside his bed, murmuring to himself as he observed the brilliant sun suspended in the sky. Who could have imagined that this seemingly mundane silver serpent bore a curse? Had he heard of a curse affixed to a coin before, Alka would have merely chuckled dismissively, considering a jest. Yet, the abrupt death of the previous owner compelled him to take heed. 9 days ago, the former inhabitant of this body had unearthed the silver serpent, which had been enclosed within a small iron box. Return it within 7 days and gain wealth. After 7 days, perish from the curse. A statement so simple and straightforward, yet the original owner had scarcely taken it to heart. Who would believe such a thing? In memory, There exists no supernatural power at most. The people of this world possess a constitution that is notably superior to that of the Previo. Us life. 2 days ago, he truly passed away in his slumber. Upon occupying this body, the recollections flowed from the distant past to the present, allowing him to fully regain the original owner's memories only this morning. In the interim, he had feigned illness, secluding himself within the confines of his dwelling, awaiting the complete restoration of his memories to accurately assess the current CIR. Circumstances. Similarly, the original owner's demise signifies that this curse is indeed real, rather than a mere jest. Alka had traversed into this existence for 2.5 days, with 4.5 days remaining until the 7-day deadline looms. This 7-day span is his own. Perhaps the original owner had already endured this curse, and he merely resurrected from this body, not necessarily destined to perish again after another 7 days. However, for Alka, who had just crossed over and resurrected from this lifeless shell, he was unwilling to take such a gamble. Death was not an outcome he desired. The days spent awaiting death in his former life had plunged him into despair, having been granted a second chance. He could not simply resign himself to fate. Even if it were merely a possibility, he refused to wager on it. He must return this silver coin, regardless of its authenticity. For now, this is the only course of action available. Alka took a deep breath and began to analyze the current situation. Firstly, he learned from his memories that this silver coin is part of the treasure belonging to the magician Jack. The original owner had also acquired this coin through this very clue. It is but a minor hint leading to the ultimate treasure. In other words, as long as one discovers the treasure of the legendary magician Jack and returns the silver coin, they shall be liberated from the curse. They will truly live. Alka began to extract information regarding the treasure of magician Jack from his memories. Magician Jack, originally named Jack Monk, was born over 2 centuries ago on Golden Weed Island. In his youth, he ventured out to sea. He was a renowned treasure hunter, famously dubbed the Magician. The islanders believed he had concealed his wealth somewhere in his homeland. It was said that in a drunken stupor at a tavern, he once revealed that he had hidden his treasure on Golden Wheat Island. However, for more than 200 years, no one has truly discovered his treasure, and thus it has become a legend. This narrative aligns perfectly with the actions of a man accustomed to a life adrift at sea. Alka gazed at the silver serpent in his hand. This silver coin and the curse inscribed upon it were pivotal in affirming the authenticity of the treasure. He rose to his feet and approached the painting hanging on the left side of the room. The artwork depicted an elderly gentleman adorned with a black top hat and dressed in formal black attire, his right hand, adorned with several rings, resting upon his left shoulder. This was the portrait of Jack Monk, his maternal ancestor. This very house was also the place where the magician met his demise. It was, therefore, the source of Alka's clues. After all, this was family. With this thought in mind, Alka opened the slender manual in his possession. The thin booklet contained numerous pieces of information about treasures, all of which had been gathered by the original owner from various sources. The golden cane of Parker, the lucky coin, the wreck of Markdo, and now Jack's magical treasure. Some of these are treasures of our island, while others are mere legends from the neighboring isle. They are all tales that have become quite renowned, yet no one genuinely believes in their existence, at least not in this present moment, except for Alka, who prides himself on being a treasure hunter. In truth, Alka himself suspects that most of these stories are fabrications. His focus on Jack's treasure stems from the fact that it is a matter close to home, imbued with insights distinct from those of outsiders. Several pages in the booklet are dedicated to clues regarding Jack's treasure, while the others merely provide brief introductions. The following 2 pages converge to reveal a rudimentary map of Golden Weed Island. Sketched with minimalistic lines, 2 prominent symbols are marked with ink dots, representing the sole clues left by the original owner. Gazing at this map, a notification appears. Map detected. Scanning for treasure. Scanning complete. Wishing you an enjoyable treasure hunt. Chapter 2. The treasure-seeking system. The sudden appearance of these characters stirred a wave of excitement within Alka. Drawing upon his previous life's knowledge of various forms of entertainment, he recognized this as the golden opportunity bestowed upon him by his transmigration. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Alka began to delve into his system. According to the freshly manifested text, it appeared that his system was designed for treasure hunting, capable of scanning for hidden treasures. The map he had glimpsed at the end of the manual must have activated the system. It stands to reason that only with a map could one scan for treasures. The rudimentary map sketched by the original owner had already undergone noticeable changes. This simplified map represented the golden wheat island beneath his feet. At that moment, four circular points of light emerged on the map, radiating a gentle glow. 3 of these points were white, scattered throughout the island, while the last one shone blue. It was evident that the original map would not have contained luminous markers. In an ephemeral moment of clarity, Alka closed his eyes briefly. Upon reopening them, the light points vanished, reverting the map to its prior, unremarkable state. Once more, he shut his eyes and reopened them, only to find the light points reappearing. The system had displayed a switch. According to the previous text, could these light points represent the treasures that had been scanned? Having played numerous games in the past, he could rely on his conventional reasoning to decipher some of the system's expressions, unless the design of this system was inherently counterintuitive. With this thought in mind, Alka extended his finger and touched one of the white points. A succinct introduction indicates that a white signifies the location of a treasure. Alka clicked on another white light, and the information panel transformed. Hidden savings, difficulty, youth, familiarity, 2, treasure information, something buried by my father many years ago. Though still a white dot, this treasure point's description markedly differs. Its name is more specific, the difficulty level varies, its familiarity is not 0, and treasure information is now displayed. Upon closer inspection, the distinguishing feature of this particular white dot becomes apparent. It is located at my home. This map, drawn by the original owner, may be rudimentary but is relatively meticulous. The island's port, towns, and cliffs are clearly marked, including the location of my own house. Hidden savings. My father's. As I ponder this, the direction becomes unmistakably clear. I begin to search through my memories. Around the age of 8 or 9, I vividly recall witnessing my father bury something in the small yard outside our home. Upon noticing me, he gestured for silence. Thus, it becomes clear. Since these are the original memories, it is as if I am extracting information from a database, devoid of the risk of forgetfulness. The treasure information reflects my understanding of this hidden wealth. With this newfound comprehension, the name evolves to reveal that this treasure is indeed the hidden savings. Will the treasure complete the information obtained? This remains to be verified, for in my memory, there is no explicit indication that what my father buried was a hidden stash of money. Of course, this speculation is open to doubt. The so-called notoriety likely refers to the number of individuals aware of this treasure, which includes only myself and my father, thus making it 2. Although my father passed away when I was merely in my early teens, the level of difficulty is quite evident. The first treasure is designated for children, implying that even a child could discover it. The second level of difficulty is for teenagers. The reasoning behind its nomenclature is self-evident. One merely needs sufficient strength to wield a shovel to unearth the buried treasure. What about this blue dot? Does its distinct color from the white one signify something extraordinary? Alka reached out and tapped on it. Jack's magical treasure. Difficulty, adult, notoriety, 1325. Treasure information, the legacy and inheritance of the renowned treasure-hunting ship, the Dream Poker, captained by the magician Jack Monk. Thus, this blue dot represents the treasure I must seek, the magical treasure of Jack that could ensure my survival. Upon reading the description of this treasure point, Alka felt a wave of relief wash over him, a sense of security that his life was finally safeguarded. With the comparison of these 3 distinct treasure points, the previous conjectures could now be substantiated. There are 2 pieces of information regarding the treasure that I was unaware of. I did not know the name of Jack's ship, nor was I aware that the treasure carried his legacy. This information must have been supplemented by the system based on known data. Only the color of the treasure point remains in question. However, Alka believed that the value of the treasure should be correlated with its rarity. This could only be validated by acquiring more tangible treasures. Jack's magical treasure boasted a notoriety exceeding 1,000, nearly equivalent to the island's population. This implies that the treasure possesses a modicum of fame solely on this island. Regardless, it was prudent to excavate a site to ascertain its authenticity. Truth emerges through practice. Without hesitation, Alka seized a shovel of ordinary size from beside the door, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and pushed open the ancient wooden door, stepping outside. The midday sun blazed down, compelling Alka to shield his eyes with his hand. As he stepped through the threshold, he beheld vast expanses of golden hues in the distance. This was characteristic of the small island and lent its name, Golden Weed Isle. Alka remained steadfast in his purpose, heading directly to the courtyard adjacent to the dwelling. The entire yard was enclosed by a low wooden wall formed by numerous wooden stakes, standing approximately a meter high. In one corner of the yard stood a grand tree. If memory served correctly, his hidden stash lay beneath this very tree. At this moment, Alka examined the map in his hand, noting that the white dot was fixed on the small house, yet it did not specify an exact location. Had he not possessed prior knowledge, logical reasoning would have led him to presume that the treasure resided within the house. To ascertain the precise burial site, considerable time would undoubtedly be required for a thorough search, Alka pondered. He approached the base of the tree with his shovel, surveying the surroundings with a furrowed brow. The dilemma arose: where exactly was it? His memory only indicated that it lay beneath the tree, yet the area surrounding its base was quite extensive. Regardless, I seized the shovel and commenced my excavation. The sun had begun its descent toward the western horizon, marking the afternoon with a gentle dimming of light. At the foot of the grand tree, mounds of earth and hollows lay scattered about. Gasping for breath, Alka thrust the shovel down once more. I was acutely aware that I was digging right at the base of the tree, yet it required considerable effort. Had I only known I was near this dwelling, I could only imagine the time it would have taken otherwise. I mused to myself that in future treasure hunts, an intricate map would be indispensable. As I cleared the soil from around the pit, preparing for another scoop, Alka's eyes sparkled with realization. Within the pit, something resembling cloth came into view, a bag. This must be what I sought, for the contours of the treasure were already visible, emanating a faint glow. Casting the shovel aside, I began to dig with my hands. This was indeed the object. I had surely found the treasure. The small cloth bag, now stained with earth, was unearthed. As Alka held it aloft, the luminous outline faded away. A gentle shake produced the sound of metal clinking, indicating some weight. Alka eagerly untied the bag's drawstring and opened it, revealing a trove of silver serpents. Chapter 3. The initial treasure inside the bag lay what could be described as illicit savings, precisely 12 silver serpents. Having familiarized myself with the local currency system through memory, I recognized that while this sum could not be deemed a fortune, it was certainly substantial. One silver serpent could typically be exchanged for 200 copper swallows, with slight fluctuations based on circumstances, though generally not exceeding 10. A kilogram of ordinary bread, the staple food of the island's inhabitants, is valued at 1 copper yen. An adult's daily consumption aligns closely with this amount. A typical sailor's long knife costs over 100 copper yen on this island. The annual earnings of a skilled carpenter amount to just slightly more than 5 silver snakes. This implies that the private funds currently in one's possession equate to 2 years' worth of a carpenter's wages. For an average family, guiding their child towards carpentry is indeed a commendable choice. The father I remember belonged to a similar standing, perhaps slightly better, but not by much. Is it truly feasible to possess private funds equivalent to 2 years' salary? With such wealth, did I truly escape my mother's wrath? Oh heavens! What is little Alka up to? At this moment, a woman clad in a linen shirt and a somewhat yellowed apron appeared at the entrance of the courtyard. Upon witnessing Alka's antics, she hurried over, vigorously brushing the dust from his clothes, and then cradling his head in her hands, she scrutinized him from top to bottom. You've only just recovered from an illness. You ought to be resting comfortably in bed. There are no treasures in this house for you to unearth. My little treasure seeker. In response, Alka offered a somewhat awkward smile. The woman before him was his neighbor, seemingly well acquainted with his late mother, and could be considered a relative. To his dismay, he had been caught red-handed. His mind raced as he promptly explained, Aunt Marcy, I merely recalled that my father had left some funds for me here. He accompanied his words with a sheepish grin. All right, congratulations once more on uncovering a treasure. Aunt Marcy remarked, her tone tinged with a hint of indifference. She picked up the coin pouch, caked with a fair amount of dirt, and then, seizing Alka by the shoulder, she gently propelled him towards the room, incessantly murmuring, But now, you ought to be resting comfortably in bed. With considerable strength, she pushed him into the room, rendering Alka entirely unable to resist, and he reluctantly settled on the edge of the bed. Aunt Marcy dusted off the coin pouch, removing nearly all the dirt, and, satisfied with its cleanliness, nodded approvingly before placing it on the bedside table. Every action was within Alka's line of sight. Your father has finally accomplished something worthy. He has bequeathed you a commendable fortune. As she handled the pouch, she discerned the approximate quantity of silver coins from its weight and the sound of clinking. Alka, fully aware that this amount was not particularly substantial, saw no need for subterfuge. Aunt Marcy then moved to the kitchen, which was open and part of the stone house. With this sum, you can certainly afford to learn a trade. Masonry or carpentry would suffice, and Hans and Thomas possess commendable skills. She continued, perhaps you could even venture to the outer island to acquire culinary skills, for the food at the tavern is quite unsatisfactory. Her voice trailed off into a gentle stream of chatter, accompanied by the sounds of her beginning to prepare a meal. If you dislike it, then tend to the fields left by your mother. We are still helping you cultivate those 2 plots. With this sum of money, you could purchase 2 more plots, and the annual harvest of golden wheat would suffice for your livelihood. All of this is to be credited to the protection bestowed by your mother, sure. It is almost instinctual. However, Alka's persistent silence gradually silenced Aunt Massey's incessant chatter. While washing vegetables, she turned her gaze towards Alka by the bedside and spoke with an undertone of an unidentifiable emotion. I know your dream has always been to become a treasure hunter of the sea, but you must understand that the ocean is fraught with peril, and those who seek treasure face even greater dangers. Pirates, storms, and sea monsters can easily take your life. If you were to encounter any danger, your mother's spirit would find no rest, nor would that wretched father of yours. Upon finishing her words, a heavy silence enveloped the room, broken only by the occasional sounds of cooking. Alka's memories recall that his parents vanished when he was around 10 years old. Though no remains were ever discovered, it was not long before Aunt Massey declared that they had perished. The people on the island echoed this sentiment. Since then, although he continued to live alone at home, Aunt Massey had essentially become his second mother. In his recollections, he felt a certain apprehension towards her. Aunt Massey was not diminutive in stature. It was said that even a few burly men might find themselves no match for her. Given that Alka was accustomed to the gentleness of his mother, one can only imagine the discipline he would have faced for his mischievousness at that time. However, through his memories, Alka came to understand that Aunt Massey was indeed a kind-hearted person. There exists a trace of violence, though merely a hint. As dusk descended, Aunt Marcy served the prepared meal upon the table. At that moment, she turned her head by the wooden door and remarked, "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow, you shall embark on your treasure hunt without issue, shall you not?" Her tone carried a hint of seriousness. Alka promptly nodded, well acquainted with that tone. Satisfied, Aunt Marcy exited the room. Once she had departed, he took his seat at the table, dipping bread into the stew. The bread was unexpectedly pleasant, though the stew lacked flavor, possessing only a faint saltiness. After all, spices in this era were a luxury. Nevertheless, it was palatable enough to avoid provoking any sense of nausea or distaste. Flipping the treasure manual to the page with the map, he observed that the small white dot adjacent to his house had completely dimmed, losing its luminescence. Did this signify the acquisition of the treasure? He extended his hand and tentatively tapped it. Hidden savings, acquisition, difficulty, youth, fame, 2. Treasure information, items buried by my father many years ago. Treasure acquired, 12 silver serpents. There was little difference from before, save for the addition of the word acquisition following the title, along with an extra entry detailing the rewards of the treasure. At that moment, Alka felt an inexplicable surge of inspiration. He picked up the feather quill from the table, dipped it, and made a mark on the map at the location of the white dot. Seeing this mark, Alka smiled. The instinctive reaction surged within me, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Unable to resist, I gravitated towards the last unexamined white dot. This white dot was situated at the far end of the island, likely perched on the edge of a seaside cliff. Chapter 4, Treasure Hunt, Captain's Safe, Difficulty, Skilled Diver, Reputation, 536, Treasure Information, the site of the merchant ship Sandalwood's wreck. The details provided a specific name and insights into the treasure. It was clear that I had some knowledge about this treasure, and its reputation was not insignificant. A brief rummage through my memories revealed the information I sought. Approximately 30 years ago, a merchant ship sank in the waters surrounding the island, an event that garnered considerable attention at the time. Many skilled sailors and fishermen had plunged into the depths at the wreck site, attempting to unearth valuable relics left behind by the vessel. However, they recovered only mundane commodities of little worth. The only ones who retain memories of that event are the island's elders or some middle-aged individuals. As someone who once fancied myself a treasure hunter, I naturally possessed a certain understanding of such information. As I gazed upon the name of this treasure, it became evident that the sunken merchant ship was not devoid of value. It was merely the precious safe that had yet to be discovered. Moreover, the description of its difficulty was vividly illustrative. The term skilled diver directly implied the caliber of individual required to secure this treasure. thereby allowing one to navigate numerous dangers while pursuing it. I could not help but marvel at how remarkably useful this guiding insight proved to be. The inscriptions throughout the treasure site convey invaluable information, and this information represents opportunity and wealth. Although this body possesses commendable aquatic skills, Alka is not inclined to pursue the treasure just yet. She intends to deal with her curse first. The immediate priority is to explore Jack's magical treasure and to eliminate the curse that looms over her like a ticking time bomb. Gazing out at the now darkened sky, venturing out at night seems perilous. She has expended considerable energy during the day digging, and now her body aches. Moreover, nighttime excursions carry significant risks. A night of rest is essential to recuperate. There are only 3 days remaining. The difficulty of the blue treasure is rated for adults, perhaps not as challenging as the recently surveyed sunken treasure. This thought brings her some comfort. The level of a treasure does not necessarily reflect the difficulty of obtaining it. Seizing the last remnants of twilight, she freshens up and lies down to prepare for rest. The following midday, the summer sun hangs high in the sky, radiating its intense warmth. Alka shoulders the treasure-seeking tool bag she unearthed from beneath her bed and strides toward the island's harbor. Golden Wheat Island is a quintessential grain-exporting isle. The land here can cultivate a superior variety of wheat, known as golden wheat, which lends its name to the island. Most of the arable land is dedicated to this crop. Utilizing her memory and the map, Alka realizes that to reach the blue treasure point, she must traverse the beach at the harbor and follow the sandy edge to the waist of the island. Is young Alka preparing to seek treasure once more? A rugged voice resonated from the side, belonging to a burly man selling fish with his upper body exposed. Alka momentarily paused, only to realize he was being called. His name is indeed Alka. Tilting his head, he nodded at the robust man and replied, "Yes, Uncle Chick, I have a feeling that today I shall unearth great treasure." "Haha, is the great treasure a silver snake, then?" "For you, a silver snake indeed constitutes a significant treasure," chuckled an elderly man with graying hair as he passed by, giving Alka a hearty pat on the shoulder, while simultaneously indulging in a swig of rum. Alka rolled his eyes, dismissing the hand resting on his shoulder. He feigned anger and briskly walked ahead. After a few paces, he turned back and proclaimed loudly, "Huh? Just wait. This time it will undoubtedly be a great treasure." With that, he quickened his pace, sprinting along the central thoroughfare of the quaint town towards the port. Behind him, the laughter of the island's residents echoed. This scene unfolded every few days, especially after Alka had boisterously boasted about discovering a silver coin during his last adventure. He was merely playing a part, embodying the former Alka. The town was not large, and it took only a few swift strides to reach the port. The port itself was quite small. Aside from some diminutive fishing boats, only 2 slightly larger vessels, a pair of twin-masted schooners, were docked. Alka did not linger long and prepared to descend the adjacent slope directly. "Alka!" At that moment, a robust voice resonated from afar. Who could it be? Turning around, he beheld a young man, his upper body completely bare, muscles exceptionally well-defined, and skin slightly tanned. Upon spotting Alka, he hastened over. A closer inspection revealed numerous scars adorning his body. "Alka, in a few days we will be sending Jean Mai to Kexi Island. Would you care to join us?" After speaking, he slightly turned to the side and whispered, "Mother insists that I bring you along. You wouldn't want to upset her, would you? Besides, weren't you eager to go before?" Alka recalled that this young man was Sigit Peter, the son of Aunt Massey. He often accompanied his father on fishing expeditions, and when the Jean Mai ripened, he would follow the island's fleet to escort it out to sea. After a brief contemplation, Alka nodded in agreement. "All right, just let me know in advance." Upon hearing Alka's acquiescence, a joyful smile illuminated Sigit's face as he swiftly turned and jogged away, waving back at Alka. "Sure, I'll let you know when the time comes, and have a delightful treasure hunt, treasure seeker." "Huh." As Alka watched him depart, he turned and continued along the beach, leaning against the adjacent cliff. It seemed that his former self was indeed quite renowned on this island. Nearly everyone seemed familiar with him, and they all playfully teased him about treasure hunting. After spending a considerable amount of time, he finally arrived at the midpoint of the island. Tossing aside the cumbersome treasure hunting tool bag, sitting upon a nearby stone, Alka unfolded the treasure-seeking manual and turned to the page depicting the map. The map was rather rudimentary. Alka glanced at it, relying solely on intuition and the recollections from the time of his drawing to ascertain that the treasure was likely located within this region. Although the map was hastily rendered, it still managed to outline the majority of the cliff that encircled the island. The surrounding beaches were similarly sketched with mere strokes. The blue indicating the treasure's position lay amidst the cliffs with sandy shores, beyond which there was no beach, only the expanse of the ocean's edge. The difficulty of finding this treasure was intended for adults, whereas the previous excavation had been suited for the youth. The mark for the treasure was also situated on the cliff side. Alka found himself studying the map, mentally deliberating the possibilities. Observing his surroundings, he deduced that there were essentially two scenarios. The treasure could either be buried beneath the earth or concealed within a cave. With this thought in mind, he prepared to commence his search. He was ready. If he could not uncover the treasure today, he would meticulously document the topography of the area. Subsequently, he would endeavor to render a more detailed illustration of this particular region, relying on the simple techniques stored in his memory. He hoped it would prove useful. Chapter 5. The mysterious remains. The afternoon had arrived. Alka lay on the beach, resting in the shadow of the cliffs. Beside him stood a short spade, inserted into the sand. Surrounding him were various holes, each not randomly dug, but rather excavated in accordance with the unchanging references nearby. As he rested, Alka once again perused the treasure-seeking manual, filled with diverse information and conjectures regarding magical treasures. Upon contemplating these deductions, one must concede, from the perspective of a modern individual, that there existed a certain innate talent. Had it not been for the curse of extraordinary power that led to his demise, this physique could have very well evolved into that of a true treasure hunter. Alka found himself engrossed in meticulous study. Every piece of information and inference indicated that Jack, at the moment of his death, had intentionally left behind clues to his treasure. Could it be the very sight he had just witnessed? With this thought, Alka immediately rose to his feet. He took several steps back, tilting his head upwards to scrutinize the cliff face. Indeed, beneath a sturdy tree that jutted out from the precipice, he spotted an opening. Could it be there? There was no time to waste. Twilight was approaching. He decided to ascend and investigate. If it proved fruitless, he could always draft a more precise map. Without hesitation, Alka approached his tool bag, retrieving a length of coarse rope and a grappling hook. Was there a shortage of stationery? Grasping one end of the grappling hook, he gazed at the gnarled tree, standing approximately 10 meters high. With a vigorous swing, he hurled the hook towards the tree. It was a smooth execution, though it was his first attempt. Alka felt an unexpected fluidity, as if remnants of memory and muscle memory had been honed through prior practice. Despite this ease, it was undeniable that the aim was awry, falling at least 2 to 3 meters short of the tree. Clearing his throat, he reassured himself that it was merely the first attempt. Inaccuracies were to be expected. He approached to retrieve the grappling hook and swung again. After several trials and errors, he finally secured it to the tree. One cannot help but acknowledge the remarkable physical prowess granted by this otherworldly realm. If one were to allow the former embodiment of Earth to attempt this, it would undoubtedly prove futile. Not to mention, this form belongs to a mere 16-year-old youth. After circling the tree trunk twice, Alka forcefully tugged down on the rope with 2 decisive pulls. It was secure. He then slung his tool bag over his shoulder and fashioned a safety knot with the remaining short length of rope around his waist, binding it to the nearby hanging rope. When engaging in high-altitude tasks, one must ensure all safety measures are in place. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the rope with both hands and placed his feet against the cliff face, commencing his gradual ascent. Before long, Alka reached the mouth of the cave. Peering inside through the sunlight, he observed that though it was dim, the cavern did not seem particularly deep. The air was thick with an indiscernible, oppressive scent reminiscent of his childhood days spent burrowing into such places. Sitting at the cave's entrance, he untied the knot at his waist and secured the rope with a nearby fragment of rock. From his backpack, he retrieved a torch, producing a flint. He ignited the torch, illuminating the cave's gloom, which was promptly dispelled by the flickering flame. Rising to his feet, he ventured inside. The entrance was quite narrow, measuring about 2 meters, yet the interior expanded into a more spacious expanse. After just a few steps, he discerned the cave floor. Suddenly, the torch he held, which had been held vertically, quivered slightly. Startled, Alka instinctively took a step back. In the area illuminated by the torchlight lay a skeleton. Neither in his original form nor in his past experiences had he ever encountered such a sight. He took a deep breath, steadying his emotions, summoning his courage. He approached the remains. He needed to ascertain how this individual had met their demise. The clothing of the skeleton was tattered and decayed, and the body was positioned in a prone manner. The skeleton, located approximately at the sixth lumbar vertebra of the back, bore a distinctly visible fracture, which aligned directly with its ribcage. Indeed, there were scars present there as well, albeit considerably smaller in comparison to the injury on the lumbar vertebra. Had it been a sudden ambush from behind, resulting in a swift death? If it were a human perpetrator, Alka felt a sense of calm wash over him. His greatest fear was that the cause of death might be linked to the cave itself. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the difficulty level was merely that of an adult, with no special conditions attached. Ultimately, he had been scaring himself. The immediate priority was to return the silver coins. After a brief search, he swiftly retrieved the coins from his pocket. Crack. Snap. Damn it. Alka could no longer suppress his expletives. The torch in his hand nearly slipped from his grasp, and he instinctively recoiled a few paces. The unexpected fright made his heart race as though it would leap from his throat, and his entire body felt as if it had plunged into a freezer. Calm down. Stay composed. Was this truly the adult difficulty level? Were the adults in this world so formidable? The previously fallen skeleton rose to its feet. Hastily, he transferred the torch to his left hand, crouched down, and grasped the pickaxe from his bag. However, something felt amiss. He quickly swapped the pickaxe for a short shovel, as its length offered greater reach. Alka had retreated to the very edge of the cave. Should the skeleton charge at him, he would immediately slide down the rope. Yet, upon rising, the skeleton remained eerily still, its hollow eyes fixated upon him. Gulp. He swallowed hard. The skeleton's right arm slowly lifted. Huh. With a resounding shout. Alka's body trembled slightly as he raised the shovel before him, rallying his spirits. The skeletal fingers splayed wide, and then fell utterly still. Suddenly, as if drained of energy, the corpse collapsed, its bones disassembling into a heap. The silver coins that had once adorned it flew away. In an instant, Alka sensed an unusual shift within his own body, a newfound sense of ease and lightness that he had not experienced since his arrival in this world. It felt as though his entire being had regained a measure of health. Had the curse dissipated? Contemplating this, Alka could not help but grasp the torch and press onward. Approaching the pile of bones, he prodded it with the shovel, confirming it was merely a collection of bones before summoning the courage to venture closer. The heap remained utterly silent. Yet, Alka's apprehension lingered. He wielded the shovel and cleared the entire mound. Once assured of its stillness, he finally relaxed. Unable to resist, he crouched down to examine the remains more closely. Surely, that had been a manifestation of supernatural forces. This world, without a doubt, harbored extraordinary abilities, far beyond just the curse that had once threatened his life. The recent display of such power was indeed tangible and real. Caught up in excitement, Alka's gaze fell upon the left hand of the skeleton, where a ring adorned the finger of its ring hand. Forgive my intrusion, do not take offense. I promise to give you a proper burial, Alka murmured as he crouched down and gently removed the ring from the skeletal finger. The ring has taken on a tinge of black and yellow, clearly indicating its silver composition. It boasts a band approximately 1 centimeter wide. As I blow away the dust, a sense of familiarity washes over me. With the aid of a torch, I scrutinize it closely. Etched upon the inner circle of the ring are delicate inscriptions. To my beloved, Lisham Monksifis Lagu. Memories surge chaotically from the depths of my mind. These are the names of my father and mother. But what of this skeletal remains? Chapter 6. The True Treasure Mother. The gentle figure of a woman lingers in my thoughts. She dressed me, fed me, offered tender reprimands, and expressed concern during my illnesses, imparting simple yet profound lessons. There is also the heartache of her sudden departure. Alka takes a deep breath, striving to stabilize his emotions. The silhouettes of two memories intertwine, revealing numerous similarities. For reasons unknown, the fear within me dissipates, and the skeletal remains beneath my feet lose their terror. An idea strikes me suddenly. Alka hastily retrieves the bag not far away, securing the short, stout machete at his waist and pocketing the flint. He gently gathers the bones lying at his feet, one by one, and places them into the cloth bag, carefully stacking and arranging them, occasionally brushing aside the dust, roots, and decayed leaves. Dots of moisture begin to appear on the dry fabric. Observing this gradual dampness, Alka pays it no mind, attributing it merely to the influence of memories upon the body. As he continues to store the bones, Alka becomes increasingly convinced that the wound lies in the back. Fragments of fabric entwined with the bones show no signs of complete decay, revealing faint colors and patterns reminiscent of his memories. The bones were meticulously placed into a cloth bag, which became taut and bulging, before being carefully sealed and set beside the stone wall. Grasping the torch that lay nearby, Alka ventured deeper into the cavern, resolute in his true purpose for being there. The few steps he traversed hardly qualified as a profound exploration. At the cavern's innermost recess, a multitude of wooden chests lay overturned, their contents long since emptied, with scattered silver coins strewn about. Indeed, it appeared that others had arrived before him. Alka felt no surprise at the sight. His mother had perished here, likely ambushed from behind, indicating that someone had reached this place, and consequently, the treasures would have been claimed. However, it was evident that the previous visitors had been hasty, leaving behind a portion of the treasures undiscovered. The residual silver coins on the ground and the 2 remaining chests, glimmering faintly with golden hues, suggested that the bounty still retained some remnants. Alka immediately set about collecting the treasures: 1 gold sail, 1 gold leaf, and 6 silver serpents. In addition to these overt forms of currency, 2 red gemstones, roughly the size of fingernails, lay among the remnants left by the first batch of adventurers. The gold sail, approximately palm-sized, was engraved with the image of a sailing ship, while its reverse bore a cross insignia. Alka had never before touched such an object. Even in his memories, he had not seen one, only heard descriptions. It was said that only affluent merchants would use such currency during their transactions. A single gold sail is approximately worth 25 silver serpents, and this exchange rate is said to exhibit little fluctuation. Additionally, there exists a gold leaf, which is slightly smaller and considerably thinner than the gold sail, resembling a delicate leaf. Alka has seen this gold leaf before. His family once possessed it as a medium of exchange between the gold sail and the silver serpent. The approximate conversion rate is as follows: 1 gold sail equals 5 gold leaves or 25 silver serpents. Thus, after this endeavor, he has acquired 36 silver serpents, a sum that can undoubtedly be deemed a fortune. At this moment, Alka could truly exclaim that he has struck it rich. Such wealth is typically unattainable for an ordinary household. Well, perhaps Aunt Marcy's family could manage it. Suddenly, a thought struck Alka, causing him to freeze. He hastily retrieved a manual from the inner pocket of his clothing and turned to the map page. It dawned on him that he had let the earlier scene affect his mood, leading to a lapse in his thoughts. At this moment, the blue dot indicating his current location on the map remained vivid and undiminished. If he had indeed claimed the treasure, the dot would have faded, revealing different information upon selection. However, this was not the case, indicating that the treasure still lay undiscovered. Alka pondered. Although he was uncertain of the distinction between the blue and white dots, logically, the blue must be of greater significance than the white. Initially, he had thought that 36 silver serpents along with 2 small gemstones could constitute a blue treasure. However, it now seemed unlikely. Perhaps even the first group of treasure seekers who arrived here failed to uncover the true treasure. Here lies the very bottom of the cave. Aside from these boxes, the only other possible hiding places could be concealed compartments. Alka, compelled by curiosity, raised his torch and began to approach the stone wall for a meticulous inspection. He inverted the shovel, gently tapping the handle against the surface. He commenced his examination at the height of an average adult's chest, taking careful strides while occasionally stomping his feet to discern if there were any voids beneath him. His scrutiny continued until he reached the central stone wall of the cavern, where a distinct, clear sound emanated from a section the size of a human head as he struck it. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a small rectangular insignia, perhaps blurred and unremarkable due to the passage of time, that would remain invisible without proximity. This was indeed the emblem of Jack's treasure-seeking crew, a plum blossom mark. Here it is, Alka exclaimed with a hint of excitement, raising his shovel to strike forcefully. After delivering 2 solid blows, several fissures appeared, and 2 clumps of earth tumbled down, revealing the darkness within. He struck again with renewed vigor, fully unveiling the concealed compartment. A faint outline in the shape of a box emerged before Alka's eyes, igniting his enthusiasm. The last time he unearthed a pouch of gold, a similar glimmer had signaled the presence of treasure. In a moment of contemplation, he brought the torch closer. It is a rectangular iron box, adorned with exceedingly coarse patterns, and the front is embossed with a card depicting a tall top hat, signifying the identity of its owner. Once assured of its authenticity, Alka reached out and retrieved the box. How heavy it is! This iron box boasts an astonishing weight, clearly not a hollow container, but rather a solid block of iron. With great effort, he dragged it out. It must weigh at least 50 to 60 pounds. This is far from a mere box. It is undeniably a solid iron mass. The absence of any seams confirms it to be a meticulously forged piece of iron, intricately carved with designs. Yet, the outline alone had already made it evident to Alka that this was indeed a treasure, far more valuable than the 36 coins and 2 rubies. However, its exterior revealed nothing of its worth. Just as Alka prepared to unfold the map to examine his findings, a voice called out, "Little Alka." "Where are you, Alka?" It was Aunt Marcy and the townsfolk. Upon hearing such calls, Alka turned to glance outside the cave. The sky had long since turned pitch black, with dazzling stars scattered across the dark canvas. The high-hanging full moon illuminated the sea, casting a softer silver glow. Alka's immediate reaction was one of alarm. He was currently in a cantilevered cave, with his footprints and a dangling rope below. Surely, anyone not blind would discern his presence. In that case, they might discover that he had found the treasure. That is incorrect. I merely stumbled upon a few remnants, which are hardly sufficient to incite such envy. Alka cast his gaze downward at the coins and 2 fragmented rubies in his possession. Their total worth amounted to 36 silver serpents, a sum equivalent to the earnings of a craftsman over 7 or 8 years. Such an amount would only evoke a sense of envy. And with Aunt Marcy's family safeguarding him, they would not resort to irrational actions over this trivial sum. Furthermore, the inhabitants of Memory Island are known for their strong unity, albeit with a hint of exclusivity. Not to mention, this treasure is a legacy passed down from his mother's ancestors. Concealing it would only arouse further speculation among them. Upon realizing this, Alka promptly took action. He made his way to the entrance of the cave and waved the torch outward twice. "I am here." The flickering light and his voice echoed forth. "Look up there. There's a torch." It's that rascal Alka's voice. Thank heavens he is unharmed. I told you. How could Alka possibly run into trouble? He is merely a bit mischievous. Aunt Marcy was overly anxious, yet she pondered how this troublesome boy had managed to ascend. The townsfolk, upon discovering Alka, gathered around. Aunt Marcy, holding a torch, stood below and called out to Alka, "What are you doing up there? Hurry down. Do you have any idea how worried I am?" "I'll be right down. Please give me some space." Aunt Marcy clutched the bag containing her mother's remains, her eyes marked by clear traces of tears. Her husband, Boka, stood beside her, offering his support. Sigurd cradled a heavy iron block, weighing 50 pounds, which he promptly placed by the door upon entering. Hearing his words, Alka merely offered an awkward smile. He could hardly declare that this was the treasure, for he too failed to discern anything remarkable about it. Initially, he had intended to carry it himself, but Aunt Marcy insisted that her son assist in transporting the cumbersome block. Wiping away her tears, she firmly pinched her son's ear, ignoring his cries of distress, and gently yet solemnly placed the urn she held on the table. To ensure its stability, she secured it with various items. Among them was a bracelet that symbolized her mother's identity, which she delicately laid on the surface. After wiping her tears once more, she turned to Alka and said, "Take good care of your mother's remains. Tomorrow, I shall speak with Priest Parky to prepare for the funeral." After uttering these words, she embraced Alka tightly, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat. "Do not grieve. Finding your mother's remains is indeed a blessing. Rest well, and we shall discuss matters tomorrow." With that, she took her husband and son and exited the room. Before departing, Boka turned to Alka, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Sigurd clearly had more to convey to Alka. Yet under his mother's firm demeanor, he reluctantly followed her outside, his eyes still brimming with the desire for conversation. Alka indeed discovered the treasure, albeit merely the remnants already claimed by another. However, for these youths and young adults, this was an exhilarating revelation. It was a pity that the treasure had already been seized. As soon as the Massey family departed from the courtyard, Alka promptly secured the windows and locked the door. At that moment, he brought the oil lamp from the table to the bedside. Leaning beside the lamp, he opened the manual and turned to the page with the map. On the seemingly ordinary map, glimmers of light appeared. At this juncture, only 2 white dots remained, while the blue light along the coast had dimmed, transforming into an unremarkable blue circle. Alka reached out and tapped on it. Jack's magical treasure. Harvest. Difficulty. Adult. Popularity. 1325. Treasure information. The legacy of the renowned treasure hunting vessel, the Dream Poker, captained by the magician Jack Monk. Treasure harvest. 1 gold sail, 1 gold leaf, 6 silver serpents, 2 tiny gems. The magician's inheritance from Jack Monk. The coin still resided in his pocket. The magician's legacy must refer to that hefty ingot of metal weighing over 50 pounds. Could that truly be the inheritance? He had expected something of a more precious nature. Alka immediately cleaned the ingot by the door and lifted it onto the bed. It resembled a solidified mass of metal. And thus the question arose, how to obtain the inheritance? Bloodletting? This was the first method that sprang to mind, a classic approach associated with fantastical powers. Moreover, upon reflection, it can be said that he is indeed a relative of Jack, albeit a distant descendant. Perhaps the bloodline truly holds significance. With this thought, Alka promptly picked up a small knife from the table and delicately made a small incision on his finger. A tiny droplet of blood emerged on his index finger, and with a firm squeeze, it finally fell, trembling, onto the metallic ingot. Alka gazed at it with wide eyes. However, the blood splattered upon the ingot, revealing nothing out of the ordinary. It was futile. What other means of unlocking could there be? A spell? A gesture? Surely, it could not require some extraordinary power, such as magical energy. If that were the case, he would truly be at a loss. He lifted the ingot and began to meticulously caress and examine its surface, leaving no corner uninvestigated. Previously, he had been interrupted by the shouts from outside, leaving him without the opportunity for a thorough inspection. Aside from the ornamental patterns, he had not discerned anything particularly remarkable. Suddenly, while exploring the cross-section of the ingot, he felt an uneven texture. He picked up an oil lamp for a closer look. There were indented lines, filled with dirt, rendering them indistinct in the dimly lit room. He used his fingernail to excavate the dirt, blowing forcefully to clear the debris. The patterns were revealed, 2 characters. Incantation. Chapter 8. The spell. Gazing at the characters and their meaning, he pondered the implication of an incantation. Such a term inevitably led one's thoughts in that direction, especially given its deliberate engraving upon the metallic ingot. An incantation. What could it possibly be? Playing cards. The enchanting poker number. The treasure hunting team of playing cards. Could it be anything other than the name of a ship or a treasure hunting crew? What might this Jack most likely utilize to unlock a spell? Suddenly, my gaze involuntarily drifted towards the portrait on the dining table within the room. That portrait was none other than the once celebrated Jack Monk, and it bore a name inscribed at the bottom of the frame, which was said to have been one of Jack's favorite sayings, false reality. As the words lingered in the air, they seemed to carry an enchanting power. The robust metal ingot resting on the edge of the bed began to melt, resembling bubbling syrup. The solid metal slipped away in 2 directions, akin to a viscous liquid, evoking a sensation reminiscent of mercury. What lay encased within the ingot began to reveal itself. It was an exceedingly unremarkable wooden box, crafted from a discernible quality of wood. Seemingly well-made yet undeniably plain. Once all the liquid had slid off the wooden box, it coalesced beneath into a metal block approximately the size of a palm. Lifting the box upward, though only palm-sized, its thickness remained unchanged. Could this be the true treasure? The recent scene unequivocally illustrated to Alka the preciousness of this trove. His heart raced with excitement. Inhale, exhale. Taking a deep breath, he brought the box before him and gently opened it. Inside lay a blue ring, a palm-sized booklet, and 3 cards that slightly slid downwards, stacked atop one another. One by one, he carefully retrieved the items. The blue ring exuded a metallic luster, its size suitable for an adult's thumb, devoid of any intricate patterns or gemstone embellishments. It was an exceedingly simple ring. He then held 3 cards, examining each in turn. They resembled ordinary playing cards, yet were noticeably heavier, crafted from a uniquely treated smooth paper. They bore a resemblance to the playing cards from a world he once knew, albeit those were rather coarse compared to these, which exuded an air of sophistication. The texture conveyed an extraordinary sensation. The designs on the 3 cards were not the typical suits one would expect. Instead, they featured peculiar symbols. The first card displayed a cross symbol, rendered in a fiery orange-red hue, with a card back that transitioned to a reddish gradient. The second card showcased a straightforward icon of a slender sword, its color a metallic silver, against a backdrop of a gradient silver gray. The third card featured a circular ring, reminiscent of flowing water, in a blue hue, with a card back that faded into a light blue gradient. Such smooth surfaces, vibrant colors, and gradient illustrations. Could they truly belong to this era? No. They were artifacts from 2 centuries past. Alka suddenly realized that these items were remnants of a legacy left by individuals from 200 years ago, dispelling his doubts. Both the ring and the 3 cards radiated an unmistakable aura of the extraordinary. His gaze turned to the final discovery, a manual. It is approximately the size of an adult's palm, reminiscent of Alka's treasure hunting manual. However, The cover of the manual feels as though it is crafted from some form of biological leather, exhibiting a pristine white hue, and its surface is adorned with intricate textures, smooth and supple to the touch. There are no inscriptions upon it, and it is quite thin. Upon opening, one is greeted with densely packed text, exuding an air of elegance, complemented by a few simplistic hand-drawn illustrations. A cursory glance reveals that the booklet is divided into 3 sections. The first section pertains to the Cross of Ignition, a spell derived from the scepter grade treasure, the incinerating ember tree. Originally, this incantation needed to be inscribed upon materials imbued with magical properties to yield its effects. However, through my enhancements, it can now be executed using fire-associated materials infused with magic, painted onto sturdy paper made from the bark of the oil-loo tree, achieving similar results. The potency of the resulting spell is contingent upon the quality of the materials used. The finer the materials, the more formidable the spell card produced. I recommend utilizing. Alka perused the text within the manual, then turned her gaze to the 3 cards. The exceedingly thin booklet consumed little of her time, and she soon finished reading it. The entire manual serves as a crafting guide, meticulously detailing how to create the 3 cards, including instructions on how to inscribe the spells and which materials are most cost-effective. Indeed, it allows Alka to comprehend the effects these cards can produce and their methods of application. The caveat, however, is that these 3 cards are consumables, expended upon each use. To create something beyond the expenditure of money, one requires an essential element, magic. Alka had never encountered this concept before. It was the first time he had become aware of such a term. The extraordinary power lay before him, yet the painful truth was that he lacked its foundation. The so-called magic must be the very essence of the extraordinary, though he was uncertain whether it demanded innate talent or if it required meditation or cultivation. A sense of unease began to creep into his mind. After a moment of attempting to stabilize his emotions, he turned his attention to a peculiar ring in his possession. What could this object be? What purpose might it serve? As he contemplated the ring, Alka felt a desire to possess it, yet caution held him back. What if it required magic to function, or worse, if it compelled the extraction of magic to activate? That would pose a significant dilemma. Who could ascertain whether magic was intrinsically linked to his very existence? With that thought lingering, Alka's gaze drifted to the page of the manual featuring the map. After some reflection, he once again tapped on the blue dot. Having unraveled the legacy, would the information now shift? Jack's magical treasure. Difficulty: Adult. Renown: 1325. Treasure information: the legacy of Captain Jack Monk, the magician of the renowned treasure-hunting ship, the Dream Poker. Treasure acquired: 1 golden sail, 1 golden leaf, 6 silver serpents, magician's ring, 3 spell cards, Jack's spell interpretation. It had indeed changed. The legacy of magician Jack Monk had been delineated into 3 specific items. This ring was aptly named the Magician. However, this size appeared somewhat large on Alka's thumb. After a moment's contemplation, Alka directly inserted it onto his thumb. As soon as the ring was affixed, it seemed to shrink, instantly conforming to the contours of his thumb. A transformation was palpable. An extraordinary sensation enveloped him. Chapter 9. The ring. A chilling touch coursed through him, akin to a stream of icy threads that traveled along his finger, reaching his brain. He involuntarily shivered several times. As this frigid sensation infiltrated his mind, a profound calm descended upon him, accompanied by a cascade of succinct information. Alka quietly closed his eyes, the stillness of the night enveloping the room. The only sound was the faint crackling of the flame in the oil lamp beside the bed. Before long, he assimilated the additional information flooding his mind. This ring was the legacy of a magician. A genuine magician, the ring was imparting to Alka the knowledge of how to become one. The information that surged into his mind was entirely related to the craft of magic. Furthermore, the ring bestowed upon Alka certain physical enhancements, improving the dexterity of his fingers, amplifying his memory and recollection efficiency, increasing his body's flexibility, and enhancing overall balance. These attributes collectively formed the foundational qualities of a magician. He could distinctly sense it. Was this the sensation of extraordinary power? A surge of excitement coursed through him. This was a genuine experience of mystical force. Reflecting on this, he retrieved a silver serpent from his pocket and placed it upon the back of his right hand. With the newly acquired knowledge, his fingers danced as silvery coins rolled gracefully across the back of his hand. They flickered and glided through the spaces between his fingers, ultimately resting at the junction of his index finger and thumb, where he flicked them into the air with a firm motion. His right hand swiftly caught the coin. and as he opened his palm, the silver serpent had vanished without a trace. He clenched his fist and extended his index finger, tapping it against his left hand's fist, revealing a silver serpent nestled in the center of his palm. A remarkably simple magic trick had come to fruition. The performance, however, lacked fluidity. Marked by a sense of awkwardness, his movements appeared stiff and devoid of visual appeal. Yet this was Arkad's inaugural venture into the realm of magic. The instant he donned this ring, it transformed an individual entirely unacquainted with the art into an apprentice magician. With diligent practice under the ring's guidance, it would not be long before he could genuinely become a magician. Even after removing the ring, the thought deepened Arkad's appreciation for this artifact. How utterly fascinating this was. Could this indeed be the wondrous force of the supernatural? Perhaps it was merely a facet of nature, deserving of the term extraordinary power. In his previous existence, he was an ordinary individual, and such fantastical forces had no place in the world, existing solely in the realm of entertainment. The memories of his current self bore no trace of such phenomena. The realization that such extraordinary powers could exact a toll on one's life was a sobering thought. Yet now, this very extraordinary power was at his fingertips, ready for his command. The sensation, the thrill of it all, sent waves of excitement coursing through Arkad. Just as he reveled in this exhilaration, a chill swept through his mind. As if a voice was urging him to remain composed. Can this object truly help one remain composed? Upon reflection, it is evident that a magician must perpetually maintain their calm to avoid being discerned, thereby delivering a captivating performance. With this thought in mind, Alka removed the ring. The peculiar sensation vanished instantaneously, along with the knowledge related to magicians that had previously been accessible in his mind. Only the magic he had just performed and the skills associated with it lingered in his consciousness. This knowledge was retained, but without diligent practice, it would inevitably fade. As he picked up a silver coin, he attempted to continue his performance, but it proved futile, lacking the dexterity provided by the ring. He found himself incapable of making the coin roll across the back of his hand. Practice was essential. He contemplated donning the ring once more, ultimately deciding to place it on the thumb of his left hand. His right hand was his dominant hand, and he had never developed the habit of wearing rings in either life. Thus, wearing one felt quite peculiar. Placing it on his left pinky felt significantly more comfortable and would not prove too intrusive. He proceeded to tidy up the items strewn about the bed. Though this object held little immediate utility, it was undeniably precious and required proper concealment. After finding an appropriate hiding place for the treasures, he turned his gaze to the remaining metal ingots. No matter how one looked at them, they did not appear to be ordinary metal. After some contemplation, he set them near the table leg, brushing off some dust. He carelessly discarded them in the corner beneath the table, as if they were mere pebbles. He meticulously concealed the gold coins and 2 gemstones as well. Once everything was safely hidden, Alka clapped his hands together, nodding in satisfaction. He extinguished the oil lamp beside the bed and reclined upon it. Early the next morning, Aunt Marcy roused Alka from his slumber, cradling the remains of his mother as she made her way toward the very heart of the island. Sigit wished to follow, but received a couple of reprimanding taps from his mother, leaving him to silently part his lips in Alka's direction. Though no words escaped his mouth, Alka nodded in acknowledgement, signifying that he would seek him out in due time to regale him with tales of his treasure-hunting exploits. As they traversed the golden fields of wheat, they arrived at the island's center. In the distance loomed a colossal stone, towering approximately 20 meters high. Taking a few more steps forward, they could discern several stone edifices encircling the monolith, their rooftops adorned in a hue reminiscent of ripe wheat and embellished with an array of intricate carvings. Adjacent to these structures lay a dense cluster of graves, each adorned with rounded wooden stakes protruding from the earth, lacking traditional tombstones. Many graves were graced with sheaves of wheat. Alka surveyed the surroundings, sifting through his memories. This was the island's cemetery, the final resting place for the majority of its inhabitants. Yet, while some were interred here, others were not afforded the same fate. At that moment, the imposing gray-black stone was fully revealed before Alka. Surrounding the monolith was a stone platform, seemingly constructed for some form of ritualistic purpose. At its base, a gap resembling a doorway beckoned. Standing atop the platform was an elderly man, and Aunt Marcy guided Alka towards him. They stood side by side, and it was only then that the elder turned to face them, slowly approaching with measured steps, as Alka regarded him with keen interest. With hair interspersed with gray and white, and despite the presence of wrinkles, his slightly rugged visage remains discernible, accentuated by a scruffy gray beard. His attire bears little distinction from that of the ordinary townsfolk, though it appears somewhat more refined. As he approaches, Alka crosses his arms, palms resting on his shoulders, a gesture mirrored by Aunt Massey and the priest standing before them. "May the Stone Mother bless you." The priest then crouches down to lift the bag containing the remains. "Leisha's remains?" he states directly, revealing the origin of the bones. Alka expresses mild surprise, instinctively inquiring, "How do you know?" The priest's gaze turns peculiar in response to Alka's question. "Perhaps it's because I was searching for you yesterday as well." With that, he strides towards the stone altar. Alka, feeling somewhat awkward, forces a chuckle. "With so many people looking for you last night, how could I possibly know?" It was pitch dark. Aunt Massey, smiling, gently pats Alka's shoulder to ease his discomfort. The two follow Priest Parky as he continues on his path. It is then that Alka observes the priest, carrying the remains, heading directly towards the gaping hole beneath the massive stone, seemingly intent on passing through it. "Why take it inside?" he whispers to Aunt Massey. In his memory, Alka has never ventured into the stone cavern, nor has he seen anyone enter. After all, aside from the annual rituals and the funeral of his mother, he had never returned to this place. For the youth, this place is excessively monotonous and rigid. "Burying the remains, granting your mother eternal rest." Aunt Marcy spoke without pausing her steps. Yet, they had never seen their mother's remains. How could they be so certain of her death rather than her mere disappearance? Chapter 10, The Stone Mother. Alka gazed at Aunt Marcy, who led the way, along with the priest who had already ventured into the mouth of the colossal stone cave. As this question echoed in his mind, he found himself lost in contemplation. Despite scouring his memories, he could not discern how they had arrived at such knowledge. The initial wariness of this foreign realm, coupled with a scant sense of security, compelled him to entertain darker thoughts, causing his pace to slow as he fell behind his aunt. Should he inquire directly? Logically speaking, one would assume that a rational person could deduce it. Alka mused, yet before he could voice his query, they had already entered the heart of the giant stone. Stepping through the entrance, he was struck by the expansive interior. Alka surveyed his surroundings, noting the unmistakable signs of human excavation. The size of the interior starkly contrasted with the colossal exterior of the stone. Essentially, the core of the massive rock had been hollowed out, and intricate patterns had been etched upon the stone walls, though obscured by torches and other impediments. The craftsmanship appeared somewhat crude, evoking a sense reminiscent of mythological tales. Above, the apex of the stone had been pierced by a small aperture, scarcely large enough for a head to fit through. The external light streamed through this opening, illuminating the dim cavern alongside the flickering torches, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Beneath the dim glow, Alka surveyed his surroundings. Approximately 1 meter above the ground, a series of grooves had been excavated, each forming a continuous circle, stacked layer upon layer, reaching a height of about 3 to 4 meters. Alka counted roughly 9 layers, each containing stones of various shapes. The sole similarity among them was the uniformity of their material, seemingly identical with hardly a trace of impurities. At that moment, Alka beheld the true sculpture. In the center of the space stood a statue approximately 3 meters tall, carved from the same stone as the surrounding boulders. The figure depicted a faceless woman, her long hair cascading down as she cradled a swaddled infant in her arms, adorned with a circlet that resembled a crown woven from wheat. Beside her stood a small child, a few years old, clutching her pant leg. Gazing upon the statue, one could sense an inherent roughness and absence of detailed facial features, yet the sculptor had infused it with a palpable aura of maternal kindness, bestowing upon it a unique charm. Aunt Massey halted about 3 to 4 meters from the statue, prompting Alka to stop in his tracks. The priest approached the statue with the remains of the mother, gently lifting the bag containing the bones. With a deliberate and solemn demeanor, he slowly knelt down, placing the bag on the ground. The sound of bones clattering echoed in the stillness of the environment. He opened the bag and reached inside, extracting the bones one by one and placing them before the statue. Alka and the others stood silently, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Observing his aunt's silence, Alka could do nothing but wait beside her. At last, he lifted the skull and positioned it atop the pile of bones. "Do not interrupt me," the priest's mature, slightly hoarse voice resonated. Standing tall, he crossed his arms over his shoulders, his head bowed slightly. Sunlight streamed through the entrance, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the light seemed to shine even brighter now. The statue, the priest, and the remains of his mother were bathed in this radiant glow. creating a scene that suddenly felt sacred. At that moment, the priest's voice broke the stillness. A sharp blade pierced through his back, the bloodied sword emerging from his chest. Disbelief, betrayal, regret. An abyss of silence. The bond of blood, the instinct of survival. Upon hearing the first phrase, Alka could not help but furrow his brow, for it resonated disturbingly with the wounds on his mother. The second phrase reflected the emotions of betrayal. The third perhaps spoke of the sensations following death. The fourth remained entirely inscrutable. The voice lingered in the air, and silence reclaimed the space. This was the simplest understanding Alka could glean in that moment. Suddenly, the priest's eyes flew open, locking onto Alka with an unwavering gaze. Alka was certain he was not mistaken. The priest's eyes had just transitioned from a ghostly green back to normal pupils. Your mother's soul dissipated into the night? Did you meet her for the last time? Her bones are tainted by a curse, yet her demise bears no relation to it whatsoever. At that moment, Aunt Marcy turned her gaze towards Alka. Dear Alka, what did you experience last night? Faced with such a situation, Alka's mind raced as she opened her mouth, swiftly organizing her thoughts. I cannot ascertain whether my excitement or exhaustion from treasure hunting last night was to blame, but suddenly, my mother's skeletal remains rose before me, her hands outstretched. At this juncture, Alka produced a silver coin from her bosom, its serpent emblem marred by a distinct cut. Then, this silver coin flew from my grasp into my mother's palm, only to disintegrate thereafter. I presumed it was merely a figment of my imagination. Perhaps the coin was thrown in my panic. Upon hearing this, the priest stepped forward, extending his hand. Let me see the coin. From whence did it originate? Alka presented the coin to the priest, who scrutinized it closely, even inhaling its essence with narrowed eyes. Indeed, there is a curse upon it, though its scent is faint. He then turned to Alka, fixing her with an intense gaze. Where did this silver serpent come from? After a moment of silence, both the priest and Aunt Marcy appeared struck by a realization, asking in unison, is it from the treasure you discovered first? This island is rather small, and given that everyone is familiar with one another through generations, anyone who is not woefully ignorant would possess some knowledge. Noticing that they had both deduced the answer, Alka nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it is the silver coin. What did you say? The priest inquired eagerly. I must return the coin within 7 days, or I shall face a curse. Alka made certain modifications, omitting the phrase that suggested immediate death, and instead spoke of merely encountering a curse. He continued, saying that on the 7th day after discovering the coin, he fell gravely ill, which prompted his earnest quest to find the treasure and return the coin. Upon hearing this, Aunt Marcy approached, embracing Alka's head, and could not help but express her discontent. So it was the curse that caused your illness during those 2 days? Why did you not confide in me? I feared you would not believe me. After all, curses are akin to tales. Alka's words elicited a sigh from Aunt Marcy. The priest tossed the silver coin to Alka, who caught it deftly. You should be grateful to your mother. Her spirit ultimately dispelled the curse. After saying this, he glanced at Aunt Marcy and nodded. She responded with a gesture of praise, crossing her hands, nodded, and departed the cave. Before leaving, she remarked to Alka, come to my house for dinner tonight. Sig mentioned you would accompany a merchant ship. Once Aunt Marcy had left, the priest fixed his gaze upon Alka. Come here, young Alka, and pray for your mother's peace. Upon hearing this, Alka approached, lowering his head slightly as he regarded the bones resting beneath the statue, his hands crossed. The priest's voice resonated in his ear. Calm your spirit and within your heart. Extol the Stone Mother, beseeching her to grant peace to your loved ones after their passing. The grace of the Stone Mother rests within, unwavering as granite. The priest's voice seemed imbued with a certain enchantment, effortlessly soothing Alka's inner turmoil. Following the guidance of his voice, he silently implored the Stone Mother, reciting in his heart, the grace of the Stone Mother rests within, unwavering as granite. Suddenly, all sounds faded, as if he had submerged into a realm of profound silence. Crack! The abrupt sound of a stone shattering pierced the stillness. Alka's eyes flew open, bewildered as to his whereabouts. Chapter 11. The World Beyond in a Pitch-Black Expanse. There existed a peculiar space that seemed to emanate light. Alka gazed into this dark void, observing his feet resting upon the tranquil surface of the water. Unbeknownst to him, his shoes had vanished, leaving his bare feet to touch the water's surface, feeling a hint of chill beneath him. An inexplicable sensation enveloped his heart, serene and gentle as a breeze. Though he had never ventured here before, he felt no concern for this place or its origins. He yearned only to remain in stillness, as if time itself could not penetrate his being. Ding! A drop, reminiscent of water cascading onto the surface, resonated in the air. The water ahead shimmered with ripples, expanding endlessly until they faded into the luminous darkness. As the waves spread, something began to emerge from the depths. Witnessing this scene, Alka felt neither fear nor curiosity, only an abiding tranquility. A woman's silhouette gradually emerged from the water's surface, her gaze imbued with tenderness and yearning. Her features appeared somewhat indistinct, yet strikingly vivid. It was none other than his mother. She reached out toward Alka, her hand grasping momentarily before it fell limply. The smile upon her face bore a trace of reluctance and acceptance. He longed to approach her, to seize her hand. Just as this thought flickered in his mind, one foot had already stepped forward. Memories began to surface, a tapestry of both Alka's and his own past. The visage of his mother gradually grew hazy. He quickened his pace. However, the distance remained unchanged. He dashed forward, his feet skimming the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outwards. Yet, no progress was made. A canoe appeared beside his mother, seemingly having always been there. It bore a wooden paddle and a small lantern hanging at the bow. His mother gently stepped into the canoe, seated herself, and began to glide across the water with the paddle. At last, she turned her head, her features coming into sharp focus, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Ultimately, all Alka could witness was his mother sailing away, retreating into the shadows. She sat in the small boat, lantern in hand, venturing into the darkness. As the reality of the moment struck him, he fell helplessly to his knees upon the water's surface, gasping for breath. A certain thought within him had completely vanished. It was not his own tears, but a torrent surged from his eyes, reminiscent of a bursting dam. The water before him continued to ripple in concentric circles. Although there were no significant changes, a distinct sensation emerged within me. I felt as though I had truly merged with this corporeal form, and my memories became less distant and sluggish. My body felt lighter, and my mind seemed to sparkle with clarity. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. A radiant light shone down from above. What was that? Was I hallucinating? Unable to contain my curiosity, I turned to the priest before me. He shook his head, saying, "That is the river leading to the realm of the dead. Under the protection of the Stone Mother, loved ones are allowed to accompany her on her final journey." He added reassuringly, "Do not worry. The Stone Mother will guide her safely to the other shore." It was then that I noticed the pile of bones beneath the statue of the Stone Mother had completely disintegrated, transformed into a fine bone powder, which rested upon a layer of cloth beneath it. The priest approached, lifted the cloth, allowing the bone powder to cascade within, accepting the pouch containing the ashes. I bowed once more in gratitude. I then inquired, "Priest Parky, why did I conclude my mother was deceased years ago, despite never having seen her body?" "I thought you would hold your questions back," Priest Parky replied with a smile. He then led me outside, guiding me to the adjacent cemetery, where we found the grave of my mother as it appeared in my memories. At that moment, I noticed something peculiar about the wooden gravestones shaped like pillars. Each one bore a distinct circular indentation at its center. In all the indentations lay a fragment of stone, and my mother's gravestone possessed one as well. Behold these stones. They symbolize the inhabitants of each island. Upon their passing, the stones shall fracture. With these words, the priest, standing behind the gravestone, deftly dug a small pit with his spade. Turning to Alka, he said, "Now, place your mother's ashes within." Alka nodded, yet amidst the action, inquired, "What of my father? Was his absence of a funeral due to the fact that his stone remains unbroken?" "No, that is not the case. Your father was not a resident of the island. Outsiders do not possess stones." "And what of me? Do I have one?" "Certainly, you do. Your mother, blessed by the Stone Mother, was a resident of the island. And you were born here, thus you possess your own stone." Upon hearing this, Alka nodded silently, filling the pit and burying the ashes within. As Alka prepared to depart, Parky interjected, "Do you truly aspire to become a treasure hunter?" "Absolutely. Were it not for my system, I would have likely never considered such a path. However, given that I possess a system that aids in treasure hunting and aligns with my character, why not pursue it? Moreover, these treasures conceal extraordinary powers, which I have already experienced. For one who had lived a mundane life, ultimately succumbing to the frailties of a fragile body, the allure of extraordinary powers was undeniably tempting." In contemplation, Alka caressed the ring adorning his left pinky finger. He was but a step away from his aspirations. "You are a gifted child, and yesterday's success has validated your potential. However, your understanding of this world remains rather limited. Allowing you to navigate the vast ocean unchecked would be perilous. I have some acquaintances beyond the island, one of whom is a treasure hunter. Would you care to board his vessel?" Upon hearing this, Alka couldn't help but furrow his brow in contemplation. Why would Parchi extend such assistance? Just as this thought surfaced, memory provided the answer. There was no particular reason. Mutual aid is a fundamental principle on this island. As the priest of the Stone Mother, Parchi holds a position akin to that of a chieftain, whether elected by the people or chosen by divine will. This realization left Alka in a state of inner conflict. Following Parchi's guidance might expedite his understanding of the world and offer greater safety, yet it could also lead to heightened peril. You have experienced the power of that ring, have you not? Are you not intrigued by the extraordinary forces you have encountered in recent days? This seems uncharacteristic of you. Could it be that the events of the past few days have instilled a sense of fear within you? Are you feeling uncertain? Parchi observed Alka's pensive expression and couldn't resist teasing him. It struck Alka like a thunderclap. Indeed, having undergone these experiences, it was evident that this world harbors remarkable powers. Furthermore, it was clear that this island conceals such extraordinary forces. As a priest who might or might not be a true deity, possessing extraordinary abilities is hardly surprising. The illusion he had recently entered was unmistakably beyond the realm of normality. Concealment is as conspicuous as a student fidgeting beneath the watchful gaze of a teacher on the podium. Upon arriving in this unfamiliar world, even with the aid of memories, I found myself excessively cautious, harboring a profound distrust of everyone around me. This is both a virtue and a vice. It appears that Parker has discerned Alka's unease and spoke to himself, stating that to acquire such extraordinary power, one must have the appropriate channels. Fortuitously, the treasure hunter I recommend possesses such avenues. By simply showcasing your innate talent, opportunities will arise. Upon hearing this, Alka hesitated no longer. He nodded affirmatively and replied, "No problem, I am willing." He then crossed his hands and bowed to Parker, uttering, "May the Stone Mother bless you." Chapter 12. Sailing on the ship. Knock. 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 A crisp sound echoed from the wooden door of the house. Outside, Sidgert's voice called out, "Alka, are you ready? We set sail today. I'll be right there." Alka responded from within, hastily preparing himself. He grabbed a piece of bread from the table, hastily stuffing it into his mouth, chewing a few times before dashing out of the house. Sidgert urged, "Let us hurry. The ship is likely to depart soon." With that, they made their way along the narrow path through the town, arriving at the island's harbor. They were greeted by the cool, salty sea breeze and the slightly oppressive warmth of the morning sun. Small fishing boats, accommodating only 2 or 3 passengers, slowly departed from the harbor. Only the 2 large sailing vessels they had previously seen remained docked. One of the cargo holds has been opened, and numerous unfamiliar sailors are laboriously carrying bundle after bundle of wheat into the hold. Nearby, a figure resembling a supervisor observes attentively. "Be careful with those. Don't spill or let them get wet. These are golden ears of wheat." At this moment, only a few bundles remain stacked on the nearby planks, and it won't be long before they are all transported into the ship's hold. "This vessel belongs to Uncle Halls, whom you may have heard of." Alka nodded, recalling the man. He is also a resident of the island, often seen in the tavern or around the docks. Who would have thought he was engaged in merchant shipping? Sidgert looked at the sailboat, patted Alka on the shoulder, and shook his head, indicating they should board. Uncle Halls frequently uses the ship to transport goods between the surrounding islands, and sometimes I accompany him as a sailor on board. As they conversed, they crossed the connecting plank and ascended to the deck. "Hurry up, you lazy ones. Check the ropes and locks to ensure everything is secure." And you? A burly middle-aged man, resembling a roughneck, was berating the nearby sailors. Alka did not recognize him. He was likely not a resident of the island. Dressed in plain linen short sleeves and shorts, with a sheathed long knife at his waist. He suddenly noticed 2 individuals idling in front of him and was prepared to scold them as well. "Ah, it's Sidgert. You've arrived." With a smile, he approached and embraced Sigter. Then, noticing Alka beside Sigter, he inquired, "And who might this be?" "This is my younger brother, Alka," Sigd introduced. Alka promptly extended his hand, saying, "Alka Ragu, a pleasure to meet you." "The pleasure is all mine. Sigter's brother is akin to my own. You may call me Tofu," he replied, extending his broad palm to shake Alka's hand vigorously, exuding warmth. Sigter added, "He has just come of age. I brought him aboard to witness the world." Tofu nodded knowingly, chuckling softly. "A son of the sea ought to become a man amidst storms and tempests. Ha ha ha." After exchanging a few pleasantries, a sound reminiscent of a bell echoed from the bow of the ship. Upon hearing it, Tofu quickly remarked, "I have work to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, he departed. Before Alka could turn around, a rugged voice boomed, Set sail. Sigtur then guided Alka forward. We're about to set sail. It may get a bit bumpy. Find something to hold on to for stability. As the words left his mouth, Alka had yet to grasp the nearby railing when. With a swift motion, the sail was unfurled. The force of the wind filled the canvas, propelling the vessel away from the harbor. Observing Alka's lack of a secure hold, Sigtur instinctively reached out to catch him. After all, this was Alka's inaugural experience aboard a ship, without proper balance. He could easily tumble. The swaying and jostling of the sea could easily send an unaccustomed individual sprawling. However, before he could extend his hand, he noticed that Alka appeared to be firmly anchored to the deck, as if his legs were nailed down, showing no signs of unsteadiness despite the swaying of the sailboat. Have you ever been on a ship before? Sigurd inquired, somewhat astonished. Alka shook his head. He simply felt that this slight motion was insufficient to disrupt his balance. With that thought, he instinctively reached out to touch the ring adorning his left thumb. It seemed that while navigating the seas, the ring's influence on balance and bodily coordination proved to be remarkably advantageous. He had not anticipated that this particular attribute would allow him to experience such extraordinary power. Contemplating this, he began to move about the sailboat, which had yet to fully regain its steadiness. The sensation of moving steadily upon a swaying object was indeed quite peculiar. Sigurd, look at his posture. He truly is a born sailor, resembling an old mariner, remarked a voice. Alka turned toward the source of the sound and saw a middle-aged man, his hair somewhat disheveled and flecked with strands of white, yet his beard was well-groomed. Striding confidently toward him, his attire distinctly set him apart from the surrounding sailors, clad in a brownish-gray leather coat, topped with a hat reminiscent of a captain's. A robust figure, he bore a seemingly ancient long knife at his waist. Alka, why not consider working on my ship? Treasure hunting may not suit you, he chuckled. This man was none other than Captain Horst, the ship's master and a resident of the island. Sight hurriedly approached with a somewhat smug expression and tone, remarking, Uncle Halls, you must be unaware that Alka is now a genuine treasure hunter. As he spoke, he proudly patted Alka's chest, as if he himself had discovered a trove. He then recounted how Alka had recently unearthed the magician's treasure, albeit it had been claimed by another before him. Well done, my boy. I never expected you to actually find it. I truly underestimated you before. Halls regarded Alka with the eyes of one who had just met him. Who would have thought that the child who once delighted in treasure hunting games had transformed into a true treasure seeker? Alka burst into laughter, responding with a boastful tone. Oh, not at all. You flatter me. It was merely a small treasure. Witnessing Alka's unchanged demeanor, Halls couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in amusement before letting out a hearty laugh and patting his shoulder as he departed. Sight then led Alka towards the stern of the ship, navigating past several greeting sailors until they arrived at a small storage room. The space was filled with various iron items, resembling a tool shed. Among the wooden racks, several long sailors' knives were securely hung. Sight approached and selected two seemingly well-crafted short knives, complete with sheaths, and handed one to Alka. This is, Alka inquired. Puzzled, Sight explained, this is the sea, fraught with dangers. Without weapons, one cannot adequately protect oneself. After receiving the sailor's knife, Alka gazed at the weapon in his hand. This blade resembled a short sword, approximately shorter than an adult's entire arm. The broad, curved blade was complemented by a handguard that extended onto the grip, forming a distinctive D shape. It was an exceptionally effective weapon for slashing, and its compact size allowed for use in more intricate situations. Drawing the sword from its sheath, he admired the glint of metal reflecting light. However, I am not proficient with weapons. No worries, Sigurd replied with a smile, adapting to the short knife in his hand. Its primary purpose is to bolster your courage. At least you'll have some confidence if danger arises. One to you? Moreover, as long as you can swing it, you can inflict damage on an opponent without requiring extensive experience. Alka nodded. Though he spoke with nonchalance, he secretly found joy in it. After all, this was a genuine weapon, one with a blade. He held it, comparing its weight and striking various poses. Chapter 13. The map. Alka stood on the deck, a sailor's long knife sheathed at his waist. One hand rested on the hilt while the other was placed against the ship's railing, feeling the invigorating sea breeze. He observed everything aboard the vessel, his eyes filled with curiosity. All was new and wondrous to him. After all, whether in his past life or the present, it was his first time aboard such a grand sailing ship. The vessel's design was not akin to the galleons he had seen in films. Rather, it resembled an earlier model of a caravel. The forecastle and the stern were distinctly elevated compared to the central deck, creating a pronounced concave shape. Beside him, numerous ropes, each about the thickness of a forearm, stretched tautly upwards, extending all the way to the surrounding railing. Countless cables traversed above the vessel, a delightful chaos imbued with an underlying order. At the center of the deck, the main mast rose majestically, adorned with 3 enormous sails of progressively diminishing size, billowing with the caress of the sea breeze. To the rear stood a shorter mizzen mast, nearly identical in structure, save for its slightly reduced height and smaller sail. The arrangement of the masts and sails bore resemblance to that of a galleon, an oddity that piqued curiosity. Gazing at the sailor perched atop the circular lookout tower, several stories high on the main railing, Alka felt the gentle sway of the ship resonate within him. The surrounding sailors chuckled, shaking their heads at Alka's wide-eyed wonder, as if they were witnessing a reflection of their former selves, recalling their own inaugural voyage. Isn't it fascinating? Sigurd approached, standing beside Alka, his sailor's knife now secured at his waist. Alka nodded, captivated by the frothy white waves crashing at the bow, indeed finding it a marvel, as he had never set foot on such a grand sailing vessel before. Upon hearing this, Sigurd smiled and patted Alka on the back before departing. We'll reach our destination in 2 or 3 days. When night falls, you'll rest in the room I just showed you. Alka waved goodbye, continuing to immerse himself in the novel life aboard the ship, gazing at the boundless ocean. How intriguing it all was. But was it still intriguing? No longer. Alka leaned against the stern of the ship, expressing his boredom. On the first day aboard, the novelty of life at sea, with the endless expanse of azure sky and the playful fish beneath the waves, filled him with curiosity. By the second day, however, his interest began to wane, as he found himself surrounded only by the ocean and the sky, devoid of anything else. Now on the third day, he learned that the wind conditions were unfavorable, potentially delaying their arrival by another day. The initial fascination he felt for the vessel had dissipated. Aside from the occasional distant ships passing several hundred meters away, the vast sea offered a monotonous landscape. While the first couple of days were tolerable, further delay would render life on the ship exceedingly dull, far more tedious than Alka had anticipated. The sailors' pastimes seemed painfully uninspiring to someone like Alka, who was accustomed to the vibrancy of modern life. Most of his time was spent in his cabin, practicing magic and honing combat techniques. Torf, overhearing their conversation, approached with a smile, proclaiming, "Ah, this is the sea. A true man of the ocean must endure such trials of the spirit. A mundane world prepares us for the passions that may arise at any moment." Alka felt little in response to this, yet Sigurd pondered, is this area unsafe? Upon hearing this, Sigurd's demeanor grew serious as he nodded. Pirates in these waters? Alka inquired eagerly after Torf had departed. Which waters are free from pirates? They are like the rats of the sea, infesting every corner, an infestation that seems impossible to eradicate. What does it mean to be a member of the homeland? Alka found this question particularly intriguing. Upon hearing it, Sigurd cast a curious glance at Alka, then extended his hand to point at him, nodding at himself as he proclaimed, "It is us. We are the people of Homeland Island." It was then that Alka remembered that Golden Wheat Island was also referred to as Homeland Island. However, he found the moniker rather peculiar. At that moment, Sigurd patted Alka on the shoulder and said, "I've completed the task you asked of me yesterday. Let us go." "Indeed. Let us hurry." Prompted by this, Alka urged him on, and the two entered the stern cabin, which housed the captain's office. They knocked on the door from outside. "Come in," came a robust, resonant voice, the voice of Captain Horst. The two pushed the door open and stepped inside. This was Alka's first time entering the captain's quarters of a sailing ship, and it was not as extravagant as he had imagined. The room was quite ordinary, spacious, with simple furniture arranged around. A painting adorned the left wall of the captain's quarters, reflecting a very minimalist decor. Alongside, 3 rows of basic bookshelves stood, with wooden slats in the center to prevent books from tumbling during rough seas. Almost all the furnishings and items were securely fixed in place. The most prominent feature was a large, solid wooden table situated towards the back of the room. It appeared somewhat cluttered, with various parchment scrolls scattered upon it, alongside some navigational tools. Alka could only recognize a compass among them. The rest of the instruments were unfamiliar to him. On the wall behind hung a colossal map, the very purpose of his visit. Yesterday, Alka had solicited Sigurd's assistance to accompany him to the captain's quarters to examine some intricate maps, for he possessed a keen interest in such matters. Typically, these maps were exclusive to the captain's domain. Or, upon noticing the newcomer, smiled at Alka and exclaimed, "Ah, the treasure seeker has arrived. Come, feel free to peruse these maps. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to ask. I wouldn't want to delay you." Otherwise, Marcy might just twist my head off. Ha ha ha. How exaggerated. Sigda interjected with a sidelong glance. In response, Ur approached and sympathetically patted Sigda's shoulder, saying, "You are her son. Surely you must be aware of this?" At this, Sigda fell into a contemplative silence. Alka disregarded their banter. His eagerness palpable as he moved directly towards the enormous map on the wall. "Is this a world map?" he inquired. Ur promptly shook his head, stating, "No, no, no. This is the map of the myriad home, also known as the Northern Homeland Sea. We are currently situated here, on Golden Wheat Island, and here lies our destination." He pointed to a spot in the lower right of the map, where the distance between the 2 points was scarcely 2 or 3 centimeters, almost touching. "What is the Blood Gold Alliance?" Alka asked, his curiosity piqued. The substantial area on the map where they found themselves was designated as the Blood Gold Alliance, a coalition of several significant islands, with Golden Wheat Island being one of its members. Alka nodded in understanding, deducing that this entity functioned as the governing body of the region. As for the alliance, was it a coalition government? However, he soon lost interest in further details, for his purpose in examining the map was to assess his unique ability. His treasure hunting system necessitated the use of maps as a medium. He was eager to discover how his special skill would manifest on such an expansive map. Surely, it could not be filled with a myriad of luminous points covering the entire surface. Even a modest island, like the Golden Wheat Island, boasted 4 glowing markers. The vast ocean harbored countless islands, not to mention the submerged ships and a plethora of treasures. With this thought, Alka gazed at the immense map before him and blinked. Instantly, a conspicuous transformation occurred on the map. Meanwhile, Pauls and Sigd remained oblivious to the change, engrossed in their conversation. Chapter 14. The Grand Map. The moment Alka activated the system, the familiar voice resonated in his ears. "Map detected. Scanning. Scanning successful. Wishing you a delightful treasure hunt." Hearing this, Alka glanced back and noticed that the other two had not sensed anything amiss. It became clear that if the map met the system's scanning criteria, such an alert would be issued upon the first detection. Subsequently, identical maps would likely not require rescanning. No wonder many maps had proven ineffective during his recent experiments at home. For instance, a map drawn in the sand with a stick had yielded no results. Yet, when Alka meticulously crafted a detailed representation of a small area on paper with ink, luminous points had indeed appeared. However, there was no sound of scanning. In retrospect, it is likely that the intricate regional map merely serves as an extension of the overall depiction of Golden Wheat Island. The map of Golden Wheat Island is already capable of distinctly identifying treasures. Observing the map, which now exhibits various display modes, curiosity arises. This grand world map does not, as Alka had previously imagined, consist of a myriad of bright dots. Instead, it flickers with subtly different hues based on the distinct regions. These glimmers vary slightly. Some are dim, some emit a faint white light, others a pale blue, a deep blue, and a golden glow. For instance, the color of the Blood Golden Alliance region where they currently reside is a soft blue. With this thought, Alka reached out and tapped the screen. Blood Golden Alliance, treasure quantity, white, abundant, blue, scarce, region difficulty, easy, region description, the location of the Blood Golden Archipelago Alliance, a coalition of islands. This was entirely different from the previous descriptions of the glowing points. However, Alka refrained from making hasty judgments. With so many regions on the map, it was prudent to examine further. Subsequently, he tapped on an adjacent area, which displayed a more subdued white hue. Sabora Sea Area, treasure, white, moderate, difficulty, hard. Information, none. The first entry undoubtedly indicated the name of this region, as it was directly inscribed on the map. The second entry presumably reflects the color of the treasure and the corresponding quantity of that color. The difficulty indicated by the third entry is not as clear-cut as that of treasure exploration, merely offering a vague summary. The fourth entry closely resembles that of the treasure, supplemented by information based on personal knowledge. For instance, the Blood Gold Alliance possesses certain insights, thus revealing it as the location of the Blood Gold Alliance. Conversely, the Sabora Sea only bears a name, with no additional information to accompany it. At this thought, Alka could not resist clicking on the areas marked in a golden hue on the map. The golden color signifies that the treasures here possess a level of brilliance commensurate with that hue. Palduro, realm of darkness, treasure, white, abundant, blue, plentiful. Gold, scarce, difficulty, dangerous, information, none, an abundance of blue treasures? This implies that blue treasures are relatively common here. Likely a domain where only those endowed with extraordinary powers can roam freely. With this in mind, Alka instinctively touched the ring on his little finger. Such items are ubiquitous. What sort of place could it be? Especially the treasures marked with the golden level. What could possibly warrant such a designation? Here, no information is provided at all. After all, he might not even fully understand what the blue treasures specifically represent. The danger level has escalated as well. At this juncture, Alka suddenly turned and inquired, "What is this Palduro?" The locations Alka clicked on are the nearest to their current position, suggesting that Palduro is not too far from their Blood Gold alliance, at least as depicted on the map. Upon hearing Alka's inquiry, Horus approached to take a look. "Ah, you mean the place called Palduro? I have yet to visit it myself, though I have heard tales from others. It is replete with numerous relics and frequented by treasure hunters, due to its perpetual darkness. Sunlight only graces the region for a fleeting moment each day, leading it to be known as the Abyssal Domain. Is it not fitting that a treasure seeker would inquire about such a location?" Horus remarked with a hint of jest. Alka, slightly exasperated, waved his hand and replied, "I am merely curious as to why this place is designated as the Abyssal Domain. With insufficient strength, lack of allies, and no treasure-hunting crew, it is wise to avoid that area. It is said to be exceedingly perilous. Remember, exceedingly perilous," Horus cautioned. Alka nodded, reassuring him, "Rest assured, I am not so reckless." "That is reassuring." At that moment, Alka continued to peruse the introduction of the region. Indeed, new information materialized in the system's entry. Information: the ruins of the Vastan Empire, where, at the time of its demise, powerful artifacts obliterated both the enemies and themselves. The entire maritime expanse has remained shrouded in darkness due to the lingering effects of that force. This revelation greatly expanded the knowledge available, offering insights beyond mere superficial understanding, as the system provided a wealth of intricate details. Such information is undoubtedly invaluable, further showcasing the system's might and significance. The Vastan Empire? I have never heard of it. However, it seems futile to ponder over this place. Perhaps I shall seek a more profound understanding at a later opportunity. The pressing concern at present is to acquire that extraordinary power. Turning my gaze towards the more intricate maps laid upon the table, I wondered, "May I peruse these as well?" Certainly, there is nothing to conceal, as such items are readily available for purchase. Upon hearing this, Alka approached the wooden table, where an array of maps awaited. Some were nautical charts, while others depicted the Blood Gold Alliance's territories in greater detail. Yet, most were rather rudimentary, lacking the refinement of the world map displayed behind them, both in material and intricacy. Alka blinked, promptly activating the system once more. The familiar sound of scanning resonated in the air. Once the scanning concluded, several maps exhibited notable alterations. The nautical charts and world map revealed minimal differences, merely distinct color blocks. The map of the small island mirrored that of the Golden Wheat Island found in Alka's manual, illuminated by glimmering points of light. However, only 2 white points were visible upon clicking, yielding no discernible information. The map of the Blood Gold Alliance, however, stood apart. It depicted the vast marine expanse of the Blood Gold Alliance, highlighting only a few significant locations for comparison. These pivotal sites represented crucial islands within the alliance. Just as Alka sought to examine these in greater detail, a series of crisp chimes resonated from outside. Alka recognized the sound as emanating from the lookout atop the main mast. The sounds emanating from this place herald the possibility of unfolding circumstances detected by the vigilant lookout. Something is amiss. Let us venture forth to investigate. Chapter 15. The Pirate Assault. As Alka and Sigd emerged from the captain's quarters, a considerable number of sailors had already congregated on the deck, parting to make way for the captain's arrival. "What has transpired?" Hals inquired just as a well-dressed, middle-aged man clad in leather approached, his countenance grave, exuding an air of authority without uttering a word. He was the ship's first mate. "Captain, we have spotted pirates," he stated, gesturing towards the sea. The crew immediately turned their gaze in the indicated direction, where a sailboat was slowly advancing. Due to the faint mist hovering over the ocean and the considerable distance, the details remained obscured. Hall swiftly produced a monocular from his pocket, extending it outward. Squinting to scrutinize the distant vessel, they are indeed pirates, likely the very same band that has been marauding in these waters. How unfortunate. He then pivoted and bellowed at the sailors behind him. "What are you standing idly for? Do you expect them to spare us?" Upon hearing the captain's commanding shout, the crew sprang into action. Alka instinctively grasped the hilt of the dagger at her waist. Sigd, observing Alka's demeanor, reassured her with a pat. "There is no need for alarm. Do you not see how composed these sailors are? Encounters with pirates while navigating the seas are rather commonplace. The perils of the ocean are myriad. Are you prepared to witness the shedding of blood? With that, he drew forth the sailor's knife from his grasp, clutching it firmly. Follow closely, he urged. A tinge of apprehension flickered within Alka, who nodded slightly and glanced at the ring adorning his thumb. Similarly, he unsheathed the sailor's knife from his waist, directing his gaze towards the pirate ship swiftly approaching them. The vessel appeared notably smaller than the ship beneath their feet, both being of a two-masted design. Yet the assailant's craft was not only smaller but also more slender. It seemed to be capitalizing on favorable winds, poised to close the distance momentarily. Soon, a series of crossbow platforms were wheeled out from the deck, aligned along the side of the ship, facing the oncoming enemy. Had the age of gunpowder and cannons not yet dawned? At that moment, Alka realized, with a hint of surprise, that he had not noticed the absence of cannons and a gun deck on this ship. Shipboard artillery could be deemed the most formidable means of assault during the age of sail, an emblematic weapon of that era. If cannons were lacking, it appeared that the only recourse left would be to engage in ramming and boarding tactics. As Alka pondered this, Captain Hulls raised his long knife, bellowing, "Where's my treasure? Bring it up." Almost immediately, several sailors collectively heaved a cumbersome object from the hold onto the deck. A cannon? This contraption bore a striking resemblance to the artillery Alka had previously encountered in various texts. The exterior has merely transitioned from a pure black to a charcoal gray. Yet it remains evident that it is still crafted from metal. However, in comparison to the artillery, it appears to be more refined. The barrel is a cylindrical structure, measuring over 3 meters in length, supported by a mount that can rotate left and right, as well as adjust slightly in elevation, equipped with 4 wheels. This mount suggests that the barrel is not as cumbersome as one might imagine. Perhaps the technology employed is more advanced. Regardless, it is undeniably a cannon. Sigurd immediately recognized this contraption and could not suppress a cheer. "Uncle Hulls, you truly have made quite the investment. When did you acquire such a piece?" Turning to a somewhat gaunt man, he continued, "Tassi, this device is entrusted to you. Make sure to aim well." Tassi rubbed his hands together, signaling that he was ready. "Leave it to me, Captain. I shall ensure these pirates receive a proper dose," he chuckled. Subsequently, he received a palm-sized cylindrical object from the commander, adorned with golden trim, exuding an air of preciousness. With the collective effort of the group, they maneuvered the cannon to the side of the ship. A sailor, cradling a wooden barrel, placed his burden heavily beside the cannon. Tassa directed the sailors to insert one fist-sized projectile after another into the barrel, which seemed to serve as ammunition. Without adding any further materials, they simply loaded the projectiles directly. Most of the ammunition was of a smaller, fist-sized variety. "So it's a scattershot?" Sigurd moved Alkera aside to maintain a distance of about 4 or 5 meters from the cannon. "A remarkable spectacle awaits. And it seems this time the danger will not be excessive. What is that object?" "The seismic cannon, an expensive weapon of considerable power." "Do you know what it is made of?" "No, very few are aware." It appears that Sigurd is not well informed either. "Prepare yourselves," Tassai commanded. As the 4 sailors on either side steadied the cannon, Alka gazed into the distance. The enemy's pirate ship was approximately 600 meters away. At such a distance, can we strike with precision? "Fire." With a fierce roar, Tassai struck the small platform behind the cannon with the column entrusted to him by the captain. Upon impact, Alka distinctly felt the vessel tremble slightly. However, it did not produce the thunderous noise typical of cannon fire. Rather, it emitted a deep, muffled sound. He watched as several fist-sized projectiles sliced through the air, producing sharp sounds as they struck the enemy ship, some even crashing directly onto the deck. A precise hit. "We have struck true. Quickly, continue loading." It takes about 30 seconds to fire again, and each shot finds its mark with unwavering accuracy. Alka realized that it was not merely Tassai's skill, but rather the cannon's exceptional accuracy. At a distance of around 500 meters, it traveled almost in a straight line. Its effective range could only extend further. Clearly, this was no ordinary cannon. As the ships drew closer, the ballistae unleashed their bolts, but after one volley, there was no thought of continuing the installation. After the cannon fired several rounds, the enemy vessels, though somewhat battered, still managed to navigate close to them. However, the intention was never to sink the enemy ships. The use of such scattershot was likely aimed at better incapacitating the pirates aboard. The enemy was preparing to board, brandishing their weapons to deliver a harsh lesson to these scoundrels. With a furious roar, Tofu unsheathed his sailor's knife. Grappling hooks attached to ropes flew through the air, either catching on the side of the ship or entangling in the rigging. Sigtur stood resolutely by Alka's side, while many sailors employed their cutlasses to hack at the incoming grappling hooks. At that moment, several arrows whizzed through the air, striking two sailors with deadly precision. As the battle escalated, numerous pirates boarded, their numbers exceeding expectations. Two pirates spotted Alka and his companion, brandishing their sailors' cutlasses as they charged forward. Sigtur immediately confronted them, delivering a powerful kick that sent one pirate crashing to the ground, while his cutlass deflected the attack from the other. With a swift maneuver, he redirected the enemy's blade, striking it against the pirate's shoulder. With a forceful sweep of his right foot, he tripped the adversary, bringing his knife down with brutal intent upon the pirate's neck. Blood gushing forth, Sigtur, seasoned in combat, slightly turned his head. The blood did not obscure his vision, it merely splattered across his neck and cheek. He rolled backward to evade the attack from the pirate he had previously felled, who had now regained his footing. As he witnessed the blood splattering and the clash of swords, Alka felt his heartbeat quicken, and his breath became labored. The air was filled with anguished screams and furious roars. A chilling sensation coursed through his mind, reminding him to remain composed. Suddenly, he caught sight of something and shouted urgently, "Be careful!" Instinctively, his body sprang into action. Chapter 16. Flying Blade. The archer who had previously drawn his bow aboard the pirate ship had, unbeknownst to Alka, also made his way onto the vessel. He aimed directly at Sigtur, releasing an arrow with deadly intent. In an unexpected move, Alka, gripping his sailor's knife, struck out with fervor. Just as the arrow was poised to strike Sigtur, Alka's blade connected with the shaft, deflecting it away. At that moment, Sigtur had already crouched low, propelling himself with force to plunge the sailor's knife into the gut of an enemy. He yanked it free and rolled aside. At this juncture, Alka noticed another enemy arrow aimed directly at him. His previous action of severing the arrow mid-flight had marked him as a priority threat in the eyes of his adversaries. With a swift bend, he evaded the enemy's projectile on the unsteady deck, adopting an exaggerated angle that showcased his astonishing agility. He pinched the broken blade between his index and middle fingers, then targeted the archer positioned on the gangway at the ship's edge. With a swift flick, the blade soared through the air, a glimmering flash. The knife tip, no larger than a palm, found its mark in the archer's throat. The bow and arrow clattered to the ground as the archer clutched his neck, his face contorted in disbelief, before collapsing onto the deck. Is it truly that precise? Or merely a coincidence? Alka gazed at his hand, somewhat perplexed by the accuracy of his throw. Although the knowledge transmitted through the bracelet encompassed magic and combat techniques involving its use, he had never engaged in real combat, only solitary practice. Raising his gaze, he observed Sigtur staring at him in astonishment. Splendid. However, the current circumstances did not permit the two to indulge in idle chatter. They needed to continue battling the foe. With this first-hand experience, Alka finally managed to maintain his composure during the fight. Before long, the sailors on the ship had eradicated the pirates that had climbed aboard. Hals brandished an ancient long knife, crimson droplets of blood still trickling from its blade. "Leap aboard. You think you can flee so easily?" As his words fell, a well-prepared crossbow was unleashed, sending arrows flying. This time, the arrows were affixed with thick ropes. Several arrows pierced the enemy's vessel, tautening the ropes. These not only restricted the enemy's ship but also constructed a pathway for them. One by one, sailors descended along the ropes toward the enemy ship. Sigtur pulled Alka aside, saying, "We are not formal members of this crew. There's no need for us to descend and vie for glory. Do I appear capable of going down?" Alka replied, showing Sigtur his trembling hand that clutched the knife, still stained with traces of blood, his face also splattered with crimson. Aside from dispatching an enemy archer with a thrown dagger, Alka had also personally slain a pirate with his sailor's knife, shielded by Sigtur. At that moment, he felt neither revulsion nor disgust, yet his heart raced with a tumultuous blend of fear and exhilaration. Sigtur wiped the blood that had smeared near his eyes with his sleeve, grinning with a face streaked in crimson. "It's nothing. This is merely the first step into manhood." The first step into manhood involves taking a life. If one is to navigate the treacherous seas, then indeed, it is a necessity, for the ocean is fraught with peril. He fixed a serious gaze upon Alka as he spoke. Aunt Marcy had instructed her son to bring Alka aboard, hoping to expose him to the dangers and treachery of the sea. She wished for him to comprehend the true essence of the ocean and the challenges that genuine treasure hunters face. This was no child's game of make-believe. It was a ruthless pursuit of wealth amidst blood and steel. It was time for him to confront the stark realities of life. Alka nodded, taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart. As the chilling sensation from the ring coursed through him, it hastened his composure. "Rest assured, I shall not be easily swayed." "Haha, that's splendid. My brother shall become a treasure hunter, Sigdu exclaimed, placing a hand on Alka's shoulder. Before long, the sailors had seized the enemy's pirate ship, binding the surrendering pirates and replacing the black sails with the customary white ones. Pirates typically hoist 2 flags. It would be impractical to fly the pirate flag at all times. Subsequently, 2 vessels drew closer, and several pirates, bound and restrained, boarded the merchant ship. Although the pirate ship had sustained considerable damage from the crossbow bolts and cannon fire during the recent skirmish, the overall structure, including the hull, keel, and mast, remained intact. The damaged areas could be easily repaired by a carpenter, as both the merchant ship and the pirate vessel were equipped with planks for such restoration. The first mate approached and spoke beside Halls, introducing the ship's carpenter, physician, and cook from the pirate ship, observing the 3 subdued pirates kneeling on the deck. The ships resumed their journey, with several ropes secured from the stern of the merchant vessel to the bow of the pirate ship, enabling them to advance in tandem. A sailor examined the necks, wrists, and ankles of the captured pirates before shaking his head at the captain. Halls then addressed the captives, presenting them with a choice. Join us as sailors or face death. Choose wisely. I will join. I will join. Please don't kill me. I will also join. Without hesitation, the 3 pirates expressed their willingness. Halls nodded and instructed the first mate to escort them to sign the contract. At that moment, Sigd, who was beside Arka, elucidated. A carpenter is an indispensable technical asset aboard a ship and holds significant value. The cook, too, while not necessarily a culinary genius, at least possesses the knowledge to salvage food on the verge of spoiling, which is an unavoidable circumstance at sea. As for this pirate physician, any understanding is preferable to ignorance. Upon hearing this explanation, Arka nodded in comprehension. Technical talents, in comparison to ordinary individuals, undoubtedly possess inherent value. Alka gazed at the ships behind them, observing a number of bound pirates aboard. What, then, was their intended course of action? It was rumored that these pirates bore bounties, which could be exchanged for a sum of money. If that proved unfeasible, selling them to others would still yield some profit. This vessel was indeed a significant acquisition. It appeared to be in good condition and, with some repairs, could serve for several decades, certainly worth a considerable amount. Upon hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. They truly were extracting every bit of value, leaving one to ponder who the real pirates were. At that moment, the voice of Horace rang out. All right. This is a great victory. Tonight, let the kitchen prepare some hearty fare. Everyone can enjoy a drink, but I warn you, do not let me catch anyone overindulging, for that would lead to dire consequences. With the captain's command issued, the ship resumed its swift course. Numerous sailors, under the boatswain's direction, began to scrub the bloodstains from the deck. As for the spoils, they had long since been collected, and the bodies were all tossed onto the pirate ship, which could also fetch a bounty. The destination was now within reach, expected to be attained by dawn the following day. Chapter 17. Arrival at the destination. The first rays of morning light graced the deck. Alka's quarters were situated on the port side of the stern, sunlight filtering through the window and illuminating the room. Awakened by the melodic tolling of the bell, he dressed with care and made his way to the deck. All is prepared. We shall soon arrive. Hearing this, Alka leaned against the ship's railing, craning his neck to peer ahead. Numerous vessels, both large and small, were now visible in the surrounding waters. However, due to the morning mist over the sea, the view was somewhat obscured. A vague outline began to emerge within the fog, indicating that it must be the destination. At that moment, the ship gradually began to slow down. From the vast expanse of white mist, a colossal object surged forth. A massive warship, which Alka estimated to be at least 40 meters in length, sailed past them. The frothy waves of the sea were split apart, splashing dramatically to either side, with the spray almost reaching their deck. In comparison to the sailing battleship, the merchant vessel appeared as diminutive as a child. Alka stood in stunned silence, watching as the sailing battleship drifted away. The construction of this warship was clearly distinct from the merchant ship beneath them. It eschewed the bulky forecastle and stern, exhibiting a remarkably sleek design. Unlike the somewhat cumbersome and peculiar appearance of the merchant vessel, 3 towering masts rose from the deck, accompanied by a single-tiered gun deck below. The sides boasted evenly distributed gun ports, deliberately left open as if to flaunt their military might. The formidable stone cannons that Horst had previously spoken of were now revealed, notably larger than Horst's model. The entire warship was adorned in a crimson and gold color scheme, with a blood-red flag emblazoned with a golden coin motif atop the masts. Alka recognized this emblem from the map. It was the insignia of the Blood Gold Alliance, featuring a red background with a gold coin. At some point, Sigurd had approached Alka's side. This was the Bloody Golden Flower, a level 4 battleship of the Alliance Navy. Measuring 43 meters in length and 11 meters in width, the vessel boasts a single-layered cannon deck, armed with 34 formidable cannons, a true nightmare for pirates, and undeniably striking in appearance. As he spoke, Sigurd's eyes sparkled with admiration for the warship. Listening to the data Sigurd enthusiastically shared, it was evident that he was quite enamored with the ship. Indeed, it was magnificent. The Red Flower glided past, accompanied by a 3-masted sailing warship of similar size to a merchant vessel. Only a few stone cannons rested upon its deck. The ship anchored alongside the merchant vessel, and a figure clad in a striking yellow and black attire boarded the merchant ship to converse briefly with Horace, subsequently handing him a document before departing once more. Who was that individual? At Alka's inquiry, Sigurd, who had been admiring the departing warship, turned to glance back. They are merely the Navy of the Alliance, likely here to inquire about the situation regarding the ship we were trailing. Before long, the ships resumed their voyage, gradually making their way towards the distant port of the island, Turan Island. This island is one of the significant members of the Blood Gold Alliance, serving as the base for the 4th Naval Fleet, and is renowned as a bustling hub of commerce. As the merchant vessel, accompanied by its pirate escort, gently docked, the entire panorama of the port unfolded before them. Numerous vessels, both large and small, were moored beside the port, and in the distance, several imposing warships could be seen anchored majestically. Sigurd patted Alka and inquired, "I must accompany Uncle Horace to conduct the grain trade. Will you join me? Or would you prefer to explore on your own? This place is relatively safe, as long as you avoid causing trouble." Upon hearing these words, Alka gazed at the harbor city ahead, where various low-rise buildings stretched outward. "I shall wander about on my own," he declared. "Very well. We usually rest by the white sail anchor. Do remember to find us later. Just explore the city. Do not venture beyond. Understood? No worries, I assure you. Also, avoid making substantial purchases on the island. You may be overcharged. Once I finish my tasks tomorrow, we shall reconvene." "All right, I shall take my leave now." With that, Alka departed from the vessel, traversing through the workers towards the nearby harbor city. It was already morning, and the streets bustled with residents and merchants engaged in various activities throughout the city. The scent of the sea breeze occasionally wafted in from the harbor. Freshly caught fish still glistened with vitality. "Excuse me, how does one reach the governor's office?" "Enlist and join the Navy to defend our homeland." "Mother, what shall we have for lunch today?" The sounds of diverse calls and conversations filled the air. As Alka walked along the main thoroughfare, he observed the buildings and shops flanking either side. The architectural style bore little distinction from that of Golden Wheat Island, perhaps due to the local climate. Most individuals donned light linen garments. The shops primarily offered seafood and various grains, alongside a few quaint taverns. Progressing further, the ambience shifted remarkably. The buildings grew taller and more exquisite, each adorned with vibrant hues of paint. The clamor of vendors became scarcely audible, though the surroundings remained lively. There was a notable tranquility. The bustling crowd is adorned in attire far superior to that of the local residents by the harbor, with a notable prevalence of cotton garments. The surrounding shops have transformed into more upscale establishments, including hotels, clothing boutiques, and various restaurants, along with bakeries selling exquisite bread. As Alka passed by a bakery, he cast a glance at the premium bread, all labeled with flour from the Golden Wheat Island. However, this did not pique his interest. After meandering for some time, he noticed several intriguing shops. Alka soon came upon a store that captivated his attention, a weapon shop named Golden Blades, which connected two adjacent shops. Inside, numerous men were engaged in selecting their weapons. Alka promptly stepped inside, but there were no attendants to greet him. The counters and the racks behind displayed an array of swords and knives, great swords, sabers, daggers, and thrusting swords. Notably, the most common were the sailors' daggers, a weapon frequently seen aboard ships. Yet, none of these weapons were priced below a silver snake. A standard sailor's saber typically cost around 100 copper coins, while a single silver snake could purchase two. It would have been wise to accompany Sigurd, as he was utterly clueless about choosing weapons, unaware of which were superior or inferior. It seemed today would only afford him the opportunity to observe. After browsing for a while, Alka spotted something peculiar and hurried over. Displayed on the counter were a series of small weapons resembling handguns. Their appearance was more akin to revolvers, complete with a hammer mechanism at the back. "What kind of weapon is this?" Alka inquired. Upon hearing his question, the shopkeeper approached with a smile, retrieving the handgun that had caught Alka's eye. This is the Thunderstone pistol, a type of ranged weapon. Thunderstone? It appears to operate on a principle similar to that of the Thunderstone cannon previously used on the ship. Is it constructed with the gunpowder of this otherworldly realm? What is its effective range? Alka inquired casually, despite his lack of knowledge about this weapon. He somehow understood its effective range. The vendor, maintaining a smile, replied, "Sir, the effective range is approximately 50 meters." Upon hearing this range, Alka nodded. Though he was not well versed in firearms and was uncertain about the significance of 50 meters for a pistol, he believed it would suffice for his needs. Compared to various melee weapons, he, hailing from the modern era, favored this ranged weapon. How much does this weapon cost? It ranges from 3 silver snakes to 8 silver snakes. We do not sell anything more expensive than that here. That is quite steep. Even the lowest price equates to the annual earnings of a skilled technician. Upon hearing this, Alka glanced at the pistols displayed in the case, all of which were revolvers, albeit with varying appearances. The one positioned prominently in the center bore a label marked with the number 8. This must be the most expensive one, he mused. Would you care to take a look? The vendor continued, "This is the creation of our island's renowned gunsmith, Orlando Tour, with an effective range of up to 65 meters. Utilizing the powerful number 3 ammunition. At just 8 silver snakes, this is a remarkably reasonable price for a masterwork. No. How could this person discern that I possess such a sum?" Chapter 18. The Magical Treasure. Ultimately, Alka purchased nothing. After all, spending several silver snakes was rather extravagant. After wandering for a while, Alka only acquired a few intricately designed maps from a general store, costing him a handful of copper yens. While inquiring with passers-by, he located the White Sail Anchor. It was a shop situated near the port area, quite spacious, comprising a 2-story building. Aside from the expansive storefront, there appeared to be a warehouse and other rooms at the back. Peering inside, Alka discovered a shop that sold various canvas locks and tools for boats. "Alka, is that you?" A middle-aged man, somewhat stout and dressed in a short shirt, suddenly inquired as he spotted Alka within the shop. Upon hearing his name, Alka turned around, memories swirling in his mind. "Uncle Obley, what brings you here?" "This is my shop. Of course I'm here. But what about you? Have you snuck away?" Obley hurried over to Alka, his face reflecting surprise. After all, this place was quite distant from Golden Weed Island. "Ha, don't worry, Obley, you rascal. Young Alka came here with me." With that declaration, Halls and Sigurd entered the shop. Seeing the two, Obley rubbed his forehead, calculating the time, and began to understand their reason for being there. Obley was also a resident of the island. Given the island's population, it was only natural that some would seek opportunities beyond its shores. A few individuals entered the backyard of the shop, where 3 rooms had been prepared for them on the 2nd floor. As residents of the island, it was customary for them to temporarily reside within the shop during their visits. In Alka's and Sigtur's room, Sigtur could not help but comment upon noticing the item in Alka's hand. "Another map? Do you have an affinity for maps?" Alka, engrossed in unfolding one of the maps, casually replied, "As a treasure seeker, maps are undoubtedly indispensable." "Is that so?" Sigtur, somewhat perplexed, nodded in agreement. Yet, Alka pondered. Possessing only a map, could that truly lead to the discovery of treasure? If so, why had he been unable to find any? What young boy has not harbored dreams of treasure hunting? The allure of sudden wealth, the freedom to spend as one wished, liberated from parental constraints. Alka examined the meticulously detailed map that lay before him. It was a representation of the island itself. He had already familiarized himself with its features upon purchasing it. With the flutter of his eyes, 6 white dots and 1 blue dot emerged on the map. Alka proceeded to click on each of the white dots, only to find them devoid of any information, categorized simply as ordinary treasures, apart from their difficulty and notoriety levels. However, this exploration unveiled to Alka the existence of new challenges, such as climbing experts and swift swimmers. Ultimately, he clicked on the blue dot, which revealed magical treasure, difficulty, strongman. Notoriety, 7, treasure information, Orlando Tours Manor. A strongman. Does one require considerable strength to obtain this treasure? Upon contemplating this, Alka turned to Sigtur and suddenly inquired, "Sigtur, would you be interested in experiencing the thrill of a genuine treasure hunt?" Upon hearing Alka's words, Sigtur gazed at him, his eyes widening in astonishment, and a palpable joy illuminated his face. "Of course, I would. Have you discovered a treasure?" Alka nodded and subsequently said, "Could you assist me in inquiring with the old man regarding some matters related to Orlando Tour and his estate?" "No problem. I'll keep you updated," Sigtur replied before dashing out of the room. The location marked in blue was situated at the upper left edge of the port city, based on the information. It should correspond to the estate of Arando Tour. The reason he had acquired even the slightest bit of information stemmed from a mention of this name by a clerk earlier that morning while examining a particular weapon in the armory. Merely knowing a name enabled the system to gather some data. Hence, with more acquired information, the system could unveil additional treasure details that Alka remained unaware of. Besides the location marker, Alka deemed this feature to be the most beneficial. Before long, Signer burst back into the room, stating, Arando was a renowned gunsmith on the island, known for crafting firearms that fetched exorbitant prices. However, he perished during a sea voyage 30 years ago. As for his estate, it lies just outside the city, long abandoned. And with no heirs, it is rumored that any valuables within have long been pillaged. The governor's mansion on the island awaits the automatic expiration of the estate's contract, followed by its demolition and subsequent reconstruction. After exhaling the words in one breath, Signer sat breathlessly on the adjacent bed, gulping down water from his cup. Phew. That's all there is to it. Did you glean any information? Alka nodded, then turned back to scrutinize the map, adopting a contemplative demeanor. Observing Alka in such a state, Signer chose to remain silent, unwilling to disrupt his train of thought. Should he interrupt, the treasure might slip through their fingers, which would indeed be a pity. Before Alka lay updated information regarding the treasure. The pinnacle masterpiece of Arando Tour, difficulty, Hercules, notoriety, 7, treasure information, the estate of Arando Tour, housing the masterpieces from the zenith of its owner's career, remains undiscovered to this day. A masterpiece from the pinnacle of his career undoubtedly implied a firearm, and it had reached the level of a magical item. From the recent mention of the blue light, Alka discerned that the name referred to magical treasure. Equipped with this knowledge, he began to ponder earnestly. The estate, now deserted and abandoned, had likely been stripped of valuable items over the decades, indicating that the current danger was minimal. The acquisition difficulty was classified as Hercules, suggesting that obtaining the treasure would indeed require considerable strength, likely positioned in a location necessitating the lifting of heavy objects. Contemplating this, Alka folded the map and, grasping Signer's hand, ventured outside. Come, I shall lead you to the treasure. All right, let us be swift. Sight, with a deftness born of familiarity, grasped 2 weapons from the table by the entrance, handing one of the sailor's knives to Alka. After exchanging greetings with Obey, he set off towards the location marked on the map. Alka had brought Sight along primarily due to the challenging nature of the task at hand, strength in numbers. After all, moreover, embarking on a treasure hunt with Sight would surely provide ample fodder for conversation back home, pleasing Anna Mashi's heart. Chapter 19. The Hidden Ones. Is this truly the estate of Arando Tour? Sight contemplated the rusted, dilapidated gate before him, its entire framework crumbling, while the surrounding walls lay cracked and collapsed. Through the iron gate and broken walls, he glimpsed the interior, a lawn overrun with weeds, where a stone pathway meandered, now shrouded in dirt and moss. This pathway stretched straight towards a 3-story edifice, its surfaces adorned with creeping vines and various flora, some walls having deteriorated due to years of neglect. Were it not for the encroaching vegetation, one could still envision the architectural elegance of the structure. Yet now, it stood as a mere shadow of its former glory, a forsaken estate. As he surveyed the estate, Sight turned to Alka. Unable to restrain his curiosity, how did you come to ascertain that treasure lay hidden here, merely from a stroll through the city? Is that not rather hasty? Casting a sidelong glance at Sight, Alka raised his hand to tap his temple. Hence, I am a treasure hunter. TSK. Sight rolled his eyes and turned away, bemused by Alka's ostentation. The location indicated on the map is indeed the abandoned manor before them. Upon their arrival, they had inquired with the locals, confirming that this estate once belonged to Tour. Let us proceed inside, Alka suggested, and together with Sigtur, they made their way toward the entrance. The cobblestone path, long neglected, bore clear footprints and was notably slippery, likely due to yesterday's rainfall. Upon reaching the side of the building, Sigtur approached and knocked on the surrounding walls. No issues here. They are quite sturdy, he remarked, retrieving the torch he had been carrying and igniting it with a flint. Although there were windows and some crumbling walls, the view was obscured by the overgrowth of plants and vines, casting a dim light within. Alka stepped forward, drawing the sailor's cutlass from his waist and gripping it firmly. Observing Alka's actions, Sigtur also placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, furrowing his brow as he inquired, could there be danger? Steady your nerves, Alka replied. The previous challenge had been that of an adult. While Alka felt this was indeed the same level of difficulty, he had been startled by the sudden resurrection of skeletons. Yet, upon reflection, had he not ventured forth, his mother's remains would undoubtedly have remained undisturbed. Viewed in this light, it was merely an ordinary adult's challenge, with the only difficulty lying in how to ascend to the cave in the cliff. However, who could say if the Hercules' difficulty might present some adversaries? The two entered the manor, and the first space they encountered was likely the main hall of the estate. The previous belongings have all been removed, and examining the walls reveals that some bricks may have been taken by the surrounding residents, Sigta remarked while gazing at the somewhat dilapidated room. Alka kicked at the dust and withered leaves scattered across the floor. It seems this place has not been visited for several years. The walls are tattered, and the furniture has nearly been cleared away, with only a few wooden cabinets embedded in the walls remaining. Scattered around are small fire pits in areas that suggest habitation at some point. After all, this abandoned estate could serve as a decent refuge for anyone in distress. It is also likely to have become a secret hideout for children. In such a vast space, where might treasures be concealed? And is there truly treasure to be found? Sigta tapped here and there with the hilt of his knife, unable to suppress his curiosity. Rest assured, Alka reassured him, beginning to wander through the hall. To uncover treasures, one must possess sufficient strength. Let us explore this estate and examine each room for any clues. No problem, they replied in unison, with torches in hand. The two commenced their leisurely exploration throughout the estate. Alka, at some point, had acquired a straight wooden stick, which he used to tap around. Are you trying to detect hidden compartments with the sound of tapping? You could say that, came the reply. Quite professional. The two engaged in light banter as they completed their circuit of the first floor, finding no other noteworthy locations, as nearly every area was starkly empty. The two individuals ascended to the second floor, where the rooms were largely furnished with wooden beds that had yet to be entirely dismantled. These beds were either intended for servants or designated as guest accommodations. After exploring the area, Alka could not help but exclaim, "This is so empty. These people truly leave nothing behind." There was no sign of anything suspicious to be found. Suddenly, a faint creaking sound emanated from above. Instantly, both drew their blades. Gazing up at the ceiling, they exchanged glances, and Sigta made a silent gesture, followed by a slight shake of his head. Alka nodded in response. Thus, they proceeded toward the staircase. They had previously noted that this was the sole staircase in the entire building. Holding their torches aloft, they moved quietly. As they stealthily ascended to the upper floor, they encountered a dilapidated door that creaked in the gentle breeze. The window of this room was completely shattered, and a section of the wall was missing. The waning daylight of dusk filtered into the room. "Ah, it's just the wind. You startled me," Alka remarked, turning to look at Sigta, who responded with a slight surprise before nodding in understanding. "Let us see if there is anything of interest on the third floor," Alka suggested. Beginning to explore the various rooms above, Sigta followed closely behind, having positioned his blade for easy access. The magical prowess bestowed by his ring had already alerted Alka to the peculiarities of their surroundings upon their arrival. The creaking sound heard from downstairs could not have originated from that door, for the noise produced by it was far too faint. Moreover, when they heard the creaking, it was directly above their heads, and they were nowhere near the staircase at that moment. It seemed implausible for anyone to have emerged. Indeed, someone was present. There were also some very subtle traces that had not been cleared away in time. The two meandered about until they arrived at a larger area compared to the guest rooms, which also featured a small balcony. Upon reaching the balcony, they leaned out to gaze below. Alka pointed the long knife in his hand toward the edge of the balcony. "Come out. I have already seen you." Below the balcony, in a small pit, there remained a puddle of water left by the rain, faintly reflecting the figure of the person clinging beneath. Sigurd immediately stood beside him, knife in hand, on alert, watching as no one emerged. Alka chuckled wryly and remarked, "Blonde hair, brown. All right, you win." As soon as the words left his lips, a figure swiftly climbed up from below the balcony, grasped the edge, and jumped into the balcony space, landing in a crouch to steady himself, while simultaneously pulling a hat from behind onto his head. Chapter 20. Mechanisms. This was a man with wheat-colored hair, clad in a brownish-yellow vest over a short-sleeved shirt. His trousers resembled leather, and he wore a pair of boots, apart from a leather bag slung over his back. He appeared to bear no weapons. Alka and his companion pointed their long knives at him, slowly retreating. Observing the actions of the two individuals, the young man raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he bore no ill intentions. "There's no need for such wariness. I believe I arrived here first," he said with a smile, his tone light and untroubled. "I merely wished to remain inconspicuous, Yet I did not anticipate your heightened vigilance. What brings you here? Why the secrecy? Arka inquired, as Alka pointed a knife at him. After all, if mere curiosity was the intent, there was little need for such concealment. Furthermore, the ability to dangle one's entire body beneath the balcony was evidently not a feat achievable by an ordinary person. The man adjusted his hat. I overheard some of your conversation. You are also here in search of something valuable, are you not? Upon hearing this, both individuals furrowed their brows, realizing that this stranger was aware of their quest for treasure. Although it might not be precisely termed treasure, it could certainly be referred to as the relics of Tur. With this thought in mind, Arka felt there was little left to conceal and directly asked, do you possess any information? If it is something we are unaware of, perhaps we could collaborate. The young man chuckled at Arka's words and then offered a slight bow. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Jason Fowles, a treasure seeker. Might I have the honor of learning your names? Sight, without hesitation, responded Sigurd Berg from Golden Wheat Island. Upon hearing this, Arka restrained his impulse to turn and question Sigurd, pondering why it was necessary to divulge one's origin alongside their name. Alka Ragu. Jason appeared to have an epiphany as he nodded and remarked, so it turns out you are from Home Island. There is no need for such wariness, after all. I am merely a treasure seeker, not a ruthless pirate with no escape. Sig sheathed his weapon and then patted Alka, signaling to put away their arms. It seemed that Home Island harbored secrets unknown to him, which he resolved to inquire about later. With this thought, Alka also secured his weapon. In this context, he chose to trust Sig's judgment. Since they aimed to exchange information, why not collaborate in the pursuit of this modest treasure? Of course, whatever we find shall be divided equally among the three of us, based on our contributions. After a moment's contemplation, Alka nodded in agreement. No problem. It is unnecessary for me to reiterate information that is likely common knowledge among the islanders. Before his demise, Orlando Tur crafted his most remarkable work within his residence. One day, he ventured out on a naval mission, assisting in research endeavors. His willingness to leave suggests that his creation must have succeeded. However, it remains undiscovered, and no one has found it in his abode. Upon hearing this, Alka narrowed his eyes slightly, realizing that this information likely led to the emergence of additional treasure-related insights. Now, it is your turn, he stated. At this, Sig turned to look at Alka. His knowledge was no different from that of the others on the island. Alka should possess greater insight. Gazing into Sig's eyes, he silently shouted, "Do not look at me. I know as much as you do." Yet, maintaining a composed demeanor, he countered with a question. How long have you been searching in this estate? Do you have a structural diagram of the manor? Observing Jason's expression, Alka quickly added, I may know a few locations where he has hidden items, but I am not familiar with this estate. Upon hearing this, Jason frowned and pressed his lips together. After a moment of careful consideration, he finally said, "All right, I managed to acquire a diagram from the governor's office." As he spoke, he retrieved a rolled-up parchment from his backpack and handed it to Alka. Upon receiving it, Alka immediately unfurled the paper. It consisted of 2 layers. A thin sheet of paper covered a piece of parchment. The diagram depicted the estate beneath their feet, divided into several sections, illustrating the first floor with courtyards and the upper 2 levels of the other buildings. Alka blinked, and a blue light appeared on the paper. He reached out to touch the surface, inadvertently tapping the light. Indeed, the text transformed. Treasure information. Orlando Tur's estate houses the masterpieces from the peak of the owner's career. It also contains various failed creations left behind in his secret workshop, made during his pursuit of perfection. As he absorbed this information and considered the light on the diagram, he noted that the light was located on the first floor. In a non-existent room on the first floor, the area depicted in the blueprint represented a load-bearing column. Such a minuscule space could hardly be deemed a room. The blueprint was promptly tucked away. Shall we explore the first floor? This blueprint seems somewhat incongruent with the area I just traversed. Upon hearing this, Sigurd eagerly followed suit, subtly shifting to keep a wary eye on Jason. Conversely, Jason merely raised an eyebrow. He was no fool. He discerned that Alka was remarkably youthful, and from certain gestures, he appeared more like a novice sailor than a seasoned treasure hunter. The reason for Alka's candidness in sharing information was that he had been searching for several days and was on the verge of surrendering his quest. Convinced that Orlando had either failed or that the artifact had long been claimed by previous visitors, today was merely a casual visit, tinged with a sense of resignation. Did he truly stumble upon something? With this thought, he promptly followed Alka. The group ascended the staircase to the first floor, where Alka halted at the stairway's entrance. Gazing at the 2 walls adjacent to the staircase's corner, he extended his hand, clenched into a fist, and knocked. Observing Alka's actions, Jason interjected, "This is solid. It is merely a load-bearing column of the building." Ignoring Jason's remark, Alka focused on the handrail closely aligned with the wall. Logically, the side adjacent to the wall typically lacks a handrail, yet here it had been installed. He placed his hand on the rail and began to knock. As the sound echoed, he listened intently for any response from within. A smile involuntarily graced his face as he began to twist his hands around the entirety of the handrail's pillar. At last, he managed to turn it in a central section. With a series of clicks, a fine layer of dust fell from the adjacent wall. Then, nothing further transpired. Chapter 21. The treasure revealed. The air hung in a deathly silence, tinged with an awkwardness. Ahem. Alka cleared his throat and nonchalantly approached the wall where the sound had just emanated. The dust had indeed fallen from this vibrating surface. He raised his hand to touch the wall, brushing over it, and felt the uneven texture beneath his fingers. There was a crevice, and he traced it, discovering a stone door approximately 2 meters wide. This door had been concealed here. The mechanism I had just turned should have been the switch. Yet perhaps due to the passage of time and lack of maintenance, it had fallen into disrepair. Jason, having discerned Alka's previous actions, approached and stood beside him, beginning to gently tap along the wall. Only Sigurd remained beside them, utterly bewildered, silently observing with an eagerness to learn gleaming in his eyes. After circling the stone door and its surroundings with his taps, he lifted his head again and brushed the dust from his ears. This door appeared to be a push type, presenting quite a challenge. Why do I say this? Alka was, after all, a novice treasure hunter, lacking knowledge of many aspects, whereas the object before him seemed unmistakably professional. Jason placed both hands against the stone door and pushed forcefully forward. However, the door remained utterly immovable. To access this stone door, one must push the entire massive boulder in order to discover an entrance on either side, or perhaps just one side. This concealed space likely possesses entrances on both sides. If it were a rotating mechanism, a mere forceful push against one side would suffice to spin the stone door and grant us entry, requiring significantly less effort. Alka nodded in understanding. No wonder the challenge was rated as Herculean. It was indeed necessary to move this hefty stone door to unveil the passageway within. "Let us push together. Perhaps we can succeed," suggested Sigurd, stepping forward. "Very well, let us give it a try." With that, the three positioned themselves against the wall, using their shoulders and elbows to brace against the imposing stone door. "I will count to 3. On my mark, we push with all our strength. 3, 2, 1, push." At Alka's command, the trio exerted themselves, pushing against the door with all their might. As they strained, muffled grunts escaped their lips, and their faces flushed slightly from the exertion. Yet, their legs began to slide backwards, and the stone door merely swayed slightly, showing no signs of yielding. "This won't do. We lack the strength," Jason panted, leaning on his knees, breathless. Alka, equally winded, gazed at the unyielding stone door. They had underestimated the Herculean challenge. Of course, to abandon their efforts now would be a great pity. Seeking assistance from others might provoke envy and lead to unnecessary complications, potentially requiring them to share their spoils. Naturally, they were reluctant to do so. The more individuals involved, the less each would receive. Alka began to survey the surroundings, pondering what resources might be available to aid their endeavor. Gazing at the floor beneath, I reached out to caress my chin. "Let us create a few indentations in this floor. It would facilitate our efforts." Did the stone door not just tremble slightly? That indicates we are almost there. "Very well. Let us proceed." Sigurd nodded in agreement to Alka's suggestion. Jason, resigned to the circumstances, remarked, "All right then, we cannot conjure a better solution at this moment." He retrieved a small hammer and a shovel from his bag, and the group commenced their labor. Before long, 3 depressions had manifested on the surface. "Let us try again," Alka declared as he positioned his legs in the indentations, bracing himself against the wall. The others followed suit. 3, 2, 1, push. This time, with the leverage provided by the depressions, the trio exerted their utmost strength. At last, the stone slab noticeably loosened. Heave. Sensing the shift, the 3 began to roar, pushing forward with all their might. The stone door gradually yielded, revealing 2 passageways on either side. Phew, finally accomplished. The trio eagerly ventured through the side entrance. It was engulfed in darkness. Just as Sigurd was about to retrieve the torch he had recently set down, Jason produced a palm-sized lantern from his backpack, igniting it with a flick of his wrist. As they turned a corner, they entered a small chamber, roughly 3 meters wide and 6 or 7 meters long. A large table was laden with an array of rusted and entirely unusable tools, the purpose of which was indecipherable. Scattered about were some hand-drawn blueprints, now marred with grime and oil, rendering them unreadable. Alka had already discerned the treasure he sought in this dimly lit environment, for its outline had become evident. Suddenly, he spoke. According to our earlier agreement, the three of us shall divide the spoils equally, with contributions determining the order of selection. Should we encounter multiple treasures, the order will be as follows: myself, Jason, and Sigurd. As he spoke, Alka turned to Jason and inquired, "Do you have any objections? It is best to clarify this now to avoid any disputes later." Jason nodded in agreement. "Of course, let it be as you proposed. I have no issues with it." Alka then glanced at Sigurd, who affirmed, "I have no objections either." "Very well, then it is settled," Alka declared. The three then commenced their search for the treasures within the space, among which was the weapon Alka had spotted. Ultimately, all the items were laid out upon the table, revealing an array of seismic guns, 4 handguns and 2 that resembled short shotguns. Both men turned their gazes to Alka, who promptly selected the short shotgun that had previously captured his attention. Each firearm bore a unique appearance, yet all exhibited a strikingly diverse style, appearing both exquisite and opulent. Though classified as weapons, they resembled decorative pieces. Thus, the true nature of their functionality was not discernible at first glance, making Alka's choice of the distinctly different short shotgun a logical one, as it appeared more valuable. Once Alka had made his selection, Jason immediately picked up one of the handguns. Observing this, Sigurd unceremoniously claimed the remaining short shotgun. In the end, Jason found himself in possession of 2 handguns. Alka and Sigurd each wielded a short shotgun and a pistol. Thus, their collaboration concluded here. "We shall take our leave now." Upon hearing Alka's words, Jason shrugged, "Of course. Do as you please." Subsequently, the two departed without hesitation, retracing their steps through the dimming twilight, exiting the manor. As they emerged, they noticed Jason at the entrance of the building, waving farewell to them. Concealing their firearms within their garments, they traversed the muddy path and returned to the port city. Chapter 22. The harvest. At this moment, the white sailboat had closed its doors. Upon entering through a side entrance, they encountered 2 gentlemen in the hall, indulging in libations. Their cheeks were flushed, already inebriated. "Take a stroll and enjoy your drink," came the voice of Obey from behind. "Dinner has been delivered to your room. It should still be warm." "All right, understood." They then retrieved their respective weapons, placing them upon the table. "Is this what treasure hunting entails?" "It is utterly fascinating." Perhaps it was the novelty of their first treasure hunt, for a glimmer of excitement still lingered on Sigurd's face as he toyed with his pistol. "Have you used it before?" Alka inquired. Sigurd nodded. "I had one previously, but my mother purchased it for me. You know, sailing can sometimes be perilous. However," his voice trailed off softly, "but I ended up breaking that pistol, and I dared not confess to my mother." No wonder he hadn't seen him use them. "However, these 2 firearms are devoid of ammunition. It seems that a trip to procure some supplies will be necessary tomorrow." After such a lengthy period, one cannot ascertain whether these guns are still functional, Sigurd remarked as he began to examine the handgun in his possession. Judging by its exterior, there appeared to be no significant flaws, save for a considerable accumulation of dust. Alka surveyed the 2 firearms before him, one of which bore a striking resemblance to the prized possession he had previously encountered in the shop. The grip was crafted from a notably more comfortable wood, with a delightful matte finish. His gaze then fell entirely upon the sawed-off, double-barreled shotgun, which could also be referred to as a shotgun pistol. Its length was approximately the same as his forearm. The barrel was adorned with intricate golden engravings, showcasing elegant lines, while the trigger and grip also featured exquisite relief carvings. It resembled a piece of art, and the barrel was evidently constructed from a type of metal that did not feel like iron to the touch. This was a true treasure. Yet, there were no visible signs of any defects. At that moment, Sigurd, having completed his inspection of his 2 firearms, remarked that the handgun utilized size 3 ammunition, indeed a considerable power. Acquiring ammunition for such a double-barreled shotgun could prove to be a challenge, and it remained uncertain whether it was readily available. Clearly, Sigurd possessed far greater knowledge in this regard. Until now, he had been oblivious to the distinctions in ammunition types for handguns, the only information he held being that the larger the number, the greater the caliber. He procured a stool, seated himself at the table, and unfurled the map once more. A subtle tremor in his palm revealed a diminutive blue crystal, no larger than a pinky finger. This peculiar object had been discovered inadvertently within the secret chamber and had immediately found its way into his grasp. It appeared to be of some unique material. With a flick of his wrist, the crystalline fragment vanished from sight. Alka redirected his focus to the map, clicking on the now dimmed blue light point. The legacy of Arando Tour. Treasure. Difficulty. Hercules. Notability. 6. Treasure information. Arando Tour's Manor. Home to the masterpieces from the zenith of its owner's career. It also housed various failed creations left behind in his quest for perfection, all within his clandestine workshop. The sole regret is that the pinnacle of his works is not his cherished revolver, but rather a shotgun in the form of a pistol. Treasure acquired. The Seeker, G3 shotgun pistol, Jungle Cat, 6-shot revolver. With the acquisition of this treasure, Alka gleaned further information from Arando's secret chamber. It became evident why Jason had opted for 2 pistols. He lifted the somewhat weighty shotgun, aptly named the Seeker. Could its peculiar abilities be linked to its name? He pondered the nature of its special powers and how to unlock them. At that moment, Sigurd placed the firearm under the pillow and brought over the bread and stew from the side table. Another stew, this time of sea fish. Couldn't Tiobe offer something different? Surely, he was not limited to this dish alone. Handing Alka his portion, he continued to grumble. Alka shook his head helplessly and smiled, saying, "Let us be content with what we have to eat. After a meal, we should rest for a while. And tomorrow we can venture into the market to procure some supplies." "All right, I shall accompany you tomorrow. These merchants delight in exploiting us, the inhabitants of the homelands," he added. Upon hearing this, Alka immediately inquired, "Why is that? What distinguishes the people of the homelands?" Sigurd turned his head, his cheeks still busily chewing. Casting a peculiar glance at Alka, "Are you not aware?" "How would I know?" Alka replied. "Ah, indeed." Sigurd scratched his head, suddenly recalling Alka's situation. Each homeland island is blessed by the divine, featuring unique crops, fertile lands, and a pleasant environment, all ensuring the island's safety. Most importantly, the residents of these islands are under divine protection. As he spoke, Sigurd's smile grew ever brighter. Those who harm the inhabitants of the homeland islands without cause, especially leading to death, will be cursed. Thus, under normal circumstances, no one would wish to harm the residents of the homeland islands, and likewise, the inhabitants would not deliberately offend others. Sigurd shrugged and took a hearty bite of the bread in his hand. After all, should we provoke others? I believe they would be more than willing to give us a thrashing, and we would not receive any protection. Upon hearing this, Alka nodded in sudden realization. So, the Golden Wheat Island is indeed sheltered by the Stone Mother? Does this mean that the deities of this world truly exist? Such thoughts stirred a slight astonishment within him. No, that cannot be. In the otherworldly realm lies extraordinary power, as well as life that genuinely exists. Thus, what is there to be astonished about? With this thought in mind, Alka quietly began to eat his meal. In the darkness, only the moonlight gently illuminated the world above the sea. A small, solitary canoe carried an individual as it drifted away from the island. Not far from its course, a ship lingered in the shadows. The canoe anchored beneath the vessel, and the person aboard climbed the rope ladder, holding a lantern. A rugged male voice echoed. Jason patted his clothing and retrieved the 2 handguns he had acquired during the day from his backpack, offering them to him. "Quick, don't speak. Just check if either of these guns possesses magical properties." The man examined them briefly before shaking his head. Observing this gesture, Jason struck his thigh in frustration. Damn it. What terrible luck. After so many days, it can't be just for these 2 guns, right? It's hardly worth it. After assessing his body, he proceeded into the cabin. "Where's the captain?" "The captain is currently in the captain's quarters, as he is quite displeased with your mood." I understand. I will explain." Alas, such misfortune. With that, Jason entered the cabin, and once again, silence enveloped the ship. Suddenly, the sail above descended. The entire vessel glided gently forward in the night's breeze, vanishing after passing through the faint white mist upon the sea. Chapter 23, Ammunition? Girlfriend, is there anything you wish to purchase today? Or perhaps something that piques your interest? In the early morning, the sound of sig resonated at the entrance where the white sailboats were anchored. Alka stretched lazily and remarked, "First, we must procure some ammunition. Then acquire a few sets of clothing, and gather some materials and tools. A more detailed map would be splendid." Upon hearing Alka's requests, Sig nodded thoughtfully and shook his head slightly. "What are we waiting for? Let us be off." The 2 of them set forth along the cobblestone path toward the heart of the city, eventually arriving at the armory that Alka had first visited. "Shall we go here?" Alka mused, sensing the exorbitant prices of their wares. "Certainly not. This is the official armory of the Golden Alliance. prices will be steep, but the quality is guaranteed. Instead, we shall venture into the alley beside it. With that, Sig led Alka 100 meters further, turning into a narrow alleyway. There, they encountered a shabby shop devoid of a sign. Sig approached and rapped on the seemingly fragile wooden door. Where's the owner? Where has he gone? I need ammunition. Coming. Coming. Why the rush so early in the morning? A rather disheveled young man ambled over. His hair was a disarray, streaked with grease. His face bore a layer of grime, and he wore a leather apron, tarnished with stains and dirt. As he approached, he wiped his face with his unclean hands, only smudging it further. What do you want in terms of ammunition? He inquired. Having already discussed their needs on the way, Sig replied directly. 6 boxes of ammunition for a number 3 pistol. Do you have such rounds available? As he spoke, he retrieved the short-barreled shotgun he had acquired the previous day from his pocket. The proprietor lifted his gaze for a moment. Is this an Arando creation? Remarkably, it appears to be a pistol-type shotgun, quite unusual. Surely, it's not a counterfeit, is it? No need for so many questions. Do you have it? Upon hearing Sigtur's inquiry, the owner shrugged and replied, such ammunition is difficult to procure. It costs 10 copper coins each. So expensive? That's daylight robbery. If you find it too costly, you can purchase from that larger store over there. Noticing the look in Sigtur's eyes, Alka said, then I'll take 20 rounds, and I shall have 10 rounds as well. At this, the proprietor chuckled. For the number 3 pistol rounds, it's 2 copper coins each. Discounting the change, it totals to 2 silver snakes and 100 copper coins. Payment in advance, he stated. Sigtur grimaced but produced 3 silver snakes from his purse, handing them over. The owner accepted them, weighing them in his hand with a smile before retreating to the back. Moments later, he returned bearing 2 bags. Here's your 100 copper coins, and this contains the ammunition. Sigtur lifted the coin pouch, weighing it and listening to the clinking sound before pocketing it. After inspecting the bullets to ensure their quality, he finally took his leave. Let us go now and procure you some attire. After meandering about, it wasn't until noon that Alka had completed his shopping. He had gathered various garments, boots, hats, and an assortment of tools and materials from a hardware store. Why do you need so many tools and materials? Planning to learn a trade? Sigtur inquired, eyeing Alka's full backpack with curiosity. Upon reflecting on this, Alka came to a halt. He retrieved a silver serpent from his pocket and displayed it in his palm. Observe closely. The silver serpent danced gracefully between his hands, as if guided by an invisible thread. Suddenly, Alka clasped it tightly. Where is it now? Of course, it is in your left hand, Sig remarked, unable to suppress a chuckle. Incorrect, Alka replied, shaking his head, and then he patted the exterior of his pocket. It is right here. How can that be? Sig laughed, reaching into his own pocket, but his smile quickly vanished. He pulled out a silver serpent, its head bearing a distinct mark. Sig's eyes widened in astonishment. How did you achieve that? I am a wizard. Oh, come now. I too have attended the circus. It must be some kind of trick, right? Good to know. I shan't divulge my secrets. The two then continued their journey. Inheritance. Inheritance? Sig appeared puzzled. Very well. Alka turned to him and inquired, where are we headed now? Ah. Yes, I need to purchase some potions. Follow me. With that, Sig led the way, and they wandered through several streets until they arrived at the other end of the seaside. The entire harbor city was situated in a concave area, with the port nestled on the right side of the indentation, while they now stood on the left. Alka gazed at a shop before him, its sign reading words of enchantment. He couldn't help but turn to Sig beside him. You sly fellow, with those prominent brows and eyes. I see you have a taste for such things. At Alka's gaze, Sig hurriedly waved his hands in protest. Do not misunderstand. This is merely a pharmacy, though the peculiar name remains a mystery. Observing Alka's narrowed eyes, it was evident he doubted the veracity of the statement. He promptly dragged Alka inside. Sigtur, you have arrived, greeted a stunning young woman with sun-kissed skin, clad in light attire, who approached with a smile and embraced Sigtur, resting her face against his chest. Witnessing this scene, Alka instinctively tilted his head back. Allow me to explain. It is not as you presume. Jenna, please step aside. What is the matter? After a thorough explanation, Alka nodded, realizing she was indeed Sigtur's girlfriend. When had this occurred? Even in his memories, there was no trace of such information. Greetings, you must be Alka. Sigtur often speaks of you. I am Jenna Deus. You may call me Jenna. Jenna graciously extended her hand, and they exchanged a handshake. After purchasing some herbs, Sigtur packaged them neatly and placed them into Alka's arms, then solemnly patted him on the shoulder. At this moment, Jenna playfully pinched Sigtur's waist. Alka gazed at Sigtur, exclaiming, "TCH, very well, I shall take my leave." He then gritted his teeth and added, "Wishing you a splendid evening." With that, he shouldered his burdens, laden with various packages, and forcefully pushed the door open, his voice trailing behind, "I hope Aunt Marcy does not embrace her grandchild too soon." Upon hearing this, Jenna laughed, covering her mouth. Observing the somewhat awkward Sigtur, he remarked, "Your brother is quite amusing. You must put in more effort." Sigtur's face flushed even deeper. Chapter 24. A bounty counted. The hard-soled boots echoed against the cobblestone path of the port on Golden Wheat Spike Island. Alka donned a cotton lining, complemented by leather trousers and a pair of ankle boots, burdened with various purchases. Unable to restrain himself, he stretched languidly. This return voyage had been exceptionally smooth, devoid of pirate encounters, and they arrived in just a little over 2 days. Turning back to the shore, he called out to the engaging Halls, "Uncle Halls, we shall take our leave." In the distance, Halls turned to them, nodding in acknowledgement, a smile gracing his lips as he waved. "I shall enter first," Sigtur announced, veering along the narrow path to the other side. After attending to his matters, he settled at a table, laying out the true spoils of their venture: a bag of coins, a pistol, a short musket, a thumb-sized blue crystal, and a pile of ammunition. He then carefully produced the most vital treasure, the map, placing it beside the table. The remaining coins totaled 20 silver serpents. Gazing at the coins in the bag, Alka reflected on his maritime expedition, having retained only the silver serpents and the 2 fragments of red gemstones. The golden sail and the golden leaves, being of considerable value, were left at home. The 2 fragments fetched 4 silver serpents, and after dividing the spoils from vanquishing the pirates, each member received their share. Alka, having dispatched the archer, was rewarded with 3 silver serpents. It amounts to the equivalent of nearly half a year's wages. However, this endeavor is fraught with peril. They are not without casualties. At that moment, a sailor tragically lost his life, while 2 others sustained injuries so severe that, regrettably, they succumbed on Toulon Island without receiving proper medical attention. Furthermore, the acquisition of ammunition, along with clothing and materials, cost him an additional 5 silver snakes. After accounting for his previous 2 treasure gains on the island, he found himself with only 20 silver snakes remaining. Yet, when including the golden sails and golden leaves, his wealth effectively reached 50 silver snakes, an absolute fortune, equivalent to a carpenter's decade of earnings. To be candid, possessing these 50 silver snakes would afford him the means to engage in any endeavor on the island, providing a sense of security. This also indirectly highlights the substantial profits associated with treasure hunting, not to mention the even more significant gains yet to be realized. With this thought in mind, he gazed at the 2 firearms. Setting the pistol aside, he picked up the lockdown, G3. With his current strength, he could easily wield it with one hand. However, he was uncertain about the weapon's unique capabilities, lacking the means to discern its qualities. A test, then. Contemplating this, Alka opened a nearby ammunition box. The box containing the pistol cartridges was a remarkably fragile wooden case, seeming as if it could easily splinter under pressure. Both its craftsmanship and materials were extraordinarily inexpensive. The box bore a black imprint, indicating the model and its place of origin: Sook Island Armory, pistol, Model 3, GW455-6-4, DF. Alka recognized Sook Island as a vital steel manufacturing hub for the Alliance. The digits following GW ought to represent a date, specifically the date utilized by the Blood Gold Alliance since its inception. This year marks the year 456. Last year's production remains unknown. I picked up the revolver from the table, ejecting the cylinder to the left, revealing its 6 chambers. After loading it with ammunition, I reinserted the cylinder and rotated it. I aimed the handgun for a moment, indulging in the thrill, before retrieving the shotgun's ammunition. This box was evidently sturdier and featured a waterproof layer, with the contents wrapped in oilcloth, far superior to the handgun's ammunition case, as its price was several times higher. 10 rounds of ammunition were neatly arranged within. A slight shake revealed that this ammunition essentially consisted of a container filled with tiny pellets. I took the lockable G3, pried it open at the grip and barrel connection, and inserted 2 rounds. Once prepared, I tucked the revolver into the holster under my arm and placed the short shotgun in the thigh holster. Grasping 2 boxes of ammunition, I stepped into the courtyard. Alka glanced around, then picked up some wooden planks stacked in the corner by the wall, propping several upright at a distance. I retreated to approximately 10 meters away, close to the wall of the house. Drawing the handgun, I aimed carefully. Bang! As I pulled the trigger, The pellets shot forth with the reverberation of the gunfire. The sound was not as loud as previously known. Rather, it was a muffled noise, akin to the thud of the projectile striking within the barrel. If one were to stand even slightly farther away, the sound would become indistinct. It seems to possess an inherent silencing quality, exhibiting far superior stealth compared to the firearms of the previous world. With a sharp crack, the wooden board was pierced effortlessly. Perhaps it was due to the mastery of magic and the sense of control granted by the ring that this strike was remarkably precise. To my astonishment, I discovered I might be a shooting prodigy, Alka mused with a smile. Subsequently, he frantically squeezed the trigger, firing 5 consecutive shots, emptying the remaining rounds. Almost all found their mark, reducing the board to splinters without a single miss. The recoil was virtually non-existent, which was truly astonishing. The mechanism of this handgun remained a mystery. The schematics in the chamber were long since tattered and charred, rendering them illegible. Yet, one could sense the vibrations without experiencing significant recoil, likely linked to its name, Shatterstone. It might be a peculiar material unique to this world. He reached down to lift the short shotgun from his thigh. This was of utmost importance. Aiming, he pulled the trigger. Bang. The sound reverberated as the recoil lifted the shotgun high. This recoil was markedly pronounced, but with mental preparation. It could be managed to a certain extent even when firing 2 shots with one hand. In the distance, a wooden board shattered, still striking with remarkable accuracy. The steel ball even penetrated the board, embedding itself into the wooden wall, which was composed of solid wooden stakes. Its penetrating power was formidable. However, Alka felt no sense of the extraordinary. He couldn't help but furrow his brow as he examined the firearm closely. At the upper part of the grip, there was a small eagle decoration, about the size of a thumb. After firing a shot, it was evident that this could be manipulated. Gently nudging it upwards, Alka fired once more. This time, the new wooden plank was completely penetrated and fractured, yet it remained unshattered. Sensing something amiss, Alka once again loaded 2 rounds of ammunition. With a flick of the lever, he fired both shots. So this is how it works, but is this all it can do? The upward and downward motion of the lever signifies whether the bullets expand or condense. However, if this is all there is to it, it would be quite disappointing. After flipping it over and analyzing it several times, he could uncover nothing new. Surely, one must harness magical energy to unlock its true potential. He gazed at the ceiling of the small cabin, realizing that not all magical artifacts operate like the initial ring he acquired, which functioned without the need for magical energy. He pondered when the treasure hunting team, as mentioned by Priest Parky, would arrive. Alka felt an increasing yearning for that enchanting power. Chapter 25. The stranger, a robust middle-aged man, was striding from the harbor toward the small town. He walked the streets in brown short boots, carrying a seemingly heavy cloth bag. As he ambled along, one could hear him humming an unfamiliar tune, suggesting his spirits were quite high. The townsfolk, bustling about, occasionally cast curious glances at this unfamiliar middle-aged man, who had never before graced their town, until he vanished into its depths. He continued along the path, aiming for the heart of the island, the cemetery and the statue of the Stone Mother. At the entrance of the cemetery, Priest Parky stood quietly awaiting him, a smile creeping onto his face as he observed the figure approaching from a distance. Before long, the figure approached him, revealing the unfamiliar man who had just appeared in the town. "Andre, you have arrived," he said, as he lifted his head and removed his cowboy hat. He had slightly dull silver hair and a face that bore an appealing maturity. A conspicuous scar shaped like an X crossed over his left eye, yet it had not harmed his vision. A cigarette hung from his lips, which he habitually expelled onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot. At that moment, Parrish furrowed his brow. "All right, fine," the man replied with resignation, bending down to retrieve the extinguished cigarette and carelessly tossing it into his pocket. "Now, tell me, why have you summoned me? What assistance could you possibly require?" Upon hearing this, Parrish fixed his gaze upon him and spoke calmly. "I wish for you to help me train a child, to enlist him in your treasure hunting team." "Excuse me?" the man replied, taken aback. "I must have misheard. Parrish, you intend to send a child into my treasure hunting team?" Observing the man's astonishment, Parrish clarified, "Andre, the child is already 16 years old." 16? That is merely the cusp of adulthood. By your account, he must be from Home Island. You must understand that my work is no trifling matter. It is fraught with combat and death. At this juncture, Andre could not resist pulling out a fresh cigarette from his pocket once more. "It is inconceivable for me to go out of my way to care for him due to your reasons." After uttering this, he placed a cigarette between his lips, rolling it between his thumb and forefinger before igniting it. He inhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of smoke. Moreover, it is worth noting that the treasure hunting expedition is not open to just anyone. It necessitates a wealth of knowledge and experience. He possesses a certain level of knowledge and experience, in addition to a natural talent. Upon hearing Parker's words, Andre cast a disdainful glance in his direction, seemingly skeptical. After all, he is merely a 16-year-old boy, a sheltered child from Home Island. I am not lying. Just a week or two ago, he discovered the treasure hidden by Jack on the island, all by himself. Upon hearing this, Andre uttered an intrigued sound. That magician, Jack? Yes, quite interesting. But surely that treasure would suffice for him to live a carefree life? In response, Parker shook his head. The treasure was claimed by someone else. He did not obtain anything. After a brief pause, he rephrased his thoughts. However, you must have acquired Jack's legacy and experienced the enchanting power. Ah, I see, Andre remarked, smacking his lips. A young man on the cusp of adulthood, intrigued by treasure hunting, possessing the capacity to truly reap rewards, and most importantly, having encountered extraordinary power. How luring are boundless wealth and magical abilities? Parker nodded in agreement. Such temptation is undeniably enticing for a 16-year-old. They have traversed similar paths, acutely aware that resistance often proves counterproductive. What is his name? Andre inquired, his interest piqued. Alka Ragu. Alka. Parker observed a shift in Andre's tone, looking at him intently. Do you know him? This only heightened the intrigue. Very well, I accept your request. I shall take this individual under my wing. Provided he demonstrates the requisite potential, I will guide him to touch the realms he seeks. This is precisely your intention, is it not? No one could be a more fitting mentor than I. Now, cease that frown. It is rare for us to gather like this. Come, let us enjoy a drink. Very well. Alka stood within his modest courtyard. Beside the grand tree before him, a humanoid target had inexplicably materialized. It was adorned with straw and various markings. As his arm swung, two silver flashes arced through the air, embedding themselves in the target's forehead and neck. These silver glimmers were, astonishingly, two metallic cards, gleaming with a sharp radiance. More silver flashes followed. Then, Alka snapped his fingers, producing another card in his right hand, which he flung forth. The card sailed in a straight line, striking the target's forehead. It bore the image of a heart, resembling a playing card. With a gentlemanly bow, Alka adjusted his top hat and smiled. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard, calling, Alka, Alka. Upon hearing this, Alka promptly straightened his posture, removed the tie from his collar, and tossed his top hat aside into the corner of the house. With an air of nonchalance, he strode purposefully towards the target. Sigit pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard, momentarily taken aback by Alka's appearance. Aren't you hot? Alka was clad in a white undershirt, complemented by a sleek black waistcoat. His trousers were impeccably straight, and he donned a pair of pristine boots. A corner of a white handkerchief peeked from the pocket of his waistcoat. Clearing his throat, Alka maintained his composure as he coughed lightly. He retrieved the card from the target and stored it away before advancing towards Sigit, casually kicking the discarded top hat farther from the house. Observing the metallic card in Alka's hand, Sigit smiled and remarked, So what do you think? Quite well crafted, isn't it? Indeed, I rather like it, Alka replied. In total, he possessed 12 metallic cards, which he had commissioned Sigit to customize for him during his trip to Tehran Island. The 12 cards had cost him 2 silver serpents. But they were certainly worth it, perfectly fulfilling his requirements. Did you rush over for a specific reason? I heard from the uncle that there is an unfamiliar middle-aged man dressed in peculiar attire who has gone to the cemetery. What do you think? Shall we head to the port to see that ship? It's truly magnificent. Alka couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at Sigit's words. A foreign, opulent vessel approached the cemetery, accompanied by a stranger. Could it possibly be the treasure-hunting party spoken of by Parky? Just as this thought crossed my mind, the voice of Priest Parky resonated from outside the courtyard. Chapter 26. The arrival of the treasure hunters. Alka, are you home? Upon hearing this voice, the excited Alka sprang to his feet, waving his hand in response. Yes, I am home. Upon hearing this, Priest Parky entered with a robust man clad in a black trench coat and adorned with a cowboy hat. Priest? Sigit acknowledged Parky with arms crossed in a gesture of respect. Alka mirrored this action in kind. The man, known as Andre, waved his hand to interrupt the priest, removing his hat and scrutinizing Alka from head to toe. Young man, I am Andre Kligan, the leader of the Bluefish treasure hunting party. And you are? Alka. After sizing up the middle-aged man before him, replied nonchalantly, Alka Lagu. Parky has already informed me of your situation. I consent to your joining my treasure hunting party, but if you desire to obtain what you seek. He stepped forward, leaning in slightly to gaze intently at Alka, and murmured, You must present a value that merits my investment. With that, he produced a rolled sheet of paper from seemingly nowhere and pressed it into Alka's hands. If you agree, sign here. It is still morning. I shall wait until dusk at the latest. Decide quickly. Having spoken, he turned away with an air of nonchalance. Pushing open the grand gate of the courtyard and stepping outside, Parker, standing nearby, did not intervene. He merely observed Alka in silence. He is my friend. His reputation is impeccable and his abilities commendable. However, you, dear Alka, are you truly prepared? After speaking, he nodded toward Alka and signed her before proceeding onward. At the threshold, he offered a similar nod to the side and departed. Just then, a figure emerged at the door. It was Aunt Marcy. The deluge of unexpected news left Alka momentarily dumbfounded. He gazed at Aunt Marcy, as well as at Sigther, who was fixated on him. For a fleeting moment, Alka found himself at a loss for words, unsure of where to begin, as a torrent of thoughts surged through his mind, rendering him somewhat bewildered. Conversely, Aunt Marcy approached him, resting her hands on his shoulders, her gaze unwavering. Have you made up your mind? Child, are you truly ready to embark on this path? Even though it is fraught with hardships, suffering, and the specter of death? Upon hearing this, Alka's thoughts began to stabilize, and his resolve intensified. He nodded firmly. I have made my decision. Aunt Marcy seemed to have anticipated this, nodding with a sense of relief as she embraced Alka. Child, since you have chosen this, then go forth with courage. She then released him. At that moment, Sigtu approached with a smile. Alka, you. Before he could finish, Aunt Marcy tugged at his ear, urging him to exit. But there are no buts, hurry and go. All right, let go of me, mother. My ears are about to fall off. Observing the two figures that had already departed, along with the remnants of their conversation, Alka could not help but smile. He picked up the paper in his hand and strode into the room. Sitting at the table, he unfurled the document before him. It was densely filled with text, and Alka read through it once. This was a contract, an agreement between Alka and the Bluefish Treasure Hunting Guild. The essence of the contract stipulated that once he inscribed his name, he would be considered a member of the Bluefish Treasure Hunting Guild, bound to adhere to its terms and conditions. There were two tiers within the contract, primary members and secondary members. Primary members were indispensable assets to the Treasure Hunting Guild, possessing various strengths and capable of fulfilling crucial roles within the team, such as advisors, doctors, navigators, combatants, and decryption specialists, individuals with exceptional skills. In contrast, secondary members encompassed a broader range, including sailors, gunners, and various auxiliary personnel, among whom Alka was categorized as an apprentice member, serving as a reserve for primary members. This contract specifically pertained to apprentice members, assuring Alka that he would not be tasked with menial or laborious duties aboard the ship. However, he was expected to engage in tasks commensurate with his abilities. During treasure hunts on the islands, he was required to accompany the team, a responsibility that did not extend to secondary members. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to earn rewards based on his contributions to the treasure hunting activities he participated in. Albeit these rewards would certainly be lesser than those received by primary members, who were not subject to such limitations. If he remained on the ship for a full 2 years and still failed to meet the expectations of Captain Andre Kligan, he would be relegated to a standard secondary member or compelled to withdraw from the team. His salary was a generous one, 5 silver serpents per month. Gazing at the contract in his hand, with its clearly delineated clauses, it exuded a formal aura reminiscent of an official institution. However, Alka harbored his own interpretation of this document. According to its stipulations, under normal circumstances, the so-called primary members were those endowed with extraordinary powers, while secondary members were ordinary individuals who possessed knowledge of such powers. The so-called apprentice members appeared to serve as a buffer between the two categories. With this thought in mind and bolstered by Parrich's assurance, Alka hesitated no longer. This was the only path available to him within a short span of time. To miss this opportunity might mean the end of his chances. He picked up the feather quill from the corner of the desk, dipped it in ink, and inscribed his name upon the contract. With that, he placed the document back on the table. Glancing out the window at the sky, he noted that it was already midday, with only a few hours remaining until dusk. Having made his decision, there was no reason to linger. He retrieved the wooden suitcase he had purchased earlier and began to pack his belongings. He secured the holster and 2 firearms to his body, ensuring that his belt was properly adjusted to hold ammunition. Additionally, He placed 12 cards on the right side of his belt, each fitted with a clasp for easy access. Beneath the table, the metallic block, the hidden booklet, and his own little manual were all nestled within the compartments of the suitcase. Once everything was prepared, Alka cast a glance outside. The afternoon had arrived. He lifted the suitcase and slung the backpack over his shoulders, closing the door behind him. He looked at the grand tree in the yard, alongside the pit that had long been filled in, and the scarecrow standing nearby. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the gate and stepped outside. Chapter 27. The Blue Fist. Alka glanced towards the gate of the yard, awaiting his Aunt Marcy and Sigd. Seemingly apprehensive that his mother might again prevent him from speaking, Sigd hurriedly took a couple of steps forward to stand beside Alka, offering him the sailor's knife sheath in her hand. Alka accepted it, exclaiming, "This is my favorite knife. I shall wield it with care. May your journey across the sea be as smooth as the ocean breeze." Taking the sailor's knife from Sigd, Alka affixed it to his waist. "Do not worry," he reassured her. At that moment, Aunt Marcy approached, enveloping Alka in another embrace. "My dear, while I may not be your biological mother, I wish for your safety above all. Sometimes, certain things are not worth risking one's life for. You must learn to discern what is truly important. When you return, may it be as you are now, healthy and whole." As she spoke, the robust Aunt Marcy could not help but shed a tear. Wiping her eyes, she patted Alka's shoulder and urged, "Go forth, like the seabird, spreading your wings and soaring amidst the storms." Alka nodded heavily, then turned directly and walked along the path ahead. Soon, the voice of Sigtr reached him from behind. "What are you saying, you little rascal? Oh, don't hit me. Mom, I know I was wrong." Turning to gaze at the scene by the gate of the courtyard in the distance, a smile unconsciously crept onto Alka's face, alleviating some of the sorrow in his heart. He turned back and continued on his way. On either side of him, golden fields of wheat swayed gently in the refreshing afternoon breeze. Alka was not heading towards the harbor. Instead, he made his way to the center of the island. There were still farewells to be made. As dusk approached, Alka hurriedly ran towards the ship at the harbor, luggage in hand and backpack slung over his shoulder. At that moment, he finally caught sight of the beautiful vessel that Sigtr had spoken of. Indeed, it was just as he had described, a three-masted sailing warship resembling a galleon, approximately 30 meters in length. The ship's bow featured a grand figurehead carved into the shape of a beast with a single horn atop its head. The vessel was adorned in shades of blue and white, embellished with intricate patterns on both sides. Below deck, there was a cannon deck, though the gun ports were currently sealed. Visually, the ship was quite impressive and might even offer a degree of concealment at sea, albeit limited. At the bow, Andre stood with arms crossed, intently watching Alka as he hurriedly approached. Upon noticing Alka's gaze, Andre tilted his head to the side, signaling him to come aboard. Beneath the vessel, a young sailor adorned in a sailor's attire, with a blue bandana tied around his head, awaited patiently. Upon spotting Alka, he approached with a warm smile, exclaiming, "You must be Alka. Come, come, let us board. We have been expecting you." With an air of familiarity, he took the luggage from Alka's hands and guided him onto the ship. As they stepped onto the deck, Alka noticed Andre striding towards him. "The lad shows promise and resolve," Andre remarked. Alka merely smiled and presented the signed contract from his pocket. Andre accepted it, casting a quick glance before nodding and pressing his thumb on the upper left corner. Perhaps it was a trick of the light, but Alka thought he perceived a faint glimmer. "Did you just see a flash of light?" Andre suddenly inquired, his gaze fixed intently on Alka. Upon hearing the question, Alka nodded. "Indeed, I saw it. It was just a fleeting spark." "Ah, splendid. It seems you have already encountered magic," Andre acknowledged with a nod. He then turned to the young sailor who had accompanied Alka, saying, "Hamo, please escort Alka to his quarters, prepare some personal items for him, and help him familiarize himself with the ship." Afterward, he fixed his gaze back on Alka. "Once you have settled in, come to the captain's cabin. I shall provide you with a more detailed explanation of your forthcoming responsibilities. I hope you are mentally prepared." "Of course," Alka replied, but then hesitated, unsure of how to address the man before him. "Call me Commander, Captain, or anything you prefer," Andre offered. "Very well, Commander," Alka responded. Andre nodded, then cast a glance at Hamo, who approached with Alka's suitcase in hand, smiling as he said, "Come along, Alka. I shall first escort you to your resting quarters and help you stow your belongings." Alka nodded appreciatively. "Thank you for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Hamo scratched his head with a grin, replying, "Not at all. We are all comrades aboard this vessel now. It is the least I can do." At that moment, Alka took a closer look at the young sailor before her. He had short brown hair with a slight natural curl and faint freckles dusting his cheeks. He was a tad shorter than she was, dressed in a simple cotton short-sleeve shirt and brown linen trousers, paired with waterproof ankle boots. And at his waist hung a sailor's knife. "Come, let us proceed this way," he said, leading Alka towards the rear of the ship, where a single-story stern cabin awaited. In the center of the cabin stood a door, flanked by a modest side entrance. Hamo explained, "This central door leads to the captain's quarters, while the door on the left is the emergency medical room. If anyone is injured, they must hasten there. Now, we shall walk this way." As he guided Alka through the passage beside the stern cabin, they encountered a series of doors, neatly arranged in order. The first room was the ship's chart room, alongside Miss Xiaodai quarters. "Miss?" Alka couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity. After all, it was rather rare to find a female member among the crew on a ship. After all, maritime voyages often commence with a duration of 10 to 15 days, at least among the general populace. However, upon contemplation, it becomes evident that this is no ordinary vessel nor crew. They halted directly at the second door. Hamo promptly grasped the handle, pushed the door open, and declared, "This shall be your quarters." The principal and apprentice members aboard typically reside in the aft cabin. Alka followed him inside. The room was a secluded space, featuring a single bed at the far end, accompanied by a wardrobe at its foot. Near the entrance, there was a sturdy wooden table and a chair, adorned with an oil lamp. Adjacent to it stood a bookshelf, though it remained conspicuously empty. To Alka's astonishment, he then discovered an independent restroom, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Chapter 28. Boarding and exploration. After arranging his belongings, Hamo led Alka back outside. Since boarding the ship and entering his room, Alka had not encountered any other individuals apart from Hamo and Andre. Given the considerable size of the ship, one would presume that a crew of at least a dozen to several dozen individuals would be necessary to operate it. If fully loaded, it might accommodate over 300 people. Yet, upon embarking, he had only encountered 2 individuals, which struck him as exceedingly peculiar. "Of course, it's not just myself and the captain. There are 3 others in the lower cabin," Hamo remarked with a smile. Observing Hamo's expression, Alka was left speechless. "Is this what I inquired about? Even with the 3 additional individuals below, that totals only 5. How could 5 people possibly navigate such a vast ship? Is it not fully automated?" Hamo seemed to have truly failed to grasp the essence of Alka's words, as he took it upon himself to lead Alka down from the cabin. This level was the ship's artillery deck, where ammunition and various weaponry were stored. Alka surveyed the surroundings of this deck. Altogether, there were 10 seismic cannons placed on either side. Alka's research on such weaponry was rather limited, amounting to only the most superficial understanding. Yet, merely by appearance, they undoubtedly surpassed Hall's treasures. These seismic cannons exhibited a distinct external design, encased in an unknown metallic shell adorned with exquisite patterns and intricate reliefs. The bases were also broader, securely anchored to the deck, providing a far more convenient and straightforward method of loading ammunition compared to Hall's cumbersome approach of forcing projectiles down the barrel. Clearly, they represented a more advanced model. At that moment, Hamo elaborated. The Fracture-class C seismic cannon is a notch above the B-type artillery fitted on the Blood Gold Alliance's Navy, featuring a large-caliber 6-inch gun. Listening to Hamo's description, Alka found himself utterly bewildered. Neither he nor his original self possessed even the slightest comprehension of these matters, let alone the existence of an alternative standard. At best, he had a somewhat deeper familiarity with firearms and their ammunition. Gazing at the 10 cannons, he mused that even with the bare minimum of personnel, at least 20 would be required, not to mention the additional crew needed for transporting ammunition and various other tasks. It was evident, even to a casual observer, that the ship was severely understaffed. The forefront and the rear of this deck serve as the ship's library and the kitchen with dining facilities, respectively. With that, he led Alka forward, pushing open a grand door that opened into a well-lit space adorned with an array of windows that skillfully allowed natural light to flood in. Neatly arranged were rows of 3-tiered bookshelves, each housing a diverse collection of books and materials, with wooden slats providing partitions for each tier. The bookshelves were securely anchored to several pillars of the ship, accompanied by tables and chairs designated for reading. "Hey, Laboka, don't sleep. We have a newcomer," Hammer called out from the front desk beside the entrance. Within the semicircular desk, a woman clad in a white sailor's uniform and mid-length trousers lounged in a hammock. This woman, named Laboka, lay sprawled in the hammock, reaching down to grab a blanket from the floor, which she draped over herself while waving her hand dismissively. "Go away. Hammer, don't bother me." I stayed up too late last night researching for the captain. Let me rest for a while. Hammer shrugged helplessly at Alka before leading him out of the library, remarking, that was just one of the junior members aboard, responsible for managing the library and conducting research. She usually stays there. They then proceeded to the dining area situated at the rear. This space was entirely open, seamlessly connecting with the gun deck above, devoid of any door partitions. Instead, two curtains served as a simple divider, and upon pulling them aside, one would find several long dining tables accompanied by rows of benches. At the far end of the dining area lies the kitchen, an open-air culinary space. A middle-aged man, clad in a pristine white chef's attire, diligently prepares ingredients. His somewhat portly figure and protruding belly create a vivid impression, suggesting his culinary skills are exceptional. Hamo leads Alka over to him, introducing the ship's chef, Uncle Matt. At that moment, the middle-aged man lifts his gaze, revealing a kindly countenance. He wipes his hands and steps forward with a warm smile. Hamo introduces, "This is our new apprentice on board, the one the captain personally came to fetch." Matt nods appreciatively and extends his hand to shake Alka's. "Young man, I am Matt. Matt Lieb. Since you've just boarded today, do let me know if you have any particular cuisine in mind for dinner." Alka responds with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have no specific preferences. I am open to all kinds of dishes." Hamo interjects, "We'll continue our conversation later, Matt. I must show Alka around to help him get acquainted." Matt chuckles, nods, and waves as he returns to his kitchen. Hamo guides Alka outside. Uncle Matt is an exceptional chef. Even the captain cannot dictate his culinary choices. With that, they proceed towards the lower deck, where the quarters for subordinate members await, along with various peculiar workshops and storage rooms. Thus, the two descend. The area was divided into two distinct sections, connected by corridors on either side and a central passageway. The front section served as our resting place, while the rear section housed various manufacturing rooms and workspaces. At that moment, a clattering noise emanated from one of the rooms in the back area. Observing Alka's reaction as he turned his head, Harmo promptly clarified, "That is one of the key members aboard, old Bobby. However, it would be prudent not to disturb him right now, lest he begins to ramble incessantly." "What about the other members?" Alka inquired directly. "The other crew members? Currently, they are on Meister Island, engaged in their tasks." With that, he continued onward, arriving at another entrance leading to the lower deck. Descending further, they reached the ship's hold, where numerous supplies and cargo were stored. After stating this, he lifted an oil lamp from the entrance and made his way down. This area had completely submerged beneath the water's surface, devoid of any natural light, relying solely on the lamp for illumination. After a brief exploration, he familiarized himself with the ship's layout and structure. Chapter 29, Incantations and Conditions. The two arrived at the open deck. At this juncture, the sun had descended halfway below the horizon, casting a beautiful golden glow upon the surface of the sea. Suddenly, Alka felt the vessel tremble beneath him. Sensing the vibrations, Harmo quickly remarked, "We are about to set sail." "Huh?" Alka responded, a note of confusion evident in his voice. Unable to restrain himself, he looked up to observe the three towering masts and the surrounding rigging. The sails, neatly stowed away, and the mast devoid of any sailors. With no one to operate the winch, are you suggesting this is the manner in which a ship is set to embark? Suddenly, a series of metallic clinks echoed through the air. The central winch began to turn slowly, propelled by an unseen force. Concurrently, the sound of the anchor being drawn up from the depths of the sea reverberated. With a swift motion, Alka looked up, startled to see that, unbeknownst to him, the sails had autonomously unfurled without any command. Upon the blue canvas, a pair of crossed fists was emblazoned. With a series of creaking sounds, the vessel gradually eased away from the harbor. The gentle sway of the ship signified that it had commenced its voyage across the vast ocean. Alka stood there, mesmerized, observing as the entire ship navigated itself without any visible guidance. "Truly, it is fully automated," he mused silently to himself. His eyes sparkled with wonder, the extraordinary phenomenon deepening his yearning for the enchanting realms and powers that lay beyond. Hamo approached, regarding Alka thoughtfully before inquiring, "Alka, surely you must grasp these concepts?" With a nod, Alka replied, "I have only just begun to engage with these matters. Much remains a mystery to me. Before this, I was merely an ordinary individual." Upon hearing this, Hamo slapped his forehead in realization, suddenly aware that he had misunderstood Alka's earlier inquiries. "My apologies, I assumed you were familiar with this." As most of the crew members on board possess some level of understanding, he then proceeded to offer a detailed introduction. "This is a vessel imbued with arcane spells. though I cannot specify which particular incantations have been employed. However, with the aid of these enchantments, the entire ship can autonomously lower its sails, tidy its ropes, raise and lower its anchor, and navigate without human intervention. Nonetheless, the navigation aspect is limited to well-trodden routes. Unfamiliar paths necessitate the expertise of either the captain or the helmsman. Upon hearing Hammer's explanation, Alka keenly discerned the primary source of power at play here, the spells. His sole knowledge of incantations stemmed from Jack's tome on spell analysis, which contained only 3 spells along with detailed descriptions of their functions. Yet, it failed to elucidate what spells truly are as a whole. Alka understood them merely as a manifestation of some wondrous force. After his discourse, Hammer pondered for a moment. Perhaps sensing Alka's limited understanding of spells, he spoke. As for spells, my knowledge is also rather scant. After all, I am not an apprentice sailor, merely someone with a cursory understanding. Spells resemble symbolic characters that, through magical energy or other means, can unleash extraordinary powers. After this brief clarification, Hammer shrugged helplessly, indicating that this was the extent of his knowledge. Ultimately, he was just a subordinate, an ordinary individual with a modicum of understanding regarding these supernatural forces. He smiled and patted Alka on the shoulder, saying, "You should go find the captain. I need to tally the supplies we just acquired on the island and calculate our funds." With that, he waved goodbye to Alka and made his way through the adjacent entrance. Watching Harmo depart, Alka lifted his gaze to the towering mast and the billowing sails, then proceeded toward the captain's quarters. "Come in," a voice called from within as Alka knocked. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The captain's cabin was bright and adorned with an array of peculiar trinkets scattered across the desk, while a nearby bookshelf housed unfamiliar volumes. Various documents were piled haphazardly to the side, and Alka noticed numerous maps carelessly stacked in a corner. On the desk, he spotted a stone statue. The Stone Mother? He mused, raising his eyes to the man writing at the desk. Was Andre also a devotee of the Stone Mother? Had he once been a member of the island's community? Or perhaps there were many who believed in the Stone Mother beyond the confines of the island. Without lifting his head, Andre remarked, "Feel free to take a seat." After a brief pause, he seemed to finish his task and looked up at Alka. "I have a fair understanding of you from Parchi and am aware of your aspirations." After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "How well do you comprehend this extraordinary world?" "I have no understanding at all," Alka replied, shaking his head. Andre nodded, seemingly unfazed. "The number of those endowed with extraordinary powers is limited, without new treasures. Their quantity remains fixed. Each opportunity to acquire extraordinary powers is exceedingly precious. I possess the means to grant such opportunities. Yet I cannot indiscriminately offer them to those who lack understanding or potential. It would be a waste. Do you comprehend my intent?" Alka nodded in acknowledgement. "Thus, it is clear that the chances for the extraordinary are limited in number and cannot be distributed to all indiscriminately. One must demonstrate sufficient worth for Andre to be inclined to bestow such a rare opportunity upon them." Andre continued, "We are a treasure-seeking group, and I owe a favor to Parker, so my expectations of you will not be excessively demanding. You have 2 chances. If you can make significant contributions during these 2 treasure-hunting ventures, or if I can perceive your talent and potential, I shall grant you the opportunity. However, this must be accomplished within 2 years. I cannot perpetually act as your guardian and provide you with chances. Is that clear?" Upon hearing such stipulations, Alka nodded. 2 chances? While this may prove difficult for others, it posed no challenge for Alka. Providing information unknown to them and offering more specific locations would certainly qualify as significant contributions. With this thought, his heart felt somewhat at ease, as it was not an insurmountable task for him. After observing Alka's nod, Andre gestured towards the bookshelf behind him. Alka stood up, removed the barrier from the shelf, and retrieved the 3 volumes that Andre had mentioned. He traced the cover, crafted from the hide of an unknown creature, feeling its chill against his fingertips. Then, he nodded at Andre, bowed respectfully, and said, "I shall take my leave now." Chapter 30. Extraordinary Synopsis on a Tranquil Night. A brilliant full moon ascends from the horizon, casting its silvery glow over the ocean's surface, the sole illumination in the enveloping darkness. A majestic 3-masted sailboat glides gracefully across the waters, its dim lights flickering softly. Alka sits at his desk in his chamber, illuminated by the flickering flame of an oil lamp, engrossed in the volumes resting in his hands. 2 additional tomes lie stacked nearby, their azure covers embellished with dense script and vivid illustrations. The titles Red Treasures, Incantations, Humanity, Volume 2, forming part of a comprehensive trilogy divided into 3 segments. These volumes unveil a clandestine facet of the world, one seldom revealed to the uninitiated. In the hushed confines of his room, the only sound is the gentle rustling of pages as Alka immerses himself in the text. Time slips away, and the flame of the oil lamp begins to wane. With a sigh, he closes the book, placing it alongside its companions on the shelf and securing the panel. He then carries the oil lamp to his bedside. Beneath the dim light, Alka reclines, gazing up at the ceiling, his mind abuzz with newfound knowledge. After perusing the 3 volumes, he has garnered a general yet profound understanding of this hidden realm, no longer the Na'vi individual he was mere days prior. The trilogy, with its progressive narrative, intricately outlines the origins of power and its evolution to the present day. It reads more like a historical account of the extraordinary world, deftly intertwining the exploration of these supernatural forces with the annals of history itself. As the title of his book suggests, the most significant aspect lies in treasures. These so-called treasures are not merely precious gold or silver, but rather the true source of power. They possess immense strength, capable of annihilating an island in an instant. They are wondrous enough to allow one to soar through the skies and navigate freely in the waters, facilitating effortless travel between islands. These objects, which defy the normal order of the world, are collectively referred to as treasures. Of course, treasures themselves are categorized into different levels. However, Alka is unaware of the precise criteria for this classification. From the lowest to the highest, these treasures are designated as the Holy Grail, the Scepter, and the Crown. All extraordinary powers utilized by humanity rely on the assistance of treasures. Within each human resides an innate magical essence, which expands gradually with age until it stabilizes upon reaching adulthood, defined in this world as the age of 16. However, the magical essence within humans lies dormant and fails to resonate with the external magical forces. This stagnant and solidified magic renders humans incapable of harnessing their inner power, much like the impossibility of perfect self-control. At this juncture, an external force is required to clear the pathways of magic within humans, awakening the latent power that resides within and reanimating it. This process is known as touching, the act of coming into contact with a treasure. Any treasure, regardless of its level, has the potential to reactivate the magical essence within an ordinary person. However, the capacity to awaken individuals varies depending on the level of the treasure. The specific reasons remain unclear, and the text offers no elucidation. Once the quota is filled, no new individuals can be activated unless a spot becomes available. As the magical energy begins to awaken, the meridians are also activated. Much like a network of nerves that connects and governs magical power, humans can manipulate their own magic with the same ease as controlling their limbs. The activation of magic within the human body enhances the physical constitution of ordinary individuals, as magic serves to fortify their physique. With the mastery of magical control, one can utilize this power to focus on strengthening specific bodily parts. As proficiency increases, it becomes possible to extend magic temporarily through physical contact. This magic can envelop weapons, endowing them with additional attributes, or facilitate other operations through the extended magical energy. However, to wield more extraordinary powers, one must engage with magical artifacts through adept manipulation. With magic at their disposal, humans find it easier to grasp these artifacts. Yet such treasures are exceedingly rare, accessible to only a select few. What are the others? Over time, those who frequently interact with these artifacts and possess resilient souls have gleaned new powers from various treasures. This is the essence of incantations. Incantations can be inscribed upon resilient or magically infused materials for practical use. It is said that some have even etched them onto their own bodies. Furthermore, with mastery, one can sketch incantations in the air, channeling internal magic through these scripts to invoke extraordinary powers and effects from the surrounding magical energies. Alka possesses a fair degree of knowledge in this domain. After all, Jack's spell explanation clearly delineated the usage of 3 incantations. It also enlightened Alka about a staff-level treasure, which is the source of the primordial cross incantation, the staff-level artifact known as the incinerating melting tree. As for the other 2 spells, the whirlpool water chain and the silver blade, Alka remained unaware of their specific origins. With this thought, Alka raised his right hand and casually waved it. The 3 playing cards, inscribed with different spells, materialized in his grasp. Such items were, of course, always on his person. For a magician, one can never predict the array of wonders they conceal. With another flick of his hand, the cards vanished once more. Alka rose to extinguish the oil lamp, surrendering to slumber beneath the moonlight streaming through the window. In the morning, the refreshing sea breeze and the rising sun dispersed the lingering fog from the previous night. After refreshing himself and donning his attire, Alka descended into the ship's cabin. This vast ocean-going vessel, so spacious, housed merely 5 individuals, himself included, totaling a mere 6. The emptiness was palpable. It was not until he reached the dining hall on the gun deck that he spotted Harmo, who waved excitedly at him. "Alka, come over." Alka approached the open kitchen counter, receiving breakfast from Uncle Matt, who smiled as he handed it over. It consisted of golden bread, a fried egg, a portion of bacon, and even a glass of milk. Sitting beside Harmo, Alka regarded the glass of milk with curiosity. Can milk truly be stored for an extended period aboard the ship? He had not seen any cows being tended to in the cabin below yesterday. The storeroom for food is imbued with freezing spells, said to preserve the freshness of provisions, though I confess my understanding is limited. Observing Alka's expression, Harmo shrugged and elucidated. "Ah, so it is a magical version of a cold storage room." I found myself savoring a breakfast that is typically difficult to enjoy aboard a ship. Yet, the dining area remained occupied solely by Harmo, myself, and Uncle Matt, who was busily engaged in the kitchen. After hastily finishing his meal, Harmo retrieved 3 packed meal boxes from Uncle Matt. "Alka, you start eating. I must deliver breakfast to the captain and to Laboka, and of course, to old Bobby as well." "Why are these individuals so reluctant to walk a few extra steps for breakfast?" Harmo grumbled. Just as he was about to lift the curtain, a thought struck him, and he turned back to Alka, who was still enjoying his meal. "By the current pace, we should reach our destination by noon," he remarked before lifting the curtain and departing. Chapter 31. The Role of Firearms and Crystals. As noon approached, Alka and Harmo found themselves on the deck, leaning over the side of the ship, gazing at the destination that was beginning to materialize on the horizon. There lay Myst Island, the most exquisite member of the Blood Gold Alliance. Harmo leaned against the ship's edge, observing the distant sight. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the deck behind them. The two turned to see a somewhat gaunt old man emerging from below deck, his tousled gray hair framing a face adorned with a pair of goggles perched on his forehead. Dressed in a utility outfit adorned with an abundance of pockets, filled with an array of tools, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the blinding sunlight. "Danny, Elon, how much longer until we arrive?" Upon hearing his call, Hamo shook his head and replied, "Old Bobby, those two are still on vacation on the island. Young as they are, they know nothing but leisure. Little Hamo, come over and give my back a rub. It feels like it's about to break." Sighing in resignation, Hamo approached and extended his hand, gently striking Bobby's back. At that moment, Bobby stretched lazily and turned to face Alka. "Who are you? Why are you on this boat? A castaway from the sea?" After applying a bit more pressure to Bobby's back, Hamo explained, "He is a newly joined apprentice, the one our captain went to fetch." Realization dawning upon him, Bobby nodded in understanding. Alka then chimed in, "Hello, my name is Alka Lagu." Bobby Kindle," he introduced himself. "I am the craftsman aboard this vessel and can assist you in identifying any magical items you may be unfamiliar with. Should you have any inquiries regarding forging or crafting, feel free to seek me out. If you have an interest in this field, that would be splendid." At these words, Alka's eyes sparkled. As a magician, he certainly needed to devise and enhance various magical props. It seemed prudent to cultivate a good rapport with this seasoned gentleman moving forward. Suddenly, Alka extended his hand to his thigh, withdrawing the locked weapon and presenting it to the elderly gentleman before him. This was a firearm I had previously acquired, yet I had yet to touch it, thus remaining unaware of its capabilities. Bobby accepted it directly, examining it with keen interest. He then tilted his head, regarding Alka with a peculiar gaze. This should be a creation of a Lando Tour, a one-handed shotgun. By manipulating the lever at the rear, one can alternate between condensing and dispersing modes. As he spoke, a faint white circular glyph manifested on one of his fingers and touched the firearm. Nodding, he remarked, "Once you possess magical power, you can infuse your magic into the gun while firing. It will bestow the bullets with the might of holy flames. In fact, even without that, firing it in this manner will enhance the bullet's potency and penetration." After his assessment, he returned the gun to Alka. At that moment, Alka took the weapon, and once again, the crystalline fragment he had previously acquired in the hidden chamber appeared in his grasp. Bobby glanced at it and commented, "A type of crystal or rich in magical energy, typically employed in the crafting of magical items. It is of little significance." Upon hearing this, Alka promptly inquired, "Can this object power the firearm or any other magical tools that require magic to operate?" "The gun cannot be powered by that. The feasibility depends on the specific item," Bobby replied. At that juncture, Alka produced a card. "This consumable, which bears a spell, can indeed be used." You simply need to glide the crystal forcefully across it to activate it. He then examined the crystal in his hand. However, if utilized in this manner, it could only be employed once, as it is a consumable that remains beyond your control. Once the energy of the crystal is expended, it will dissipate continuously. It is likely to activate in approximately 3 seconds. Upon hearing Bobby resolve his queries, Alka nodded in acknowledgement. "Thank you," he said. Bobby waved his hand dismissively and then turned to Hamo, inquiring, "To which island are we headed?" Hamo sighed and replied, "Mist Island," before striding directly toward the stern. Watching Bobby depart, Hamo could only shrug. The old man detested noisy environments. He preferred the tranquility of the ship. As the vessel was about to dock, Andre finally emerged. After Hamo relayed Bobby's message, Uncle Matt approached as well. At this juncture, Matt had changed into his usual attire, no longer donning the apron of a chef. As the ship gently glided into the harbor, the sails automatically retracted, and with the turn of the winch, the helm submerged into the depths. "Is Laboka not disembarking?" Alka asked Hamo as they descended the gangway. It is quite rare to see her outside the library. Once off the ship, Alka surveyed the island's surroundings. The harbor was exquisitely constructed, with the vessels docked there being predominantly large and elegant. Aside from the workers, many individuals had just disembarked or were about to board. Observing the attire of these people, it was evident that they belonged to the affluent or noble class. Each individual was accompanied by their partners and family, suggesting that this was an island meant for tourism. The humid sea breeze carried with it a hint of fragrance. Before them lay a quaint town, where various carriages were stationed and a broad carriageway extended deep into the island. Andre led 3 companions to an inn within the town. A woman at the counter, drowsy and weary, brightened at the sight of Andre, exclaiming, "Welcome, sir." Ignoring her greeting, Andre turned to Hamo and Matt, saying, "It's time to embark." The two nodded in understanding, responding, "No problem, Captain. We wish you a fruitful return." Andre smiled at Hamo's words, patted Alka on the shoulder, and proceeded outside, with Alka quickly following. Behind them, Hamo's voice echoed, "Remember, this is your first time. I hope to see you become a key member soon." Turning back, Alka caught sight of Hamo waving goodbye. He waved in return and joined Andre in a carriage. Once seated, he turned to Alka and said, "This is your first treasure hunting expedition. You need not do much. Simply follow us, observe, listen, and learn. If you have any ideas, feel free to share." Alka nodded in affirmation, replying, "Understood, Captain." Andre had already informed him that their purpose for visiting this island was to engage in a treasure hunt. Most of the principal members had already convened, and he merely stopped by to pick up Alka. Thus, he was well prepared. At that moment, Andre retrieved a palm-sized metallic disc from his pocket and handed it to Alka. This protective disc, capable of self-activation, could thwart attacks without the necessity of magical energy. Carrying it on your person would ensure your safety. Upon hearing this, Alka accepted the disc, which bore an emblem resembling a shield. Aside from that, it was an ordinary gray iron disc. This item was a consumable, designed to withstand a single assault, so you must exercise caution. Alka nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 32. Principal members Alka and Andre sat in the carriage, feeling its gentle sway. As Alka observed Andre, who sat with his arms crossed and eyes closed in a meditative state, he decided to lift the curtain beside him to glimpse the surrounding scenery. They were now traversing the main thoroughfare towards the city at the heart of the island. Flanking the avenue were meticulously trimmed hedges and an array of vibrant flowers, their fragrant essence wafting with the sea breeze, enveloping the air around them. Numerous carriages were parked along the roadway, and many elegantly attired ladies wandered through the adjacent gardens. The ambience was indeed delightful, explaining why this place had become a favored tourist destination. Observing his surroundings, Alka mused that many couples might choose this locale for their weddings, as it attracted affluent individuals. After all, the impoverished were hardly suited for such excursions. Their meager resources barely afforded them a single journey across the sea. At the end of the road, the city was already coming into view. It was a beautiful city constructed from gray and white marble. The pristine exterior, illuminated by the sun's radiant beams, resembled a sacred sanctuary, fulfilling the dreams of countless souls. At that moment, the voice of Andre echoed within the carriage. He tapped on the partition behind him and addressed the driver outside, saying, "Please stop here." "Certainly, sir." "Kindly hold on for a moment while I maneuver the carriage to the side," the driver replied. He skillfully reined in the horses, gradually guiding the carriage to the edge of the road. Andre descended with Alka, casually retrieving a few copper coins from his pocket, which he handed to the driver. "Thank you, generous sir. Wishing you a splendid day," the driver expressed. Andre nodded politely, adjusted his hat, and departed with Alka. Instead of proceeding directly along the main road into the city, they ventured into a nearby small garden, walking along a narrow path that led into the distance. Alka followed silently, without uttering a word. As they traversed the garden along the path and passed through a thicket of trees, they emerged into the countryside fields. A sense of clarity washed over Alka, prompting her to glance back. A wooden wall formed by trees extended in an orderly fashion, entirely concealing the picturesque landscape of the countryside. Looking down the path beneath her feet, she could already glimpse a small village. Andre led Alka into the village, and then pushed open the door of a wooden house, stepping inside. "Ah, you have arrived," a familiar voice greeted. Upon hearing this, Alka couldn't help but tilt her head to look. The individuals within the room curiously glanced at Arka, who stood behind Andre. "Is it you? How did you end up here?" The voice belonged to Jason, the very person Arka had encountered weeks ago on Tehran Island while exploring the estate. At that moment, Arka instinctively turned to Andre, realizing that Andre's familiarity with Jason was not unexpected. Andre was already well informed about Jason's previous solitary exploration. Otherwise, he would not have so readily accepted Arka into his team. Jason approached, smiling at Arka. "I didn't anticipate that the new intern mentioned earlier would be you." He extended his hand. "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am an intern like you, though I have successfully passed the trials to become a core member." "Passed the trials?" Arka pondered. This implied that Jason had yet to fully attain that status. Otherwise, he would have declared himself a core member. Arka nodded. "Pleasure to meet you. It seems we are indeed fated to cross paths." "Hello, I am Shaddai T. Kligan, a core member of the team." A youthful voice chimed in. Arka turned to see a girl with silvery hair that fell just past her ears, bright crimson eyes, and a face as delicately crafted as a doll. She donned a fitted, cream-colored sailor suit that accentuated her figure, complemented by a knee-length skirt. Her legs, as white as lotus roots, were adorned with short black boots. Arka introduced himself. Upon hearing his introduction, Shaddai T smiled gently at him. The surname is also Kelligan, but the nature of the relationship with Andre remains unclear. Father and daughter, perhaps? Upon noticing that everyone was acquainted with one another, Andre finally spoke up, inquiring, "Zayadidi, what progress have you made?" In response to this question, Zayadidi approached the wooden table at the center of the room, sifting through various papers and books. "Father, during your absence these past 2 weeks, we have generally followed the clues and explored some surrounding information. After Sada's demise, his body was interred in their ancestral tomb, hence his treasure is likely not housed within the tomb itself." Watching them report their findings, Alka could only wear a bewildered expression, entirely oblivious to the discourse. However, he could gather that they were searching for the treasure of someone named Saad, who had been the lord of this island several centuries ago, reputedly exceedingly wealthy, with riches beyond measure. At this moment, Jason interjected, "Chief, for some unknown reason, the shark biters have also arrived, and they seem to have connections with some local gangs." Upon hearing this, Andre furrowed his brow. "I shall make a trip to the city. You can explain the current situation to Alka." With that, he donned the cowboy hat that he had just placed on the table, pushed open the wooden door, and exited the dwelling. At this juncture, both Jason and Zayadidi turned their gazes toward Alka. "Please, take a seat," Zayadidi offered with a sweet smile. Pulling out a chair from the wooden table, Alka nodded in acknowledgement, seated himself on the wooden stool, and said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Subsequently, one could see Zayadidi leaning over the wooden table, tilting her head inquisitively at Alka and inquiring, "I heard from Jason that during his last solo treasure hunt, the primary treasure was taken by someone else. Was that you?" "Do not say that. I merely possess a somewhat limited vision, and my intelligence was slightly flawed." Jason interjected from the side. However, Zayadidi chose to disregard him, recalling the earlier incident on the ship when she sought Bobby's assistance with identification. Alka did not conceal the truth and nodded affirmatively. She extracted the firearm from her thigh and placed it upon the table. It was merely good fortune. Jason regarded the short shotgun resting on the table with a resigned sigh, for that weapon had once been but a step away from him. She appeared to be simply curious. "Allow me to share with you the activities we are currently undertaking," Jason continued, rummaging through the scattered documents and papers on the table. After retrieving several files, along with a portrait and a map, he placed them before Alka. "These are the targets we are seeking this time. You may take a look." Chapter 33. The 12 Treasures of Saad. Upon perusing the materials in her hands, Alka gained a clear understanding of their present objective. Saad, The governor of Mist Island 260 years ago was also the second son of a once prominent noble family. He possessed exceptional navigational skills and a spirit of adventure. In his youth, he established a treasure-hunting crew, discovering numerous treasures that enabled him to elevate his estranged family status. Ultimately, he succeeded in developing Mist Island into a significant member of the Blood Gold Alliance. Legend has it that his wealth is beyond estimation, and it is said that his personal fortune ranks among the foremost within the Alliance. Moreover, he had a penchant for collecting rare treasures. For countless years following his demise, the vaults he concealed in various locations have often been discovered. According to legend, he possessed a total of 12 vaults during his lifetime, filled with treasures of all sizes. Among them, 3 are the most significant, 2 of which have already been unearthed. Presently, the quest is to locate the remaining and largest vault. After preliminary explorations, Andre's treasure hunting team has come to believe that the treasure is likely hidden on this very island. Sia Daidi observed that Alka had nearly finished his examination and added, "Approximately a year ago, we discovered a smaller vault on the island, one of the 12. This vault has confirmed that the largest one is also concealed within this island." Upon hearing this, Alka nodded thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, "What challenges are we currently facing? We have found the key to the vault, yet we remain unaware of its precise location." In response, Alka placed the map they had handed him before him, blinking as he studied it meticulously. The map now bore markings of several significant and potential locations. As he continued to blink, luminous points appeared one after another on the map, perhaps due to previous searches. Only 2 white dots and 2 blue dots remained visible. As per their usual practice, he began to click on the white dots. The first white dot presented no information regarding the ordinary treasure. Given the abundance of information already acquired, the treasure that remained nameless clearly bore no relation to their current objectives. As the second white dot was activated, a new revelation unfolded. Sada's 12 treasuries, Vault No. 5 difficulty, Insect Enthusiast, Fame, 1. 837 million, treasure information, due to personal circumstances in his youth. Saad lost his ability to procreate and was acutely aware that none of his descendants were his own. Hence, he never contemplated bequeathing his wealth to future generations. Driven by his adventurous spirit and love for treasure hunting, he divided his riches into 12 parts, concealing them in various locations. Vault number 5, one of the smaller vaults. It houses an array of precious specimens and valuable statues, devoid of any trials, with a total worth of 50 gold sales. The key is a unique insect found on the island, symbolizing adventure and fearlessness. Upon reading this description of the treasury, Alka felt somewhat bewildered. The difficulty level, categorized as an insect enthusiast, indicated that understanding insects would be essential for deciphering the treasure. Furthermore, the fame associated with this treasure was astonishing. Nearly 2 million individuals were aware of its legend, highlighting the treasure's renown. The information provided about the treasure was truly remarkable. With the data in hand, supplemented by Siadai T and Jason's input, Alka was nearing a comprehensive understanding of the majority of the information. With these insights, the system's treasure details were almost ready to be placed directly into Alka's grasp. He nearly delivered it in person. Alka once again affirmed that the goal of treasure hunting should primarily focus on information gathering. With sufficient information at hand, treasures are virtually within reach. However, this is vault number 5, one of the 9 small treasure vaults, and not the target of Andre and his companions on this expedition. With this thought, Alka's gaze shifted to the blue light point. The magical treasure holds no connections to information. He then glanced at the last entry. The 12 vaults of Sod. Vault number 3. Difficulty. Touchbearer, 1 spiral. Notoriety. 1. 8,373 million. Treasure information. Due to personal reasons in his youth, Sod lost his ability to procreate. Vault number 3. One of the 3 great vaults. It contains a variety of riches and several magical items. This vault is associated with trials. Unlocking the trials and the entrance requires 2 keys. The palm disc is stored in vault number 1, and the insect disc is kept in vault number 5. Alka furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the map. The difficulty labeled as touchbearer clearly refers to individuals possessing extraordinary powers. The suffix, 1 spiral, denotes the specific strength of the touchbearer. Upon touching the treasure, a human opens the magical meridians within, causing the latent magical energy inside to awaken. However, this merely serves as a catalyst. Although the internal magic becomes active, its vitality is limited, and the overall quantity is insufficient. At this juncture, one must learn to control the magical energy within. guiding it through the meridians to clear additional pathways. Once the first meridian is fully opened, a closed loop will form within the body. This phenomenon is referred to as a spiral. Coupled with the information provided below, trials, implying battles, are imminent. At present, his primary concern revolves around the key to unlocking the trials and the Grand Gate. The first vault has already been opened by Andre and his companions, who have claimed the treasures within. It was previously mentioned that they have acquired the key, which is likely the palm disc. However, they may remain oblivious to the fact that to fully access the treasure, an additional insect disc is required, specifically to unlock the fifth vault. At this thought, Alka found himself narrowing his eyes slightly. To access the grand repository of the third vault, Andre and his team have only fulfilled half of the necessary conditions. They are unaware that providing this information would constitute a significant contribution. Correspondingly, they are completely ignorant of the existence of the fifth vault. By fully disclosing the details of the fifth vault, the cumulative information would be ample to meet his requirements, granting him the opportunity to touch the treasures and truly enter the extraordinary realm. As this notion crossed his mind, Alka felt a surge of excitement. Yet, he knew he must proceed with caution. It is imperative to gradually reveal his insights, piece by piece, to avoid arousing suspicion and exposing his uniqueness. Although Andre was introduced by Parker, his understanding remains insufficient. His peculiarities must remain concealed. However, they could be disguised as talents, such as his keen intuition for treasure hunting and his distinctive thought process. After all, he possesses the ability to deduce the process from the results. With this in mind, Alka's thoughts began to crystallize into a coherent framework. Chapter 34. Observation. Jason and Shadadi observed as Alka intently studied the map, occasionally picking up documents to scrutinize. Shadadi rested his chin on his hands, languidly swaying from side to side in boredom. Jason, could it be that he has acquired information that remains unknown to us? Upon hearing Shadadi's remark, Jason supported his head with one hand, fingers idly tugging at the hair near his ear. It is possible. Although my time with him has been brief and limited to our last unexpected collaboration, Alka possesses an undeniable acuity. This thought led Jason to recall how easily he had been discovered while hiding. After obtaining the estate's map, Alka had astutely identified discrepancies between the schematic and the actual layout of the estate, ultimately uncovering a concealed chamber. Shadadi, having heard Jason recount the details of the treasure hunt, found himself intrigued. Could Alka truly uncover something remarkable? Yet, at that moment, Alka's thoughts diverged entirely from their speculation. How might he discern the location of warehouse number 3 in a manner that appeared reasonable and unobtrusive? As he pondered this, a route gradually crystallized in his mind. Once his thoughts coalesced, Alka lifted his gaze, only to find both men fixated on him, their eyes vacant as if lost in reverie. He extended his hand and gently tapped the table. Upon regaining her composure, Siadaiti revealed a smile, her crimson eyes brimming with curiosity as she gazed at Alka and inquired, "So, have you come to understand the current situation?" "I have some understanding. Yet I remain somewhat perplexed. What should we do now?" Alka asked, looking at the two of them with a sense of impatience. Having spent nearly a week aboard the ship, he felt sufficiently rested. Upon hearing this, Jason stood up and lethargically stretched. "I still need to organize this information and contact those young ladies in the city." "Alas," he sighed, sinking back onto the stool with a sense of weariness. Observing Jason's plight, Siadaiti chuckled softly and, touching her face, remarked, "I have completed my tasks, so resting now would not be a hindrance." She then turned to Alka and explained, "My primary role is that of a cartographer, meticulously observing the conditions of this island and mapping them out." Upon hearing this, Alka could not help but glance at the map before him, which he had previously overlooked. The map was indeed exceptionally detailed, capturing even the steep terrains with remarkable clarity. With newfound admiration, Alka lifted his gaze to the beautiful young woman before him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "My dear, I have a few ideas. Might I request you to accompany me to visit the treasure vault we discovered earlier?" At this, Siadaiti smiled again, walked over to retrieve the golden-trimmed straw hat hanging nearby, and made her way to the door. Turning her head to Alka, she said, "What are we waiting for? Let us proceed." Alka nodded and immediately followed suit. "Thank you. You were too polite. We are now a team. Assisting you is tantamount to aiding myself." Upon hearing Shadai's words, Alka merely smiled in response. The two departed from the wooden cabin, traversing the village and embarking along the narrow path ahead. Surrounding them was an expansive stretch of flat land, adorned with various crops that Alka was not particularly familiar with. After all, Jinmeizi Island was predominantly known for its wheat and a handful of simple, everyday vegetables. Each island possessed its own unique characteristics. As they ambled along the country road, basking in the sunlight, a group of children clad in linen garments joyfully approached from a distance. "Be careful not to run too fast. Watch your step," Xiaodai cautioned the exuberant children. In response, they waved and called out, "Sister Xiaodai, do you want to play with us?" Xiaodai patted the head of the little boy who spoke. "Sister has some matters to attend to. You all enjoy yourselves." At that moment, a little girl extended a handful of wildflowers towards her. Xiaodai accepted them, promptly placing them in her straw hat. With a radiant smile, she crouched down to look at the little girl and asked, "What do you think? Do they look beautiful?" The girl nodded vigorously, expressing her admiration. "Yes, they are truly lovely." "Hee, it is your flowers that are beautiful," Xiaodai said with a laugh, gently ruffling the girl's cheek. "Now go and play." With that, the group of children joyfully scampered past her. Alka followed closely behind Xiaodai, observing the transformation of her pace from a leisurely stroll to a more buoyant gait. As she walked, her calves involuntarily kicked high, reminiscent of a playful skip. With her hands clasping the brim of her straw hat, she twirled about, humming a delicate tune that seemed to float through the air. Alka couldn't help but feel a subtle smile curving at the corners of his mouth. After a while, he suddenly inquired, "Could you elaborate on that treasure trove?" Upon hearing Alka's voice, Xiaodai turned to face him, advancing in a backward motion. "Certainly. About a year ago, we embarked on an earnest quest to locate that treasure trove, during which we diligently sought information regarding Sad and details of his life. Ultimately, 6 months ago, we successfully discovered the treasure trove, which housed primarily portraits and ornaments. Even though it was a modest cache, after liquidating the wealth within, we amassed nearly 60 gold sales." As she spoke of their acquired riches, Xiaodai's voice rose with excitement, still astonished by the fortune they had obtained. 60 gold sales? This wealth surpassed Alka's comprehension, as he had little frame of reference for such an amount. He merely knew that the single gold sale in his possession, under optimal circumstances, could sustain him for the latter half of his life. He pondered the value of Horst's merchant ship, rumored to be worth 8 gold sales. That could be classified as a small to medium-sized vessel, capable, with proper maintenance, of supporting 2 generations. The vessel, under normal circumstances, is assured to provide a splendid life for 3 generations. Chapter 35. The ruins of the watchtower. In the midst of their leisurely conversation, Xia Daidi and Alka found themselves outside the treasury that their team had previously unearthed. Observing the throngs of individuals traversing the perimeter of the treasury pit, most clad in work attire and engaged in labor, they noted the accumulation of various construction materials alongside the machinery and tools necessary for building. Amidst this scene, Alka turned to Xia Daidi and, upon hearing his words, could not suppress a quip. "Could it be that this treasury was deliberately revealed by you, with the treasures sold to the island's government at prices exceeding market value?" Confronted with the current situation in Xia Daidi's remarks, Alka's mind immediately conjured such a scheme. After all, previous information had indicated that the treasures from smaller storages typically amounted to around 50 gold sales. "How astute. I didn't expect you to deduce that so swiftly," Xia Daidi remarked with a hint of surprise, soon breaking into a radiant smile. After all, finding ways to exchange treasures for greater value is indeed a fundamental pursuit of any treasure hunting team, is it not? With a playful wink directed at Alka, he affirmed this notion. "Indeed," Alka replied, shifting the subject to inquire, "Is there something particularly significant about this place that led you to focus on it?" "Here, amidst the peculiar legends surrounding this island, it is referred to as the site of dismemberment. It is said that many years ago, bodies were frequently found scattered in this very location." Subsequently, Xiaodai leaned closer and whispered into Alka's ear, "In truth, he is the son of a man named Sad. Known for his gruesome penchant for murder and dismemberment, this place is where his heinous acts were committed." As he spoke, he gestured subtly towards the construction site below. "If you find yourself intrigued in the future, you might consider visiting. Within the treasures lie Sad's original manuscripts and the instruments of his crimes. It remains a mystery why he chose to conceal his son's disgrace within the vault." Alka, now aware of the grim reality, slightly raised his gaze. At that moment, a pair of unusually dressed individuals abruptly entered the construction site, seemingly engaged in conversation with the site supervisor. They then proceeded directly towards the vault. Alka turned to see Xiaodai furrowing his brow, intently observing the newcomers. "Do you know them?" Alka inquired. Xiaodai nodded. "They are the ones known as the shark biters. I'm not sure how they acquired the information, But they have recently arrived on this island in search of the vault. Rivals? Alka asked. Indeed. And they possess a rather unsavory reputation. If you encounter them alone, exercise utmost caution. It would be prudent to flee at once. Upon hearing Shaddai's serious tone, Alka nodded in understanding. It appeared that this treasure-seeking group might be equally formidable, with a propensity for violence. Alka remained vigilant, committing the appearance of the group to memory. Have you gleaned any insights? Shaddai suddenly inquired. Alka shook his head, opting for silence as he unfurled the map he had been carrying in his pocket. Gazing at the map marked with the location of the treasure ruins, I compared the white and blue dots. The 3 points were randomly distributed, devoid of any discernible order. I felt quite unfamiliar with this island and believed that a stroll might unveil some insights, perhaps even reveal discrepancies. Alka remarked, then turned to Shaddai and said, however, "The map you've drawn is truly remarkable. Is it?" "Thank you for the compliment," Shaddai replied, "since there's nothing pressing at the moment. Would you like me to guide you on a tour of this island? The areas where the treasure might be hidden are likely few." Upon hearing this, Alka nodded. "If it's not too much trouble, I would be delighted." "Then let us proceed," Shaddai said with a smile, leading Alka to wander around several marked locations on the map. Interestingly, the genuine blue dot did not lie precisely at the marked spots but rather in their vicinity, allowing them to pass by it serendipitously. Alka followed along, her gaze wandering as if genuinely searching for something. After passing several potential treasure sites, Alka listened to Shaddai's explanations and began to comprehend the rationale behind designating these areas as possible locations. The establishment of a treasure vault necessitated specific geographical conditions, and these particular sites aligned well with such requirements. As they followed the path, Alka eventually arrived at the blue dot, the true location of the treasure. Observing the area marked by the blue dot, she noted a small mound adorned with lush greenery. An abandoned tower stands there. "Miss Shaddai, may I inquire what that forsaken tower is?" Upon hearing Alka's words, Shaddai turned her head to gaze in that direction. It was a watchtower established long ago, however. After this island joined the Blood Gold Alliance, it was left to decay, much like many such towers scattered around the island. "I see," Alka nodded in understanding. "It is evident that this tower serves as a clue provided by Sad." Now, Alka merely needed to investigate this tower and discern what distinguishes it from the surrounding ones, then deduce the underlying reasons. First, obtaining answers, then retracing the steps of the process indeed simplifies matters considerably. After all, Sad intentionally constructed a treasure trove, and when disseminating the secrets of the treasure, he correspondingly shared hints regarding its location. Furthermore, precision is not a necessity, as long as the clues are plausible. Even conjectures and feelings may suffice. After all, trial and error is undoubtedly a common occurrence in the pursuit of treasure. With this thought in mind, Alka smiled. As dusk approached, Jason, who had been sketching something with a quill pen on a wooden table, lifted his head and inquired about the 2 newcomers. Alka shook her head, while Shaddai directly replied, "I merely acquainted him with the surrounding islands and the places we believe may harbor the treasure. There were no discoveries to speak of." "Is that so? How unfortunate," Jason remarked as he listened to their conversation. Alka returned to her seat at the wooden table and began to casually sift through the plethora of documents scattered across its surface. All of this comprises the information gathered by the treasure hunting team on the island, all details potentially related to the treasure vault, as well as insights into Sada's life experiences and preferences. Perhaps it may yield some clues. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired directly, "Is there any information regarding those watchtowers?" "You are still pondering the one you saw earlier," Shaddai remarked, sifting through the documents on the table before handing him several pages. Chapter 36, Biting the Shark, Seeking Continuation. At the construction site of Vault Number 1, within the vault itself, a tall, extraordinarily muscular bald man stood before a golden stone tablet. The completely hairless scalp bore the tattoo of a giant shark with its jaws agape, his somewhat opaque eyes fixated on the golden stone tablet, motionless. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. A seemingly ordinary human male, yet clad in flamboyantly extravagant attire, approached, his oversized boots making a comical thud against the ground. Coming to stand behind the brawny man, he delicately brushed the brim of his ostentatious hat, turning it slightly to reveal an exceedingly bizarre and exaggerated smile. "Ah, Captain, are you standing here because you've spotted what you were searching for?" His voice, much like his garb, fluctuated dramatically, tinged with a hint of flamboyance. Upon hearing his captain's inquiry, Nivek twisted his waist, suddenly widening his eyes and extending his right hand with a pointed finger, wearing an expression of delightful realization. "Oh, I remember. It was said that a tremendous scandal erupted, leading to his exclusion and purging. The burly man nodded, and an enigmatic smile unexpectedly crept onto his otherwise expressionless face. Indeed. Who would have imagined that a seemingly respectable merchant from an aristocratic lineage could serve as a dagger in the hands of a powerful figure? Once this revelation came to light, he was naturally cast aside and eliminated. Nivek tapped his finger against his temple, a look of confusion crossing his features. But what does this have to do with us? It is indeed pertinent. Do you know what the most significant treasure hidden within Sat's 12 vaults is? Wealth? No. It is the scandals of his enemies. He then shifted his tone and turned to inquire. Is Andre's treasure-hunting crew currently on the island? Yes, Captain. All the key members have been sighted on the island. Those unwelcome intruders, let us first see them off. Captain, technically, we are the unwelcome guests here. Observing the look in his captain's eyes, Nivek made a zipping motion across his lips, obediently falling silent. It has already been established that the shark-biters have arrived. Their objective aligns with ours, the treasures of Sat. Within the dwelling, Andre spoke up. It is said that the leader of the shark-biters, Welt, has discovered 2 small vaults. Jason looked at Andre with a hint of skepticism. Upon hearing this inquiry, Andre nodded. Indeed, it is rumored that he has been relentlessly pursuing Sat's treasure. Given their modus operandi, it seems our subsequent endeavors may not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. In the Xia dynasty, T-Dan gently caressed his face, expressing a touch of frustration. Alka, unable to interject in their exchange of information, sat quietly beside them, absorbing the nuances of their conversation. He had gleaned insights into the predatory behaviors of the shark-biters from T-Dan. Operating without regard to rules, they engaged in robbery, murder, and kidnapping, feeling invincible as long as they remained undetected and without evidence. In certain instances, the presence of evidence seemed irrelevant, resembling a band of thugs. Yet, such individuals were plentiful upon the vast ocean. Their sole distinction from pirates lay in their remaining constraints. After a while of discussion among the group, Andre turned to Alka, contemplating how to assign him some tasks. Alka's timing for joining was rather inopportune. They had already been active on the island for a considerable duration, collecting all necessary intelligence, leaving only the organization of that information. Once the data was meticulously arranged and connections identified, the tedious search for the treasure's location would commence. For Alka at this moment, such tasks held little practical significance. Moreover, certain responsibilities clearly required the involvement of core members, making them unsuitable for Alka, who had yet to become a toucher. He was presented with 2 options: to accompany Jason and learn the intricacies of organizing intelligence and discerning the underlying patterns, or to venture into the city or another area of interest to gather information, albeit with uncertain utility, yet an invaluable opportunity nonetheless. Upon hearing Andre's suggestions, Alka lowered his head in contemplation for a moment. I shall choose the second option. I wish to familiarize myself with this island first. Andre nodded in agreement. No problem. You reviewed the intelligence we gathered yesterday, did you not? Simply collect information in accordance with the general direction of those reports. Any interesting tidbits of information are welcome. Feel free to document them boldly. Although they may seem insignificant now, they could prove useful at an unexpected moment. Xiaodati remarked, winking at Alka. Upon hearing this, Alka smiled faintly and nodded in response. After some light conversation, they each took their leave to rest, save for Jason, who was diligently poring over the intelligence, sorting through the useful details. In the early morning, Alka donned a neat outfit, standing at the doorway and observing Jason, who was fast asleep, his head resting on the table. It appeared that treasure hunting was no easy task. Are you heading into town for a stroll? Came Xiaodati's voice from within. Alka nodded. Indeed, I will first get acquainted with the work. Wait a moment. As she emerged, she held a small crystal disc in her hand. Take this. It will allow us to locate you should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Alka accepted the tiny crystal, roughly the size of a thumb, and nodded in acknowledgement before bidding farewell to Xiaodati. She made her way along the country paths towards the city. After a meandering journey through the back roads, she finally entered the city through its rear gate. Upon entering, she found the city to be considerably less impressive than she had envisioned. The area was filled with low, somewhat dilapidated residences, many of which had stone walls and roofs made of wood that were in disrepair. Various stalls are haphazardly distributed on either side. The residents here are predominantly farmers, clad in simple linen garments, exuding an air of poverty and simplicity. Alka's relatively neat attire creates a stark contrast, rendering him an anomaly among them. Consequently, people instinctively avert their gazes, subconsciously making way for him as he navigates through the chaotic crowd. A low wall, approximately 4 meters high, bisects the area. As he walks along the main avenue into the city, this modest wall is sparsely guarded, with merely 2 sentinels stationed by the entrance. They scrutinize Alka with their weapons before nodding in acknowledgement, permitting his passage. Those poorly attired are not allowed entry. One of the guards raises his spear, pointing at a destitute individual behind Alka, indicating the reason for the scrutiny. Upon passing through the formidable stone gates, a striking vista unfolds before him. Alka stands in place, an array of unnameable emotions surging within him. What does this wall truly separate? Merely a barrier of bricks. Chapter 37. Bounty. Seeking continuation. Immaculate marble edifices are nestled beside pristine streets, adorned with delicate hues of pale pink, soft blue, and creamy white paint. Flanking the tidy thoroughfare are various exquisite boutiques, surrounded by lush and unusual flora. The flowers on either side continue to exude their fragrant allure. Observing such a scene, Alka straightens his attire and strolls leisurely down the street. Around him, elegantly dressed gentlemen accompany various noblewomen and young ladies, leisurely sauntering about. On the streets, one cannot spot a single humble commoner, nor any vagrants. It is as if the entire city radiates an aura of perfection. Alka strolls along the edge of the thoroughfare, gazing at the meticulously crafted storefronts that line the way. Most of these shops offer a variety of clothing and accessories, particularly luxurious items for women. Following closely are an array of exquisite dining establishments. A mere glance at many of the items in these shops leads Alka to understand that they are far beyond his financial reach, extravagantly priced. Indeed, this city is a marvel. Devoid of the impoverished and homeless, one could only wish to reside here. A young woman, entwined with a gentleman, converses animatedly as they walk. The gentleman playfully taps her nose, calling her a fool. Where could there exist such a splendid city? Upon overhearing this exchange, Alka cannot help but blink in surprise. After wandering the city for a while, he begins to grasp a certain truth. This is a city built upon the suffering of others. To craft a facade of beauty that attracts throngs of tourists, the destitute and homeless, along with the lower strata of society that should inhabit this city, have been relegated to a meager corner or even expelled beyond the city limits. Subsequently, vast resources are expended on the construction of opulent edifices, with storefronts catering exclusively to the affluent. This high consumption fuels economic growth, inflating the wealth of the privileged. After completing his circuit, Alka casually selects a shop to indulge in the local cuisine. Though he refrains from spending lavishly on extravagant luxuries, he is more than willing to splurge a bit on delightful culinary experiences. After satiating his hunger and thirst, the afternoon had arrived. After gaining a general understanding of the city, Alka decided to venture towards the outskirts to explore the remnants of the watchtowers. At that moment, he noticed a pair of guards passing by, seemingly on patrol. Their strides were brisk and appeared urgent. Clad in plate armor and donning helmets, they marched in long boots, one hand gripping a spear while the other steadied a firearm strapped to their arm. This weapon bore a resemblance to a musket, suggesting it possessed significantly greater firepower than a pistol. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. Quick, capture her. She is a wanted criminal. The 2 guards, spears in hand, sprinted after a masked woman clad in a flowing white dress, weaving through the crowd ahead of them. Surrounded by affluent individuals, the guards hesitated to raise their firearms and resorted to encircling her with their long spears. Watch out! The woman, branded as the fugitive, seemed acutely aware of her precarious situation, deliberately darting into the throng. With remarkable agility, she evaded pursuit faster than the guards could run along the thoroughfare. Observing this unfolding drama, Alka deftly flipped his palm, revealing a card that materialized in his grasp. With a swift motion of his arm, the card sailed through an arc, piercing the crowd with precision as it aimed towards the fleeing woman. Sensing the impending threat, she executed a sudden leap, striking the card with her foot before tumbling gracefully to the ground. In that moment of realization, Alka remembered precisely where he was. This is certainly not a world where valor and righteousness prevail. With this thought in mind, Alka hastily made his way towards the city gates. However, as he approached the main entrance, he noticed a multitude of guards stationed there, accompanied by barricades. Even the most affluent and powerful individuals were subjected to meticulous scrutiny before being granted passage in or out of the city. Reflecting on the earlier scene he had witnessed, Alka was taken aback by the swift movements of the guards. Curiosity surged within him as he approached the gate. just in time to see several guards affixing a stack of papers to the city wall. Boldly emblazoned across the top were the words "Wanted Criminals." Alka squinted, his eyes widening in shock, before quickly reining in his expression to appear nonchalant. The faces depicted on the papers were none other than the prominent members of the Blue Fist Treasure Hunting Guild: Andre, Shadidi, Jason, Bobby, and a striking individual with a long, pointed nose, a Marlin folk, alongside a captivating woman with pale violet eyes that exuded a hint of seduction. Alka recognized all of them, save for the unfamiliar exotic figure and the enchanting woman. Wait. Alka's mind raced. The last woman was none other than the fugitive he had encountered moments ago. He had even attempted to thwart her escape with a card. To think she was one of his own, maintaining an air of casual indifference. Alka turned back towards the city. Who could say whether they were aware of his existence? The soldier continued to post the wanted images, and he pondered the whirlwind of events that had transpired in just half a day. Confusion swirled within him, and his steps quickened, glancing at a nearby men's clothing store. He stepped inside. When Alka emerged once more, he was adorned in an elegant black tailcoat, topped with a black top hat. In his hand, he held a refined cane, while a pristine white shirt was visible beneath his coat. "Sir, should you have any inquiries, please do not hesitate to consult us again." The store attendant greeted him with a smile at the door. Alka turned, tipping his hat, and replied with a smile, "Your service is commendable, truly befitting the residents of this beautiful city. However, the prices are rather painful." "Thank you, you are indeed a gentleman," the attendant responded with a nod. After bidding farewell, Alka proceeded toward a shop at the corner ahead. Moments later, he emerged carrying a small bag. He then followed the throng of tourists, slipping into a narrow alleyway. Upon his reemergence, his appearance had undergone a complete transformation. In addition to his more gentlemanly attire, he now sported a lens over his right eye, and a neatly folded handkerchief peeked from the pocket of his left breast. The youthful softness of his face was now adorned with a hint of fine stubble, and coupled with Alka's inherently mature demeanor, he appeared considerably older. Having completely reinvented himself, Alka entered a hotel. Chapter 38. Making contact. Knock, knock, knock. A sound resonated from the door. Then a youthful voice inquired, "Sir, may I ask if you wish to dine downstairs? I am rather fatigued." "Please leave it outside my door," Alka's voice replied. Observing the situation outside, Alka found himself entangled in a web of uncertainty. What course of action should he take now? Were they aware of his existence as a member of the Blue Fist? The abruptness of the changes left him utterly unprepared. He had never contemplated this outcome, and now there was no means to contact Andre and the others. As he gazed out the window, his mind was preoccupied with the implications of the unfolding events. Suddenly, a faint sound emanated from the inner pocket of his coat. He reached in and retrieved a slender crystal shard. Was this the crystal shard that Shaddai had given him? The gentle movement and the subtle sound were indeed coming from this fragment. Alka pondered its significance, utterly bewildered by what its trembling might indicate. A knock echoed softly at the door. "Sir, your dinner has been delivered." "Thank you. Please leave it at the door," he replied. "It is my honor to serve you. Do not hesitate to call upon us if you require anything." With that, the footsteps retreated into the distance. At that moment, a gentle tapping sound emerged from behind him. Instinctively, Alka rolled forward and swiftly drew his pistol from his pocket. Was anyone there? What was that sound? Rising to his feet, he turned to investigate the source of the noise. Something was tapping against the corner of the window. Could it be Andre and the others? Alka contemplated approaching the window, where he observed a spider rhythmically tapping against the glass with its forelegs. This spider, resplendent in a brass hue, was adorned with four glimmering red gemstones that resembled shattered rubies. What an extraordinary technological marvel. He reached out and opened the window. The spider, utilizing all 8 of its legs, swiftly scurried inside, while Alka kept his handgun trained on it. At that moment, he detected faint sounds emanating from the spider's back, reminiscent of human voices. As he cautiously extended his hand, the mechanical arachnid remained unresponsive, allowing him to lift it gently. It bore some weight, yet felt surprisingly light in comparison to its appearance. He gradually brought it closer to his ear. "Alka, Alka, can you hear me?" A delicate voice resonated from within the spider's back, unmistakably that of a woman. It must be Shaddai T. To his astonishment, this contraption was, indeed, a telephone. "Oh, I've finally located you. How are you faring?" "That is good. Do not speak. Just listen to me. The ones who bite the shark have inexplicably colluded with the governor of Mr. Island. They have issued a warrant for our arrest, driving us off the island. Where are you now? We will come to retrieve you." Upon hearing Shaddai T's words, Alka felt a weight lift from his heart, alleviating some of his concerns. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "Am I exposed? Do they know of my existence?" "Not likely. The only individuals who have seen you are the villagers, and those who bite the shark are entirely unaware of your presence. Furthermore, they may currently believe that our people have completely retreated from the island." "Is there no exposure?" Alka murmured to himself. "This is an opportunity." After a moment of contemplation, Alka resolved, "I have discovered clues regarding the precise location of the treasure. I merely require a short span of time for reconnaissance." "Really?" came a voice filled with surprise from the other side. "But it is far too perilous. You have only just joined us and are not yet a toucher." Upon hearing this, Alka smiled and replied, "It's all right. I have not yet been exposed, have I?" The voice on the other end fell into contemplation for a moment. "Very well, we will create some commotion along the coast to divert the enemy's attention. And you shall search for clues within the city. Should you encounter danger, crush the crystal shard, and we shall come to your aid immediately." Upon hearing this, Alka promptly inquired, "That is fine, but how shall I contact you if I find the clues?" "Keep the spider with you. It still retains some energy. Tapping its 4 eyes will enable communication with us." "All right, no problem. Await my good news. Be cautious. It is not worth risking your life for such information. Rest assured, I can distinguish between wealth and life." As soon as he finished speaking, the spider's 4 eyes dimmed, transforming from vibrant red gems into dull gray stones. Alka examined the spider closely, noting its intricate mechanical structure, truly fascinating. Gazing at this mechanism, Alka found himself increasingly intrigued by extraordinary powers. Since he had not yet been exposed, it was indeed time to meticulously plan his subsequent actions. Alka sat beside the table, gazing at the spread-out map before him. This map was considerably rougher than the one he had obtained from Shaddai the previous day, for it was a hastily sketched imitation he had created himself the night prior, lacking in intricate details. Nevertheless, it retained its intended purpose. Tomorrow evening, he would disseminate the information, awaiting their quest for the treasure. At that juncture, they would discover a missing key, which would lead to the revelation of another clue to the treasure he had unearthed within the city. It was somewhat crude, necessitating a more coherent approach. After clarifying his thoughts, Alka nodded, affirming his plan. His gaze shifted to the center of the map, to the blue light that shimmered within the city. He had visited this location during the day and had gained a rudimentary understanding of what this blue point represented. He reached out and tapped the spot. Haunted Villa, difficulty, for the bold. Fame, 631. Treasure information. Is there really a ghost in the haunted villa? This was precisely the magical treasure he had encountered yesterday, devoid of specific details. Gurgle. I am hungry. Chapter 39. The Haunted Villa in the early morning. Alka refreshed himself in his hotel room, enjoying breakfast served by a waiter. Alongside his meal, there was an unexpected newspaper. Was there really such a thing as newspaper in this world? Yet the ships still employed wooden sails and oil lamps, rendering this world quite peculiar. Alka casually flipped through the pages, finding mostly news regarding the Blood Gold Alliance, which bore little significance to him. Having just emerged into the outside world, he found himself bewildered by a substantial portion of the information surrounding him. The notorious pirate, known as the Harbinger of Death, was traversing the seas with his crew. A pirate, indeed, whose exploits were even deemed worthy of being chronicled in the newspapers as a cautionary tale for others. How formidable must this pirate be? Alka shook his head, folding the newspaper and placing it on the table before donning the top hat that hung by the door and stepping outside. Upon reaching the street, he observed that after just one night, aside from the wanted posters still affixed at the city gates and the barricades that had been set up, there were no longer any patrolling officers. The streets had returned to their usual state. It seemed he had indeed managed to remain inconspicuous. Nevertheless, he knew better than to let his guard down. With this thought, Alka instinctively brushed his fingers against the slight stubble on his upper lip. Adjusting his hat, he made his way towards the location he had spotted the previous day. Navigating through several streets, he arrived at a district where luxury shops were somewhat diminished, replaced instead by establishments that catered more to daily necessities. This area was likely home to the local residents of the city. He proceeded directly to a villa situated close to the city wall. The pedestrian traffic here noticeably thinned. It appeared that most individuals preferred to take a detour rather than pass through this vicinity. Alka gazed at the villa before him. It was a 3-story structure, constructed from off-white stone, adorned with decorative sculptures on its walls and roof. The transparent windows were neatly aligned along the façade, yet the curtains within had long been drawn. A modest courtyard enveloped the villa, exuding an air of exquisite charm. Were it not for the whispers of a haunting legend surrounding this abode, one might never suspect its sinister reputation. At that moment, a notice was affixed beside the outer gate. The sign above indicated that the villa was available for rent at a remarkably low price. I had noticed it while passing by yesterday and, intrigued, made my way towards the specified address. A mere 100 meters away, I found another villa with a small courtyard. Alka approached the iron gate, gently shaking it twice. The lock clinked, producing a crisp sound. Shortly thereafter, a woman dressed in casual home attire emerged. Observing Alka beside the iron gate, she approached with a hint of curiosity. "Excuse me, sir, is there something you need?" Alka adjusted his bowler hat and nodded slightly. He then gestured towards the villa not far away. "Is that villa yours? I wish to rent it for a month." Upon hearing Alka's inquiry about the villa, the woman's expression visibly stiffened. She opened her mouth, pausing to choose her words carefully. "Well, sir, I wonder if you are aware of the situation regarding that villa?" Alka, smiling, lightly tapped the ground with his cane, interrupting her. "Rest assured, madam, I am well informed. I merely wish to experience it." As he spoke, he retrieved a handkerchief from his left breast pocket, unfurling it before the woman. With a gentle flick, a rose appeared in his hand. He placed it atop the head of his cane, and as he released his grip, it seemed as though the flower had bloomed there. Alka extended his cane towards her. The simplicity and swiftness of his performance left the woman slightly flushed, unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch the rose. Subsequently, the rose petals scattered down, transforming into an excess of blossoms, drifting gently towards her form, accompanied by a subtle fragrance. At that moment, Alka revealed a smile and remarked, "As you can see, I am a magician, eager to experience the ambience of that villa. It may inspire me in unforeseen ways. You are indeed a gentleman, and your performance was quite remarkable. If the opportunity arises, do extend an invitation to me." Alka engaged in light conversation with the woman for a while before agreeing to rent the haunted villa for a month at the cost of 2 silver serpents. Perhaps it was due to Alka's recent performance or the air of distinction in his demeanor and attire, or perhaps the villa's haunted reputation rendered it difficult to lease. Nonetheless, the woman graciously waived his security deposit. After a brief signing of a contract, she handed the keys to Alka and encouraged him to explore the premises alone. Aside from a slight layer of dust, everything inside appeared to be in good condition and fully functional. It seemed that the haunted villa had indeed left a significant impression on this woman, who was reluctant to approach it herself. Before long, Alka stood at the villa's entrance, unlocking the outer door and stepping inside. The few passers-by nearby watched Alka's actions with a sense of horror, hastening their pace to flee. Their gazes were filled with pity. Nearby residents also took notice of the new tenant at the haunted villa, pondering how long he could endure. A night, perhaps. I suspect no more than a single night, for he does not seem to be a person of great fortitude. What about you? How long do you believe he can endure? After all, it was he who sought you out for the rental. I find this gentleman quite remarkable. He is a magician, and perhaps he might indeed manage to stay here without issue." The woman speaking is the very one who rented the villa to Alka, accompanied by the neighboring residents. They exhibited the expected curiosity towards someone daring enough to enter a haunted villa, placing their bets on how long Alka would last within its confines. At this moment, Alka, with a twinge of apprehension, inserted the key into the door's crevice and subsequently opened the grand entrance. A faint cloud of dust wafted forth. She lifted the lantern hanging by the doorframe, adjusted the mechanism below, and ignited its flame, carrying it inside. A delicate layer of dust coated the floor. She first drew open all the curtains by the windows, allowing sunlight to flood the space. In a short while, the entire house became warm and inviting. Upon entering, she found herself in the living room, which was partially separated from the dining area. The decor was exceedingly simple yet cozy. Aside from the thin veil of dust, it seemed entirely disconnected from the notion of a haunted house. Alka explored the villa thoroughly, drawing open all the curtains. She then picked up the cleaning tools prepared by the woman and began to sweep away the dust, simultaneously conducting a meticulous examination of the entire villa, searching for the hidden treasure and gathering information in the process. Chapter 40. Greetings. Not much time had elapsed. By midday, Alka had tidied up the villa and gained a general understanding of its layout, which was a straightforward 3-story structure. The first floor comprises the living room, dining area, and kitchen, while the second floor houses the master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, and a guest resting area. The third floor, aside from a balcony, contains some storage spaces, resembling an attic rather than a distinct level. Besides a layer of dust, the entire villa presents no other issues. Frankly, it hardly appears to be a haunted dwelling. Sitting at the table, I gaze at the blue markers on the map. Daredevils? This suggests that the rumors of hauntings within this villa may not stem from genuine specters or phantoms, but rather from phenomena that evoke terror. During the rental process, Alka had conversed with the woman in charge. Most tenants, after a day or two, found themselves so frightened that they vacated the villa, leaving without any fatalities. Injuries were merely the result of startled mishaps. This is precisely why Alka felt emboldened to enter. While danger lurked, it was not insurmountable. The pursuit of treasure and wealth invariably invites peril, yet as long as the risks remain within an acceptable threshold, one can proceed. Taking up pen and paper, Alka began to sketch the layout based on the structure observed during the recent cleaning of the villa. She started with the first floor, and thus time flowed into the late afternoon, approaching dusk. Alka examined the nearly completed blueprint. She blinked. However, the drawing exhibited no changes, nor did any blue markers manifest. It seemed her artistic skills were indeed lacking, while she managed to craft a rough map of the island. Rendering a detailed architectural plan resembled nothing more than a child's scribble. She carelessly tossed the sketch onto the table, deciding to revisit it tomorrow, hoping for an opportunity to acquire the original design blueprints. This is the simplest and most expedient method, capable of saving a significant amount of time. However, one cannot ascertain whether the owner of the house is still present. Pondering this, Alka gazed out as dusk settled in. He returned to the second floor, gently drawing the curtains in his room, and subsequently retrieved a mechanical spider from the newly acquired suitcase. Observing the mechanical arachnid in his hands, Alka reached out to tap the four stone-like eyes atop its head. With each tap, the eyes transformed from their stony appearance into glimmering ruby-like crystals. Alka placed it upon the small table in his room. The spider began to tap its copper legs against the tabletop. Before long, a voice emanated from its back. "Hello? Alka." "Yes, it's me. I believe I have identified a potential location for the treasure," Alka stated directly and succinctly. Upon the conclusion of his words, silence enveloped the voice from the spider's back. "You found it." The voice of Shaddai carried a hint of incredulity. Just yesterday, Alka had mentioned some clues, and now he claimed to have definitive information. Was this not a bit too swift? Or perhaps overly ambitious? He deliberately noted that this was merely his speculation, lacking certainty. Upon hearing Alka's clarification, Shaddai's voice responded, "All right, no problem. We will proceed to verify it as soon as possible. You must also exercise caution and conceal your identity. The shark bites are not to be trifled with. If you do get caught, surrendering is an option. They would not wish to harbor true enmity with us. Biting a shark is no more advantageous than confronting them. In fact, it may even be slightly less so. Deliberately eliminating a member of the opposing side would amount to forging a vendetta, and no one would be foolish enough to pursue such an endeavor. Rest assured, I am currently quite safe, and the patrols within the city have considerably diminished." After exchanging a few simple words and gauging the external situation, Alka severed the communication. As dusk approached, a warm, golden glow spilled through the window. Alka watched as the sun gradually sank beneath the horizon. After a light meal, he ascended to the second floor, preparing to extinguish the lights and retire early. The room descended into darkness. With his eyes closed, Alka felt the reassuring presence of his holster beneath his arm and the firearm resting on his thigh. Maintaining a slight vigilance, he began to relax and eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed. In the enveloping darkness, a gentle chill crept in, stirring a cool sensation at his feet. He subtly nudged the covers, tucking them in to restore a semblance of warmth. Suddenly, a rhythmic thumping echoed nearby. The sound of a rudimentary pump drawing water from a tank. The soft patter of footsteps and slippers followed, accompanied by the creaking of an ancient bronze faucet being turned. The sound of water droplets began to resonate. Drip, drip, drip. In the darkness, only the sound of falling water remained. The whispers of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the soft glow of moonlight all receded, as if they had vanished entirely. Alka opened his eyes, placing one hand on the grip of his weapon resting on his thigh, while the other reached beneath his pillow. He lifted the covers, grasped the oil lamp from the nightstand, and ventured towards the door, accompanied by the persistent sound of dripping water. In the profound silence of the darkness, every sound emerged distinctly. The gentle flicker of the oil lamp illuminated the shadows, seemingly piercing the stillness. Slowly, the door creaked open, and as the lamp was raised, One could observe the brass faucet above the wash basin, dripping water drop by drop. Each droplet fell into the iron basin below, causing ripples to dance upon the surface. Alka approached and tightened the switch above. In the instant he turned with the lamp, he instinctively drew the gun resting on his thigh. However, he only pulled it halfway before exhaling heavily. Gazing into the mirror before him, he was taken aback by his own reflection. Damn it, he thought. He was startled by the visage staring back at him. Unable to suppress his inner critique, a twinge of anxiety welled up within him. The face reflected was not the familiar one he had known for decades. Fear surged through him, yet thankfully, he reacted swiftly. Remembering that he was no longer the person he once was. Leaning closer to the mirror, he scrutinized his appearance. By daylight, he had not paid much attention, but now, under the clarity of this mirror, he took a thorough look at himself. His raven black hair, untrimmed, had grown to a medium length, brushing against his ears. Once, he would have found this unusual, but now he was well accustomed to it. Finding a suitable barber in this place was no simple task. His features still bore a hint of youth, yet his expression conveyed maturity tinged with a hint of solemnity, making him appear slightly older than his years. He examined his eyes closely. The emerald hue was indeed strikingly rare. Nevertheless, this body was undeniably handsome. As the words slipped from his lips, Alka paused momentarily, subtly rubbing his hands together while absent-mindedly removing and then replacing his ring. A faint smile graced his features as he regarded his reflection in the mirror. Hello there. Chapter 41. Awakening in the early morning, Alka slightly parted the curtains, allowing the brilliant sunlight to cascade across his face. He raised a hand to shield his eyes momentarily. After a brief interval, feeling the warmth of the sun enveloping his visage, he reluctantly rose, stretching luxuriously. He fully drew back the curtains, adopting an embrace-like posture as he gazed out, welcoming the radiant beams of light. Last night's slumber had been exquisite. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such restful sleep. Yet, a fleeting sense of unease began to creep in. With this thought, Alka furrowed his brow and rubbed his temples, but he felt nothing amiss. Had he been dreaming? Unable to recall anything further, Alka made his way to the washroom not far from his door. Upon entering, he noticed a mirror beside him. Was there a mirror here yesterday? After a moment of surprise, he leaned closer, gently caressing his face. Indeed, he couldn't deny it. He looked rather handsome. However, he mused, he still fell slightly short of his former self. After exchanging a few casual thoughts with himself, Alka commenced his morning routine. Upon returning to his room and donning his attire, while he was in the midst of putting on his vest, a sudden knock echoed from downstairs. Calmly finishing his dressing, he descended the staircase and opened the door to find the lady who had rented the house to him standing outside. Good morning, Lady Anda. This morning, you appear even more radiant than yesterday. Is it possible that time is reversing for you? Upon hearing Alka's words, Lady Anda paused for a moment, then responded with a suppressed giggle, covering her mouth. Ah, it seems it is these exquisite earrings that enhance your allure. Upon hearing Alka's remark, a look of pleasant surprise graced Lady Anda's face as she gently touched her earrings. Alka noticed that these earrings were not worn yesterday and appeared remarkably new. Mr. Houdini certainly possesses a way with words. Are all magicians such gentlemen? The name Houdini was a pseudonym that Alka had whimsically adopted. In response to this, Alka merely smiled. Perhaps, who knows? At this moment, Lady Anda scrutinized Alka from head to toe. How did Mr. Houdini rest last night? Very well, indeed. I must say, the architecture and interior decor of your villa are exquisitely harmonious. Confirming that he had no significant concerns and had rested well, Lady Anda unconsciously nodded. Seizing the opportunity, Alka remarked, my rest last night has left me quite enamored with this villa, leading me to ponder whether I should also construct such a residence in the future. Is that so? I am pleased to hear that. May I venture to make a small request, a humble favor? Perhaps it was Alka's previous compliments that lightened Andav's mood, prompting him to nod in agreement. Of course, if I could manage it. Alka quickly interjected, expressing his fondness for the villa after a restful night, inquiring if the lady still possessed the architectural plans for the villa, as he wished to draw inspiration from them. He then self-deprecatingly added, though the income from being a magician was insufficient to construct such a splendid villa, having an ambitious goal was still commendable. Andav's lady found Alka's request somewhat peculiar, but chose to overlook it, nodding in acquiescence. Alka, undeterred, sensed that the villa's ghostly reputation might be a thing of the past. Of course, there is no issue. I would be delighted to assist you with such a minor concern. You are quite the gentleman. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Alka followed Andaf's lady to the villa where she resided, not far away. Numerous women engaged in idle chatter by the roadside, and local residents occasionally turned their heads, casting discreet glances at Alka. Observing Alka's vibrant demeanor, they felt a twinge of curiosity. "Please wait here for a moment. I shall retrieve it for you," Mrs. Andaf remarked, not extending an invitation for Alka to enter. Content: Alka remained outside, as he preferred to avoid excessive interaction with the local populace. After all, he could now be regarded as a covert fugitive. Who could predict the repercussions his presence might have on others? Shortly thereafter, Mrs. Angie emerged, holding a dossier crafted from tan leather paper. From within, she produced a design blueprint. Alka accepted it and observed that it delineated the topography of each floor and courtyard. With a slight blink of her eyes, a glimmer revealed itself. The luminous point was located on the second floor, precisely in the master bedroom where she had slept the previous night. Once she discerned the exact position of the light, Alka returned the blueprint with heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, madam," she said. "Oh, it was merely a trifling matter," Mrs. Angie replied graciously. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Alka took her leave and began to meander through the city, unknowingly acquiring a tourism guide in her hand, a purchase made at a bookstore she had just passed. The price was significantly lower than its production quality suggested. She flipped through the guide lightly and, upon opening her door, ascended directly to the master bedroom on the second floor. Standing at the threshold, she surveyed the layout of the room. The luminous point was situated on the left side of the room, nestled in a corner, reflecting on the location of the light. Alka gazed in that direction. There stood a row of neatly arranged solid wood wardrobes. She approached, inspecting the line of cabinets. Only the three at the rear seemed to correspond with the area indicated by the light. As she opened the wardrobe doors, a stuffy, slightly rancid odor wafted out. She waved her hand to disperse the scent. Peering inside, she found an empty expanse, save for a few remnants possibly left by the previous occupants. No glimmer of light could be found within. She opened the second cabinet, yet found nothing anew. Her gaze shifted to the third. Opening the wardrobe, one could discern that its placement in the corner, coupled with the slight obstruction from the bedside table, had rendered its interior cloaked in a layer of dust. An emptiness pervaded the space, and the contours remained elusive. Unable to restrain himself, Alka reached in, probing and tapping, eager to uncover any hidden compartments. A thought struck him, prompting him to glance upwards. There, a mirror no larger than the palm of his hand reflected Kane's visage, its surface adorned with a luminous outline. So it was here. A smile graced Alka's face as he gingerly removed the mirror. However, the outline did not vanish. Furrowing his brow, he scrutinized it closely. The radiant outline seemed to emanate from the glass within, distinct from the brass and silver casing that enveloped it. Chapter 42. The haunted mirror. Holding the mirror in his hands, Alka approached the table facing the window. He casually selected an iron tool and meticulously disassembled the casing. The thin glass revealed itself entirely, and as Alka's fingers brushed against it, the luminous outline dissipated completely. A moment of revelation dawned upon him. At this juncture, Alka began to examine the glass in earnest. One side presented itself as an utterly ordinary and unremarkable mirror, reflecting his image and the surrounding environment with clarity, indistinguishable from any commonplace mirror. The reverse, however, was remarkably smooth, possessing a metallic texture. Upon closer inspection in the sunlight, intricate patterns seemed to emerge, albeit not distinctly. Yet, no matter how one gazed at it, it appeared merely as an ordinary rectangular pane of glass, no larger than the size of his palm. He picked up the map, observing the two remaining white dots and one blue dot that continued to pulsate. He clicked on the blue dot that had already dimmed. Haunted Villa, Harvest, Difficulty. For the bold, Fame, 631. Treasure information. Is there truly a ghost in the haunted villa, or is it merely a figment of a dream? The so-called fear and haunting seem to lack genuine existence, instead representing a residual force that has affected the dreamscape. Treasure Harvest, Soul-Binding Mirror. The treasure information had expanded, yet he felt no additional insights had emerged for himself. Dream. This implied he might have dreamt last night, experiencing the fears previously felt by others. This was the extent of his known information. However, the vague details of dreams are easily forgotten upon waking. Why had he not been startled awake by the terror within the dream? Alka did not consider himself particularly courageous. In this realm imbued with fantastical powers, he still held a modicum of fear towards ghosts. Yet, it was clear that he was influenced by the energy emanating from the mirror. The soul-binding mirror. From the harvest, he discerned the name of this mirror. A magical mirror that confines souls. The title seemed anything but reputable. Gazing at the mirror, Alka could not suppress a sense of unease. Would it have adverse effects on him? After all, the mere energy it radiated had already impacted his dream. And the very name of this villa suggested that such power would spread fear within the dream realm. It does not seem to embody anything particularly positive. Dreams are born of the night, and one wonders whether the night itself might undergo any transformations. With this thought in mind, Alka picked up the lens, contemplated for a moment, and then reopened the wardrobe to cast the lens back inside. It was perhaps wiser not to carry it around, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. After having effortlessly discovered this blue magical treasure, Alka suddenly felt a sense of leisure, drifting into a state of idleness. He began to peruse the contents, which provided a detailed account of various travel-worthy destinations and sights worth beholding. Picturesque streets, meticulously crafted gardens, clusters of statues, and splendid fountains were among the highlights. Naturally, the bustling commercial thoroughfare at the heart of the city, replete with luxury goods, was not overlooked. Flipping further, he encountered an array of art exhibitions, auction events, and museums. War memorial museums, island history museums, and development commemorative halls, as well as exotic animal exhibits and insect museums. Wait a moment. An insect museum? Alka seemed to glimpse something remarkable and turned the page forward. The insect museum housed a collection of rare insects from both the island and beyond, alongside various specimens and historical accounts. Upon reaching this point, Alka could not help but recall the treasure vault number 5, themed around insects. The key that unlocked it symbolized courage and fearlessness, uniquely representative of the island. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the key was a genuine insect or merely a symbol. With this realization, it appeared that a visit to the Memorial Museum was imperative. He drew back the curtains and gazed at the sunlight outside. It was just past noon. Dressed in his coat and grasping his walking stick, Arcus stepped out of the villa. Before long, he arrived at his destination. Before him lay a rather diminutive area, which, in contrast to a museum, resembled more of a shop. However, the signage proclaimed it as such. He observed that there were scarcely any individuals interested in the exhibits. The interior was eerily desolate. Arca pushed the door open, and a crisp chime of a bell resonated through the space. An elderly gentleman at the far end of the museum glanced up, his eyes slightly squinting, and upon noticing Arca, he stepped forward in surprise. At that moment, Arca feigned genuine interest in entomology, surveying the myriad specimens of insects displayed on either side, alongside exquisite hand-drawn illustrations. Amongst the collection were the most splendid butterflies, as well as some rather unsettling and grotesque worms. He even spotted live insects scuttling about within glass containers. The lower section consisted of wooden cabinets encased in glass, seemingly designed to replicate the insects' natural habitats, revealing some of the living creatures therein. "Sir, you appear quite fascinated by these insects. Would you like me to provide you with some explanations?" The elderly man seemed rather animated. Arca turned to him, offering a smile before nodding in agreement. "Of course, if it is convenient for you, that would be splendid." With that, the gentleman began to elaborate, gesturing towards a massive insect specimen mounted on the left wall. Its size comparable to that of a human head, a rotund body adorned with delicate antennae, encased in a protective exoskeleton. This is a marine worm that dwells in the depths of the ocean. Despite its considerable size, it is, in fact, a parasitic creature that clings to the bodies of large fish. The enormity of such a parasite elicited a distinct sense of interest and surprise from Alka, which, in turn, pleased the elder. He began to introduce various specimens in succession. Eventually, they arrived at an exquisite glass case housing a remarkable insect specimen. This creature boasted long, horn-like appendages reminiscent of bull's horns, complemented by a robust exoskeleton. Its 3 pairs of legs were notably large, and its overall hue was a matte black. Yet the tips of its horn-like protrusions glimmered with a subtle golden sheen, exuding an air of formidable majesty. This insect, known as the golden hornhammer, is indigenous to Mist Island and embodies the spirit of bravery and fearlessness, akin to a valiant warrior. At last, the elder had introduced Alka to his intended target. Chapter 43, Into the Dream. Regrettably, this magnificent and imposing insect is now extinct on the island. The elder's tone shifted, tinged with melancholy. Upon hearing this, Alka hastily inquired, "Extinct? Why?" The elder, with a hint of bitterness in his voice, yet laced with resignation, replied, "Did you notice the flower-laden avenues upon entering the city? Many of those blossoms were transplanted from other islands. Among them are several strikingly beautiful flowers, but their pollen is lethal to the golden hornhammer. This has resulted in an imbalance within the island's ecological environment, yet the affluent individuals remain utterly indifferent to such matters. Sighing at this thought, he could not help but exhale deeply. Alka could only nod in understanding, although he inquired, when approximately did this insect become extinct? Perhaps around 20 years ago, came the response. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding crept into Alka's heart. According to the treasure information, unlocking vault number 5 might require this particular golden horned beetle. It remains uncertain whether this is merely symbolic or if a living specimen is indeed necessary, and whether the preserved specimens are still viable. In light of this predicament, Alka found himself compelled to make comprehensive preparations. After pondering for a moment with furrowed brows, he asked, "Are there other islands besides this one that possess golden horned beetles?" Observing Alka's apparent fascination with the insects, the elderly man's eyes sparkled with excitement. He grasped Kane's wrist and led him towards the inner counter. Come. I once had a collection of a catalog that mentioned an island possessing these." As he spoke, he pulled Alka along. Upon reaching the counter, he rummaged beneath it and, donning gloves, retrieved a remarkably well-preserved insect encyclopedia from a wooden box. Flipping through its pages with care, Alka noticed that each illustration of the insects was rendered with such vivid detail that they resembled photographs, underscoring their rarity. Upon reaching the center of the book, the elder turned it over and pointed to one of the illustrations, exclaiming, "This is the one." Observing the performance, the elderly man nodded in increasing satisfaction, his gaze towards Alka becoming ever more amiable. He proceeded to elaborate. The golden hornhammer, a type of insect, is frequently sought after by collectors due to its exquisite appearance. However, most enthusiasts are dedicated to preserving these creatures. On the island of Antversacral, one can find this insect, which is also a sanctuary for various insect aficionados. "If only I were a bit younger," he lamented. "The journey across the sea is no longer suited for an old fellow like me." Upon hearing the desired information, Alka quickly committed it to memory. After engaging in conversation with the elder for a while longer, he took his leave. Noticing that dusk had yet to settle, he continued to wander about like a curious tourist. During his leisurely stroll, he noticed a gathering of people, intrigued by what they were watching. Alka leaned in for a closer look. Before him stood a man dressed in a somewhat exaggerated clown costume, performing acrobatics and magic tricks for the crowd. Magic. Drawn in by the spectacle, Alka approached to observe. After a captivating performance, the clown bowed, prompting the audience to toss coins into the box before him. As Alka beheld the accumulating coins, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Some even contributed silver serpents. To his discerning eye, the clown's tricks were rather pedestrian. He could see through all the magical techniques employed. Contemplating the wealth before him, Alka reflected on his own dwindling finances, realizing that his limited funds would greatly hinder his ability to maintain his disguise. Perhaps I too could perform in such a manner. Since mastering the art of magic, I have yet to deliver a formal performance for an audience. Observing a clown preparing to relocate to another venue, Alka decided to dine at a different restaurant. After finishing his meal, he strolled along the picturesque cobblestone path, basking in the twilight glow of the setting sun, making his way toward the villa. He happened upon Mrs. Anda, who was engaged in conversation with a group of women, and greeted her warmly. After tidying up briefly, he retreated to his room. Once again, he retrieved the magic mirror from the wardrobe and placed it on the bedside table. With the remaining light outside, he lit the oil lamp. At that moment, Alka felt a slight vibration from the pocket watch nestled against his chest. Upon inspection, he discovered that the blue crystal embedded in the watch's cover was the source of the tremor. He immediately crouched down and fished out the mechanical spider from beneath the bed. Alka, I am here. We are prepared and expect to depart for the location you mentioned at 3:00 a.m. tomorrow night. Will you join us?" Alka glanced at the watch. "Very well. It is settled then. Do remember to exercise caution." "Understood." He then returned the spider to its hiding place beneath the bed, sitting beside the bedside table. He gazed at the magic mirror, awaiting the arrival of night. During the wait, Alka practiced his magic tricks, simultaneously honing the flexibility of his hands. The luminous full moon hung majestically in the night sky, while the surroundings had descended into a profound silence. Peering through the parted curtains, Alka observed the magic mirror, which remained utterly still. With a slight furrow of his brow, he pondered for a moment before placing it back into the wardrobe. Subsequently, he extinguished the oil lamp and retired to bed. Before long, the rhythmic sound of Alka's breathing filled the darkness. In that obscurity, Alka perceived a faint, distant voice. It was delicate as a thread, an exceedingly vague sound that circled around his ears. Help, help me, help. In the depths of darkness, Alka heard this subtle cry for aid, yearning to open his eyes, to move his hands, to twist his body. Yet, undeniably, he was incapable of doing so. His body in the shadows seemed no longer under the control of his mind. His consciousness and tactile senses remained aware of his form, but it felt as though he had relinquished all authority over it. He could only listen to the plea for help without being able to respond, as if still ensconced in a profound slumber. In helplessness, after grasping the essence of the call for assistance, he thought, "Who are you? Are you trapped within the magic mirror? How can I rescue you?" These three inquiries echoed incessantly in his mind. It seemed as if the vague voice of distress truly received the thoughts emanating from Alka's mind. The muffled plea began to transform. Magic, touch, help. Various words repeated and intertwined around him. Alka discerned a fragment of the meaning he yearned to convey. It appeared that to liberate this entity from the magic mirror, he needed to possess magic himself and become the toucher. That seemed to be the essence of it. Very well, if it is feasible, I shall rescue you. But might you first release me? I wish to enjoy a restful slumber. This time, he embraced the message Alka wished to convey, which had become increasingly straightforward. Very well, it's a pact. I promise you, once I become a toucher, I shall find a way to liberate you from the mirror. Alka spoke earnestly. At last, he seemed to regain control over his body, no longer ensnared in darkness, and immediately opened his eyes. Bathed in the moonlight, he surveyed his resting chamber. Swiftly rising to light the oil lamp on the bedside and opening the cabinet to gaze upon the mirror resting there. At that moment, the intricate patterns on the back of the mirror emitted a soft glow, mirroring the moonlight outside. Chapter 44. The Valley of Praying Insects in the Early Morning. The sun's golden rays had already penetrated through the window, casting light beside the bed. Alka found himself compelled to snatch his pillow and cover his face to shield himself from the brightness. As for rising from bed, that was an impossibility. He longed to remain there, melded with the sheets. The previous night's dream, induced by the mirror, had involved a brief exchange with the soul within. Yet, whether due to his ordinary nature, the brevity of the dream had diminished the quality of his slumber. Even after eventually sinking into a deeper sleep, he awoke with a hint of fatigue, feeling as though he had not truly rested, with aches in his back and waist. He remembered the pact, the rescue, and simmered with indignation at the thought of being sold. Awake yet reluctant to rise, Alka brooded resentfully. How could he entertain the notion of saving this enigmatic entity lurking within the mirror, regardless of its nature, good or ill? Perhaps it was best for it to remain there, confined within its glass prison, preparing to seize the opportune moment to part with it. Alka felt the increasingly warm glow surrounding him. Unable to find solace in sleep, he reluctantly roused himself from his restless slumber. After a brief tidying up, he tucked the map from the table into his embrace and stepped out of the villa. He nodded in acknowledgement to a few neighbors, who appeared slightly familiar. The neighbors expressed a sense of surprise that Alka had managed to reside in the haunted villa for several days without any apparent incidents, leading them to exhibit a more amiable demeanor. This suggested that the villa, once a source of their concern, might no longer be plagued by hauntings. Finally, a sense of calm enveloped him as night fell. After enjoying a hearty breakfast at a seemingly pleasant restaurant, Alka once again approached the grand entrance as if he were a tourist. Along the way, he encountered the street performer, a jester, and various other entertainers. This brought to mind his own wallet, prompting a fleeting thought. Perhaps he should also perform on the streets? As he walked toward the city gate, he noted that the level of vigilance had significantly diminished compared to before, although wanted posters still adorned the vicinity. The guard stationed at the entrance merely glanced lazily at the passing crowd, showing little interest in stopping individuals for scrutiny or inquiry. Seeing such a relaxed atmosphere, Alka felt a wave of relief wash over him. Adjusting his collar, he strolled leisurely forward, staff in hand. Upon reaching the entrance, he casually glanced at the nearby wanted posters, mirroring the curious expressions of those passing by. In addition to the individuals Alka was already aware of, there were several lesser-known figures also marked as wanted. Nonetheless, he felt reassured. Alka did not see himself above, which allowed him to slip away from the guard's gaze with ease. Finally exiting the city, Alka felt a sense of relief. With a light step, he followed the marked location on the map. After circumventing the adjacent garden avenue, he ventured into the countryside. It was uncertain whether it was due to Alka's current attire, but most villagers passing by would deliberately take a detour. Even when they were forced to cross paths, they would lower their heads. Observing this situation, Alka hastened his pace. After a considerable while, he finally arrived at his destination. It was a small valley on an island, flanked by modest hills, nestled between which lay a seemingly idyllic grove. Noticing the muddy path beneath his feet and some unfamiliar wooden stakes erected nearby, it was evident that this place was occasionally visited. The fifth treasury, marked by a white light, was located here. Alka could not help but step further into the grove. Upon entering, a symphony of subtle insect chirps greeted his ears. He carefully observed the towering trees and the grass around him. It was evident that the insects here were far more abundant than outside, with some darting swiftly past him. Fortunately, Alka harbored no excessive fear of these creatures. Otherwise, this place might have felt like hell to him. With a slight bow of his head, he navigated around a silken thread that crossed his path and continued along the winding trail deeper into the grove. As he ventured further in, the number of man-made wooden stakes became increasingly apparent. He even spotted several villagers by the stakes, seemingly engaged in some form of prayer. Upon encountering Alka, the villagers exhibited a hint of curiosity, yet hastened their departure. The wooden stakes were adorned with delicate clay figurines, some crafted from stone, predominantly depicting various insects. Additionally, inscriptions and intricate patterns were carved into some of the posts. Alka observed briefly, noting that most of the inscriptions were invocations for blessings. From his explorations at the insect museum the previous day, he discerned that these invocations corresponded with the clay or stone figures above them. For instance, a plea for the health of children was represented by an insect of similar significance placed atop. Requests for personal advancement were often accompanied by carved pupae or cocoons, symbolizing emergence and renewal. Many of these offerings appeared quite new, suggesting that numerous individuals had entrusted their heartfelt wishes to this site, likely a tradition among the local residents. At that moment, Alka's gaze drifted to a figure crouched beside a distant tree branch. As he approached for a closer inspection, the silhouette struck him as vaguely familiar. Upon closer examination, he realized it was the elderly man from the insect museum. The old man remained still beneath the tree stump, seemingly either waiting or observing something intently. Even as Alka silently approached from behind, he remained oblivious. Alka leaned forward slightly. Ants? The old man resembled a child. Engrossed in watching ants, black creatures adorned with a silver stripe, slightly larger than the average ant. These ants formed a line that resembled a moving silver thread, busily transporting something. The elderly man suddenly tilted his head to the side and was startled to see his own toes peeking out from beneath him, causing him to topple over. Quick as a flash, Alka rushed forward to steady him. Upon realizing it was Alka who had caught him, the startled elder took a deep breath. It's you. Why are you here, silently standing behind others? You nearly frightened me to death. Alka, feeling a bit embarrassed by the old man's words, managed a sheepish smile and gently helped him to his feet. What is this place? Alka inquired, sensing the abundance of insects around, some of which appeared quite rare. The elder looked at him with a hint of curiosity. You entered here without knowing where you were? I was intrigued by those wooden stakes outside, Alka replied. The elder nodded and turned to walk further down the path. Alka followed closely, listening as the elder spoke. This is the Valley of Insect Prayers on the island, a place steeped in legend. Are you interested? Alka, of course, was intrigued and eagerly nodded. The legend tells that insects are the messengers of the gods, scattered throughout the world to observe the deeds of mankind. This valley is a gathering place for these divine envoys. People erect wooden stakes here, inscribing their wishes upon them, and place corresponding insects atop, hoping that these creatures will carry their prayers to the ears of the gods. It is a simple yet profoundly captivating legend that has gradually evolved into a tradition for some of the island's inhabitants. After listening, Alka nodded, acknowledging the undeniable romance in such traditional beliefs, which are not without merit. The elder also nodded in agreement before coming to a halt. Chapter 45. The perfect treasure was just ahead. Before them stood a circular stone pillar, approximately 4 to 5 meters in height. Atop this pillar was a stone statue, and Alka immediately recognized it as the effigy of the golden horn hammer. The placement of this statue was undeniably meticulous. Perhaps due to the obscuring embrace of the valley or the surrounding trees, beams of sunlight cascaded down, striking the statue's protruding horns. The rays illuminated the tips of the horns, mirroring the original visage of the golden horn. Observing this sight, Alka's keen instincts sensed something amiss, prompting him to retrieve his pocket watch from within his coat. It was precisely noon, 12 o'clock. The elder approached the stone pillar, running his fingers over its surface, his expression laden with nostalgia. He then positioned his hands as if they were horns, resting them against his temples, adopting a posture reminiscent of the golden horn hammer. Seemingly a gesture of prayer, Alka remained transfixed by the ticking hands of his watch, until the time reached 12:15. Only then did the elder relax, opening his eyes and speaking aloud. You witnessed it as well, did you not? At noon, the statue's horns are bathed in sunlight. Who constructed this effigy? The elder shook his head, unable to recall. It was long ago, dating back to the time when Mist Island had just joined the Alliance. Decades ago, during my childhood, I recall my parents visiting this place to pay homage on sun-drenched afternoons. Back then, many others would also gather. Every sunny day was graced by the presence of people. As I reminisce, a smile inevitably graces the elderly man's face. In those days, if one were fortunate enough to witness a golden-horned hammer soaring through the air during the tribute, it would strike the stone pillar with its magnificent antlers. The insects of the forest would join in a symphony of chirps, accompanied by the resounding echoes of massive stones shifting. The prayers uttered on those days were always remarkably potent. His expression turned wistful. Alas, I never had the chance to witness such a phenomenon, not even once. Before their extinction, with a resigned shake of his head, he withdrew his hand from the stone pillar and clasped it behind his back. There would be no more opportunities. Slowly, he ambled along the narrow path leading out. Alka stood still, gazing at the statue atop the stone pedestal. The golden rays upon the antlers had long since faded. When he had just joined the Alliance, the golden-horned hammer, a symbol of bravery and fearlessness, rang out at noon, the sound of its striking echoing through the air, accompanied by the crucial chorus of insects and thunderous roars. All conditions seemed to align perfectly. He swiftly retrieved a map from within his cloak. As he unfurled it, he tapped on the luminous white dot. Sada's 12 Treasures, Vault Number 5. Difficulty: Insect Enthusiast. Popularity: 183, 73K. Treasure information: due to personal reasons in his youth, Sad. Vault Number 5. One of the 9 small vaults, housing an array of precious specimens and exquisite statues, with a total worth of 50 golden sails. The initiation occurs at noon under the radiant sun, as one embarks towards the Valley of Insects on the island, equipped with a living golden horn hammer, allowing it to strike the stone pillars autonomously. The sound of buzzing insects and resounding echoes signify success. Correspondingly, at midnight, one must again wield the golden horn hammer to strike the pillars, thereby revealing the treasure vault. Alka pondered over the treasure's informational description and realized that it was imperative to strike again at the designated midnight hour for the vault to materialize. It was no wonder that outsiders had consistently failed to uncover the vault's location. Such a dual-layered encryption served as a safeguard. Thus, nearly all the secrets of this vault, illuminated by white light, had been thoroughly unraveled by Alka. Moreover, an additional term had emerged at the end of the treasure information, perfect, indicating that this knowledge had been completely assimilated by him. However, contemplating this, Alka furrowed his brow. The golden horn hammers on the island had long since become extinct, and it had been many years since their last sighting. Given the passage of time, the possibility of any surviving specimens was exceedingly slim. It appeared that acquiring this treasure would not be a simple endeavor. Fortunately, he need not shoulder this burden alone. Having fully deciphered the secrets of the treasure, it was merely a matter of restoring the original state and later conveying this information to Andre and the others. With the goal of this journey achieved, Alka resolutely turned away, observing the bustling streets filled with people. After a moment of contemplation, he chose a prime corner position and began to perform magic on the street. In no time, his simple yet captivating performance attracted a considerable gathering of onlookers. Would this gentleman and this lovely lady be willing to assist me? Suddenly called upon by Alka, the gentleman turned to face the lady, poised to seek her counsel. Observing her affirmative nod, the gentleman beamed with delight. No problem. How may I assist you? He inquired. You simply need to do this. This is a moment that tests your affection. Only those with true love can accomplish it. Alka's words invigorated the couple, and more tourists gathered around. However, the outcome was predictable. They faltered on their first attempt. Yet, this was precisely Alka's intent. True love requires trials. Shall we try again? The couple readily agreed. This time, their performance was flawlessly executed, achieving what they had previously deemed impossible, lifting one another in an unusual manner. Alka, visibly pleased, proclaimed with a hint of fervor. Oh ho ho, let us applaud this genuine romance. The surrounding tourists enthusiastically joined in with applause. Amidst the clapping, Alka removed his top hat and bowed deeply before the crowd. From the emptiness of courtesy, he produced a bouquet of red roses, presenting them to the gentleman. He then exaggeratedly winked, prompting the gentleman to promptly offer the roses to the lady, before kneeling on one knee. "Will you marry me?" he asked, revealing a ring box from his pocket. This unexpected gesture left the lady in shock, followed by tears of joy. "I do," she replied. Once again, the applause erupted. This marked the official conclusion of their performance. The first to invest was the gentleman before me, who had just successfully proposed and was positively brimming with excitement. He directly plunged his hand into his pocket and produced 2 golden leaves, which he graciously offered to Alka, shaking his hand up and down in gratitude. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful. You are truly an extraordinary man." The spectators around began tossing coins, their contributions fueled by Alka's captivating performance. And the wealth of these individuals stirred a palpable excitement within Alka. The knowledge imparted by Jack proved invaluable, particularly in the art of delivering an enchanting performance. This was the first time Alka had genuinely applied such knowledge in practice. His understanding of the wisdom bestowed by the ring deepened significantly. It would not be long before this knowledge would become entirely his own, no longer reliant on the ring for access. At that moment, a rather sullen clown pushed his way through the crowd. "Hey, your magic seems quite impressive, but it still has a way to go." Noticing the obvious provocateur, Alka narrowed his eyes slightly. Indeed, could it be that fellow performers are rivals? Chapter 46. The malicious clown tourists who were initially prepared to depart paused once more, their expressions displaying emotions that surpassed even those evoked by Alka's earlier performance. The sudden confrontation compelled them to linger, drawing even more visitors who crowded the corner to the point of congestion. Observing this petty clown before him, Alka realized he was rather envious, seemingly resentful of the bounty he had just received. Yesterday, Alka had the opportunity to witness the performance of this jester, which provided him with a certain level of insight. To be candid, he regarded those acts as mere tricks, particularly the magic performance, which could only be described as rudimentary. True magic transcends mere displays of skill. It must envelop the audience in an immersive experience. Otherwise, what would compel them to part with their money? Moreover, the magic he had just performed was nothing more than a sleight of hand, easily discernible to a fellow performer. The jester clearly intended to belittle him, perhaps to diminish his stature in anticipation of future competition. TSK. It seems this jester has some wisdom to impart. A triumphant smile graced the jester's face. "Not at all. I simply felt a twinge of inspiration from your performance. How about I showcase something for you? Would you be willing to assist me?" Alka returned the smile. "Of course. I would be delighted to." Upon hearing this, the jester produced a deck of cards seemingly out of thin air and began to shuffle them, simultaneously showcasing his skills to the onlookers. After completing the shuffle, he handed the deck to Alka for inspection. With a beaming smile, Alka accepted the cards and shuffled them with the ease of an ordinary player, devoid of any ostentation. "Please draw a card." The jester exaggeratedly covered his eyes. "Make sure I don't see it." Alka drew a card, the Ace of Hearts, and displayed it to the surrounding spectators before returning it to the center of the deck. The card was placed into the hands of the jester, who then finally opened his eyes. "Have you set it down properly? Now, I shall uncover it. Let me see where you have concealed it." With that, he began to shuffle the cards. Ultimately, he drew one card and presented it to the audience, shaking his head in disappointment. "It appears this is not the one." He drew another card, displaying it once more, only to shake his head again. "Oh, it seems this is also not it. Huh, surely, it must be this one." With a flourish, he swiftly pulled out a card from the center and showcased it to the crowd, even turning his back to Alka. What was revealed was the Ace of Clubs. Observing the expressions of the onlookers, the jester suddenly felt something amiss. Meanwhile, Alka, with her back turned, made a shushing gesture to the surrounding crowd. When the jester turned to fix his gaze upon Alka, the tourists finally understood why she had instructed them to be silent. A glaring Ace of Hearts was conspicuously affixed to the jester's back. The audience could not help but smile. At this moment, the jester inquired, "Is this not the card?" Alka shrugged in exasperation and replied, "Of course, it is not this one. It seems I have hidden it rather well." The jester turned to face the tourists, who all bore smiles and shook their heads in amusement. A few ladies even covered their mouths, giggling. This caused the jester's face to flush with embarrassment. In contrast, Alka removed her top hat and once again signaled the conclusion of the performance, expressing her gratitude for their appreciation. The tourists, still chuckling, generously tossed their coins once more, demonstrating their lavishness and enthusiasm for a truly splendid performance. "Well done. Will you continue the performance tomorrow?" After the tourists have dispersed, Alka, smiling, took half of the coins earned from this occasion and handed them to the clown in front of him. "Here, You performed splendidly. The clown, with a sullen expression, swatted Alka's hand away and turned to leave. Watching the clown's retreating figure, along with the red hard ace still affixed behind him, Alka finally burst into laughter. Ha. You think you can compete with me? Nivik, the first mate, a gang member, dressed in a suit and wearing a flat cap, called out to Nivik, who had already washed off the clown makeup from his face. Nivik, irritated, turned around, his crimson eyes fixated on him. What is it? Noticing the apparent displeasure on his face, the gang member instinctively recoiled, fear creeping into his voice. Mate, it's behind you. Upon hearing this, Nivik frowned, reaching behind him. His fingers grasped and swiftly pulled out a card, revealing the red hard ace. Gazing at the playing card and recalling the smiles of the tourist just moments ago, as well as Alka's earlier actions, a palpable rage spread across Nivik's face at an alarming rate. He abruptly flung the card. The gang member who had cautioned him screamed as the card embedded itself firmly into his left arm. Damn it. A dagger appeared in Nivik's hand, driven into the nearby wooden table with the force of his fury. The entire blade of the dagger had been completely embedded within the wooden table. You, immediately, go find that accursed magician. At once. The already tense gang members nodded fervently. Even the one who had just let out a pained cry was drenched in sweat and nodded vigorously. Yes. They then hurriedly exited in a rush. In the shadows of a nearby sofa sat a bald figure. Who allowed you to suffer such a great loss? His voice carried a hint of mockery and schadenfreude. Nivik did not glance in his direction, yet his voice had settled into a calm demeanor. He would pay the price for this. Laughter echoed from the shadows, as coins spilled from a hat onto the table, the sound of clinking metal resonating in the air. The expression on his face grew increasingly delighted as he sat at the table, unable to resist counting them meticulously. 6 silver serpents, 83 copper swallows. Oh my! Alka exclaimed with excitement, accompanied by a whistle. Adding to that were 2 golden leaves given by the man who had successfully proposed. Just a casual performance by the roadside had garnered him 16 silver serpents. This was certainly a swifter gain than any treasure hunt. As he pondered this, Alka couldn't help but shake his head, setting aside the 2 golden leaves. Even acquiring these 6 silver serpents was not something that could be achieved consistently. The primary reason was that the visitors in this area were predominantly affluent. Even though he had collected over 80 copper swallows this time, it was unlikely that such fortune could be sustained. However, it could serve as a pleasant supplementary income in the future. Contemplating this, a smile graced Alka's face. Chapter 47. The Fatal Assault. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Alka began to tidy up the villa, erasing all traces of his presence. He was set to depart the city at midnight, to rendezvous with Andre and the others. Once he had gathered his sparse belongings and the meager coins he had acquired into the newly purchased suitcase, he opened the wardrobe housing the mirror. He examined his reflection for a moment, contemplating, before placing it on the bedside. Gazing out at the sun, which had yet to fully descend, he decided to take a short nap. It was still only 6 or 7 in the evening, and he was confident he would awaken in time for his planned actions that night. Reflecting on the evening's undertaking, Alka resolved to rest for a spell to avoid undue fatigue during the mission, especially considering he had been out and about all day. With this thought in mind, he drew the curtains closed once more and lay down, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in the basement of a shop, Nivik, still clad in his clown attire but devoid of makeup, lounged in a chair, toying with a dagger. A knock echoed through the space, prompting him to call out. Come in. A gang member entered, visibly anxious. After taking a deep breath, he reported, Boss, we have located the magician's residence. It is a villa rented by an individual. Oh. At this revelation, Nivik raised an eyebrow. He then retrieved a collection of paints from an unknown source, grasping the tools to commence applying makeup to his face, meticulously recreating the clown visage he had worn earlier in the day. The gang members standing nearby could only remain silent, their tense emotions palpable as they watched Nivik, who was donning a clown's makeup. Their anxiety deepened as they observed Nivik meticulously applying the makeup, his skilled hands transforming him into a complete clown in no time. He gazed at his exaggerated smile in the mirror, then turned to fixate on the gang member beside him. Upon meeting Nivik's gaze, the member's heart raced, feeling as though it had lodged in his throat. Nivik then commanded, Take me there. The gang member immediately nodded in compliance. The city had long succumbed to silence, save for the shops still open in the vicinity of the main entrance. Many dignitaries relished taking evening strolls in this area. Meanwhile, Alka, lost in the depths of slumber, once again found himself enveloped in darkness. The sensation of being pressed down by an unseen force left him feeling helpless. Why had he been pulled back into this? A faint, indistinct voice echoed in his ears. Escape. Flee quickly. Danger. Danger. Hearing such words, Alka's initial resignation transformed into a flicker of anxiety, prompting him to inquire warily. After all, this night marked his planned escape from the city to rendezvous with Andre and the others. Surely, nothing could go awry at this moment. Danger. Flee quickly. Then let me out. Alka silently screamed in his mind. If you don't release me, how can I run? With that, Alka opened his eyes wide, awakening upon his bed. With a sudden spring from his bed, he donned his attire with an incomprehensible swiftness. Drawing aside a sliver of the curtain, he gazed outside. From the second floor of his bedroom, the view revealed the street below. At the far end of the street, a group of individuals clad in dark garments approached at a leisurely pace. Leading them was a man adorned in a clown's costume, strutting along the pavement with flamboyant steps. Reminiscent of the clown from earlier in the day, was he the harbinger of danger? Was this to be the consequence of the day's events, his very life at stake? Alka found herself perplexed, yet her movements remained swift. After hastily arranging her room, she seized the enchanted mirror from the bedside table and retreated. Before departing, she pulled back the curtains beside her bed, allowing the chilling night light to cascade upon the quilt. This was it. One of the gang members pointed towards the villa before them. The clownish Nivek glanced upward. You all wait outside, he instructed, then, with exaggerated grace, leapt effortlessly over the several-meter-high iron gate. Who was the unfortunate soul that had provoked this madman? One gang member mused aloud as he watched Nivek depart. Rubbing his hands together, another member swiftly slapped him, hissing, "Shut up, unless you wish to lose your life." The first member promptly silenced himself, fearful that Nivek might overhear his earlier words. Nivek strode directly towards the front door of the villa, standing before the securely locked entrance. He twisted the doorknob as if entering his own home. The villa's door swung open, as if it had never been closed at all. He entered with a light-hearted demeanor, and the once boisterous sound of his footsteps abruptly vanished. Upon entering the living room, he cast a cursory glance around before ascending to the second floor. After a brief observation, he found himself at the threshold of the master bedroom. As he pushed the door open, a silvery, ethereal moonlight flooded the room, illuminating the figure slumbering on the bed. The quilt formed a gentle arch, and strands of short, dark hair peeked out from the pillow. Witnessing this scene, Nivek wrapped his arms around himself, trembling with excitement as if lost in self-indulgence. He stepped through the doorway, deliberately amplifying the sound of his footsteps as he approached the foot of the bed. With each measured step, he reached the end of the bed and gazed down at Alka, who remained undisturbed in the moonlight. He raised his hand, and a dagger materialized above his palm, suspended in the air. Opposite the master bedroom, near the window, a balcony stood, where a pair of nearly black, dark green eyes observed this unfolding drama. In his hand rested a short-barreled shotgun, the switch behind him already poised. As he watched the dagger levitate in Nivek's grasp, he momentarily hesitated before swiftly retrieving a pocket watch from his coat. With determination, he crushed the blue crystal cover, and at that very moment, the dagger soared from Nivek's hand, piercing through the quilt with precision. In an instant, Nivek sensed that something was amiss. He swiftly lifted the covers, revealing a pile of pillows and a wig atop them. Bang! With eyes tinged a shade of crimson, he locked his gaze directly onto the pair of deep emerald orbs. The trigger of the marksman had already been pulled. A multitude of steel pellets coalesced and shot forth with great velocity. After firing the shot, Alka unhesitatingly leapt from the balcony, his form twisting midair before landing gracefully, akin to a gymnast. In that fleeting moment of contact with the ground, he sprang forth like a startled rabbit, dashing outward. Chapter 48. Help. A murderer. Upon discovering the unsettling situation on Alka's bed, Nivek turned, only to be met by a torrent of clustered steel pellets hurtling towards him. His preparation time was alarmingly brief, as the enemy's assault was exceedingly abrupt. Without the luxury of contemplation, Nivek, adorned in clown makeup, swiftly contorted to the side. The motion of twisting his torso downward reached a level of flexibility beyond that of an ordinary person. The sound of his bones creaking echoed as he exerted himself with fervor. The rapid projectiles whizzed past him, crashing into the stone wall behind the bed, nearly penetrating the robust surface. He glanced at his left shoulder, where two round, gaping wounds were evident. The suddenness of the attack had rendered him unable to fully evade it, coupled with the nature of the shotgun pellets. He had ultimately been struck by two of the projectiles. The jester's visage darkened further. With a powerful thrust of his lower body, he propelled himself like a sharp arrow, crashing through the adjacent window. At that moment, Alka was acutely aware that several individuals awaited him just beyond the villa's entrance. In this moment of uncertainty, it remains unclear whether those few individuals outside possess extraordinary powers. Arca swiftly vaulted over the adjacent wall and landed in the neighbor's yard. The sudden barking of a dog did not deter him. He strode forward with great strides, using both hands and feet to leap through the front gate of the neighbor's yard with fluid grace. Even the guard dog, which had only just awakened, merely caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by and barked a couple of times out of instinct. The sound of shattering glass, along with the barking, stirred the surrounding residents and alerted the gang members stationed outside. In the midst of their conversation, they spotted Nivik falling from the broken window. Look there. One of the gang members had already noticed Arca fleeing in the distance. The group exchanged glances, and one young member, who had first spotted Arca, immediately dashed after him, drawing a handgun from his pocket. However, before he could act, two seasoned members restrained him. "Cough, cough, let us go together," they said as they led the youth in pursuit of Arca. The barking and a sudden wail echoed again. A shadow leaped from the yard as well, clearing the several-meter-high courtyard wall in a single bound. He landed on the street outside, his body stretched out like a hurdler, legs nearly forming a straight line against the ground, as he rapidly chased after Arca. The figure darting away bore no resemblance to a human. "We must pursue," exclaimed the young man. In response, a more seasoned member interjected, "Is it wise to challenge someone who has bested Lord Nivik? If you seek to court death, then by all means, hasten your steps." Gazing into the eyes of the veteran, he swallowed hard and slowed his pace. Thus, the three gang members trailed far behind, ultimately losing sight of two of their companions. At this juncture, Alka had caught a glimpse of the pursuing jester, who resembled a monstrous apparition. With both hands gripping his firearms, he fired 2 shots backward. The shotgun, now devoid of ammunition, was returned to its holster on his thigh. Clutching the handgun, he hastened his escape. It was evident that his adversary possessed extraordinary powers, whether through magical artifacts or having become a toucher remained uncertain. Regardless, it was clear that he was not a foe he could afford to confront at present. His objective was singular: to reach the city gates swiftly. After several days in this city, he had garnered a fair understanding of its layout. As a renowned tourist destination, there was no curfew, nor was it customary for the city gates to be closed. He had shattered the crystal shard, and now those preparing to explore the location, including Andre, should have received his distress signal. His sole task was to endure until their arrival. The guards at the city gates, armed with rifles, would likely be able to contain the jester in pursuit, armed with a solitary bullet from his handgun and a spread of shotgun pellets. As Nivek hastened after Alka, he was compelled to slow his pace. The bullets whizzed through the air with a cunning precision, forcing him to momentarily halt his run and leap a couple of times to evade them. "Quite accurate," he muttered through clenched teeth, his eyes ablaze with fury. The gaping wound on his left arm, which had mysteriously healed, now bore a thorny pattern, still entwined with remnants of agony. Upon landing, he continued his pursuit with a grace reminiscent of a hurdler. "Help! Murder!" The sudden scream erupted from Alka's lips, resonating with a piercing clarity that sliced through the stillness of the night, laced with a thread of terrified despair. The shrill cry, coupled with the sporadic thuds of gunfire, reached Nivek's ears, eliciting a cruel smile upon his face. Unfazed, he quickened his pace, deftly avoiding the bullets whizzing past him. Through the reflective glass around him, he caught sight of the relentless clown hot on his heels. "This won't do. I must devise a plan. The enemy's speed is simply too formidable. At this rate, they will catch up in no time." He reached towards his waist, producing 3 metallic cards forged of steel. Suddenly halting, he pivoted and flung them behind him with force before resuming his flight without hesitation. In his estimation, Alka's proficiency with the cards far surpassed his own marksmanship. The 2 cards shot forth like gleaming silver arcs, hurtling towards the adversary with an unusual yet striking ferocity. Although Nivik could not discern what it was, he had no intention of confronting it head-on. He immediately halted his steps, crouched down, and leapt. The first metallic card whizzed past him, embedding itself into the doorpost of a nearby merchant. Another card soon followed. In mid-air, Nivik contorted his body in an incomprehensible manner, watching as a silvery gleam sliced through the air near his throat. The moonlight reflected off the card illuminated his face. This evasive maneuver caused Nivik to furrow his brow slightly, no longer underestimating Alka. As he landed, a sudden pain struck. A card, seemingly from nowhere, pierced through his calf. Another struck his backside. Thus, 2 cards became lodged in his body. Damn it! The sensation of being toyed with by an adversary drove Nivik nearly to madness. Chapter 49. The Fiery Cross Murder. Help! At this moment, Alka was shouting as he sprinted toward the distant city gate. His deliberate, piercing cries roused the guards stationed at the gate. Observing Alka's frantic escape, they swiftly grasped their weapons and rushed toward his location. What is the matter, sir? Alka, clad in relatively formal attire, raised his hands high, his face a portrait of terror, his voice trembling as he pointed behind him. There's a madman. He wishes to kill me. Upon hearing his words, the guards turned to glance behind Alka, where a figure was rapidly approaching through the shadows, their movements alarmingly exaggerated. The figure was immediately perceived as untrustworthy, causing the guards to heighten their vigilance. Grasping their long pikes, the sentinels stationed atop the distant walls observed their comrades' actions and raised their rifles in response. Seizing this opportunity, Alka slipped through the gaps, feigning terror as he retreated toward the rear. He eventually reached the city gate, leaning against the wall while gasping for breath. At that moment, Nivik charged toward the soldiers, illuminated by the moonlight as it cast his silhouette out of the shadows. The soldiers, witnessing the enemy's clownish and exaggerated manner of running, felt a surge of anxiety. Suddenly, a figure atop the wall, presumably a commander or squad leader, bellowed, "Wait, halt." He seemed to recognize Nivik. As this voice echoed, a sense of foreboding washed over Alka. Regardless of his suspicions, he dashed out of the city without hesitation. Nivik shouted, "The fleeing man is a fugitive." Alarmed by this proclamation, Alka quickened his pace. The leader, without a moment's hesitation, believed the claim and swiftly issued a command. "Quickly, intercept that fugitive." The guards wielding long pikes appeared momentarily bewildered, but upon regaining their composure, they stepped aside to allow Nivik passage. Meanwhile, the sentinels atop the wall raised their rifles and turned to aim at Alka, who was already in full flight. Whiz, whiz. Bullets whizzed past Alka. Damn it, damn it. As Alka cursed, he was compelled to adjust his running style and veer towards the nearby thicket of flowers. The lush foliage provided a modicum of concealment from his adversaries. In the moonlight, there was comparatively dim. He was certain that the clown had no inkling of his status as a wanted criminal. The absurd claim had merely been a ruse to incite the guards into attacking him. Damned if this lunatic hadn't inadvertently hit the mark. Yet, this also indicated that the clown was not merely a member of the underworld, as Alka had initially surmised, but rather someone of considerable standing. Suddenly, a stifled groan escaped Alka's lips as a bullet pierced his left arm. He gritted his teeth against the pain and dashed into the gardens flanking the road. Bullets whizzed past him, careening wildly around, rendering it nearly impossible for them to find their target. Clutching his wounded arm, he did his utmost to stanch the bleeding as he sprinted into the distance. However, the injury to his arm evidently hampered his escape speed. Nivik too had plunged into the garden. Was it despair? Was it fear? The air was rent with a savage, furious cry from behind him. Was it merely a matter of winning a magic trick? Couldn't they handle the game? Truly, he was a madman. Cursing inwardly, Alka's pace showed no signs of abating. The shouts of his pursuers grew ever closer. Resolute, Alka released his grasp on his injured arm, rummaged through his belt, and a crimson gradient card materialized in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he brandished the card, slicing it through the air from his waist. The gem embedded in the side belt glided across the card. In an instant, it emanated a delicate blue luminescence, which flowed into the card like fine threads. The fiery red cross upon the card was instantly illuminated, and a gentle warmth replaced the previous chill. Without hesitation, Alka hurled the card forward. It skated along the ground, severing the roots of numerous flowers, embedding itself into the soft earth ahead. Two metallic cards then soared backward. Bathed in the faint moonlight, the enemy's jester-like visage materialized before him. As the two silver metal cards hurtled towards him, Nivik, now seasoned by experience, exhibited no intent to remain stationary in evasion. Instead, he surged forward, executing a swift roll on the ground that allowed the cards to pass harmlessly over his back, before lunging at Alka with the ferocity of a famished tiger. At this moment, Alka appeared utterly exhausted, crouching wearily in place. The gem at his waist continued to emit a soft glow, with the moonlight illuminating the scene. Alka caught sight of Nivik, now only 4 or 5 meters away, barreling toward him. The malevolent, grotesque visage of the jester was appallingly sinister, its grin stretching dangerously close to the ears. Bang! A smile crept across Alka's face. Suddenly, a broad pillar of fire, measuring over 1/2 meter in width, erupted from the ground, completely engulfing Nivik. Two streams of flame burst forth from either side, the crossfire surging outward from the four corners of the card. The fiery pillar facing the ground unleashed flames that roasted the earth beneath, the fire spreading outward with ferocity. In an instant, the intense blaze illuminated the pitch-black night. The surrounding flowers, consumed by the searing flames, withered and turned to ash, their colors darkening in the inferno. The fierce light, accompanied by warmth, cast a glow upon Alka. Nivik, engulfed in flames, clearly wore no smile. Instead, the expression of joy had shifted to Alka's face. Rising to his feet, Alka clutched his left arm, preparing to depart. Suddenly, a figure ablaze shot forth from the torch, covered in burn marks, its garments fused with charred flesh, the makeup on its face melding into the scorched skin. Alka's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the jester emerging from the flames. How could it still move? Dense crimson thorns sprawled across all the burnt areas, emitting a faint red glow. Nivik now resembled a malevolent specter clawing its way up from the abyss. Die, the horse. Cruel cry was accompanied by several gleaming daggers that flew toward Alka. The sudden assault, coupled with the close proximity, rendered Alka unable to evade in time. A thin protective barrier suddenly emerged around him, activated by the protective gear given by Andre. The three lethal daggers pierced through the barrier, shattering it. Yet they lost their momentum and fell to the ground. Only Nivik's clawed right hand, glowing with a blood-red hue, struck Alka's chest, leaving 5 deep gashes that tore through his clothing and sprayed blood. Nivik's toes touched the ground, marked by burned scars and entwined with crimson thorny vines on his left hand, as he advanced toward Alka with determination, this time aiming directly for Alka's head. The blood-red radiance loomed perilously close, reflected in Alka's pupils. A figure descended from the sky, delivering a silvery punch, colliding with Nivik's claw-like left hand. Chapter 50, Reinforcements. The silver iron fist met the scarlet claws. Clenching his right hand, Nivek retreated a few steps, revealing patches of exposed skin now adorned with crimson thorns. It was only then that Alka noticed the jester's skin and face, once ravaged by flames, had notably healed. The charred eyelids had restored. The jester's scarlet gaze fixated on the unexpected intruder before him. Back off, or do you wish to perish here? A cold voice resonated. Nivek regarded the figure of Shurdai T before him, and then glanced at Alka, who sat crouched at her feet. Ah, so you truly belong to them, he remarked, his scarlet eyes narrowing on Alka. He must die. Alka observed Nivek, witnessing the jester, once a pitiful sight of burns, beginning to recover beneath the crimson thorns. He opened his mouth and uttered, a defeated foe. In an instant, Nivek's eyes widened visibly, filled with a crimson aura. Without hesitation, Shurdai T unleashed a whip-like kick, imbued with a fierce silver light, propelling it forward. Nivek instinctively raised his hands to shield himself, yet was still sent flying by the force of the strike. Seizing the opportunity, Shurdai crouched down and unhesitatingly hoisted Alka onto her back. With swift strides, she propelled herself forward, her form resembling a silver arrow darting into the distance. Observing the departing figures, Nivek's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, as low growls of anger and gritted teeth emanated from his lips. He yearned to pursue them, yet a hand firmly pressed upon his shoulder, anchoring him in place. The leader of the Shark Bite Brigade, who had arrived unbeknownst to him, spoke up. Why such recklessness? Have you forgotten the instructions I entrusted to you? Before long, the captain of the guards arrived, accompanied by a multitude of soldiers. The surrounding flowers and plants still flickered with flames, evidence of the fierce battle that had just transpired. Casting a glance at Nivek, whose clothing lay in tatters and whose skin bore a faint redness, the captain inquired, did they escape? By this time, Nivek had regained his composure, the remnants of his makeup having vanished in the fire's glow. Ignoring Nivek, the captain turned his attention to the burly, bald man adorned with shark tattoos, admonishing, control your dog. He seems to have lost his grip. Meanwhile, Alka, clinging to Shurdai's back, sensed her urgency. Can you hold on? Shurdai asked with concern, feeling the chill emanating from Alka's frail state. Alka's complexion appeared pallid, her lips tinged with blue. Despite her fatigue, she nodded resolutely. Do not worry, I can still endure. Very well, hold on a little longer, we shall soon arrive. As the delicate silver light emerged from behind, it steadied Alka's form, and then she hastened her pace once more. The gaping wounds on her arms and the 5 deep scratches across her chest were incessantly bleeding. Coupled with the prolonged running after being pursued, Alka was utterly exhausted. She was barely managing to keep her heavy eyelids from descending. Shifting her focus, she inquired, "Do you know the jester who is hunting me?" Upon hearing Alka's voice, Shaddai nodded in profound agreement with her assessment, affirming that he was indeed a lunatic. "How did he discover you?" he asked. Despite her extreme fatigue, Alka remained speechless at the question. In a voice laden with exhaustion, she replied, "I did not expose myself. Rather, I provoked him." She then began to recount the events that had transpired. Shaddai continued his stride, listening intently to Alka's narrative. While absorbing the information, he gauged her condition through her tone and inflection. However, he was soon taken aback by the account she provided, unable to suppress his astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is it truly possible for such a thing to happen?" Alka's story bewildered her, and just as she finished speaking, she spotted a figure in the distance. She called out urgently, "Father!" Ender was sprinting towards them, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Shaddai instantly halted, gently crouching down to lift Alka from behind and slowly set her on the ground. At that moment, Ender had also reached their side. Observing Alka's condition, she swiftly turned and called out, "Vanessa, I can see him." The female figure beside her approached, crouching down to examine Alka. Under the moonlight, upon glimpsing Alka's visage, she momentarily froze. Raising her hands, a soft green light transformed into delicate threads that began to flow into the wound on Alka's chest. The tattered fabric and debris above the injury were swiftly cleared away by the threads. The green strands penetrated the flesh, rapidly stitching the wound together. Where the threads had sewn, they vanished, leaving behind only faint scars. In just a few minutes, Alka's chest wound was entirely healed, with merely 5 delicate scars remaining upon the skin. The threads then began to manipulate the gaping wound in Alka's left hand. A sudden surge of pain caused Alka to involuntarily gasp. "Bear with it, little brother. It's bound to hurt a bit," Vanessa remarked, winking at Alka. Meeting her violet gaze, Alka closed his mouth. Indeed, it was her. Watching Alka's reaction, Vanessa smiled as the threads deftly extracted the bullet lodged deep within the flesh, along with some remnants of blood and tissue. The threads proceeded to stitch the wound once more. Due to the nature of the gaping injury, the resulting scar appeared somewhat grotesque and jagged. "All done, but he has lost too much blood. He needs to rest well." The pain that had once permeated his body dissipated, allowing Alka to finally exhale, his furrowed brow relaxing as he began to breathe heavily. At this moment, Shaddai remarked, "It is that madman Nivek who is pursuing Alka." Upon hearing this, Andre furrowed his brows. It seemed that our movements on the island might have been disclosed to the enemy. However, it would be unlike Velt to issue such an order. He then lowered his gaze to Alka, who lay on the ground, and stated, "This opportunity is rare. We must immediately investigate the location you mentioned." In response to his inquiry, Alka weakly gestured with her hand. Andre nodded, observing the bloodstains on Shaddai's attire and her somewhat disheveled appearance. "All right," Shaddai affirmed with a nod, crouching down to hoist Alka onto her back once more. They hastened towards the shore, though their pace had considerably slowed. Watching Shaddai disappear into the distance, Andre turned to continue towards their objective. "We must act swiftly. The enemy may begin their search at any moment." With that, Andre, along with Vanessa and Jason, who was stationed in the distance, rushed towards the location Alka had provided. Chapter 51. The Fishman. As Alka gazed at the petite figure carrying her, she had never imagined that Shaddai would be a close combat fighter. It was entirely incongruous with her delicate appearance. She could hardly fathom that such a beautiful and charming young woman would engage in battle with her fists. "That last punch was quite impressive," Alka suddenly remarked. "Is that so?" "Hee," Shaddai responded with a slight smile, her spirits lifted by Alka's compliment. Before long, Alka felt a surge of recovery, sensing that she might be able to walk unaided once again. "Please set me down. I believe I can manage on my own now." Upon hearing Alka's words, Shaddai paused, then gradually lowered herself into a crouch. Observing Alka's somewhat strained demeanor, she instinctively reached out to assist. Alka waved her hand, indicating that although her legs felt slightly weak, she was indeed capable of walking. After a few steps, her strength returned. Turning to glance at the white sailor suit on Shaddai's back, now thoroughly stained with her own blood, Alka inquired, "Is everything all right?" Noticing Shaddai's nonchalance, coupled with her concern, Alka nodded affirmatively. The two of them slowed their pace as they made their way toward the seaside. At this juncture, Alka posed a question. "What are those red thorns adorning that jester? How is it that they can so swiftly mend his wounds?" Despite being engulfed and scorched by such ferocious flames, he remains unimpeded in his movements. Instead, The myriad of scars, entwined by those sanguine thorns, appears to heal almost instantaneously, visibly repairing before my very eyes. However, with his limited understanding of the extraordinary realm, he could not discern the nature of those peculiar entities. It was then that Shaddai recalled that Alka was likely new to the extraordinary world. "You have seen the 3 books in my father's room, haven't you?" Upon hearing Shaddai's inquiry, Alka nodded. "I have. There is indeed a notion of compatibility with incantations. The majority of the common spells accessible today have been refined by our predecessors through countless iterations, enabling them to better adapt to all individuals." At this juncture, Shaddai pondered for a moment and, considering Alka's unfamiliarity with the extraordinary realm, continued to elaborate. When one comes into contact with a treasure, the magical energy within the human body is activated and is invariably influenced, to varying degrees, by the power of the object being touched. For instance, if one touches a flame-type treasure, the magic within them will instinctively lean towards the element of fire. Consequently, when learning and utilizing incantations related to fire, one finds it significantly easier and more effective than others. This information, however, was scarcely elaborated upon in the texts. Alka listened attentively. Thus, it is indeed preferable to exercise discernment when selecting which treasures to touch. Naturally, ordinary individuals are rarely afforded such opportunities. Merely qualifying to touch the treasures is a remarkable feat, let alone being selective. Nevertheless, it is not entirely irreversible, Shaddai suddenly remarked. After all, it is merely a momentary contact, and the magic within the body only slightly shifts in that direction. Should one have the opportunity to encounter a desired treasure multiple times, the magical energy within will gradually align itself with this new object. Humans are remarkably adaptable creatures, and their magical essence is no exception. Understood. It implies that the magical energy or meridians within humans possess considerable plasticity, making them susceptible to external influences, depending on individual experiences or personal differences. It is advisable to exercise discernment in the selection of incantations to learn. A gentle, briny sea breeze wafted towards them. In no time, they would reach the shoreline. Seizing this moment, Shaddai continued to elucidate further to Alka. For instance, Nivik's flesh and thorn lacks universality, and I have not heard of such a spell. It seems to be uniquely his own, a formulation he has personally comprehended. What does that mean? Alka inquired curiously. Well, a comprehended spell is essentially tailored to oneself. Even if you share it with others, they would find it exceedingly difficult to master, and even if they do succeed, its effectiveness and potency would be significantly diminished. Unless one is willing to specifically modify it, weakening its effects to make it accessible for the majority to learn. Of course, not everyone possesses the ability to refine a spell. I see, Alka nodded in understanding, gaining greater insight into the extraordinary realm. If one considers this, Jack is indeed far more formidable than he initially perceived. Alka could not help but recall Jack's tome on spell analysis, wherein he uniquely modified and adjusted those 3 spells. Not only did he refine the spells themselves, but he also conducted research on the materials utilized to channel them. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Alka instinctively touched the crystal affixed to her belt, which had entirely dimmed, resembling an ordinary stone. After activating the red card earlier, it had become inoperable, and its energy had completely dissipated. She reminisced about the flame of the cross and its astonishing power, which had indeed left her utterly astounded. She never imagined that such a thin, unassuming card could unleash such tremendous force. "We've arrived," said Shaddai, breaking her reverie. They had arrived at the shoreline. Yet this was not a harbor. Moreover, the port was guarded by sentinels, making it impossible for ships to dock. Suddenly, Shaddai covered his mouth with both hands and emitted a peculiar sound, akin to a delicate sonic wave that traveled a considerable distance. After his call, he turned to Alka, who wore a puzzled expression, and explained with a smile, "This is a sound wave that can be heard by Sankaka. He will catch this signal from afar." Alka nodded in understanding. However, a question arose. Who was Sankaka? According to the wanted notice, he was a key member whom Alka had yet to encounter. There was only one left. Thus, it was undeniable that Sankaka was the sole non-human race, the merman. The thought piqued Alka's curiosity. After all, this was a different species he had only recently learned about from books. At that moment, a wave broke the surface of the distant sea, distinctly contrasting with the otherwise tranquil waters. As it approached, a blue fin emerged from the depths. A figure leaped high from the sea, revealing itself in the moonlight. Observing the silhouette soaring through the air, Siadaiti instinctively rubbed his head, while Alka's smile became inexplicably stiff. In Chapter 52, Return to the Ship, a robust humanoid figure sprang from the ocean into the air, striking a pose under the moonlight. "Ah, the Mr. Deep-Sea Bodybuilder has arrived," exclaimed in bewilderment. A figure descended directly from the sky, standing before the two individuals with an upright posture. With a slightly raised head and hands angled upward, it appeared as though the performance had reached its conclusion. Bathed in the moonlight, Alka finally beheld the full visage of this non-human entity. Towering over 3 meters, it resembled a diminutive giant. Its skin shimmered in a silvery blue hue, exceptionally smooth, reflecting the moonlight akin to the surface of a fish. The physique was reminiscent of a human's, with a bare upper body adorned with well-defined and orderly muscles. Fish fins sprouted from its back, elbows, knees, and soles, all covered in a dense array of fine scales. Particularly striking was the exaggerated vertical fin that ran down its spine, reminiscent of a sailfish's back. Though its head bore a humanoid shape, it was devoid of hair, featuring instead fins and a sharply elongated nose, the tip of which was as pointed as a spear. Its silvery gray eyes fixated on Alka and Shaddai. "Did you not venture to the island in search of the treasure's location?" Shaddai questioned, casting a curious glance at Alka, only to notice the large bloodstain on the back of Shaddai's garments. "You were injured?" Shaddai quickly shook his head. "This is not my blood. It belongs to Alka." Pointing towards Alka, he clarified. The fishman approached, extending a hand slick with mucus. "Greetings, I am Sankaka of the Blue Flag." Alka Ragu," came the reply. The fishman scrutinized Alka, noting his tattered clothing, the faint scars that marred his exposed skin, and the pallor of his complexion, leading to an understanding of the situation. "Thank you for your hard work. Come, allow me to escort you both to the ship," said Sankaka as he approached. Standing at an imposing height of nearly 3 meters, he exuded a formidable presence. With his large hands, he lifted Alka and Shaddai effortlessly. Upon reaching the shore, he tossed them into the air before plunging into the water. Alka and Shaddai landed securely on his back. "Brace yourselves, I shall set forth now." With that declaration, Sankaka shot forward like an arrow, sending splashes of water soaring on either side, narrowly missing their bodies. Shaddai crouched slightly, leaning forward to stabilize his posture, then turned to Alka and remarked, "Quite impressive, Alka." At that moment, Alka appeared to be firmly anchored on Sankaka's back, exhibiting remarkable steadiness. "Huh, I shall accelerate now." Sankaka seemed to sense Alka's stability, and as soon as the words left his mouth, he surged forward. The water splashed high around his dorsal fin, creating 2 towering walls of water on either side. In no time at all, Alka, illuminated by the moonlight, spotted a vessel resting on the distant sea. As they approached the ship, Sankaka leapt into the air, carrying both Alka and Shaddai with him. He grasped them securely with one hand each and gently set them down on the deck. Just as they landed, Alka was still processing the sudden change when Sankaka dove back into the water, disappearing from sight. Observing Alka's bewildered expression, Shaddai chuckled and said, "Do not worry. Sankaka can be a bit hasty. He is on night watch tonight. Now, go and rest." "Thank you for rescuing me today," Alka replied. Upon hearing Alka's expression of gratitude, Shaddai's countenance turned serious as he remarked, "We are all teammates. Our interests are almost inextricably linked during the mission. Therefore, this is merely our duty, and there is no need for thanks. Such sentiments may cause discontent among others." Acknowledging Shaddai's insight, Alka nodded in understanding. As they engaged in casual conversation, the two found themselves at the door of their respective rooms. Shaddai's quarters were adjacent to Alka's, situated at the end of the corridor. Once inside his room, Alka replaced his nearly tattered attire with a fresh ensemble. He flung himself heavily onto the bed, gazing at the ceiling illuminated by the faint glow of the firelight. Suddenly, he gasped in astonishment, followed by a heavy fist striking the edge of his bed. "This is disastrous. I've suffered a significant loss," he lamented, recalling the relentless pursuit he had endured, which had distracted him from a critical oversight. It dawned on him that in his frantic escape, he had abandoned the suitcase containing essential items back at the villa. Amongst his ragged clothing, the only remnant was the magical mirror he had hastily pocketed during his flight. The once valuable metallic pocket watch, worth 2 silver serpents, lay shattered, not to mention the coins that had been stored within the suitcase. Upon disembarking, he had carried all his silver serpents with him, supplemented by the 2 gold leaves and 6 silver serpents earned during the performance. Observing the costly disguise he had purchased now reduced to tattered rags, Alka felt a visceral pang of grief, as if he could scarcely breathe. The suitcase had also contained ammunition. Oh, the agony. The more he pondered, the more his heart ached. By his calculations, he had sustained a loss of at least 40 silver serpents. Almost a full 1.5 golden sails have been lost, a significant fortune gone astray. What was that cursed jester's name again? Ah, yes, Nivek. Nivek, I shall remember you. Alka gritted his teeth, firmly etching that clownish visage into the recesses of his heart. In a fit of anger, he extinguished the flame of the oil lamp and closed his eyes. The intertwining agony of heartbreak and physical exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. Ultimately, the fatigue of his body triumphed over his ire, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. The enchanted mirror, placed beside his nightstand, flickered gently in the moonlight before fading into darkness once more. This night, Alka finally enjoyed a restful sleep. As noon approached, Alka laboriously maneuvered his weary body toward the door. "You're awake," remarked Shaddai as she stood by the ship's edge, gazing out at the distant sea. Upon noticing Alka's condition, she couldn't help but inquire, "Are you all right? Would you like to rest a bit longer in your room?" Alka weakly raised his arm and waved it gently. "No, it's better to move around." The moment he rose in the morning, the soreness enveloping his body made each step a torment. "Let me assist you," Shaddai offered, stepping closer to support him. "To the dining hall?" "Yes." Thus, Shaddai gently guided Alka down from the cabin and into the dining area. Upon their arrival, Uncle Matt immediately approached with a tray in hand, placing a specially prepared meal before Alka. "This will aid in your recovery." Gazing at the unfamiliar cuts of meat and peculiar vegetables on the plate, Alka nodded thoughtfully and curiously took a couple of bites. Beyond their exquisite flavor, a warm sensation seemed to flow into his being with each morsel consumed. The aches and fatigue in his muscles gradually dissipated, replaced by a profound sense of happiness. Chapter 53. Another key: the moonlit sea fish, specially caught for you by Sanka, combined with Vanessa's herbs, serves to effectively rejuvenate your weary body. After finishing the meal, Alka stretched lazily, his bones cracking like firecrackers in a delightful symphony. What a refreshing experience! The exhaustion faded in an instant, leaving him with a sensation of renewal that compelled him to exclaim. Alka nodded in agreement as the two made their way to the deck, entering the captain's quarters of the aft cabin. Inside, the spacious desk was cluttered with an array of documents. Andre and Jason sat at either end of the table, their brows furrowed in concentration as they sifted through the materials. Sanka perched on a bench in the corner, his tall frame seemingly comical as he sat motionless, appearing to have dozed off. Upon noticing Alka and Xia Dai entering, Andre turned to Jason and said, "Go fetch Bobby and Vanessa. We need to hold a brief meeting to clarify our current situation." At Andre's words, Jason seemed liberated, promptly rising to his feet before striding quickly towards the exit. Casting a glance at Alka and Xia Dai, he offered a stiff, awkward wave accompanied by a forced smile. Xia Dai then retrieved 2 chairs from the side and handed one to Alka. He pushed aside the desk and took a seat. The desk in the captain's quarters dominated nearly 2/3 of the room's width, ample enough to accommodate them all. Andre exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair while instinctively rubbing his temples. It seemed progress was not going smoothly, father. Observing his expression, Shaddai chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Hearing his daughter's tone laced with a hint of schadenfreude, Andre shot her a sideways glance and replied, "Indeed, it has not been easy. Let us wait for everyone to arrive before discussing further." Taking advantage of the moment, Alka began sifting through the array of documents scattered haphazardly across the desk. Shortly thereafter, Jason entered, accompanied by Vanessa and old Bobby. The group settled around the desk, at which point Sankaka, who seemed to be dozing off, also awakened. However, owing to his towering and robust stature, he merely sat beside them, listening attentively. Based on the location provided by Alka, "We ventured out last night and indeed found the treasury. Although the circular key unlocked the treasury's door, it contained no treasures at all." Upon hearing this, everyone except Jason and Vanessa furrowed their brows. Andre produced the circular key and placed it on the table. The key, roughly the size of an outstretched hand, was a circular stone slab encircled by a band of metal. Apart from intricate patterns, it bore the imprint of a palm. Within the treasury, there remained a new lock that required another key. At this point, Andre paused his discourse. To unlock the Grand Vault, one must locate 2 corresponding smaller vaults that are interconnected. As he spoke, he produced a map, an approximate depiction of the Blood Gold Alliance. 2 circles were drawn upon it. Historically, whenever a large vault had been opened, it was invariably surrounded by two smaller vaults. They were arranged in pairs such as 2, 4, 6, and August 10th, 12th, with the 4th and 10th being the large vaults, while the 11th had also been accessed. The crowd gazed at the map. Within the encircled areas, one large vault and its two accompanying smaller vaults were in close proximity, almost on adjacent islands, or even on the same island. This indicated that upon discovering one large vault, the other two smaller vaults would be situated nearby. The 11th vault, however, was isolated offshore. Thus, there are a total of 4 large vaults and 8 smaller vaults, Bobby remarked. This is the most logical conclusion, based on the pattern of 21. However, Alka had already gleaned from the treasure information that there are only 3 large vaults, with merely 6 corresponding smaller vaults. The remaining 3 smaller vaults bore no connection. Yet, voicing this information seemed futile. Indeed, the large vault we have currently located is Vault 3, and the previously uncovered smaller vault is Vault 1, suggesting that the corresponding vault may very well be Vault 5. It could be situated on this very island, for Meister Island is sufficiently vast, surrounded by diminutive or uninhabitable islands. After listening to the accounts of Jason and Andre, Shaddai rested her chin on one hand and, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "So, we still need to find another small treasure vault?" Jason nodded in affirmation and then flipped through the yellowed pages in his hand. The clue corresponding to vault number 5 might be my fondness. After all, Saad intentionally concealed his treasure, providing hints for each vault, regardless of its size. He even thoughtfully assigned a number to each vault, creating a corresponding clue to deliberately lessen the difficulty of the treasure hunt. That's an overwhelming number of possibilities. Old Bobby grumbled, furrowing his brow. After all, my fondness encompasses a wide range. It could refer to a beloved person, and cherished object, or a favorite location. There are simply too many. Sighing, Shaddai couldn't help but express her frustration. The first vault took them over a year to locate, even with clearer clues. The third large vault required more than half a year and the assistance of Alka to uncover. Now, with the addition of vault number 5 and the lack of further hints, it was uncertain how much more time they would need to spend searching. Noticing the somewhat somber atmosphere in the captain's cabin, Andre suddenly turned to Alka and said, "Alka, your contribution this time has been significant. Consider it counted." Hearing Andre's words, Alka raised his head and smiled, nodding in agreement. "All right, everyone, let us lift our spirits. Patience is the key." Upon hearing this, Alka turned his head and surveyed the surroundings, noting the slightly vexed expressions on everyone's faces. He picked up a document before him, examining the words inscribed upon it. Thus, it seems that Saad harbors a fascination for insects. As Alka suddenly spoke, all eyes shifted towards him. In response to Alka's inquiry, Jason nodded affirmatively. For this document was indeed extracted from a certain autobiography of Saad. In Saada's autobiography, Journey Through the Dark Night Without Light, he had alluded to this several times. Hearing this, Alka nodded and, after a brief contemplation, remarked, "Perhaps I possess a fragment of information to contribute." With his words lingering in the air, he was met with expressions of mild astonishment from the others. Chapter 54, Provision of Information for the Lord of the Black Eyes. Part 1 of 5, Andre fixed his gaze upon Alka and nodded, saying, "Please, share your thoughts." Alka nodded in return, pausing for a moment to gather his thoughts. Then spoke, "During my recent sojourn in the city of Mist Island, I had the opportunity to visit several local attractions. One particularly intriguing site is called the Insect Museum. Though modest in size, it is evident that the museum has withstood the test of time. According to the curator, this museum was originally proposed by Saad himself and has been preserved through numerous renovations and relocations over the years. At that time, I was already in the process of collecting various pieces of information about Saad, so I took note of it. At this juncture, Vanessa nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, I had come across such information during my own collection efforts." Alka then looked at the group and inquired, "Are you aware that there exists a valley on the island known as the Valley of Insect Worship?" Jason nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, it's just beyond the island. I have been there before." It seems that the information they have gathered is far more comprehensive than one might expect. All that is missing is an opportunity or a hint to connect these details. The following day, I visited that location and encountered the curator of the museum. He shared with me some traditions and tales of the valley. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to glance at Jason. With a resigned gesture, Jason shrugged and said, somewhat awkwardly, "I went there secretly, merely to observe." Alka continued, "At the deepest part of the valley stands a statue of a beetle known as the golden horned beetle. symbolizing courage and fearlessness. According to the curator, at precisely noon on a sunny day, one might witness the golden horned beetle flying to the statue, striking it with its horns. At that moment, the valley would resonate with the sound of chirping insects, accompanied by a rumbling noise, akin to the shifting of stone slabs. Alka emphasized this to the group. Hearing this, everyone contemplated the possibility that this valley might indeed be the location of the treasure hidden in Vault Number 5. While certainty could not be guaranteed, if Alka's words held true, the likelihood was indeed significant. At this juncture, Jason appeared to recall something, rummaging through the documents on the table until he produced a sheet depicting an image and handed it to Alka. Take a look. Does this not bear a striking resemblance to what is depicted here? The drawing depicts a suit of armor, remarkably exquisite, evidently not intended for battle, but rather resembling a decorative artifact. The armor resembles the shell of a beetle, with the helmet featuring protrusions reminiscent of the golden horned beetle's dual horns, their tips adorned in gold. The symbolism is unmistakable. This armor, named Fearless, was a favored piece of sod during his lifetime, Jason remarked. I have encountered specimens, and indeed, there are many similarities with this armor, Alka added. At this point, words seemed unnecessary. The understanding had settled in the hearts of all present. It is highly likely that the treasure trove number 5 lies hidden within the valley of the praying insects. Observing the subtle excitement on everyone's faces, Alka could not resist dousing the enthusiasm with cold water. However, the golden horned beetle has been extinct for over 20 years. This statement rendered the expressions of the crowd stiff. Nevertheless, watching their attention quickly shift, Alka continued, I know of another island where such insects still exist. Xiaodati suddenly reached out, playfully grasping Alka's neck and shaking him. Can you not convey your thoughts all at once? Noticing the unfriendly gazes from the crowd, Alka awkwardly chuckled. What is the name of that island? Andre inquired with a semblance of calm. The curator possesses a tome, which states that the origin of this insect is on the island of Anthopheres, the island of the sacred armor. The island of the sacred armor? The island of the sacred armor. Upon hearing this, Xiaodati murmured to himself, producing a map from seemingly nowhere and beginning to examine it. Finally, he pointed with his finger to the upper left corner outside the Blood Golden Alliance. It should be within this region, if I remember correctly. Alka tilted his head to look. The location indicated by Xiaodai was a body of water known as the Church of the Holy Mother. A religious force? Or perhaps a religious authority that occupies such a vast territory, one that might indeed worship a true deity. Alka blinked. Church of the Holy Mother, treasure quantity, white, few, blue, few, area difficulty, safe, area description, none. To be frank, there was little interest in venturing there. However, the area difficulty was the simplest Alka had encountered thus far. The Blood Golden Alliance could already be deemed a relatively secure maritime zone, given the presence of several naval fleets patrolling the waters. Yet, the Church of the Holy Mother presented an even lower difficulty. This meant that as long as one behaved according to the established rules within, the risk was virtually non-existent. The control over the territory by the force was exceptionally high. Nonetheless, the meager amount of treasure certainly failed to pique Alka's interest. Xiaodai pointed to the location on the map and then raised his head to look at his father. Andre furrowed his brow in contemplation. Alka turned to observe the expressions of those around him, wondering what was so peculiar about this place. At that moment, Andre spoke. Bobby, let us venture to the Valley of Prayer Worms and investigate whether there is space below. Bobby nodded, stretched lazily, and stood up. Andre then turned to Alka and said, If we confirm the existence of space below, we shall immediately set forth to seek the Golden Horn Hammer, and you shall also gain your opportunity. Upon hearing these words, Alka's face illuminated with a radiant smile as he nodded slightly. Subsequently, Andre cast a glance at Jason, indicating for him to be prepared. With that, he departed alongside Bobby. The moment Andre left, Jason rushed over and embraced Alka tightly, shaking him with a hint of frustration. You arrived and succeeded immediately, while I toiled for over 2 years, only to fail miserably. Quickly, tell me, what is it that occupies your mind? Alka rolled his eyes and extricated himself from Jason's grasp. He then turned to Xiaodai and inquired, Is there something unusual about this place? Why did your expression seem somewhat peculiar just now? Upon hearing this, Jason regarded him with an odd look. Did Andre not mention it to you? Alka shook his head. Xiaodai replied directly. Although we present ourselves as a private treasure hunting group, our true identity is that of a treasure-seeking team under the auspices of the Holy Mother Church. This implies that we possess the backing of an official entity. Upon hearing this, Alka felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Jason added, this time, we may have the opportunity to make contact with the church. At Jason's words, Alka's heart raced. It was indeed swift. If Andre and the others were affiliated with official powers, it was no wonder Parker would confidently recommend him. It was precisely because of their official status that they had access, wasn't it? A chill ran through Alka, reminding him to remain composed. Chapter 55, Departure from the Island. Alliance Leaders Bonus 2-5. Before long, upon inspection, I discovered a concealed space beneath, undoubtedly the fifth treasure vault. Old Bobby gazed at the crowd and affirmed this observation. Meanwhile, Andre turned to Alka, stating, it appears Parky was correct. You indeed possess remarkable talent. I must confess, I underestimated your capabilities during this trial. He then gestured toward Alka and Jason, saying, you two should prepare yourselves. Our initial voyage will allow you to make contact, followed by our journey to the island of the sacred armor. Noticing the evident excitement in Alka and Jason, Andre furrowed his brow. At this remark, Shadai, standing nearby, fixed his gaze on Alka and offered a subtle smile. Vanessa also raised her hand to her face, wearing an expression of mockery. Observing her demeanor, Alka sensed that this might not bode well. Very well, young fan, set sail. As Andre's command echoed, the previously stowed sails unfurled with a creaking sound. The Sea Fist vessel turned its bow, embarking on its journey into the distance. This scene did not go unnoticed by those on the island who had been vigilantly observing their movements. Did you say Andre has departed? Inquired a bald man adorned with a tattoo of a gaping shark, the leader of the shark biter treasure hunt, Welty. Before him, an unremarkable adult male nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The members at the shore witnessed their Sea Fist vessel leaving the waters surrounding Meister Island. Have we dispatched a ship to follow them? Upon hearing this, Welty's brow furrowed, his heavily muscled face becoming even more menacing. Andre's departure left him in a state of perplexity. Although the two parties had seldom interacted, they were both well-known treasure-hunting groups in these waters, and thus were somewhat aware of each other's modus operandi through various rumors. Therefore, he had never anticipated being able to completely drive off Andre and his crew upon his arrival. Rather, he aimed to impede their progress to buy time and create opportunities for his own actions. After all, it was said that Andre and his companions had been on the island for nearly a year, not to mention the preparatory time beforehand. Their knowledge of the treasures within the Sad Vault was undoubtedly far superior to his own, which was limited to a general understanding of the vault. Very well, I understand. You may leave now. The adult man nodded and gradually withdrew. Moments later, the crisp yet resonant sound of footsteps interrupted Welter's thoughts. He looked up to see Nivik, clad in a jester's attire. Most of the burn scars on Nivik had healed, save for a small patch on his face that bore the mark of a burn, seemingly left intentionally. How about it, Nivik? What did that pray who bested you do while on the island? Welter's words carried an unmistakable note of mockery. Nivik's expression darkened. Yet he spoke in a low voice. He rented a haunted villa and toured the city like a mere tourist. A haunted villa? I found nothing particularly extraordinary about it, though it's possible any peculiarities were erased by him. What else did he undertake? He ventured to the Valley of Insect Prayer on the island. What sort of place is that? After all, they had only been on the island for a week at most. Insufficient time to gain a comprehensive understanding of all the locales by morning. Regarding their leader's inquiries, Alka had employed a false identity while on the island, and the whereabouts of this fabricated persona had not been deliberately concealed. Consequently, Alka's activities in the places he had visited within the city had long been thoroughly investigated. Welch stroked his chin thoughtfully, his expression contemplative. This unnamed member of the treasure hunting team was likely an apprentice aboard Andre's ship. The information Andre possessed was undoubtedly more extensive than that of their own group, remaining in the city alone under a state of being wanted, and even risking an excursion outside, indicated that the location in question was certainly suspect. Let us proceed to uncover the secrets hidden within this valley, he declared. Nivik exaggeratedly shrugged, adopting a rather exasperated expression as he followed his leader away. Alka leisurely leaned against the railing of the ship, allowing the sea breeze to caress him as he gazed at the boundless, unchanging ocean. The expansive deck was utterly deserted, save for a subordinate standing atop the lookout tower. It was astonishing that such a vast, three-masted ship accommodated a mere 12 individuals. The crew was pitifully small. As he pondered, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him on the deck. Turning to look, he saw old Bobby ascending from below decks, a box of tools in hand, followed closely by a pair of youthful twins. It is precisely the remaining two subordinate members both of whom serve as assistants and apprentices to the venerable Bobby. He beckoned to Alka, who was not far away. Once Alka approached, Bobby said, "I am about to conduct maintenance on the incantations and some equipment aboard the vessel. Would you care to join me? It would also provide an opportunity for me to impart some knowledge regarding the intricacies of these spells." The principal crew members were acutely aware of Alka's limited understanding of the extraordinary realm, thus they often included him in their daily tasks, simultaneously providing him with instruction, provided, of course, that it did not cause any disruption. Naturally, Alka did not decline such an offer. Bobby nodded and waved to Alka, leading him directly to the immense mast at the center of the ship. Extending his right hand, he tapped the mast with his index and middle fingers. A faint, warm golden glow emanated from the point of contact, illuminating the mast's surface. A long series of intricate, pale blue patterns materialized in the air, intertwining and weaving with one another. Upon contact, each individual's magical aura exhibited subtle variations, while the external magical essence typically manifested as a soft blue hue. As you have yet to make contact, you might not perceive the pervasive magic surrounding us, nor the subtle phenomena that accompany it. However, having already engaged with magical equipment, your inner magic has begun to awaken, allowing you to perceive some of the more pronounced magical radiance. As he spoke, the venerable Bobby commenced his instruction, while the two twin apprentices behind him also began to assist. Due to the new book's release period, an increase in updates may potentially cause issues with recommendations. Your understanding is appreciated. As of today, the number of updates on the launch day stands at 103. Chapter 56, Devilish Training. Come here, little brother, and lie down on the bed, Vanessa said, her violet eyes sparkling as she gazed at Alka with a smile. Standing nearby, Alka let out a resigned sigh upon hearing this term of endearment. He turned to observe the ship's physician. Their initial encounter had been during her pursuit, when Vanessa had worn a veil that revealed only her eyes. Now, upon closer inspection, she appeared as a mature woman, her slightly alluring visage framed by delicate, lavender-hued eyes, complemented by a small black mole adorning her fair complexion just below her mouth, enhancing her enchanting allure. Her curvaceous figure was draped in a flowing white coat, yet even this loose garment could not conceal the pronounced rise and fall of her bosom. I believe you could use a different form of address. How about simply calling me Alka? The name Little Alka is also acceptable, he suggested. From the moment they met, Alka sensed that this woman harbored a certain antagonism towards him. Was it merely because he had impeded her escape momentarily? Little did he know she was an ally at that time. Women sigh, not a little brother anymore. Have I truly grown up? Vanessa chuckled seductively, extending her hand to lightly tap Alka's chest. All right, little brother, quickly remove your clothing and lie down on the bed. With a resigned demeanor, Alka shrank back slightly, shedding his cotton shirt to reveal his somewhat muscular upper body before reclining onto the wooden bed beside him. Feeling the unrestrained gaze of Vanessa, Alka noted her somewhat frail condition, realizing the necessity for diligent exercise, especially since Jason appeared sturdier in comparison. Upon hearing this observation, Jason, lying nearby, turned his head to Alka and flashed a smile. TSK. Witnessing Jason's grin, Alka disdainfully pursed her lips. Prepare yourself, here it comes, Vanessa declared as she waved her hands, causing strands of pale green silk to unfurl. One strand extended towards Alka while another flowed towards Jason. The tips of the strands suddenly sharpened, resembling acupuncture needles. One by one, they accurately pierced specific areas of their bodies. Alka furrowed his brow. He felt no pain, only a slight itchiness that was somewhat uncomfortable. A faint green glow began to surge through the strands and into their bodies, accompanied by a chilling sensation as something cool entered him through the filaments. Subsequently, a layer of translucent green liquid oozed from his pores, gradually enveloping his upper body. These controlled threads were, in fact, the highly adaptable incantation known as silk manipulation, a spell Vanessa had mastered. The essence of this incantation seemingly involved manipulating materials into silken threads for control. This was her own explanation. Alka did not fully comprehend the intricacies. However, this spell was not one she had independently deciphered, but rather an enhancement by a predecessor, retaining a notably high threshold for comprehension. It seemed Bobby possessed a similar ability. Yet his technique, when compared to Vanessa's, was akin to that of an infant. After a brief moment, the green, transparent liquid vanished from their bodies. Vanessa brushed aside the threads, clapped her hands, and declared, "All done." Upon hearing this, the two rose and donned their garments once more. Their current endeavor was precisely as Andre had mentioned earlier, to enlist the assistance of Shaddai and Vanessa in preparing for their impending encounter. This was merely the beginning. The duo exited the medical room and ascended to the deck. Shadai sat at the edge of the ship, her legs dangling slightly over the side, swaying gently. Turning her head, she smiled at the two and inquired, "Are you ready? Now it's my turn to train you." As she spoke, a silver luminescence appeared at her feet, and her figure instantaneously vanished. "Are you prepared?" Shadai's voice, tinged with joy, echoed from behind the two. "Wait, hold on." Jason suddenly felt an ominous premonition and shouted. However, before he could finish his warning, Shadai, with her leg aglow in silver light, executed a swift kick to his back. "Ah!" Jason cried out, propelled like a cannonball, and flew off the ship. Witnessing this, Alka rolled forward without hesitation and took 2 swift steps before leaping off the vessel himself. "No need for assistance. I can manage," he proclaimed, followed by the sound of his splash as he hit the water. Observing Alka's actions, Shadai could not help but smile. As the two leapt up to the ship's edge to gaze below, "Your task is to swim in the sea, striving to keep pace with the vessel. When you feel as though you are about to drown, I shall come to your rescue." Upon hearing this, the unfortunate duo in the water, Alka and Jason, reluctantly began to swim. Fortunately, this is indeed a realm of the ocean, where everyone possesses the ability to swim, each with commendable swimming skills. However, no matter how proficient one may be, there exists a limit to physical endurance. Even with the vessel deliberately reducing its speed, the two could only maintain their pace for approximately 10 minutes before gradually falling out of sync with the ship, being left behind. "Keep going. Keep going." At this moment, Shadai stood at the stern, waving her arms and jumping with enthusiasm. Yet, the pitch of her encouragement betrayed her true intentions. She was merely enjoying the spectacle. "I feel a bit hot," Alka exclaimed, splashing about and shouting to Jason beside him. "So do I." Both sensed a rising heat within their bodies, and as if their stamina had been replenished, they quickened their pace, striving to swim forward. Although they did not catch up to the vessel, they managed to remain a significant distance behind it. At last, after another half hour, the sensation of heat subsided, only to be replaced by an overwhelming fatigue. Their limbs began to cramp. The notion of moving forward was replaced by the mere hope of staying afloat. The instinct for survival compelled them to thrash wildly on the surface of the water. A chilling sensation surged from the ring, stimulating Alka's mind, forcing him to adopt a semblance of calm in the face of life-threatening peril. He struggled desperately to control his limbs, but his composed mind could not prevail against the ocean that seemed intent on consuming him. The waves rolled him about, and the inability to breathe heightened his fear of death, shattering his calm. Panic surged once more, and Jason, who had long since lost his composure, had already sunk beneath the waves. Suddenly submerged beneath the ocean's depths, the dark-eyed Alka felt himself being lifted by an unseen force. In an instant, the two of them leaped from the water's surface. With a shout, it was Sankaka who dragged them both and unceremoniously tossed them onto the deck. Coughing and retching, Jason knelt on the deck, desperately expelling the seawater from his lungs. At this moment, Alka appeared remarkably composed, having resolutely held his breath until the last possible moment. "Take a breather. We shall continue this afternoon," remarked Shadi, seated beside them with her legs drawn up, chuckling at their disheveled state. Chapter 57, The Maritime Log, Year 456 of the Blood Alliance, June 13th. The monotony of life at sea is undeniable. Perhaps I should commence a log. Thus, I begin today. Captain's Future, Log Year 456 of the Blood Alliance, June 16th. Another day of devilish training, once again confronting the specter of death. Today, I endured for over 40 minutes. Year 456 of the Blood Alliance, June 20th. I believe Shadi must have undergone similar training in the past, for her delight at witnessing our struggles is unmistakable. The glee on her face is utterly uncontainable. Year 456 of the Blood Alliance, June 21st. I surpassed the 1-hour mark in endurance, bringing me joy. Year 456 of the Blood Alliance, June 22nd. Each day, I witness my own growth, which fills me with exhilaration. Today, I achieved 1 hour and 5 minutes. Year 456 of the Blood Alliance, June 25th. Andre remarked that the training was nearing its conclusion. With our current physical condition, any contact would not impose additional harm upon us. At last, we are liberated from this nightmarish regimen. However, our performance has stagnated at 1 hour and 42 minutes. On the 26th of June, in the 456th year of the Blood Alliance, the absence of the devilish training leaves me feeling somewhat disoriented, even nostalgic. Am I in trouble? The following day, the 27th of June, was marked by a tedious maritime voyage. The 28th of June presented an endless, monotonous expanse of the sea, utterly dull. On the 29th of June, boredom reached its peak. Suddenly, a series of dull thuds echoed from the deck. Alka, brandishing his handgun, was shooting at a target positioned not far away. Beside him stood Jason. Life aboard the ship, fraught with ennui, necessitated some form of diversion. Thus, the two resolved to practice their marksmanship, considering the ample supply of ammunition stored in the lower deck. Wasting it would be a folly. There was no shortage of ammunition for the Model 3 handgun, and Alka was determined not to squander this rare opportunity to hone his skills. Even the finest marksman requires a substantial quantity of ammunition to sustain their prowess. At that moment, Jason was firing two revolvers of differing designs, simultaneously engaged in practice. Alka emptied his handgun, removed the magazine, and swiftly reloaded it. With the pistol in hand, he elegantly twirled it twice before playfully nudging his hat with the barrel. How did he manage that? Jason, unabashed, leaned closer, his face alight with curiosity. He found that Alka, not to mention anything else, had a variety of charming poses that truly captivated him. Particularly, the series of swift and acrobatic movements involved in reloading the magazine was exceedingly smooth and aesthetically pleasing. Do you want to learn? Jason nodded. I want to learn. I will teach you, Alka replied with a smile, before glancing at the handgun in his hand. Bobby's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. After his modifications, the feel of the gun has significantly improved. Apart from the devilish training that enhanced his physical fitness, Alka dedicated the majority of his time to learning various manufacturing techniques from Bobby. He also took the opportunity to have Bobby adjust certain details of the two firearms according to his own preferences and habits. Hearing this, Jason looked at the two guns in his hands and thought, it seems I also need Bobby's assistance for some modifications. Without hesitation, Jason picked up both guns and headed toward the lower deck. Alka followed suit to have dinner. At that moment, the sun had nearly vanished below the horizon, leaving only a faint golden glow to illuminate the world. At the current speed of their voyage, they should arrive in just a few days. Lying on his bed, Alka glanced at the magical mirror beside the nightstand and shook his head in resignation. He got up and approached the table, picking up a book to peruse. As night fell, the oil lamp beside him flickered to life, gradually enveloping the ship in a serene silence. The only sound within the room was the gentle rustling of turning pages. Unbeknownst to him, Alka eventually succumbed to slumber, resting his head on the table. In a hazy dream, he felt as though he had entered a realm of darkness. Feeling once again that he had returned to this place, Alka displayed no signs of astonishment. He had grown accustomed to it, primarily motivated by a desire to engage in conversation. Why does your magic still seem so lifeless? A vague voice echoed through the darkness. Alka, with a sense of helplessness, conveyed his thoughts not through spoken words, but by allowing them to occupy his mind, focusing solely on what he wished to express. This way, the person trapped within the magic mirror could accurately receive his intended message. I am still aboard the ship, and I have yet to make contact. It cannot happen so swiftly. Oh, is that so? It seems only a short time has passed. Alka understood this sentiment. Within the dark confines of the magic mirror, the passage of time was indeed difficult to ascertain. This realization piqued his curiosity. Having been trapped here for so long, without any means to measure time, how do you maintain a semblance of normalcy in your mind? I simply refuse to succumb to slumber and sleep. One is oblivious to the passage of time, and thus, it does not influence the mind. Moreover, the soul-binding mirror was not designed to inflict harm. Its purpose was to house certain souls, providing these fragile spirits with at least a refuge. What? This object is actually a benevolent one. Indeed. Do not pry into my thoughts. Huh, wasn't that something you wished to say? Yet, that was merely Alka's intense internal monologue. A desire to express his thoughts so powerful that it mirrored the very ideas he wished to convey. Thus, when engaging in conversation, one must incessantly fill their mind with thoughts to articulate. Occasionally, a sudden urge to express a complaint may arise, yet refraining from vocalizing it can lead to detection. This cursed place is quite bothersome. It is an inevitable circumstance. If your magical essence were to awaken, I would be able to converse with you normally and glimpse the world beyond. Very well. In which era did you truly reside? Alka could not help but inquire, as it was his utmost curiosity. In the resplendent age of the year 14655 of the Moxa calendar, I lived in this epoch. Are you aware? Not in the slightest. I have never heard of it. Moreover, has this calendar truly persisted for 14,655 years? Such a duration seems excessively protracted. Typically, a calendar corresponds to the dominion of its creator. Is there truly a force that has endured for over 10,000 years? What an extraordinary behemoth that would entail. Even in such a fantastical realm, one would not expect a calendar of such magnitude. The Moksha calendar was not devised by any particular power, but rather created by the divine. It is the calendar of the gods. Upon hearing this, Alka felt a twinge of pain in his mind. You lack sufficient vigor. Let us converse another time. With that, Alka withdrew from the pitch-black realm, awakening with his eyes wide open as he lay upon the table. Chapter 58. The Church of the Holy Mother. The vessel gradually entered the maritime domain governed by the Church of the Holy Mother. Although the entirety of this expanse was under the dominion of the Church, it was significantly smaller compared to the Blood Golden Alliance, measuring roughly 1/4 of its size. Within all spheres of influence, the islanders profess their devotion to the Holy Mother. It is somewhat peculiar. For the treasure-seeking expedition is essentially an arm of the Holy Mother's Church, yet no one seems to propagate their faith among themselves. Logically, the members boarding the vessel should all be adherents of the Holy Mother, especially considering the numerous churches dedicated to her within the Blood Gold Alliance. For instance, the island of Turan, which Alka first visited, boasts a Church of the Holy Mother. The Blood Gold Alliance does not prohibit the worship of the Holy Mother, indicating at least a favorable stance. Alka stood by the edge of the ship, gazing at the nearby island. There were no large vessels navigating the waters around the isle. Only a few distant fishing boats could be seen. It seemed to be an unremarkable island. What purpose do we have in going to this island? Alka inquired of Jason, who was similarly leaning against the ship's railing, basking in the sea breeze. On the surface, we are merely a private treasure hunting group, so it is hardly prudent to approach the Holy Mother's cathedral directly with such ostentation. We must dock the ship here, do you understand? Alka nodded, finding this rationale quite comprehensible. Does this mean we will need to transfer to another vessel to reach the cathedral? Jason affirmed with a nod. The ship gradually glided into the harbor, settling into its berth. Alka surveyed the port of the small island, which barely accommodated their three-masted sailing ship. It indeed appeared to be an insignificant isle. Nonetheless, being able to dock was a considerable feat. Gather on deck and redress the crew. Is there anyone who wishes to accompany us this time? His question was met with a palpable lack of enthusiasm from all present. Upon witnessing such a scene, Andre could only helplessly utter, "Very well, you shall await us on this island." With that, he glanced at Alka and the other individual, who both shook their heads. The group disbanded, and the two followed Andre as they descended from the vessel. Ahead lay a rather ordinary port town, perhaps only slightly superior to the small town of Goldenweed Island. As they traversed the streets, they eventually arrived at the church situated at the back of the town. Alka looked up in awe. This was his first encounter with a church dedicated to the Holy Mother. The structure was constructed from a grayish-white stone, casting a dark hue reminiscent of shadows beneath a pale wall. Even under the blazing sun, the midday rays failed to bestow a radiant luster upon the church. Its form was characterized by an arched, pointed dome, adorned with intricate patterns and finely carved statues. The walls were embellished with engravings of floral motifs and vast swathes of wheat. The trio stepped inside the church. The central aisle was laid with a dark carpet, akin to damp earth, while rows of seats flanked either side. At the forefront stood a statue depicting a vague female visage cradling an infant, with a child at her feet, clutching a bundle of wheat. Unable to contain his curiosity, Alka turned to Andre, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest, engaged in a posture of earnest prayer. Recognizing the significance of this gesture, Alka surmised that the so-called Holy Mother was indeed the Stone Mother, a different appellation for the same deity. It is not uncommon for a divinity to possess various titles, reflecting the expansive nature of their divine power. At that moment, Alka crossed his arms and embraced himself. Reflecting on this, he realized that the island of his homeland, under the protection of the Stone Mother, was akin to a land of divine grace. No wonder no one attempted to convert him. He emerged from the very heart of the most devout followers, inherently blessed by the Stone Mother. It dawned on him that he had always been part of the established order. With a sense of comfort, Alka began to pray, acknowledging the true deity that had shielded him since birth. Believing was surely not in vain, especially considering the faith was almost inscribed within his very being. After a brief prayer, an elderly man, clad in a brownish-yellow robe adorned with patterns reminiscent of wheat stalks, approached. He stood before Andre, crossing his hands, and they greeted each other with nods. "Andre, I have received your message. The ship will arrive in an hour. Prepare for the harbor," he said. Then turned to glance at Alka and Jason. He smiled faintly at Jason, nodding slightly, and then, unable to resist, he gently patted Alka's head. "Good child," he remarked. his gaze akin to that of a grandfather observing his beloved grandson. This affectionate gesture from the priest left Alka feeling somewhat stiff. Yet he managed a polite smile and nodded in return, crossing his hands. "May the Stone Mother bless you." The priest's smile broadened. "Very well, you may proceed." Andre gave Alka a thumbs up and led the two towards the rear of the church. Before Alka could pose a question, Andre spoke. "The Holy Mother is indeed the Stone Mother. The designation of the Holy Mother merely facilitates the propagation of faith. As for our clandestine treasure-seeking society, our tasks are rather limited. Primarily, we assist the church in locating more ecclesiastical artifacts related to the Stone Mother, as well as any potential information regarding treasures." Understanding dawned upon Alka, who nodded in acknowledgement. "It turns out that Parker could once be considered my superior," he reflected, realizing why Parker entrusted himself so readily to Andre's treasure hunting group. From the very beginning, Andre and his companions had shown an extraordinary level of trust in him. Even as a newcomer, he was privy to a plethora of confidential information and their ongoing activities, shared with him as if he were one of their own. At that moment, Alka found it rather peculiar, assuming it was merely their custom or the ambience of the group. Yet, it was indeed the case that he was among kindred spirits. As they pondered, the trio traversed a path behind the church. Passing through a tunnel evidently carved through the mountain, they entered a cavern, and upon observing its height, it became apparent that it could easily accommodate a vessel comparable in size to the Sea Fist. Upon advancing further, they discovered a rudimentary harbor. This was a concealed port, nestled among the cliffs encircling the island. It seemed that the church ahead had been constructed specifically for this invisible harbor. The three of them found a bench nearby to sit and await their next move, engaging in light conversation to pass the time. Before long, Alka spotted a ship sailing towards them across the distant sea. Sailing directly towards the cave where they found themselves, the full silhouette of the vessel gradually emerged. It glided slowly into the cavern's embrace. Alka gazed upward at the ship, whose bow resembled a statue of a heavily armored knight wielding a longsword. The exterior of the vessel was adorned in a blend of golden and creamy white hues, exuding an unmistakable aura of sanctity. The pristine canvas sails bore a symbol of two crossed, rudimentary arms encircled by stalks of wheat, undoubtedly the emblem of the church. Chapter 59. Touch. At that moment, however, the waters at the cave's entrance began to roil violently, akin to boiling water. Accompanied by the sound of bubbling, the sea surged upwards, forming a wall of water that completely obstructed the entrance. Subsequently, enigmatic inscriptions appeared uniformly across the cave's walls. Observing this unsettling transformation, Andre furrowed his brow yet did not adopt a stance of alarm. "Andre, come up." Upon hearing the call from above, Andre lifted Alka with one hand and Jason with the other, executing a leap that brought them onto the deck of the ship. Once steady on the deck, Alka looked around. Aside from its ornate embellishments, the interior of the vessel bore little distinction from other ships. However, it likely housed some automatic mechanisms inscribed with spells, for the deck was devoid of any presence save for three religious figures clad in simple gray robes. These three individuals stood side by side, their hoods obscuring their faces, arms crossed in solemnity. Andre regarded them with curiosity. The church member standing in the center slightly lifted his head and said, "Because they will make contact on the vessel." "On the vessel? Dear?" Ender's voice was clearly tinged with surprise. He quickly followed up with the question, "Isn't it too risky to bring the treasure here?" His intention was to inquire if it was too much of a commotion. Ender seemed to understand and nodded. Yet he still couldn't comprehend why they needed to bring out such a treasure. He remained convinced that it was indeed too much of a spectacle. "Well, time is of the essence. Let us proceed with the contact ceremony swiftly, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Ender ceased his hesitations. The two church members, who had remained silent on either side, gradually extended their hands. As their hands stretched forth, a gentle luminescence emanated from them. One radiance was a transparent glow akin to a flash of light, strikingly unique, while the other was a soft, milky white light reminiscent of divine illumination. Emerging from the left, within the transparent glow, was a mask seemingly crafted from a mirror, its surface reflecting the surrounding scene with clarity. On the right, within the milky white light, was a circlet woven from golden wheat stalks, exuding simplicity. "Choose, you too, select the treasure you wish to touch." Upon hearing this, both Alka and Jason felt a surge of tension. Ender paused momentarily, then raised his hands to gesture towards them. "If you are uncertain about your choice, simply stand in the center, close your eyes, and allow your instincts to guide you forward." Ender's voice resonated. The reason this was not mentioned earlier was that he had not anticipated that the two would have a choice. Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances and, in synchrony, closed their eyes, proceeding forward. After shutting his eyes, Alka, perhaps due to the ring, felt no loss of direction nor any unusual sensations. He walked straight ahead. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of someone ahead and opened his eyes. At that moment, he found himself standing before a mirror-like mask. Although he had walked in a straight line, he inexplicably ended up on the left side. Before him stood a hooded religious figure, obscuring their features, cradling the floating mirror mask in their hands. The surface of the mask gleamed like a mirror, reflecting his visage. He beheld his current appearance, while also catching glimpses of a visage from the depths of his memory, both vivid and indistinct. As he reached out, the voice of the religious figure resonated beside him. Alka swallowed hard and slowly extended his hands, gently touching the mask's reflective surface. With a shiver, he felt a stirring within him, as if every part of his being, limbs, heart, brain, began to writhe. It was as if the veins that coursed through him had come to life, moving and twitching autonomously. Blood seemed to surge with heightened velocity. Something profound and frigid emerged within him, surging towards Alka's mind, inducing an uncontrollable sensation of dizziness as he kept his eyes closed. Although the individual was in control of their own body, a sense of disorientation began to cloud their perception of the surrounding environment. The sensations within their body dulled. Suddenly, a rectangular frame materialized within their mind, at the center of which lay a slender, elongated figure resembling the letter I. It emanated a faint, translucent glow, reminiscent of a mirror-like mask. Soon, it faded away into the recesses of their consciousness, lifting the veil of bewilderment. Alka regained mastery over their body and became aware of an unfamiliar flow surging within. This essence seemed to respond to their will, akin to their own limbs. Alka sought to exert control, yet the unfamiliarity rendered their attempts clumsy and rigid, much like an infant striving to stand and walk steadily. They wobbled precariously. Ultimately, Alka managed to restrain the flowing essence within, preventing it from erratically coursing through their body, allowing it to settle in its origin. Once they had organized the situation within, Alka finally opened their eyes. The mirror-like mask had vanished, and the church member who had held it was no longer present. Only Andre remained nearby, along with another church member who had been speaking in the center, observing the two. To the right, Jason also kept his eyes firmly shut, a soft, milky glow enveloping his form. Noticing that Alka had awakened, Andre nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the luminous aura surrounding Jason coalesced and dissipated. As the light faded, he opened his eyes, recognizing that both Alka and Andre were now awake. Andre turned to the church member, nodding in their direction before approaching them. Without granting the two individuals an opportunity to speak, he seized them by their collars and leaped from the vessel. The moment they departed from the ship, the water wall that had previously sealed the entrance began to collapse, plunging entirely into the sea. The runes adorning the surrounding cave walls vanished from sight. Gradually, the golden ship withdrew from the cavern. As he watched the vessel's departure, Andre turned to regard the two. At that moment, both Alka and Jason appeared dazed, utterly oblivious to their surroundings as they contemplated the newfound powers coursing within them, akin to boys reveling in the joy of a newly acquired toy. Chapter 60. Mirror. Andre spoke as he exited the church, lifting his hand to rub his fingers together. Lines began to emerge, forming intricate patterns resembling small birds that took flight. As he traversed the quaint town, he happened upon Shaddai and Vanessa, who were also making their way toward the ship, their expressions mirroring a hint of confusion. Nonetheless, they kept their lips sealed and proceeded to the port to board the vessel. Bobby, somewhat puzzled, inquired, turning to Alka and Jason with surprise, "Have you already made contact?" Andre replied directly, "There was a minor incident. We conducted the touching ceremony aboard the ship." Upon hearing Andre's words, everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Although curiosity lingered, they refrained from probing further. Subsequently, Andre regarded the two with an air of urgency, yet the others understood, for they had all traversed a similar path. Arca pushed the door open and subsequently flung himself onto the bed, exhaling deeply. Lying there, he gazed at his right hand. Clenching it tightly, he could feel the strength surging within him, undeniably enhanced, and as the magic coursed through his body, this augmentation continued to rise. His perception remained noticeably acute. However, what puzzled him was not this phenomenon, but rather the inner side of his left forearm. Upon contact, and with the flow of magic, a tattoo resembling a broken chain materialized in that spot, something that had certainly not been there before. Why did this manifestation occur with the emergence of magic? Yet, he could not dwell on it now, He would have to inquire with others later. What occupied his mind more was the incantation that surfaced in his brain when he touched the mask. It was a rectangular glyph with a slender, elongated character in the center. As this incantation appeared in his mind, he simultaneously understood its essence. Mirror. The function of this incantation is to create mirrors, one after another. By channeling magic, the size, hardness, and direction of movement of the mirrors can all be controlled by him, and they can even be drawn from a distance. The mechanism is remarkably straightforward. It simply requires the expenditure of magic to conjure the mirrors. Perhaps due to the simplicity of the incantation, Arca found that he did not need extensive practice to master it. He could effortlessly draw mirrors from afar with just a flicker of magic. Generally, incantations capable of remote conjuration require prolonged practice and precise control of one's internal magic to achieve such feats. Yet, even as Alka merely grazed the surface of his newfound abilities, the magic within him stirred to life, enabling him to conjure a mirror through the incantation from a distance. This does not merely attest to Alka's inherent talent. Rather, it underscores the simplicity of the spell itself. With this realization, Alka swiftly rose from his bed, seated himself at the edge, and raised his right hand. Clumsily wielding his magical energy, he channeled it into his palm. After nearly 10 seconds of concentration, he managed to summon the flow of magic. Subsequently, a rune materialized in his mind, a rectangular frame adorned with an eye-shaped symbol, mirror. The rune emanated a gentle, translucent glow, and a palm-sized circular mirror emerged in his grasp, levitating gracefully before him. This self-crafted mirror could be manipulated freely. The moment this thought crossed his mind, the mirror began to drift in accordance with Alka's intent, gliding through the air until it reached a distance of approximately 6 or 7 meters, where it became somewhat rigid. The sensation of flight growing foreign and less fluid. Clearly, more practice was essential. With diligent effort, he felt certain he could extend its range. Alka snapped his fingers, and the mirror shattered into countless fragments, which, before they could fall, vanished into the ether. At that moment, Alka could not help but rest his chin on his hand, contemplating the spell. It exuded an aura of fragility and ineffectiveness, yet paradoxically aligned well with his current magical framework. He was already formulating ideas, considering that the techniques he frequently employed in combat were intricately linked to various aspects of sorcery. These are the profound insights of Jack, a renowned treasure hunter known as the Magician, who inevitably must engage in combat. Within Jack's legacy of knowledge, there exists a wealth of ideas and experiences that integrate magic into the art of battle. A quintessential example is Alka's flying card technique. This skill allows him to execute flawless maneuvers even in the absence of a ring, showcasing considerable power akin to that of throwing knives. Now, having become a toucher endowed with magical prowess, he can adeptly wield various combat spells. The ability to effortlessly conjure, manipulate, and transform mirrors during a skirmish undoubtedly serves him well. While others may merely employ such mirrors as mere incantations to fabricate reflective surfaces, for Alka, they are exceptionally fitting. At that moment, with a flick of his wrist, a card materialized in his hand. Its silvery gray surface was one of the 3 spell cards left behind by Jack. Now infused with magic, he could perceive far more from wielding this spell card. For instance, he could enhance its flight speed and power while also exercising fine control over its trajectory. Furthermore, he could dictate the duration of its effects, as exemplified by the previously utilized red card, where the spell Cross of True Fire could now be manipulated at his discretion, rather than being confined to a fixed 3-second interval. Contemplating the materials needed to craft these cards, it seemed time to make preparations. Having organized his thoughts and attuned himself to the magic within, Alka rose and made his way outside. Just as he felt the ship tremble beneath him, it had set sail. As I approached the corridor beside the aft deck, I happened to see Jason emerging from the room behind me. Our eyes met, and we exchanged smiles. Jason hurried over, his curiosity piqued. "What is the name of the treasure you touched?" he inquired eagerly. "One could discern its name upon contact. It is called the Mask of Mind. And yours?" "Mine is named Crown of Abundance." "It does sound rather unimpressive, doesn't it? Have you comprehended the incantation?" "Incantation? No, not at all." "Wait, could it be that you have?" Upon seeing Alka nod in affirmation, Jason's expression froze before he slowly uttered, "You must be joking." Chapter 61. Magical Training. Have you truly acquired your own incantation? Within the captain's quarters, the principal crew members gazed at Alka with envy, with the exception of Shaddai, who also possessed her own incantation. Observing the envious looks directed at him, Alka waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Do not be too quick to envy me. Once you learn what my incantation entails, you may find your admiration waning." "What sort of incantation is it?" Jason could not help but ask from the side. In response, Alka raised his palm, a faint surge of magical energy emanating from him. This time, it took merely 5 seconds to channel the magic. Subsequently, the runes manifested in his mind, and a palm-sized, circular mirror floated above his hand. The onlookers gazed at the double-sided mirror resting on Alka's palm before turning back to him. "And then? It is settled then. Create the mirror you desire." A collective awkward chuckle emanated from the group. Andre contemplated for a moment and remarked, "Indeed. To grasp a spell that suits you upon your first encounter with the treasure is a remarkable feat." Yes, interjected Shaddai, her fist clenched in encouragement. "Though the incantation may seem peculiar to outsiders, it is undoubtedly tailored for you in this moment." Hearing their reassurances, Alka smiled. "Rest assured, this incantation is indeed quite fitting for me." Conversely, Bobby, embodying the essence of a researcher, expressed curiosity. He scrutinized the mirror in Alka's grasp. Spells acquired through personal insight are seldom weak. Thus, there is no need for excessive despondency. You simply have yet to unlock its full potential. Alka nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the incantation. At that moment, Andre tapped on the table before him. He then addressed Alka and Jason, saying, "Since you two are becoming familiar with one another, it is time to advance to a deeper level of training. You must familiarize yourself with your magical energy, ensuring it can be directed to any part of your body within a second. Choose a spell that resonates with you and see if it aligns with your essence. After all, options are limited. Should you possess a unique incantation, feel free to explore it." He then turned his gaze towards Bobby and Shaddai. "The two of you shall take charge of these respective tasks." Upon concluding his words, Alka and Jason were promptly dragged away by 2 individuals. Shaddai, leading the way, remarked, "We are not far from the island of sacred armor. It will take approximately 3 to 4 days to arrive. During this time, you must elevate your magical power to the desired level within 2 seconds." Bobby then retrieved 2 distinct volumes from the bookshelf adjacent to Captain Andre's cabin, compilation of spells, in 2 parts, which he handed to the pair. "You two should peruse these volumes, familiarize yourselves with the spells, and explore what piques your interest." Having arranged their study, and as midday approached, they commenced training in magical control. Shaddai took a considerable number of patch-like devices from Bobby, each marked with a number. Subsequently, both individuals bared their torsos, and these patches were affixed to various locations on their bodies. "When I call out a number, you must channel your magic to the corresponding location on your body. If you are slow," Shaddai declared with a mischievous grin, "you shall face consequences." Closing their eyes in preparation, the two had barely shut them when Shaddai announced, "Number 3. The patches marked with the number 3 were located on the backs of their right hands. Alka immediately focused his internal magic, directing it towards that spot. "Too slow." With the echo of Shaddai's words, a sharp pain surged from the location of the patch on his hand. "Hiss!" he exclaimed. "Prepare yourselves, the next one is coming." Number 6. Too slow. However, this time it was only Jason who lagged behind. The 6th patch on Alka's body glowed faintly as he swiftly channeled his magical energy towards it. The gentle radiance of the number 6 indicated that Alka had successfully transferred his power to that point. "Ah!" The sound of Jason's sharp gasp resonated. Upon hearing this, Alka could not help but turn his head to gaze at him, a smirk of schadenfreude gracing his features. Number 7. The voice of Shaddai rang out suddenly. Alka hastily directed his energy forth, but it was evident that he was too slow. Too late. The stinging sensation struck once more. Although Jason had once again failed to complete the task, he nonetheless turned to Alka and offered him a smile. "Serves you right, you brat." Number 11. Too late. "Ah." As dusk approached, the sun had completely dipped below the horizon. The two lay exhausted on the deck, their bodies resembling those of boiled shrimp, their slightly reddened skin emanating faint wisps of steam. The area from which the patches had been removed bore no scars. The patches merely induced a sensation akin to pain. Yet, there was not without its rewards. The exhilarating thrill of this experience left Alka utterly captivated. "Once you've rested well, let us head down for dinner. Uncle Matt will prepare specially customized meals for you," Shaddai said, squatting beside Alka, her smile as enchanting as ever. This made Alka acutely aware that Uncle Matt held a significant position aboard the ship, akin to that of a key member. He possessed the ability to craft a diverse array of targeted dishes. With the assistance of Vanessa and the variety of ingredients at hand, delectable dishes that aid in restoring their health can be crafted. As night descended, Alka sat heavily beside the bed, his gaze drifting to the enchanted mirror resting on the nightstand. Unable to resist, he reached out to grasp it. Should he attempt to rescue it? Alka pondered, recalling that previously he would have shunned such an endeavor. However, surviving the island's perils could be entirely attributed to the mirror's prophetic dreams. Without the mirror's guidance, he would surely have succumbed to Nivik's onslaught. Bathed in the moonlight filtering through the window, the back of the mirror shimmered faintly. Alka placed it back on the nightstand and reclined on the bed to rest. Perhaps he would reconsider later. Gradually, as drowsiness enveloped him, he closed his eyes. Suddenly, Alka awoke, bolting upright in bed, acutely feeling the ship's gentle sway upon the sea. The pale moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. With a stiff neck, he turned to behold a figure seated at the desk by the window, perusing the volumes laid out before her as if engrossed in reading. She then turned to face the now-awake Alka. "You are awake," she said, her voice gentle and serene. A silver gradient card materialized in her hand, infused with magic, ready to be bestowed. Illuminated by the night's glow, Alka beheld this unexpected visitor in his chamber, her long emerald hair cascading down to her waist. Her skin as pale as porcelain, and her eyes sparkling with a vivid green light. Before me lies an exquisitely beautiful visage, characterized by slender, pointed ears that emerge gracefully from cascading strands of hair. Clad in an exceptionally refined and elegant gown, the figure before me evokes a sense of fantasy. The pointed ears instantly remind Alka of a race from fantastical tales, elves. Yet, the perplexing matter is that Alka has never encountered any mention of such a race in this world. Perhaps it is merely a consequence of his own ignorance. "Who are you?" Alka inquired, maintaining a vigilant posture as he gazed at the enchanting figure. Upon hearing his question, the ethereal being tilted her head in curiosity, blinking her eyes in slight bewilderment. "Oh, you do not recognize me? What do you mean? Why would I be familiar to you?" As she spoke, she reached out to grasp an object from the table, illuminating it in the moonlight before Alka's eyes. It was the palm-sized magical mirror. In that moment, comprehension dawned upon Alka. The enchanting figure before him was likely the soul of an elven maiden, trapped within the confines of the mirror. In his mind, he had always envisioned an elderly man with a white beard, but the reality was that of a strikingly beautiful young woman. "How did you escape? Were you not confined within the magical realm?" Alka could not help but ask, perplexed as he had not infused the mirror with any magical energy. The elven maiden, upon hearing his words, expressed her confusion. "Did you not already make contact? By touching me, I was freed." "Oh, is that how it works?" "As long as the magic within her body becomes active, she will naturally be able to emerge, rather than requiring an infusion of magic to liberate her. Does this not imply that she must inevitably be rescued?" This suggests that, until now, she had been trapped within the magic mirror for an indeterminate number of years, untouched by anyone. Of course, it is also possible that she is speaking falsehoods. "Allow me to introduce myself, Alka. I am Licilia Anacanstrel." Thus, Licilia elaborated on her lengthy name before Alka. Is it not somewhat difficult to remember? Not difficult per se. Rather, I simply did not commit it to memory. Alka mused silently. "Is that so? You may simply call me Licilia, as my friends do." "Wait, are you reading my surface thoughts?" "Huh. Wasn't that what you intended to convey?" "Certainly not." "Very well then. You have read my thoughts again." Alka composed herself, suppressing her thoughts. Furrowing her brow, she surveyed her surroundings. "The ability to read my surface thoughts indicates that this place is not reality?" "No, this is your dream." Upon hearing this, Alka closed her eyes and fell back onto the bed. When he opened his eyes once more, he was uncertain whether it was due to acquiring magic or some other reason, but he found himself able to awaken from the dream with ease. Once again, he awoke in his own room, yet the oil lamp beside the bed remained lit. The sound of crashing waves outside the ship resonated in his ears. Observing the magic mirror on the bedside table, Alka picked it up. In the mirror, what was reflected was not his own visage, but the breathtakingly beautiful face of Licilia, who sat on a bench, smiling and waving at him. "Can you not come out?" Alka inquired, almost as if speaking to himself, as his words echoed in the air. Licilia, who had just been in the mirror, appeared by his bedside. Subsequently, her form became ethereal, transforming into a wisp of smoke that drifted to the place where she had previously sat in his dream. There lay the books that Alka had been flipping through. As she settled onto the stool, she reached out to turn the pages, only to find her hand passing right through them. A distinct expression of frustration emerged on Lucilia's face. Observing this, Alka realized that she was not a physical entity, She remained as a spectral presence. "Can others see you?" he queried. At the sound of his question, Lucilia turned to him, shaking her head before nodding. "Only you can see me whenever you wish. I can choose who may see me and who cannot. That is a relief. But now that you can emerge from the magic mirror, what will you do next?" Alka could not help but ask. Upon hearing this, Lucilia pondered for a moment, shaking her head in resignation. "I am merely a soul. Without the magic mirror, I would have long since dissipated. I can only move in accordance with its presence." A strange sense of déjà vu washed over him as he shook his head to dispel the thought. "So, you will only be able to accompany me from now on," Lucilia stated directly. She was able to comprehend her current predicament and directly posed a question to Alka. Upon hearing this, Alka found herself lost in thought. The girl beside the bed gazed out at the moonlight, exuding an aura of tranquility. "Well then, I look forward to your continued company." Lucilia, bathed in the silvery glow of the moon, wore a captivating smile. Turning her head, she extended her right hand, gently shaking Alka's in greeting. "Thank you." The sensation of her touch compelled Alka to lift her gaze towards her. "May I touch you?" "Of course." "But only you can touch me," Lucilia replied, waving her hand beside the bed. Her hand effortlessly passed through the edge of the bed and the blanket, only feeling tangible when it made contact with Alka. "But how are you seated there?" Alka's curiosity surged. Yet in reality, Lucilia evidently could not extract Alka's most fervent thoughts as she might in a dream. The outside world is truly wonderful. Observing the enchanting girl before her, Alka felt a flicker of empathy. After all, trapped within the magic mirror for an indeterminate number of years, Lucilia had to succumb to slumber to preserve her sanity. If it were her, she would have long lost her mind. "Ah, I wonder how many years I have been gone, and whether my friends still remain." She propped her chin on her hands, gazing at the moonlight outside, unable to suppress her musings. Alka, intrigued by Lucilia's origins, pondered the exquisite features that adorned her face, complemented by her almost elfin ears. The calendar system she referred to was also unfamiliar to Alka. Not only the calendar she employed, but also the one utilized by Alka and the current locale were entirely unfamiliar to Lucilia. "Tomorrow, I shall take you to explore the map and see if the nautical charts reveal any places you recognize. If the names elude us, perhaps we might glean some understanding from the topographical maps, for landscapes are not easily altered." Chapter 63, The Study of Incantations in the Early Morning, Alka. Clutching the magical mirror, cast a glance at the world map aboard the ship. "I have never seen this before. How could I have never encountered it?" Lucilia's voice brimmed with disbelief. If even the nautical charts are unknown to her, the situation is indeed dire. Two possibilities arise. The first is that the era in which Lucilia lived is so distant that it eludes even Alka's imagination. After all, if the terrain has transformed beyond recognition, it is evident that it cannot be recent. Such profound geological changes cannot occur in a brief span. The second possibility is that Lucilia's homeland is not here at all, but exists in some other, uncharted region. This world does not conform to the notion of a singular planet, as there are indeed boundaries that are exceedingly difficult for humanity to traverse. However, the current predicament lies in Lucilia's manner of emergence, which Alka finds perplexing. At this moment, Lucilia had her arms wrapped around Alka's neck from behind, as if her entire being were suspended from his back. To be candid, if someone were to suddenly gain the ability to see, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. Such a scene is typically found only in classic horror films. A soul is clinging to one's back. Although Alka feels no weight whatsoever, she can distinctly sense Lucilia hanging upon her. Why must it be in this manner? If not for Bobby's presence beside her, she would have long since inquired. It seems Lucilia is aware that communication with Alka is currently impossible, as she continues to speak to herself. Alongside Bobby, Jason is also present, both of them engrossed in learning about incantations. They casually glance at a world map. The trio makes their way to the library on the lower deck. Laboka remains at her usual spot by the door, dozing. Alka has never encountered her anywhere other than the library. This situation transcends mere idleness. The study of incantations is not inherently difficult. The challenge lies in understanding the specific forms of the incantations in the materials corresponding to them. As he speaks, Bobby retrieves several books from the shelf and hands them to them. Aside from the more common incantations, many powerful and uniquely capable spells are safeguarded by various factions. In the future, should you possess the ability, you may seek to collect them. Bobby turns to face the two with an expression of utmost seriousness. However, he warns them against greed. The efficacy of incantations lies in their quality rather than quantity. The more familiar one becomes with an incantation, the more adept one is at controlling it, thus enhancing its power and effectiveness. Excessive incantations may only provide assistance in mundane aspects of life and trivial matters. The true spells that can offer protection and aid in combat are but a handful, those in which one has attained proficiency. Bobby's words prompted both individuals to nod attentively, keenly absorbing the wisdom of the elder. Such counsel serves merely as a reminder for the ordinary. It bears little relevance for those endowed with formidable mental prowess and exceptional learning capabilities. Lucilia, perched upon Alka's back, leaned her head to the right and softly interjected. Alka, upon hearing her words, committed them to memory. Bobby then guided the two towards the lower deck, arriving at the quarters designated for junior members. They proceeded to one of the rooms, where Bobby retrieved a tome and addressed the pair. First, you shall learn the incantation known as Voice Bird. It is imperative for all members aboard the vessel, as it will facilitate communication within a specified range. The incantation's design comprises 3 vertical lines of varying lengths, resembling a signal grid. Having undergone countless enhancements, Voice Bird is nearly compatible with everyone, rendering it remarkably easy to master. The concept of compatibility between an individual and an incantation is also noteworthy. The higher the compatibility, the swifter one learns and masters its nuances, achieving deeper control at a pace superior to others. After imparting this information, Bobby awaited as the two memorized the incantation's form. He provided them with paper and quills to inscribe the design, thereby reinforcing their recollection. Only after they had fully committed it to memory did Bobby present them with 2 pale blue feathers. Success is not guaranteed on the first attempt. Simply seek the sensation. Alka grasped the feather in his hand. Subsequently, she closed her eyes. Ah, so this is the incantation. Has it been transformed in such a manner? A hint of surprise laced Lucilia's voice, as if she had finally uncovered something familiar. The feather of the boho bird. After grasping the feather, refrain from recklessly invoking it. Instead, let your mind soar as if you were singing a melodious tune. A delicate and gentle sound reached Alka's ears. Upon hearing this, Alka endeavored to act. Of course, it was merely a mental song, not an actual utterance. Once the mental singing commenced, Alka could distinctly perceive that his probing magic began to harmonize with the feather's undulations. He synchronized with the simulated movements of the feather, while its magical fluctuations underwent corresponding alterations, seemingly facilitating his learning. As the frequency of the magic gradually aligned, it effortlessly connected with Alka's own magical essence. The form of the incantation began to emerge from the recesses of his mind, ultimately solidifying into something tangible. The appearance of the incantation grew increasingly concrete, until it was entirely etched into his consciousness, then faded away. At that moment, Alka opened his eyes. Beside him, Jason remained with his eyes tightly shut, while Bobby gazed at Alka, who had just opened his eyes. What happened? I have learned it. Bobby's face reflected confusion. His eyes slightly bewildered as they fixated on Alka. Then, realizing the significance, he asked, Really? Alka opened his mouth, and magic flowed into it. The incantation appeared faintly, soundless, before dissipating into slender lines that transformed into simplistic sketches resembling birds, fluttering to Bobby's ear before vanishing. Though the entire process was fraught with stumbles, one could distinctly sense an air of unfamiliarity and rigidity, yet he indeed managed to utilize it successfully. Can you hear me? Alka's voice resonated in his ear. Have you truly mastered it? Bobby's voice was laced with astonishment. Although the voice bird was exceedingly simple with a low learning curve, it was rather implausible to acquire such proficiency in such a brief span. He couldn't help but glance at the clock beside him. It had barely been less than an hour. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least half a day, or within 56 hours, to grasp it. Bobby looked at Alka and couldn't refrain from exclaiming, You might genuinely be a prodigy. At that moment, Jason, who was beside them, couldn't help but open his eyes. Damn you. His voice brimmed with envy. In light of this, I shall continue. With that, Bobby produced a feather that had just been bestowed upon them. It was then that Alka noticed the feather in his hand had, unbeknownst to him, become withered and lackluster. To learn incantations, one must source materials from nature that carry such spells, utilizing these materials as a means of learning. Of course, some of these materials are not rare, like this feather, which comes from the boho bird, a creature found on most islands. Though it is merely an ordinary bird, its feathers bear the spell. These materials are collectively referred to as spell materials, henceforth, to study incantations. one must not only be familiar with the forms of the spells but also know the corresponding materials associated with them. However, if others who have mastered this incantation offer their assistance, it could alleviate the need for materials, though it would require a greater expenditure of time. After listening to Bobby's account, Alka nodded, then departed from the lower deck, leaving Jason engrossed in his studies below. Chapter 64. Interlude. Upon reaching the open deck, Alka inquired, "Why must you cling to me?" As soon as he entered the room and closed the door, he posed the question. Lucilia transformed into a wisp of ethereal smoke, reappearing beside the bed. Upon hearing Alka's question, she gestured towards her legs. Alka looked and beheld a pair of exquisitely delicate legs, as fine as porcelain, cascading from beneath her gown to rest at the edge of the bed. Her toes, akin to jade, were adorned with a hint of verdant nail polish, enhancing her beauty. Very lovely, but what does that have to do with your need to cling to my back? My legs have always been afflicted, rendering me unable to walk. Hence I must rely on your support, Lucilia responded. It was then that Alka realized she was perpetually seated, either at the edge of the bed or upon the table. He had never seen her stand. Alka opened his mouth to speak, but you are merely a spirit now, aren't you? The affliction is a physical one, is it not? Surely the spirit would not be affected. Furthermore, you cannot possibly sit at the edge of the bed. Logically, you would pass through the bed and fall. Upon hearing this, Lucilia let out a sigh and stood up from the edge of the bed. In an instant, she collapsed forward. Alka instinctively took a step forward, swiftly catching her as she was about to fall. The soft, ethereal form nestled in Alka's embrace felt weightless, offering only the sensation of her presence. Moments later, Lucilia emerged from Alka's arms, hovering gracefully in the air. The inherent physical ailments reflected upon the soul. Even imperfections born from later experiences would eventually manifest within the essence of one's spirit over time. The soul and the body are one. Hearing this, Alka nodded in acknowledgement. Such knowledge was foreign to him, yet he accepted it. Lucilia transformed into mist once more, appearing on Alka's back, her arms gracefully draped around his neck. You are the only one I can truly connect with. Clinging to you is far less taxing. Moving through the air alone would demand too much energy, after all. I am but a soul. This explanation was entirely reasonable. Alka consented, content to serve as a mobile wheelchair. After all, having such a stunning beauty perched upon him made it difficult for Alka to feel disadvantaged. May I carry you like this in public? He inquired. Yes, she replied. Thank you. From his pocket, he produced a necklace adorned with an intricately framed pendant. He retrieved the magic mirror, nestled it within the filigree, and then draped the necklace around his neck. Turning to gaze at Lucilia, who sat beside the bed, he asked, Are you familiar with incantations and the voice bird? The style of the incantations has changed significantly since I last saw them. They have become much more concise. Had it not been for that feather, I would not have recalled that these two incantations were one and the same. Upon hearing this, Alka fell into contemplation. Although familiar with the incantation, it appeared in a more intricate form. Could it be that Lucilia truly hailed from an exceedingly ancient era? After all, the modern simplified incantations are the result of generations of refinement and exploration by our forebears. The circumstances described by Lucilia align perfectly with this notion. Yet, if even the terrain has been irrevocably altered, how long ago could that have been? Alka found herself unable to locate contemporary references for verification, and Lucilia too struggled to find anything familiar for comparison. They had no choice but to set the matter aside for the time being. Approaching the table, Alka opened the books that Bobby had handed to her. Within were various introductions, sources, analyses, and applications of incantations. Each incantation bore annotations, the origins of which remained a mystery. The notes indicated which materials for certain incantations were readily available and which had nearly become extinct. Given that the author of this tome lived centuries ago, it had not been updated, rendering much of its content outdated. Lucilia, seated beside Alka, gazed at the books in her hands. Have so many materials truly become extinct? Her voice carried a hint of lament. Through this disparity of information, she realized that her own existence was likely far removed from the present time. However, something felt amiss. Did your era also employ such methods for the study of incantations? Upon hearing Alka's question, she nodded. Indeed, the methods of learning are not vastly different from those employed today. The technique I just imparted to you is, in fact, a closely guarded secret of our family. So, were you a toucher in your past life? No. No? Alka expressed slight surprise, having assumed that Lucilia must have also been a toucher in her former existence. After all, The ability to harbor souls seems beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Those born with physical deficiencies lack the necessary constitution to engage with such treasures. Upon hearing this, Alka obediently closed his mouth and redirected his attention to the book. A plethora of incantations lay before him, some accompanied by patterns and learning materials, while others possessed only names. Alka discerned that many incantations exhibited only minor functional differences, yet were entirely distinct. For instance, fountain and spring water. The names alone indicate their simplicity. These spells are collectively known as practical incantations, designed to facilitate daily life without offering significant additional benefits. At times, they may even seem a tad wasteful in terms of magical energy. One conjures a jet of water, while the other merely produces a gentle flow. Countless similar spells abound, primarily easy to learn, with no possibility of failure. Most of the content within this book comprises such incantations, and these straightforward, easily mastered spells may very well originate from a singular, immensely powerful incantation. However, the peculiar similarities arise from the differing directions of improvement among individuals. Lucilia, aware that Arca had only recently entered the extraordinary realm, patiently provided explanations from her side. Arca nodded, continuing to peruse the text. He discovered the 3 incantations penned by Jack, all of which were notably powerful. Yet, upon comparing them with the explanations in the book, he discerned evident discrepancies in what he knew. The 3 incantations written by Jack, whether in their operational methods or resultant effects, were decidedly superior to those described in the tome. Furthermore, the materials required for the Crimson Cross and Silver Blade had become extinct, and the specific forms of the incantations were absent from the text. The materials listed were entirely different from those provided by Jack. If the materials had perished, did that imply that learning was no longer feasible? Upon hearing Arca's inquiry, Lucilia shook her head. This was not the case. Assistance could be sought from those knowledgeable in the field, or alternative materials could be located. Many incantations possess a degree of interconnectedness, though it often requires a stroke of luck. Thus, Jack must have possessed alternative materials for the 2 incantations. Perhaps numerous factions and individuals across the vast ocean held access to these obscure materials, known only to a select few. Monopoly was the norm, sharing was the exception. Chapter 65, The Treasure of Youth. After several days of sailing, the Sea Fist finally reached its destination, the island of the Holy Armor. Situated within the dominion of the Holy Mother Church, it gradually docked at the harbor, as it lay within the jurisdiction of the Holy Mother Church. With that, he leapt from the vessel and made his way towards the nearby port town. As a subordinate force of the church's secretive operations, Andre merely needed to head directly to the church within the town to voice his requests. The local church would undoubtedly accommodate him, having already established a rudimentary understanding of his needs. Though the golden horn beetle was a rarity, it wasn't particularly uncommon on the island of the Holy Armor, as the island had dedicated efforts to preserve the ecology of such creatures. Gazing upon the pristine, uncharted island, Alka could not resist turning to his companion, Shaddai. Shaddai, do you possess a map of the island? Is your obsession flaring up? Jason teased, nudging Alka playfully with his elbow. After spending over a month together, they were somewhat aware of Alka's penchant for maps. Shaddai shook his head. No, I have never visited this island before. However, for a destination of this touristic nature, acquiring a map should not pose a challenge. One should be obtainable in the town. The island of the Holy Armor, with its diverse insect population and protective measures, had attracted numerous entomology enthusiasts. The size of the port and the vessels anchored nearby hinted at this. Then let us explore the island. Perhaps we might find some materials, Alka suggested, promptly jumping off the ship. Since becoming a toucher, his physical prowess had notably improved. Shaddai, being a cartographer, shared his interest in maps and followed suit. As for Jason, among the main members of the crew, the 3 young men were naturally inclined to venture together. Wait for me. The trio arrived at a town situated before the port, a settlement comparable in size to Tehran Island. The island's abundance of insect motifs was evident everywhere, the insect sculptures adorning the buildings, the murals depicting insects on the walls, and the various decorative items infused with insect elements sold at nearby stalls. This was unmistakably clear. After a brief exploration, Shaddai successfully acquired a map, while Alka procured the materials he sought from other shops. Here it is, the map of the island. Shaddai purchased 2 copies and handed one to Alka. Alka accepted the map and unfolded it, blinking in surprise. Although the map lacked intricate details, it provided meticulous annotations for each area. As the detection prompt activated, A single blue dot illuminated on the map. Alka brushed his fingers across it. Burial grounds of dreams, difficulty, adult, notoriety, 0, treasure information, in his youth. Saad was a renowned treasure hunter and adventurer. The severance of his dream journey caused him to leave behind the preparations he had made to embark on that path. Forever entombed here. Saad again? How much does this individual cherish his hidden treasures? Notoriety being 0 indicated that no one was aware of the treasures he had once concealed here. Moreover, the information suggested that the concealment was not intentional, but rather a form of relinquishing the past. The difficulty was marked simply as adult. Gazing at the location marked on the map, Alka proposed, I wish to explore other areas. Would you care to join me? The two companions shook their heads in refusal. Having purchased the map, Shad-it expressed a complete disinterest in lingering on this insect-infested island. Without further ado, he made his way directly to the port. Jason shrugged at Alka, then leaned closer and whispered, I've discovered a fascinating place. Would you care to join me? He gestured subtly towards the distance. Alka turned to look, but without hesitation, pivoted away. You go ahead. I'm not interested. You're too young. You'll understand the allure of this place in due time. Jason chuckled softly a couple of times before hastening towards the place he had mentioned. In his mind, nothing could possibly compare to the thrill of treasure. Meanwhile, Alka scrutinized the map. The marked point lay at the edge of the island, presumably along the coastline, not far from the port. Following the path leading from the port, he arrived at a secluded beach on the side of the island. Observing the surroundings, it seemed seldom visited by others. According to the difficulty hints provided, Alka was prompted to ponder, what brings you to this place? Lucilia, perched on Alka's back, inquired. Treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? But haven't you just arrived on this island? I discovered clues about this location back in Myst. It's still the treasures hidden by Sad. Why does this person have such a penchant for hiding things? If I were to perish someday, I would gather all my belongings, conceal them carefully, and then disseminate the news. Upon hearing Alka's words, Lucilia tilted her head in confusion. Why? Isn't it rather romantic? Lucilia wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Where was the romance in this? They had arrived at the location marked by the blue dot, which was unequivocally at the edge of the coastline. Observing the black rocky ground beneath her feet and glancing around, she noted the absence of any cliffs. Alka stamped his foot on the ground and remarked, It should be right beneath us, but where exactly is the passage? This place seemed to conceal only what lay underfoot. Yet the rocky terrain suggested that there must be other pathways leading to the space below. At that moment, Alka's gaze suddenly fell upon the delicate white arms encircling his neck. What are you looking at me for? Can you traverse these obstacles? Would you be willing to assist me? Lucilia, suspended in midair, fixed her gaze on Alka's eyes, suddenly expressing surprise. You want me to descend and scout for a path, don't you? Indeed. How does that sound? You shall receive a share of the treasure. Haha, no problem. A radiant smile blossomed on Lucilia's face as she eagerly responded. Then she promptly sank downward. Observing Lucilia completely submerge into the earth, Alka could not help but exclaim, What a fortuitous find. She truly is quite useful. Chapter 66. A simple harvest. Before long, Lucilia's head emerged from the ground, slowly rising. Breathing heavily, she clung to Alka's shoulders, appearing utterly fatigued. Do even spirits tire? Alka inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity upon witnessing Lucilia's condition. Upon hearing these words, Lucilia could not help but lift her gaze to fixate on him. The distance from the magic mirror was too great. The farther one strayed, the more energy was expended, and consequently, the more exhausting it became. Acknowledging this explanation, Alka nodded in understanding. As Lucilia gradually regained her composure, she pointed towards the sea beside them. Indeed, there lay a space beneath, yet it was shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility impossible. However, a subterranean tunnel was located in that direction. Observing the surface of the water, it became evident that reaching their destination necessitated locating this underwater passage. Given the distance, it seemed the tunnel was not particularly long, after all. The challenge was merely that of an adult. If it were to be extensive, one would likely have to become an expert diver or a champion of breath-holding. Without hesitation, she removed her outer garment, wrapping the map and several non-waterproof items within it, and discreetly concealed the bundle behind the rubble. Though these possessions were of little monetary value, losing them would undoubtedly dampen her spirits. As for the two firearms, they remained secured to her person. These were not conventional guns, but rather stone-shaking weapons, impervious to water. Following Lucilia's indicated direction, Alka plunged into the sea. Beneath the surface lay a massive stone jutting outward. As he swam along the perimeter of this rock, he soon discovered an entrance to a cave below. Lacilia pointed towards the cave's opening. Having found the direction, Alka resurfaced, inhaled deeply, and once again descended into the depths of the ocean. Unbeknownst to him, a crystalline stone had materialized in his right hand, emanating a gentle white glow that illuminated the surrounding area as he swam towards the cave. After traversing 3 or 4 meters, he beheld an opening above and effortlessly floated back to the surface. Phew! After wiping the seawater from his face, the crystalline stone in his hand emitted a brilliant white light that illuminated the cave entirely. Alka, utilizing the radiance, surveyed the surrounding environment. It had been quite some time since anyone had ventured here. The walls were adorned with what resembled moss, and he could observe several unknown insects hastily retreating into the darkness under the glow. The only object within this desolate space was a wooden box reinforced with iron bars, situated at a distance. It too was overrun with various weeds and moss, its wooden surface in a state of decay, nearly blending into the surroundings. Is this box truly the treasure? Lacilia could not help but inquire. Alka nodded in affirmation. This seems too straightforward. It hardly resembles the thrill of treasure hunting. Lacilia remarked with a hint of disappointment. For her, this quest for treasure was decidedly too simplistic. Alka approached the spot directly, descended into the ground to locate the space and pathway of entry, and thus found it effortlessly. It was nothing like the captivating tales of treasure hunts found in books. Hearing this, Alka chuckled softly. After all, those are merely literary works. In reality, discovering treasure swiftly and safely is a delight. As he spoke, he glanced around, meticulously inspecting the area, and indeed found no traces of traps. He then approached the wooden box, gently swaying it before crouching down. There was no lock. The lid was simply secured with iron bars, giving it a heavy appearance. With a slight exertion, he managed to open the box. Peering inside, he noticed the contents were wrapped in a waterproof gray cloth, which emanated a faint magical aura. This is the isolation cloth, a material imbued with the isolation spell, which enhances the spell's efficacy directly upon the fabric. Alka is familiar with this particular incantation, a common enchantment typically employed to safeguard fragile items. It is often observed in various contexts, providing protection against water, fire, and even corrosion. Valuable books, certain paper goods, and even food can be preserved using this spell. Alka prodded the cloth with her handgun, ensuring there were no hidden mechanisms before lifting it. It was not heavy. As she unfolded the neatly arranged fabric, its contents were revealed. The faint outline of an object came into view: a notebook, a book, a rolled-up scroll, and a disc that shimmered with a subtle glow. Upon contact, the luminous outline of the disc vanished, marking a successful acquisition. Alka re-wrapped the cloth and jumped into the water with the bundle in hand. After retrieving her coat and other belongings from the shore, she made her way directly to the port, reboarding the ship, the Haquin. The deck was desolate. There was no one in sight. It appeared that those who remained on board were either in their cabins or the hold. This treasure-hunting endeavor could be described as straightforward, primarily because the treasure itself was hidden by sod. Alka possessed considerable knowledge about sod and had gathered ample information. Thus, upon discovering the treasure's location, she promptly revealed the information. Moreover, as the items were concealed during Sada's youth, there had been no deliberate attempts to create obstacles. Consequently, Alka was able to retrieve them with remarkable ease. The treasures revealed by the map, in Alka's heart, can be broadly categorized into 2 types. One type consists of items that have been casually discarded, buried, or hidden away. These treasures are generally not difficult to acquire once the locations of their concealment are discovered. They can be easily obtained. Artifacts from Tehran and hidden savings fall into this category, representing the majority. The other type comprises items that have been deliberately concealed, hidden in secret and unexpected places, often accompanied by traps or puzzles. Examples include Jack's legacy and Sad's treasury, which represent a smaller fraction of treasures. Seated at the table, Alka spread the map of the island of the Holy Armor before him, blinking as the blue light dimmed. Burial ground of dreams, harvest, difficulty, adult, fame, 0, treasure information. In his youth, Sad was also a renowned treasure hunter and adventurer. The cessation of his dreams led him to leave behind the preparations he had made to embark on his journey forever here. Treasure harvest, nautical logbook, land of dreams. Map, locking compass. There was no additional information. The harvest displayed only the few items he had obtained. He picked up the gray cloth-wrapped object and unfolded it. The booklet was the nautical logbook, This hefty, ancient tome was what one would call Land of Dreams. The rolled-up scroll revealed a map. Alka then focused on the round object he had taken. Was this a compass? It was palm-sized and resembled a jade stone, smooth on the back, while the front was intricately engraved with patterns and incantations. Chapter 67. The clue to the treasure. Lacilia pointed to the inscription on the compass, exclaiming that the incantation was boldly etched into its surface. Observing Lacilia's recognition of the unfamiliar script, Alka could not help but glance at him, remarking on his extensive knowledge. "You truly are well-versed," he complimented. At this, Lacilia beamed with a sweet smile. "Thank you. My friends often call me the scholar." "What purpose does this incantation serve?" Alka inquired. "The pointer," Lacilia explained, "is typically engraved on various objects. It possesses the ability to eternally indicate a specific location, object, or person. Hence, it is aptly named the locking compass." Magical energy surged through Alka's arm and flowed into the compass, which appeared to be crafted from a material attuned to magic, allowing for effortless infusion of power. The patterns and inscriptions on its surface glowed faintly, and a needle levitated into the air, its tip unwaveringly directed towards a particular point. No matter how Alka attempted to adjust it, the needle persistently pointed in that direction, indicating that the pointer had indeed been locked onto something. "Clearly, the pointer has already been set," Lacilia observed. As the magical flow ceased, the needle vanished, leaving them unaware of the location it indicated. Alka placed the compass aside and turned his attention to a hefty tome that resembled a brick, its cover devoid of any writing, yet similarly adorned with the inscription Severance. It appeared to be a precious book. Alka opened it, only to find the text within utterly incomprehensible. He had never encountered such script before. It was not the Vincer language he was accustomed to. Could it be the script of the white crocodile? Lacilia exclaimed, "Do you recognize it?" Alka turned to her, intrigued. Lacilia nodded, a hint of astonishment in her voice as she remarked, "This script, even in my era, was considered ancient. The text of the white crocodile is said to possess hidden power. The messages inscribed in this script are safeguarded." "I do not comprehend it at all," Alka admitted, unable to contain her curiosity. "Then what does it say?" Lacilia, equally intrigued, responded with a nod. "Books written in the white crocodile script must contain exceedingly precious and esoteric knowledge. To the Land of Dreams, without a signature, dedicated to those who aspire to reach the legendary realm. At the cost of an eternal journey, I have come here. The enchanted conch seems to adore this place. The enchanted conch is a ghost ship and my most cherished companion." "What is a ghost ship?" Alka inquired, her curiosity piqued. "An advanced spell vessel, long in use. May develop sentience after enduring the trials of the sea, and that is what a ghost ship is." Upon hearing Lacilia's explanation, Alka nodded, encouraging her to continue. "As soon as we arrived, we were met with unimaginable sea conditions. The waters swirled like a tornado, yet also glided like serpents between the ocean and the sky. Countless such sea serpents roamed freely, and if one were to be brushed by them, survival would depend solely on fate. Fortunately, the Milo was able to submerge. Otherwise, it would have been tragically lamentable to have expended such considerable effort only to meet a watery demise. Is this not the essence of a fantastical tale?" Alka stifled the urge to speak, continuing instead to listen intently. Halchi had perished, not as a formidable touchbearer, but rather through the ordinary course of navigation, visibly deteriorating until his final breath. The atmosphere was saturated with an enigmatic force. Ordinary beings could scarcely survive in such an environment lacking sufficient power. After perusing several pages, Lacilia fell silent. This was a travelogue, offering the author's perspective on a peculiar maritime realm or perhaps an entire world. Alka, who had been listening attentively, nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite bizarre. "Let us explore other matters," Alka suggested, retrieving the maritime log. Yet again, he encountered an unintelligible script, familiar in appearance but utterly foreign in comprehension. He turned to Lacilia beside him. "Fear not, I can decipher it. This is ancient Garosa, the archaic form of the language you currently employ." Placing the log before Lacilia, he assisted her in turning the pages as she read. It was a navigational journal from Sad's youth, although this slender tome chronicled his final 2 years at sea. "After years of diligent study, I have finally mastered that script, enabling me to interpret this ancient text. The world within the pages is truly enchanting. The fervor for adventure surges within me, and I yearn to venture forth to witness that extraordinary realm. I have discovered a method from the past. How amusing. It is imperative to possess a certain treasure. Without it, one cannot proceed at all. At last, I have unearthed a clue. Alas, My physical shortcomings render me incapable of wielding the treasure, which would only lead to my demise. Through Lucilia, Alka managed to absorb nearly the entirety of the journal. Could the world described within the tome truly exist? He could not restrain himself from inquiring of Lucilia, for this was his greatest concern. Lucilia nodded. Her delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. Each time a warrior embarks on such a journey, we hold a grand yet sorrowful ceremony, preparing their tombstone well in advance. Perhaps this is the very destination they seek, yet the elders would not impart such knowledge to me. Those lacking the courage to venture forth are unworthy of knowing. Upon hearing this, Alka gazed at the tome. Is it true? Does it indeed exist? Lost in thought, Alka picked up the scroll. As he unfurled it, it revealed a map. However, through the nautical log, he was already aware that this map indicated the location of the buried treasure. The pointer directed towards this very island. Blinking, he noted 5 luminous points, 4 blue and 1 golden. The blue points all signified unknown information pertaining to the magical treasure. He reached out and touched the golden point. Secret treasure, difficulty, lava survivor, powerful individuals, triple spiral, fame, 56, treasure information, none. Indeed, there is no information whatsoever. The nautical log reveals that Saad has entirely neglected to inscribe any details regarding this treasure. Instead, it is filled with various personal reflections and emotions. Who wishes to peruse such musings? This individual is genuinely keeping a diary. With a sigh, Alka carefully wrapped the treasure again and placed it with great care. Thus, the golden specks signify treasure. He has already grasped the precise location of one treasure. As for the difficulty, it is best not to dwell too much on that, for this is not a treasure he can pursue at present. As for the treasure, he wonders how long it will take to gain sufficient strength to lay claim to it. Chapter 68, The Return Journey. At 6 p.m., the crew had already boarded the ship in succession. Alka gazed at the cage that Andre had placed on the table, which contained a living golden-horned hammer. It resembled the specimen Alka had previously observed, vigorously striking the wooden cage with its large horns. The cage bore an inscribed rune, not concealed but boldly etched upon its surface. Alka recognized this rune, having seen it not long ago. Soothing, used to calm emotions. Vanessa, I entrust this creature to you. Please ensure its survival, Andre remarked to Vanessa, who stood beside him. Though she was not particularly fond of insects, Vanessa nodded and grasped the handle of the cage, preparing to carry it to the infirmary. After all, sailing on the sea for nearly a month raises the question of whether this creature can endure such a duration. Andre casually handed her a small booklet, which contained the care manual for the golden-horned hammer. All right, set sail. With Andre's command, the sails unfurled with a swift motion, accompanied by the creaking sound of the helm being raised, as the vessel gradually departed from its mooring. As the sails adjusted and billowed, the bow sliced through the water, embarking on a journey into the distance. At that moment, Bobby remarked, "We must first head to Hidden Island. We need to procure materials for their studies." Hearing Bobby's words, Andre glanced at Alka and Jason, giving a nod of approval. "It's on the way," he added. "Shaddai, you take the helm." Upon hearing her father's words, Shaddai nodded and stepped outside. Taking the helm indicated that this island was not on the automatic navigation route. Thus, the vessel could not sail there autonomously and needed manual control. Subsequently, Bobby led Alka to the lower deck. Alka wished to learn the intricacies of spell inscription, a skill essential for nearly all crafting professions. Moreover, Bobby was particularly adept in this area, being a planner of exceptional talent. Alka needed to create corresponding spell cards for combat, while mastering the spell itself was not a prerequisite for inscription. Possessing knowledge of it significantly eased the process and enhanced the potency of the inscribed spells. You are learning spell inscription at a remarkable pace. While at sea, there is no shortage of free time, making it an opportune moment to study the spells you wish to inscribe. Merely learning does not necessitate excessive mastery, nor does it demand an inordinate investment of time and energy. As Bobby ambled along, he recounted his thoughts to Alka. The resonance method indeed facilitates a swift acquisition of incantations. However, regrettably, there exists no shortcut to swiftly familiarizing oneself with these spells and achieving complete mastery. Lucilia, perched upon Alka's back, attentively absorbed Bobby's words and interjected. The so-called resonance method is akin to the approach Alka employed while studying the songbird previously. The incantations you have grasped are unfamiliar to me, yet the runes you have discerned possess considerable potential. I hope you delve deeper into their development, but ultimately, the choice lies with you. With that, Bobby pushed open the door to his workshop. At that moment, Lacilia, still resting on Alka's back, remarked, "You must thoroughly comprehend the incantations you have grasped. Each spell derived from treasures serves as a wellspring, universally imbued with immense potential." Upon hearing this, Alka nodded, indeed wishing to explore the mirror incantation more deeply. It was evident that Lacilia's knowledge far surpassed that of Bobby and most others on the ship. Now, let us commence the engraving of the incantation, starting with the songbird you have already mastered. The voyage across the sea inevitably breeds monotony. No matter the size of the vessel, it appears diminutive in comparison to the islands and land. The seascape remains perpetually unchanged, inducing a sense of ennui. In such circumstances, Alka devoted nearly all his time aboard the ship to training and study. In light of the superficial understanding from the outside world, there is an urgent need for a wealth of knowledge to fill the gap. She is even engaged in learning some commonly used languages alongside Lacilia. What exactly did you do during your lifetime? It seems you possess an extensive erudition. Alka sat quietly in a corner of the library on the lower deck, listening to Lacilia's explanations, and gently inquired. Upon hearing Alka's words laced with admiration, Lacilia smiled. "I am, of course, the curator of the Grand Library of the Sacred Tree. I have spent nearly half of my life within its walls. Only by absorbing knowledge do I feel truly alive." Alka had a certain understanding of Lacilia's past circumstances. Her congenital disability rendered her nearly incapable of navigating the seas. Coming from a family of touchers, with multiple treasures at their disposal, she too could not become a toucher. Fortunately, her family's environment was supportive, providing her a safe and pleasant place to dwell. Her innate limitations forced her to rely on reading to pass the time. Hearing this, Alka merely smiled gently and remarked to Lacilia, who sat beside him, "Though you could not sail in life, perhaps now I can take you to see the world in detail." In the distance, Laboka at the library entrance couldn't help but glance over at Alka's position in the corner, listening to the occasional murmurs that emanated from there. What an oddity! However, it must be noted that few treasure hunters, after spending extended periods at sea, are considered entirely normal. Before long, Alka concluded his studies and made his way to the open deck, arriving beside the ship's helm, where Xiaodai was currently steering the vessel. Steering the sailboat towards the nearby isle, which is absent from nautical charts, the area is typically frequented by traders. Xiaodai spoke beside him, and Alka nodded in acknowledgement. This island serves as the sole trading post for items sought by the seekers traversing these waters. Although the expanse of the sea is vast and dotted with numerous islands, the number of seekers remains limited. Thus, even within such a wide domain, a single trading point suffices. As the island drew nearer, Alka observed several other sailboats in the vicinity. These vessels shared a commonality of size, most being comparable to or even larger than the Sea Fist. Their extravagant designs and vibrant appearances were unmistakably distinctive. In the distance, he spotted a colossal three-masted ship, at least 40 meters in length, with black sails emblazoned with the image of a skull pierced by a sword. A pirate ship? Alka pondered, casting a glance at Xiaodai. After all, most pirates are seekers, and this locale serves as an excellent venue for disposing of stolen goods, making an encounter with pirates rather unremarkable. They would not dare to launch an attack in the vicinity of this island, as the seekers cherish the safety of such a trading hub, and no one wishes to disrupt the established order. Upon hearing this explanation, Alka nodded in understanding. Chapter 69, Learning Incantations. The vessel did not directly approach the island's harbor, but instead anchored offshore. Using a small boat tethered to the side, Andre ferried Bobby, alongside Alka and Jason, towards the island. As for the others, they naturally remained aboard the ship. Almost all vessels adopted this method to reach the island. After all, the port of this isle appeared so diminutive and dilapidated that it could scarcely accommodate such a multitude of ships, not to mention the impressive size of each vessel. Upon disembarking in a smaller boat at the harbor, Andre produced 4 silver snakes and handed them to an elderly guardian of the ship. Was this the price of admission? 1 silver snake per person? Quite exorbitant, Alka mused internally. The low wooden shanties were scattered haphazardly before the port. These structures seemed so precariously built that one might easily topple them with a mere push. The paths were nothing more than muddy trails forged by foot traffic, and one could only imagine the dire conditions when faced with inclement weather. It resembled a squalid and filthy slum. Yet, observing the attire of the townsfolk, none appeared to be in tatters. Upon entering, the entire small town transformed into a bustling market, flanked on either side by a myriad of stalls and shops. No one called out. The goods were simply laid out, patiently awaiting customers. Alka glanced at the wares on display, unfamiliar limbs, various animal hides and furs, bones, and an assortment of objects whose purposes were utterly unknown. Andre led them to a nearby wooden hut, where an elderly man reclined in a chair. "Ah, a rare visitor indeed, Andre. It's quite unusual for you to grace us with your presence," the old man exclaimed, rising with exuberance and reaching out for an embrace. However, Andre swiftly extended his hand to push him away, stating plainly, "I am here to purchase goods." The old man, pushed aside, bore no resentment. Instead, he chuckled softly as he rubbed his hands together. Bobby approached him directly to negotiate. "These materials are not inexpensive." Upon hearing this, Andre turned his gaze toward him, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Your scrutiny is of no avail. The harbingers of doom have arrived nearby, and their presence has severely impacted the surrounding circumstances, naturally affecting the prices of these materials as well." "How much?" The old man responded with a smile, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth, 6 gold leaves. Clearly reluctant to engage in further haggling, Andre produced 1 gold sail and 1 gold leaf, handing them to the man. After receiving the payment, the old man rubbed his hands together and cheerfully retreated into the courtyard behind him. Before long, he emerged carrying 2 briefcases and a cloth bag. "Let us proceed." Andre and Bobby promptly lifted the briefcases and bag from the ground, escorting the old man out without any intention of counting the items. It seemed that this merchant was quite reputable. They set sail again, departing from that place. Throughout the journey, Andre made a concerted effort to avoid contact with others. "Here, Alka, are the materials for the spells you wish to study. Should you fail to learn them or desire to pursue additional spells, you will need to gather the materials yourself or pay for them." Old Bobby, smiling, handed several sets of materials to Alka, including Jason's. Before him lay 3 sets of materials: the crucible of forging, silver blade, and spiral water chain, corresponding to the 3 spells outlined in Jack's manual. The treasure-seeking group lacked the styles of the previous 2 incantations, as well as the information regarding their corresponding materials. However, when Alka expressed a desire for these 2 materials, they did not press him with inquiries. Similarly, Jason also requested a material that he was uncertain about its connection to any incantation. The first material was provided free of charge, while subsequent ones were to be purchased or collected independently. Furthermore, many of these materials were not related to the study of incantations, yet they were pertinent to the incantation that Alka wished to inscribe, necessitating his own financial investment. "You should first learn Silver Blade. Its materials resonate more easily," Lacilia remarked. The material corresponding to Silver Blade resembled the shell of a particular insect, gleaming with a metallic luster. During the learning process, Alka was advised to place several silver snakes upon his arm, allowing his limbs to make contact. Following Lacilia's guidance, Alka commenced his studies. He had long since memorized the incantation for Silver Blade. Utilizing the resonance method, Alka devoted the better part of the day to mastering this incantation. After all, Silver Blade was not a simple incantation. Its learning curve was significantly more accessible than that of Songbird. Moreover, Alka found himself somewhat compatible with Silver Blade. Extending his index finger, the surface shimmered with a faint silver glow as magical energy surged. Subsequently, Alka gently traced the edge of the table, and to his astonishment, the silver light enabled his fingertip to carve a scratch into the tabletop, akin to the slash of a sharp blade. This was the manifestation of Silver Blade's effect. Its function is to render a part of the body as sharp as a blade, characterized by a faint silvery luminescence that manifests upon use. "It would indeed be more effective if inscribed on a card," Arca remarked. "When etched onto the card, the sharpness could reach an exaggerated level. If crafted from superior materials, it could even slice through rebar with ease. Even with ordinary materials, the sharpness would surpass that of typical fine blades. How does one achieve resonance with such materials? Should one immerse them in water or place them in a vortex?" Arco inquired, grasping the material corresponding to the vortex water chain. "Not at all. One merely needs to listen to the voice of the ocean. The clearer the ocean's voice, the swifter the learning process. However, it is advisable not to pursue further learning today, as the study of resonance is quite taxing on the mind. A night's rest followed by learning tomorrow would be more prudent, for haste makes waste." Upon hearing Lacilia's suggestion, Arca nodded in agreement. "And what of this material?" Arca asked, gesturing towards the final piece. "I recommend that you study the normalization cross last. This material requires exposure to a high-temperature environment to expedite the learning process. It is rather challenging to achieve on the ship, thus one must resort to the old method of gradual comprehension." Upon hearing this, Arca could only nod in resignation. It is indeed too good to be true to apply resonance for every incantation. However, a sudden thought struck Arca, and he asked, would hot water suffice? Could it be soaked in hot water? Upon hearing this, Lucilia appeared somewhat bewildered. Well, theoretically, it should be feasible, provided the water temperature is sufficiently high. Can you endure that? Arca responded, magic can enhance my physical constitution, so perhaps it is worth a try. However, he noted that those considerations could wait, for now. Rest was imperative. Chapter 70. Speculation. The monotonous voyage aboard the ship compelled Arca to devote much of his time and energy to more engaging studies. In contrast to the boundless, unchanging azure expanse of the sea, perhaps the tomes adorned with a myriad of characters were far more captivating. Rather than the rhythmic crashing of the waves, Lucilia's mellifluous instructions were far more pleasing to the ear. No, that term signifies a dreamlike quality, not merely a dream. Take note. Take note. Lucilia sat on a nearby stool, imparting knowledge of languages unknown to Arca. His daily regimen now included not only the essential practice of magical control and incantation, but also an array of eclectic knowledge and peculiar, unfamiliar languages. These pursuits were entirely of Arca's own volition. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts, Arca said, massaging his temples. Despite the memory enhancement granted by the ring and the techniques learned from various magical disciplines for rapid memorization, the daily acquisition of such knowledge was indeed mentally taxing. Shall we step outside for some fresh air? Arca proposed. Lucilia extended her delicate white fingers to gently touch her cheek. After a moment of contemplation, she transformed into a wisp of cloud and reappeared behind Arca, draping herself around his neck, her intentions unmistakable. Arca pushed open the wooden door and stepped outside. Inhaling deeply the briny air of the vast ocean, stretching his limbs with vigor. After savoring the sea breeze for a while, Andre emerged from below deck, spotting Arca on the Arca ship and waving at him. They were nearing their destination and needed to convene for a meeting. After speaking, he rubbed his fingers together and silently mouthed something as strands of blue lines erupted from his hand, a manifestation of the spell's soundbird. Arca nodded and followed him into the captain's cabin, where shortly, the key members of the crew gathered. Let us clarify our objectives and the course of action for this endeavor. First, we must venture into the valley to unlock vault number 5, primarily seeking the disc key within. Only after acquiring the key can we proceed to open the large vault number 3, Andre explained, lightly tapping the table. The challenge we face is that the shark bites have garnered the support of the governor of Meister Island, rendering our movements there severely restricted. Do any of you have additions to this? Andre inquired, surveying the group. Reflecting on the situation, Arca spoke. During my time on the island, I made no deliberate attempts to conceal my whereabouts. Given that they are already aware of my affiliation with the Blue Fist, it is certain that my presence on the island has been compromised. The only place I have ventured outside the city is the Valley of Insects. This implies that it is highly probable the enemy has set up an ambush or stationed personnel in the valley to search and wait. Since Andre and his companions were able to uncover the hidden locations beneath the valley, it stands to reason that the shark biters, as a treasure-seeking group, are far from foolish. They are likely aware of the concealed space below, though they may not know how to enter it safely. Contemplating this, Jason considered that the shark biters might have deduced the conditions necessary to access the valley, which is not an overly daunting task. With their deeper understanding of SAT's 12 treasures, the shark biters would certainly be aware of the requirements for unlocking the Grand Treasury. It is highly probable they are lying in wait in the Valley of Insects, anticipating the arrival of Andre and his group. Does this mean we are destined to confront them? Asked Shaddai, who stood nearby. Andre nodded. This confrontation seems inevitable. This is indeed the most challenging aspect. Should we clash with the governor of Meister Island and engage in bloody conflict with the soldiers, we would surely find ourselves hunted by the Blood Gold Alliance. Being pursued by such a formidable force would tarnish our reputation with other factions, leading to increased caution against us and hindering our passage. Such an outcome would be counterproductive, especially since we have no intentions of retiring after a single heist. Everyone can grasp this reality. In the captain's cabin, a profound silence enveloped the room, broken only by the soft sound of Andre tapping on the table. The noise abruptly ceased. Andre smiled and spoke. He then rose and addressed Sankaka in the corner, saying, Sankaka, take the helm. We shall set sail for Blackwater Bay. With that, he signaled the conclusion of the meeting. Upon stepping outside, Arca inquired beside Shaddai, what kind of place is Blackwater Bay? A haven for scoundrels. The dwelling of wretched pirates, came the reply. Upon hearing this, Arca immediately grasped Andre's intentions. They were rather evident. To avoid a direct confrontation with the guards on Mist Island, the most effective strategy would be to divert their attention. What would most entice them? Surely, a pirate siege. For a tourist island, safety is paramount. Upon the discovery of pirates, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to eradicate the threat. Otherwise, it could severely tarnish their reputation, thus jeopardizing the tourism industry. In such a scenario, they would only have to contend with the remaining guards, who would be few, allowing them to be dealt with securely. Yet, could this plan truly work? As these thoughts lingered, the vessel's navigation underwent a significant transformation, and its speed evidently increased. Alka peered over the side of the ship. The sea's currents appeared purposeful, seemingly propelling the vessel forward. With Sankaka at the helm, such an effect was only to be expected. After all, the ocean was their domain, and the sea would offer its assistance. Xiaodai succinctly elaborated on this notion. Reflecting on Sankaka's imposing fisherman stature, Alka nodded in agreement. It indeed made perfect sense. However, it was challenging to witness his prowess on the island, a situation that bore both advantages and disadvantages. No wonder. It is rare to see Sankaka on the islands. She generally remains aboard, either guarding the ship or conducting maritime reconnaissance. Speaking of which, Alka suddenly recalled that Sankaka's quarters are not located in the aft cabin, but at the very bottom of the vessel, in the rear compartment. There exists a specially designated room that can even be accessed from the seabed. Inside, there are partitions crafted from unique materials that allow direct connection to the surrounding seawater. It seems to be a room specifically prepared for Sankaka. How intriguing. Chapter 71. Preparation. Another colossal vessel, adorned in hues of yellow and black, sailed by from a distance. Its formidable three-tiered gun deck loomed ominously. The waves it created surged several meters high. Alka, resting on the open deck, could not help but furrow his brow at the sight. He inquired aloud. This marked the third occasion in recent days that Alka had witnessed such a grand sailing battleship patrolling, not to mention the several smaller ships trailing behind in formation. Such fleets are rarely seen navigating these waters. They typically operate within the territories of the Blood Gold Alliance. In response to Alka's query, Jason promptly produced a newspaper and thrust it into Alka's hands. Take a look. Upon hearing this, Alka unfolded the newspaper and glanced at it. A single look was sufficient for him to grasp what Jason intended to convey. The Requiem pirates are embarking on a grand plunder. This time, their targeted direction appears to be the Bok Ocean. The Bok Ocean? The Blood Gold Alliance and its surrounding waters are collectively referred to as the Bok Ocean. On a map, it is situated in the lower right corner, slightly elevated within that vast expanse. Are these pirates truly formidable? Alka found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. After all, what are pirates but a mere band of marauders? The Blood Gold Alliance possesses several fleets, and Alka had taken note of some of their vessels. Those colossal sailing warships are akin to fortresses upon the sea. It is not that Alka harbors disdain for these pirates. Rather, such ships are not the sort that can be wielded by a minor faction. The construction of each vessel epitomizes the might of an entire power, requiring immense human resources, materials, and financial investment. A mere pirate can only aspire to reach such heights. How could they possibly warrant the Blood Gold Alliance's utmost caution? Helsifer, a renowned pirate, may have been relatively inconsequential 2 years ago, but since that incident, he has become a source of considerable concern for various factions. What does this imply? Alka was entirely unfamiliar with this information. 2 years prior, in the Kingdom of Biberts, an entire significant port island was ruthlessly ravaged by the Requiem pirates, who plundered the vast majority of the island's wealth. At this juncture, Jason furrowed his brow and remarked, according to a survivor from that encounter, the leader of the Requiem pirates, Helsifer, possesses a remarkable artifact. Upon hearing this, Alka immediately grasped the situation and nodded in understanding. So, that is the case. Perhaps this pirate crew is not exceptionally formidable, but with their captain wielding a powerful artifact, the entire dynamic shifts. An artifact not only bestows formidable combat prowess, but also summons countless warriors endowed with extraordinary abilities and physical attributes far surpassing the ordinary. As far as Alka is aware, even among treasures of the Holy Grail caliber, even the most mundane can attract at least 100 seekers. From this perspective, it is evident that their pirate ship is far from ordinary. One must occasionally concede that these enchanted vessels, inscribed with arcane runes, surpass conventional battleships in numerous aspects. While their firepower may not be overwhelming, their navigational prowess and various other capabilities provide unparalleled comfort. This insight stems from Alka's personal experiences. Sailing on a typical sailing ship evokes a sense of dwelling in a slum, where the provisions are scarcely acceptable, particularly for someone like Alka, who possesses a modern soul. In stark contrast, the enchanted vessel beneath his feet, the Sea Fist, offers a level of comfort akin to that of a standard hotel. At the very least, one need not overly concern themselves with meals, thanks to superior food preservation technology. As they engaged in casual conversation, with nightfall approaching, the ship once again accelerated, steering towards an uninhabited island. In the darkness, the flickering lights of the island became discernible. Andre stood at the bow, rubbing his fingers together as blue birds, formed by delicate lines, soared towards the island. Before long, a conventional sailing ship emerged from the night, docking alongside the Sea Fist. A tall man leapt aboard, and with the light from the ropes, Alka was able to discern the man's full appearance. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he donned a black leather coat, stained with grease and dirt, and his long black hair hung in disarray, also marked by oil. Atop his head rested a classic captain's hat, adorned with an enigmatic skull. He limped over with an unsteady gait, and it was only then that Alka noticed a wooden splint affixed to his left leg. The man's scarred and menacing visage fixed its gaze upon Andre. "Andre, what brings you hypocrites to seek out us wretches?" he rasped, his voice heavy with disdain. Andre paid little heed to the provocation and responded directly, "I require you to launch an assault on Meister Island at the time I designate. There is no need for a genuine invasion, merely divert their personnel." Indeed a gathering of hypocrites. Yet you must understand, evading the recent maritime patrols is no simple feat. 15 gold sails, Andre declared, his offer startling not only the pirate before him but also Alka and Shaddai, who stood nearby. "Agreed," the previously insolent pirate exclaimed, immediately extending his filthy hand. Andre, unfazed, grasped it firmly in return. Though I loathe you hypocrites, I must admit, your generosity is quite tempting. I can't help but wish to seize a share of your riches." As he spoke, he retrieved a finger bone from his pocket and tossed it towards Andre, who caught it with ease. "You know how to use it," the pirate remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he cast a glance at Andre before turning without hesitation and leaping back onto his ship. The pirate vessel slipped once more into the enveloping darkness. "Dad, is this price not too exorbitant?" Shaddai could not restrain himself from inquiring. Upon hearing these words, a hint of pain crossed Andre's face, yet he could only sigh and respond, "There is nothing we can do. In the past, I would have given them at most 10 coins at this time, but as you are aware, the patrols on the sea are exceedingly stringent now." After speaking, he could not help but strike his chest lightly. "Enough talk, let us set sail. Time is of the essence, and there are matters awaiting our attention." With that, he made his way to the bow of the ship, taking the helm himself, steering the vessel toward an unknown destination. "Are we prepared?" Alka could not help but ponder. Moments later, the surface of the sea nearby began to bubble under the moonlight. A sailboat emerged from the depths, the splashes of water reflecting the silvery glow of the moon. "Launching tomorrow, seeking initial subscriptions. Reflections on the launch. The book is set to debut tomorrow. I feel that this work surpasses my previous one. After a year of writing, I cannot claim to have achieved nothing. I hope this volume captures the interest of all readers. Tomorrow's release is expected to feature 10 chapters, plus the 3 owed by the Alliance leader, totaling 13 chapters to be presented at launch. To avoid any slack in my writing, I kindly ask all brothers to support with initial subscriptions." Reflections on the launch, Chapter 72, The Mechanism Activates. This vessel, shrouded in darkness even under the moon's illumination, seemed to exist perpetually within shadows. Only the flickering lights upon the deck were visible. As the ship surfaced, the Sea Fist came to a halt upon the water's surface. Andre stood at the bow, propelled himself with a forceful push, and leaped into the darkness, vanishing from sight. The people on the deck observed quietly, refraining from excessive interference. "What is that ship?" Alka could not help but inquire in a hushed tone. Beside her, Shaddai shook her head, indicating that she too was unaware. In her hand, she clutched a fabric pouch, its overall hue a pale yellow adorned with silver embroidery, suggesting it was no ordinary object. This item must be the reason for Andre's interest in that vessel. Before long, the shadowy ship submerged once more into the depths of the ocean. "It is time to head to Myst Island," Andre declared as the ship began to navigate autonomously. Under the cover of night, they journeyed for approximately 2 days, drawing closer to Myst Island. Nearly 2 months had elapsed since their departure, and it remained uncertain whether the shark had yielded any further discoveries during such a brief period. Fortunately, they had completed their resupply from a considerable distance, allowing them to avoid any stops at nearby islands, and they had not even sailed within sight of any land. They deliberately evaded encounters with other vessels to maintain the secrecy of their voyage. The Sea Fist gradually anchored behind a small, secluded rocky isle, not far from Myst. At the break of dawn, Andre gathered the crew in the captain's quarters to finalize their battle preparations. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward the corner where Sankaka sat. Sankaka, what is the weather like today? Will it be a clear day? On a clear day, it remains uncertain whether the island enjoys the same radiant weather. As we are still some distance away, the gentle sound of knuckles tapping on the table broke the silence. Andre cast a glance at the others. Zayadati, you shall accompany me to the island, and Sankaka, you will ferry us there and provide support in the vicinity. Zayadati and Sankaka stood and nodded in agreement. Andre had initially intended to bring Alka along, but upon consideration of Alka's recent induction as a toucher and the unpredictability of their first decryption attempt, he resolved to leave Alka behind for now. After briefly outlining the plan, Sankaka swiftly transported the two towards Mayside Island, soon vanishing from view. As noon approached, the trio disembarked from the cliffs at the island's rear. Zayadati surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "This is the area near the Valley of Prayer Bugs, and the weather is splendid. The sun blazed in the sky, having dispelled the clouds, casting its warmth and light upon the sea. I will remain here to assist you." "You must hurry. Time is of the essence," Sankaka urged, glancing at the sun above. Andre nodded, grasping the cage containing the bugs in one hand while scaling the rocky wall with the other. Zayadati followed closely behind. In a matter of seconds, they deftly ascended the smooth, steep cliff. Upon reaching the summit, they were greeted by the sight of the opposing peaks in the valley nestled below. Andre turned to look at Zayadati. In the era of the Xiad dynasty, the figure, with minimal utterance, crouched down and extended a hand, gently pressing it against the ground. A subtle silver luminescence began to coalesce in the palm, radiating outward onto the earth. Simultaneously, they closed their eyes, embarking on a meticulous exploration of their surroundings. While no trace of Welt was discerned, two sources of magical energy were detected, presumably belonging to his crew, along with 16 guards patrolling the valley. Upon concluding the report, Andre nodded in acknowledgement. Having visited this locale previously, he guided the figure along the cliffside, bending low as they stealthily advanced. Before long, they arrived at the apex of the statue. He retrieved a pocket watch from his attire and scrutinized it closely. "We shall descend in the final 5 minutes," he stated, gesturing towards the figure. Understanding, they nodded in agreement. Time began to elapse gradually, and the midday sun shifted across the sky. The massive horns of the golden-hued hammer atop the statue were gradually enveloped in a radiant glow, poised to culminate at the tips. As the moment arrived, they leaped from the summit of the slope. Silver light enveloped the figure's legs and wrists, while blue light enveloped Andre's corresponding limbs. Aside from the differing hues, their movements were perfectly synchronized. A silvery gray and a bright silver mane danced through the air, silently descending into the thicket below. The soldiers patrolled in pairs around the vicinity, with 3 squads consistently on guard near the statue's location. Upon landing, the two swiftly diverged, racing toward their pre-designated targets. In less than 5 minutes, they were set in motion. The trio of patrolling soldiers was swiftly incapacitated, concealed amidst the underbrush. According to their observations, it would take at least a dozen minutes before they could be discovered. At this moment, the midday sun had fully converged upon their toes. Andre hastily approached the base of the stone pillar statue and released the beetle from its cage. The freshly liberated beetle shimmered with glimmering spots on its back. For reasons unknown, perhaps drawn by an unseen force, it flew directly towards the column, landing below and gently tapping the stone with its formidable horns. With each tap, a crisp sound resonated throughout the valley, provoking a frenzied chorus of insect calls. Beside him, a middle-aged man adorned with shark patterns furrowed his brow. "Something's amiss. We must hurry to the statue." The two men began to sprint deeper into the valley. "Let us go," urged Ondai, as he and Shaddai swiftly ascended the slope. Eager to escape. Chapter 73. Nightfall. To ensure the success of the mechanism, the two men, upon reaching the cliff's edge, refrained from leaping down immediately. Instead, they paused to listen intently. Amidst the cacophony of the valley's insect symphony, a rumbling sound began to emerge. "It worked," Andre affirmed with a nod, grasping his daughter's hand as they leapt from the precipice. "There. It is Andre. Pursue them." The two were eventually spotted by the personnel below. The 2 members of the shark treasure hunting team, who had rushed over, immediately dashed up the slope towards them, while the guards accompanying them had begun to raise their weapons to fire. One bullet after another sliced through the air. Before the 2 individuals could descend, they were caught by a stream of water. Within this current, Sankaka leaped forth, his broad hands grasping the two as they plummeted towards the ocean's surface. With a swift motion, he flung them onto his back, propelling himself like a sharpened blade, cutting through the water as he swam towards the horizon. The two individuals who had followed them to the cliff could only watch helplessly as Andre and his companions vanished into the distance. Why did they activate the mechanism and flee? I do not know, nor do I care to speculate. Never mind, you stay here and keep watch. I will seek out the captain and the others. With that, the middle-aged man turned and departed. He soon arrived in the city, relaying his recent observations to Captain Welter of the Shark-Biting Brigade. Welter extended his large hand, rubbing his gleaming bald head, making the fierce shark tattoo upon it shine even brighter. Are you saying they triggered the mechanism and simply left? Indeed. Interesting. Very well, you may go. Bring the remaining brothers along. The middle-aged man nodded and exited the room. It appeared they had indeed acquired the golden horn hammer and activated the mechanism to escape. There must be other corresponding mechanisms at play. Nivik, you will patrol the island while I take some guards to the valley to wait. Upon hearing his captain's orders, Nivik frowned, clearly displeased. With a somewhat exaggerated expression, he addressed his captain. You know, I have yet to exact my revenge. Walter regarded him silently, then replied, Have you not received any intelligence regarding him? He is a member of the home island. If he does not wish to engage in conflict with you, can you truly bring yourself to take his life? If killing is your intent, then so be it. Upon hearing these words, Walt's voice was laced with anger. Fool. We are treasure hunters, not ruthless pirates. It hardly makes a difference, was the retort. Walt cast a deep glance at him, pushed open the door, and stepped outside. His voice echoed from a distance. This is an order. I do not wish to repeat myself. Walt made his way toward the valley, and at an indeterminate moment, a slender, mature woman appeared by his side. Captain, the governor is exceedingly displeased with the recent murders in the city. I am aware. Nivik is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. The crew, who had been waiting on the ship, gathered around. Rest assured, once we succeed, we shall unlock the treasure vault tonight. A battle is inevitable this evening. Prepare yourselves. As Andre spoke these words, his gaze rested upon Alka and Jason. The two had only recently become touchers and had yet to experience the true nature of combat among their kind. Jason rested his hand on Alka's shoulder. The Lacilia, which had been draped around Alka's neck, disdainfully lifted its hand and settled beside them in the air. I am feeling somewhat anxious. How about you? Alka glanced at him and shook his head, replying, I am fine, not particularly anxious. Noting Jason's incredulous expression, Alka chose to disregard it and proceeded toward his room. He needed to prepare for the impending battle. The magician's craft is not one that can be performed at any moment. Each performance necessitates meticulous preparation. Does the battle between the touchers affect your soul? Should I place you on the boat first? Alka inquired while preparing the items he intended to use. Upon hearing Alka's words, Lacilia hurriedly shook her head as she sat before him. No, I want to be with you. I don't wish to remain trapped in the mirror. It's too distressing. Certainly. Lacilia nodded in agreement, her spirits lifted. Within the mirror, as long as she followed Alka, she could sense the surroundings, which was far preferable to being left alone in the dark world after departing from him. Alka removed the necklace from around his neck and carefully extracted the mirror contained within. He then produced a new frame from his pocket, a contraption resembling an iron box. Upon opening the lid, he embedded the mirror within and secured it. The box was adorned with mysterious engravings, clearly reinforced by incantations, and the chain connected to it was tightly bound. Alka then donned it around his neck once more. It was crafted by old Bob, and it cost me 2 golden leaves. The surface bore protective incantations, effectively guarding it against external harm. Furthermore, the mirror itself was a magical artifact, enhancing its safety significantly. After all, this was Lacilia's sanctuary. The past month spent in Lacilia's company had instilled in Alka a profound sense of gratitude, as she could undoubtedly be considered his mentor. Observing Alka's movements, Lacilia broke into a sweet smile. Thank you. She then retreated into the mirror. Time gradually slipped into the embrace of night. The pristine moon hung high in the sky, while ships glided gently across the surface of the sea, swiftly navigating towards the hidden side of Mist Island. Apart from them, another fleet had arrived early at this location. By midday, the secondary members aboard had already been dispatched to other islands. Presently, the ship was occupied by the principal members who had become the touchbearers. Bobby and Sankaka remained on the vessel to assist us, while the others accompanied me into the treasury. After speaking, Andre glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. As the clock struck 11:30, he prodded his finger, causing birds woven from blue threads to soar into the night sky one after another. The pirates, who had long awaited at the harbor facing Mist Island, received the signal and commenced their aggressive assault on the island. "You scoundrels of the sea, come forth. Tonight, we shall amass great wealth." Ha 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 ha. Chapter 74. Plunder. The oppressive sound of cannon fire ignited the stillness of the night. The curtain of battle had risen from the island's harbor. In a short while, a messenger hastened into the valley. "Urgently, the port is under pirate attack. All guards must proceed to defend it at once. Quick, quick." With the arrival of the messenger, several captains leading patrols of guards wasted no time and dashed towards the harbor with their troops. This left the members of the Shark Bite crew, who were patrolling alongside them, feeling somewhat bewildered. What shall we do now? Naturally, we must seek out the leader. What other course of action could there be? Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, the two individuals dashed unhesitatingly into the valley. After listening to their reports, Walt furrowed his brow in contemplation. How remarkably fortuitous, indeed. He took out his pocket watch to check the time. It was nearly midnight. Could it be that this moment was chosen deliberately? With narrowed eyes, Walt discerned intriguing developments. He extended his hand to rub together, silently parting his lips as silhouettes formed into birds taking flight into the distance. At that instant, a blue luminescence cascaded from the heavens. Sensing imminent danger, Walt rolled forward without a moment's hesitation. Boom! The descending figure of Andre struck the ground with a forceful punch, sending debris and dust soaring into the air. Witnessing such chaos, Walt realized all too well the orchestrated assault on the harbor. Without uttering a word, he drew a sailor's cutlass from his waist, raising it high as he charged forward, a soft blue glow emanating from the blade. This was a clear manifestation of magical energy capable of external expression and attachment to objects. Just as the other two team members prepared to lend their support, Vanessa and Shadidi also descended from above. Shadidi's offensive stance mirrored that of his father, striking with his fists. His silver-glinting iron fist came crashing down upon the foe. Several strands radiating a faint glow shot forth, ensnaring Shadidi's adversary and ensuring that his attack struck true against the enemy's shoulder. In an instant, the enemy was sent flying backward, only to be caught by a nearby comrade. The battle raged on fervently. Alka and Jason had reached the stone pillar at the rear. Alka opened the cage in his possession, and the golden hammer soared forth, beginning to lightly tap against the stone pillar with its antennae. There was no sound of insects, nor any discernible noise. It seemed as though the tapping bore no effect, and the mechanism remained dormant. This was in stark contrast to the account Andre had provided during the day. Perhaps this was the nature of nighttime stillness? At that moment, a series of sharp clinks echoed from afar. Behind the stone pillar statue, the ground trembled, and dust began to rise. An entrance to an underground passage emerged with the vibrations of the stone slabs. The overlying earth shattered, collapsing downwards to reveal a gaping hole. Success. This must be the entrance to the treasure vault. Jason and Alka immediately advanced towards the opening. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over them. Alka swiftly grasped Jason's arm, pulling him backward. A blade glinted from the shadows, slicing through the air mere inches from Jason's face. Reacting quickly, Jason slid his hand beneath his arm, producing a handgun, and aimed it at the encroaching darkness, squeezing the trigger. As he took aim, a figure concealed in the shadows leapt forth, a woman draped in black attire, illuminated by the moonlight before them. Jason shoved Alka, urging, "Take the bag and descend first. Our objective is not to engage in battle." Observing Jason's demeanor, Alka nodded, conjuring a blue card that he discreetly slipped into Jason's embrace before dashing into the cavern from behind him. The woman, sensing the urgency, instinctively lunged forward to intervene. But two bullets struck the ground at her feet with a heavy thud. Jason swiftly drew a handgun from his waist with his left hand, declaring, "Madam, be quiet. Your opponent now is me." Upon hearing this, the woman straightened herself, conjuring a whip that bore the very blade which had nearly pierced Jason moments earlier. Meanwhile, Alka had already descended through the opening. The ethereal lady had ventured down to scout the path for him, whispering the circumstances that lay ahead into his ear. Upon landing, Alka retrieved a lantern from his waist, turning the knob beneath it, illuminating the surroundings with a gentle glow. Before him lay a distinctly artificial tunnel, reinforced with wooden stakes on either side. Ahead loomed a grand stone door, adorned with peculiar script inscribed above. This was an ancient form of writing, its meaning unmistakably denoting the number 5. Extracting a small item given to him by Bobby, he scattered it before him. The unknown trinkets fell to the ground without triggering any mechanisms. Satisfied that the stone door posed no threat, Alka pressed both hands against it and exerted force, gradually pushing it open. As the door creaked fully ajar, light suddenly flooded the space, igniting the iron oil lamp fixed above with a flickering flame. The interior of the grand entrance was illuminated by the flickering lights within. Lucilia once again conjured her image and peered inside. She discerned no apparent danger. Only then did Alka step fully into the space. The scene unfolded before his eyes. The area was relatively modest, measuring scarcely 20 square meters. Yet, an array of seemingly invaluable objects lay haphazardly strewn along either side. Jewelry, oil paintings, and sculptures were casually placed nearby, along with specimens preserved behind transparent glass panels. Among these treasures, Alka's gaze was immediately drawn to a prominent disc adorned with an insect motif. However, a thick layer of dust cloaked the surface of these items, and a tangle of cobwebs enveloped the surroundings, imparting an air of desolation rather than opulence. Confronted with this sight, Alka swiftly retrieved a cloth pouch from his waist, a peculiar item brought by Andre from the ship in the night. The yellowed opening of the pouch was drawn wide, and Alka began to stow the treasures within. He first placed the disc inside. No matter how many items he added, the pouch showed no sign of filling. This was precisely what Andre had intended, a vessel capable of rapidly concealing valuables to prevent detection by adversaries. With urgency pressing upon him, Alka's hands danced as he hastily packed the nearby treasures. Just then, Lucilia's voice echoed in his ear. "Be cautious, someone is approaching." Chapter 75. The performance begins as Lucilia's words echoed in his ears. Alka swiftly turned to look behind him. A flash of steel whizzed past, and a dagger embedded itself into the adjacent wall. He turned to face the newcomer, who approached with flamboyant attire, a face smeared with clown makeup, and exaggerated steps. The madcap grin and crimson eyes of the figure sent a shiver down his spine. "Ha ha ha. At last, I have you again." The dagger that had once been lodged in the wall vanished, only to be replaced by a new one, appearing between the clown's fingers, one after another. With a flick of his wrists, 8 daggers hurtled towards Alka. He rolled aside to evade them, but one dagger still managed to slice through the fabric of his back. A cart shot along the ground towards the clown, poised to strike, but suddenly veered upward, only to be swatted away by the dagger in the clown's hand. Nonetheless, it bought Alka precious time. "It's you, the vanquished." Alka, rising again, appeared somewhat disheveled, dust clinging to his clothes, and a gash marred the back of his attire. Those words instantly ignited the clown's fury, who dashed towards Alka, hurling daggers with wild abandon while shouting, "I will slice your throat and feed it to you." This clown seemed more deranged than any he had encountered before, completely devoid of composure. Alka quickly retreated, his hands deftly drawing cards from his waist, launching them towards his foe. The trajectory of the cards was unpredictable, swirling through the air. Launched from various directions, the projectiles traced peculiar arcs, compelling adversaries to halt in their tracks. One dagger after another fatigued Alka, who, in haste, drew the lockdown device from his thigh and flicked the rear switch, firing a shot. The bullets dispersed like incandescent orbs, each resembling a burning pale fireball, intercepting the onslaught of daggers. With his other hand, Alka gripped his pistol tightly, aiming directly at his foe and emptying the revolver's chambers. In the face of such a predicament, the jester somersaulted around him, disregarding the flying cards. Even when struck, the cards slashed against his flesh. He remained unfazed. He then propelled himself off the ground, charging towards Alka, who found himself cornered against the wall with no means of escape. A card slipped from his pant leg, crushed beneath his foot. Death. The charging jester brandished daggers in both hands, frantically slashing at Alka. Alka could only defend himself with the lockdown device and the pistol, managing to parry a couple of strikes before a dagger grazed his wrist and shoulder. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Alka crouched low and rolled past the jester. This maneuver elicited wild delight in the bloodthirsty jester, who plunged his dagger downward without hesitation. Alka's body was rife with vulnerabilities, as if he were surrendering his life to the jester's whims. It was then that he realized his limbs had become immobile. Turning his head, he discovered 4 water chains, having emerged from an unknown origin, binding his limbs to the ground. There lay a blue card. Springing to his feet, Alka, without hesitation, clutched the bolt thrower, readjusting the settings to target the clown before him. "Farewell, you imbecile." Aiming for the head, a concentrated cluster of projectiles erupted from the barrel. The tightly packed pellets, ablaze with a pale, ethereal fire, coalesced into a miniature fireball. Crack! A sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the air. The projectiles impacted a faint layer of shielding, which fractured under the assault, dissipating the bullet's force. Fragments of the shattered shield fell to the ground. Behind the broken defense stood the clown, his face contorted in a malevolent grin. This isn't exclusive to you, you know. It was a haunting echo of the past. The shield had once saved Arca's life. Now, it was saving his adversary. Just then, Arca felt a numbing sensation in his left hand. He glanced down to see that the wounds on his wrist and shoulder were slightly numb, with an odd discoloration. Did you poison the blade? The clown's grin widened into a more sinister expression. He forcefully broke free of the water chains and strode forward, while Arca could only stagger backward, retreating. I told you. Didn't I? I'm going to slice off your tongue bit by bit and feed it into your stomach, and then dissect my abdomen to retrieve my tongue and stitch it back on? Arca retorted. Huh. Arca's sudden response momentarily bewildered the clown. Then, his already fading crimson eyes once again filled with bloodlust, and a palpable rage consumed his clownish visage. He appeared as though he had been deeply insulted. Gnashing his teeth and roaring, "You are indeed damned, utterly damned." The fragility of the man's psyche was far greater than he had anticipated. Mere words could easily provoke his ire. Alka could not help but ponder this, subsequently regulating his breath and retreating. The already furious clown, unwilling to afford Alka any further chances, charged forward with a dagger in hand, swift as lightning. As he beheld the advancing clown, Alka's previously disheveled expression suddenly transformed into a smile. A blue gradient card had inexplicably materialized beneath the clown's feet. Upon activation, a torrent of water chains erupted forth, instantly ensnaring the onrushing clown from a distance, forcibly restraining him in place. Not only were his limbs bound, but his waist was also ensnared, effectively immobilizing him. This was one of the initial cards he had acquired from Jack, possessing far greater power than those of his own creation, and its activation was remarkably smoother. After all, his handmade cards could not even achieve a gradient effect. Seizing this opportunity, Alka reloaded his weapon. A dense array of red, thorn-like lines manifested upon the clown's visage. With each roar, the water chains began to exhibit instability, splattering droplets in all directions. Observing that the clown had managed to free his hands, Alka swiftly dodged to the side as a barrage of daggers flew toward him, striking the surrounding muddy ground and walls. At that moment, the clown exerted himself once more, on the verge of breaking free from the water chains binding his legs. With an incessant flurry of daggers hurled towards Alka, he sought to thwart any offensive maneuvers directed at him. He dashed forward, rolling to evade the onslaught of blades. Suddenly, the assault ceased. Turning his gaze, he realized the clown had freed himself from the shackles binding his legs. Alka raised his weapon, firing a shot. The clown, still entangled in his waist chains, had no time to evade and instinctively shielded his head with his hands. The bullet struck his wrist, shattering it and the surrounding area with a barrage of ammunition. The crimson thorns began to glow, rendering non-fatal wounds inconsequential to him. Meanwhile, Alka, for reasons unknown, had donned a magician's top hat. Observing the clown, who remained ensnared by the chains at his waist, he smiled and proclaimed, "The performance begins." Cards that had previously been flung by Alka, now embedded in the ground, began to emanate a faint luminescence, an ethereal, colorless glow. Chapter 76, A Flawless Finale. A subtle, translucent white light flickered. Each card shimmered with a ghostly radiance and towering mirrors, over 2 meters high, materialized from the cards. It was evident that conjuring such a multitude of mirrors using Alka's own magical prowess would have been insufficient. However, employing the spells inscribed upon the cards made the task considerably easier. The mirrors swiftly coalesced and interconnected, and in an instant, Nivik found himself ensnared within a labyrinth of reflections. Surrounded by countless images of himself and Alka, he was momentarily unable to discern the true location of his adversary. These mirrors, under Alka's command, shifted their positions, each spell card contributing to the intricate design. The mastery and comprehension of the creator are vividly reflected in this incantation. Take, for instance, the blue card of Vortex Water Chain. The pinnacle of craftsmanship is exemplified by Jack's card backs, which exhibit a gradient hue, exuding an aura of sophistication. In contrast, Alka can only produce a plain aquamarine card back, indicating his lack of skill and insufficient grasp of the incantation. This disparity results in a stark difference in the confinement of the clown, even when utilizing the same card. Due to his relatively brief experience with the 3 incantations, he is only adept at controlling Vortex Water Chain, allowing him to transform it into an incantation card. Although he can wield the other 2 incantations, he is incapable of crafting them into cards. Moreover, attempting to use them spontaneously would deplete Alka's magical energy beyond his tolerance. Conversely, the mirror incantation is distinct. Alka had already mastered it upon his initial contact with the treasure, achieving perfect compatibility. Consequently, he devoted considerable time and effort to this incantation, which, in turn, met his expectations splendidly, soaring upwards at a rocket-like velocity. With the simultaneous study of two incantations, Alka was able to flawlessly imprint the mirror incantation onto the card, requiring minimal time and energy. This exemplifies the immense advantage bestowed by a self-comprehended incantation. At this moment, Nivik had severed the water chain from his waist, regaining his complete freedom. Gazing at the maze of mirrors surrounding him, Alka seemed to materialize right before him. Yet he possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the art of illusion, comprehending that this was merely a sleight of hand. Thus, he could only continuously rotate from side to side, remaining vigilant against Alka's impending assaults. With your mastery of magic, do you truly possess the ability to see through this? Alka's voice, seemingly manipulated, echoed as though emanating from all directions. The surrounding mirrors, positioned with exquisite precision, reflected countless images of Alka, as if they were scrutinizing Nivik with piercing gazes. The jester widened his eyes in fury, declaring, "You may hide behind those mirrors, but once I draw you out, I shall strip you of the very strength to weep." The reflections of Alka in the mirrors shook his head in resignation, suddenly raising his right hand. Pinching a metallic card between his fingers, he flung it forth before Nivik's eyes. The interconnected mirrors mirrored the trajectory of the card's flight. Nivik, in a frenzy, swayed left and right in an attempt to evade it. Whoosh! He sensed the metallic card and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding its path. However, Alka appeared to have launched only a single card, when in truth, there was more to come. Another metallic card struck Nivik's thigh. Damn it! He seethed, tearing the card from his wound, where blood had begun to flow. Yet, with the aid of the crimson thorns, the injury started to mend slowly. Then, he dashed forward with agility, arms outstretched, wildly swinging. Crack! Crack! The sound of shattering mirrors reverberated through the air, as Nivik wreaked havoc upon them. He resolved to overcome cunning with brute force. If he could shatter the mirrors swiftly enough, he might prevent Alka from regaining his composure, thus turning the tide in his favor. At this moment, another card flew through the air, striking Nivik squarely on the rear. The humiliating act ignited a fury within him that shattered his rational thoughts. He turned and charged towards the source of the assault, yet it was merely a mirror. Consumed by rage and devoid of calm contemplation, it was no wonder he could only be a fool. At the very spot he had just vacated, the fractured mirror, unbeknownst to him, had begun to mend itself. Meanwhile, Nivik had commenced a frenzied attack. A few more cards whizzed past, embedding themselves into his body. At that moment, he could scarcely muster the will to remove them, allowing the cards to obstruct the healing of his wounds, causing blood to flow incessantly. It was quite a predicament. Alka observed Nivik's exaggerated rate of recovery with a sense of frustration. Although Nivik was utterly deranged, his movements remained confined above his shoulders, acutely aware of his advantages. Alka needed an opportunity. The Alka reflected in the mirror lifted the leg of the lock, and as Nivik shattered one of the mirrors, Alka suddenly aimed his gun at Nivik's head, pulling the trigger. Nivik instantly became alert, raising his hand to shield his head, but his wrist was shattered in the process. His left hand, which had protected his skull, was nearly severed at the wrist, with only a few scraps of skin and sinew tenuously connecting it. The blood-red thorns on his hand radiated a vivid crimson light, yet the rate of repair was painfully slow. Alka, who had just appeared before Nivik, swiftly darted to the side, and once again, a multitude of mirrors materialized. Nivik found himself once more deprived of Alka's location. Is it nearly impossible to mend a fracture? Observing the scene before him, Alka revealed a faint smile. Once again, a card materialized in his hand, its reverse adorned with a gradient of silver. As Alka infused it with his magical energy, a silvery luminescence coalesced around the edges of the card. With a swift motion, he launched it forth. Witnessing this, Nivik retreated in a frenzy, unacquainted with such a card and oblivious to its capabilities. This exemplified the distinction between a jester and a magician. Alka's voice resonated as the silver card pierced through mirror after mirror, slicing towards the nape of Nivik's neck from an oblique angle. Everything obstructing the card's path was effortlessly penetrated, its flight eerily silent. A glimmer of silver streaked by, leaving Nivik momentarily stunned. He collapsed to his knees, his body gradually succumbing to the ground. His right hand, once shielding the back of his head, was severed at the forearm, tumbling to the floor as his body fell. A round object, drenched in blood, rolled away, its expression a blend of fury and disbelief. The cut was remarkably smooth. The silver card traced a straight line, embedding itself into the wall of the treasury. The mirrors surrounding them began to shatter spontaneously, transforming into countless motes of light that vanished into the air. Alka's figure emerged, still wielding the locking device, poised to fire at any moment. However, the card's power exceeded his expectations. He had anticipated merely severing Nivik's hands. He secured the locking device into its holster on his thigh, positioned behind the corpse, and gently adjusted the brim of his hat. A flawless curtain call. Subsequently, he stowed away his hat, immediately crouched down, and resumed collecting the treasures surrounding him. Once he had finished, he approached and began to plunder the corpse of Nivek, eager to ascertain whether there were any valuables upon the lifeless form. "Alka, do you require assistance?" came Jason's voice from above. In response, Alka's head emerged from the opening of the cave. Leaping out, Alka clutched a yellow bag in one hand while drawing a shotgun from his thigh with the other, pulling the trigger directly at the female figure engaged in combat with Jason. The dull sound of the gunshot caused her to instantly evade the struggle with Jason. Seizing the opportunity, Jason followed Alka as they sprinted towards the location of Andre and the others. Together, they charged up the hillside. A few adversaries attempted to pursue, but they were promptly restrained. "Enough, let them go. We have already lost," stated Welter, standing still as he watched Andre and the others vanish beyond the mountain. "Are we truly surrendering like this?" inquired the female figure, standing beside Welter, her voice tinged with reluctance. Welter ran a hand over his bald head, turning to look at his three companions. "In direct confrontation, I have no means against Andre, and they hold the advantage in numbers. Had it not been for our collaboration with that governor, we would have had little chance of seizing this treasure. A defeat is of little consequence. It merely alleviates the obsession that has weighed upon my heart. Moreover, it is worth noting that Andre and his group have already secured an invulnerable position, possessing 2 keys to the Grand Treasury and fully aware of its location. They remain oblivious. This operation was their sole opportunity to intervene. Now that the chance has vanished, Andre and his companions could very well hold the 2 keys without unlocking the treasury, unless they can steadfastly remain on this island. There is no way to prevent Andre from arriving unexpectedly at some point. Let us gather our belongings and depart. We have yet to pursue the clues to the treasure from our last endeavor." With that, Welt turned and walked towards the edge of the forest. At that moment, a middle-aged member glanced back at the cave entrance and remarked, "Nivik may still be inside the treasury." However, Welt showed no sign of halting his stride. "The mad dog is dead. Why concern ourselves with him? Let him rot within." Upon hearing this, several members felt a sense of relief and, like their captain, departed without hesitation, leaving Nivik's lifeless body resting quietly in the darkness of the treasury. They moved silently through the shadows. Bobby was already waiting above, entirely leaning against her back, akin to a lump of soft flesh. "Let us take him to the infirmary," Vanessa stated as she made her way towards the infirmary adjacent to the captain's quarters. "Sister Vanessa, is he truly all right?" Shaddai inquired, glancing at Alka, who had been placed on the sickbed, appearing utterly incapacitated. Jason nodded in agreement, observing that Alka indeed seemed as if he were paralyzed. Vanessa waved her hand dismissively. "Do not worry. Did I not mention this previously? He was merely anesthetized by the toxin, and no significant harm had befallen him." As she spoke, she approached and tugged at Alka's cheek. To her amusement, she noticed Alka's eyes were still able to roll, casting a glance at Vanessa that seemed to plead for an eye roll in return. "See, he is even rolling his eyes at me," she remarked, before retrieving an assortment of incomprehensible herbs and potions from a nearby cabinet. Magic flowed from her palms into the substances, transforming them into delicate strands that twisted and wove together. She parted Alka's lips and gently inserted the concoction. This anesthetic toxin was typically employed for interrogation or the peculiar whims of certain individuals. It was likely the handiwork of that lunatic, Nivk. At this juncture, Jason interjected. He must have been battling with Alka in the treasury, but shortly thereafter, only Alka emerged. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes toward Alka, who lay upon the bed. After the 2 departed, Vanessa resumed her ministrations, meticulously tending to Alka's wounds until they were fully mended. Eventually, she bent down, smiling as she pinched Alka's cheek. "Little brother, you should rest well here tonight. We shall meet again tomorrow." With a playful wink, she closed the door of the infirmary, leaving only the flickering light of the lantern on the table. Lucilia remained seated on the adjacent bed, cradling her chin in her hands as she stared at Alka. Are you unable to speak now? Or even move? How pitiful. Shall I tell you a story instead? What do you think? In response to her, it was Alka's eyes that rotated with fervor. Is there a problem? All right, let me ponder which tale suits the moment. Once upon a time, long, long ago. I don't wish to hear it. I want to sleep. I am still human, not a ghost. Alka's eyes spun wildly. Yet Lucilia had already immersed herself in the story she was weaving. As her enthusiasm grew, she failed to notice Alka's silent pleas for respite. Thus, Alka ceased the frantic movement of his eyes, staring vacantly at the ceiling, wearied. Hurry up. Bring on the destruction. Gradually, the sound of the narrative faded away, transitioning into a gentle lullaby that softly infiltrated Alka's ears. In this manner, he peacefully closed his eyes, surrendering himself to slumber. Seated beside the sickbed, Lucilia cradled her chin in her hands, smiling as she gazed at the now slumbering Alka. Noticing his descent into sleep, she reached out to poke his cheek, but observed no response. He has fallen asleep. She extended her hand to extinguish the oil lamp on the bedside table, only for her hand to pass through it. Humph. She puffed her cheeks in annoyance and dove back into the necklace resting on Alka's chest. Night enveloped the scene, leaving only the sound of the waves rising and falling outside the window, accompanied by the moonlight streaming through, casting a silvery glow upon the floor beside the bed. A soft creak echoed as the door opened. Observing the peacefully sleeping Alka, a gentle figure approached quietly, reaching out to extinguish the lamp on the nightstand. In the moment of darkness, glimmers of silver hair were visible. The figure then carefully tucked the blanket around Alka once more. Stepping out of the infirmary, the door creaked gently as it closed behind him. In the early morning light, Alka suddenly opened his eyes to find Vanessa inspecting his condition. With a start, he sat up abruptly. Am I able to move? He raised his arm and turned his head, confirming that he indeed possessed the ability to move. You're fine now. You can get out of bed and walk, Vanessa assured him. Thank you, Alka replied, immediately leaping off the bed. Although his stance was a bit unsteady, he quickly regained his balance, albeit feeling somewhat weak and pliable. Together with Vanessa, he exited the infirmary. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of treasures scattered across the deck, items he had retrieved from the vault the previous night. Unbeknownst to him, the ship had anchored beside the island where the secondary members had been disembarked. The secondary crew members had returned aboard, and under the supervision of Shadadi, they were diligently sorting through the treasures. Bobby, Jason, and even Andre were engaged in the task of organizing the various artifacts. Noticing Alka's emergence, Shadadi turned to him with a smile and inquired with genuine concern, How are you feeling? All good now? Alka shook his head lightly. Rest assured, I am perfectly fine. He then surveyed the situation on the deck as Shadadi continued. These treasures have been stored in the vault for far too long. They require cleaning, and some items need to be repackaged for preservation. Only then can we secure a higher selling price. With that, Shadadi flashed a playful wink at Alka. How may I assist you? Alka inquired. Certainly, let me guide you, replied Shadai as he handed Alka a collection of tools, commencing a lesson on safeguarding these treasures. The crew aboard the vessel busied themselves on the deck, meticulously organizing the valuables for the better part of the day. Upon the completion of their labor, Alka gazed upon the amassed riches, his eyes gleaming with awe. At that moment, the treasures revealed their true splendor, having shed the dust of time. The fruits of their labor were indeed commendable, and Shadai expressed his satisfaction, adding with a hint of exasperation, if only all treasures could be preserved in such pristine condition. Alka, now somewhat enlightened, understood the implications of his words. Many treasures were not intentionally buried, rather, they were left behind in vaults due to the demise of their original owners or other circumstances. As time progressed, countless artifacts deteriorated, be it paintings, fragile sculptures, or decorative items. Even the most exquisite armors and adornments, if neglected, could suffer significant damage. Such losses were an inevitable aspect of treasure hunting. Witnessing an exceptionally valuable artifact diminished in worth due to neglect and the ravages of time was a heart-wrenching experience, leaving one breathless with despair. The encounter with such a flawless treasure indeed excited them considerably. The last time they felt such exhilaration was during their exploits in another vault of sod. At this moment, Andre remarked, Let us store these treasures for now, and later I shall devise a way to sell them to those politicians on Meister Island. However, Jason could not help but interject, But we are still wanted criminals on Meister Island. Hearing this, Andre patted Jason on the shoulder. You are still quite young. Just because we are wanted now does not mean we will always be, nor does it preclude me from conducting business with them. Yet, as he spoke, Andre narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of danger flashing within them. That governor, however, is rather bothersome. I must find a way to retaliate against him. Andre had not forgotten the warrant that the governor had issued against them, which had impeded their treasure-hunting endeavors and squandered much of their time. The treasure-hunting crew was hardly composed of virtuous individuals, let alone their leader, Andre. Nevertheless, Andre shifted the conversation, stating, "We have acquired 2 keys. It is time to seek the final vault on the island." "What about the sharks?" Jason inquired. "Rest assured, they have completely lost, if they are not fools. They should already be preparing to depart from Meister Island." Just then, a blue bird, formed by delicate lines, descended from the sky and landed near Andre's ear before vanishing. Upon receiving the message conveyed by the bird, a smile graced Andre's face. "It appears they have acknowledged their defeat. This morning, they departed from Meister Island and have now become other wanted criminals on the island. Prepare yourselves, my friends. Tomorrow we shall reap our treasures." At this moment, Jason and Shaddai approached Alka. "You single-handedly took down that lunatic Nevik. How did you manage it?" Shaddai inquired with curiosity. Upon hearing this, Alka tapped his own head, indicating, "It was through this." The two exchanged disdainful glances. Observing their reaction, Alka could only smile helplessly, shrugging his shoulders and responding, Well, it relies on my understanding of the mirror incantation." Upon hearing this, the two displayed expressions of confusion. Over the past few months, they were not oblivious to Alka's abilities. He often practiced the incantation in their presence, even enlisting their assistance to enhance his proficiency. Thus, they were somewhat familiar with the mirror incantation but had no idea of its utility in combat. "I cannot demonstrate it for you now, as I lack sufficient cards," Alka stated, brushing his waist where a stack of cards once lay. After last night's battle, only 6 remained. Furthermore, the 3 cards left by Jack had all been utilized by Alka. Upon hearing this, Jason suddenly recalled and patted Alka's shoulder. "The card you gave me yesterday was incredibly useful. Without it, I would have sustained serious injuries trying to subdue that woman. Is that so? I'm glad you found it helpful." Alka mused about the exploration of the final treasury scheduled for the following day, which also entailed trials. He realized he needed to make some preparations. "I must take my leave now. My cards are running low. It would be unwise to enter battle without sufficient cards," he stated. Hearing Alka's words, Shaddai nodded in agreement. Jason, standing nearby, remarked, "The guards on the island shouldn't pose too much of a challenge, right? Who knows? It's better to err on the side of caution. Adequate preparation will ensure we remain composed in combat," Alka replied, waving his hand as he made his way to his room. Shaddai also descended from the cabin. All right. I suppose I should make an effort as well." Chapter 79. Treasury Number 3, Sada's 12 Treasures. Number 5, Harvest. Difficulty, Insect Enthusiast. Fame, 183. 73W. Treasure Information, due to Sad. Perfect. Treasure Harvest. Valuable items in Insect Disc. The white dots on the map had vanished. Gazing at the blue light dot, Alka realized that today was the day to seize it. He carefully rolled up the map, placed it in his backpack, and, shouldering it, pushed open the wooden door of his room to step onto the deck. The ship had stealthily approached Meister Island the previous night, hiding within a secluded reef of the island. "Let us disembark, exercise caution, and avoid drawing attention," Andre declared, leaping first from the deck towards the distant reef. With several agile jumps, he traversed the reef and began to ascend the cliffside. Shaddai and Vanessa followed closely behind. At this moment, old Bobby grasped Jason's wrist, expressing his aversion to vigorous movement. "If you don't mind, could you carry me over?" he requested. Upon hearing old Bobby's words and observing his slightly amused expression, Jason rolled his eyes in resignation and squatted down. All right. The old man certainly knows how to delegate." With that, he hoisted old Bobby onto his back and proceeded forward. Alka nodded to Senkaka and departed from the vessel. As for Senkaka, it was only natural for him to guard the ship, unless the vessel docked in an exceptionally concealed location or an extremely secure port. There would always be a core member assigned to watch over it. They traversed through the coastal cliffs and into the heart of the island. The group moved swiftly in silence, taking advantage of the early morning mist as a shroud. Due to their rapid pace, they soon arrived at the entrance to the treasure vault. Alka surveyed the area and confirmed that they had indeed reached the mountain where the abandoned lookout tower stood. "This is it, old Bobby," Andre stated, turning his gaze towards him. Old Bobby nodded and approached the precipice of the derelict tower. From the small pouch at his waist, he retrieved several thumb-sized pellets, placing them along the edge of the tower. He then produced a palm-sized wooden stick from his backpack and inserted it into the corner by the entrance. Turning back, he nodded in satisfaction. This was a precautionary arrangement designed to swiftly alert Old Bobby to any approaching presence, allowing him to discern not only the number of individuals, but also whether anyone had made contact. Let us proceed inside. As he spoke, Andre led the group into the precarious watchtower. The entire structure had long been abandoned, overtaken by a tangle of weeds and various plants. The stone staircase leading to the upper levels had collapsed, rendering the steps along the edges unusable. Andre reached the center and gestured towards the ground. A ripple of blue water emerged, displacing the vegetation and a thin layer of soil, which piled up around them. What kind of disguise did they employ when Andre first arrived? Alka pondered. As the plants and soil scattered, the stone floor beneath them was revealed, featuring a distinct circular crack at the edges. Andre struck the ground with his fist, dislodging several fragments of rock along with some clay. The center of the stone floor unveiled a circular hole, perfectly sized to accommodate the disc-shaped key. He retrieved the palm disc he had prepared in his backpack and carefully placed it into the opening. As the palm disc fitted snugly, a subtle vibration resonated beneath their feet. Dust and lime dust swirled up as a massive circular stone slab, with a radius of 2 to 3 meters, began to descend slowly. Within merely 10 seconds, the slab sank approximately 67 meters deep. The group had already retrieved their lanterns, revealing a circular metal door before them. The door was intricately adorned with various patterns, and at its center lay a circular indentation. Andre produced the acquired insect disc and placed it into the recess. With a resounding boom, the iron door radiated a palpable aura of magical brilliance. The disc was cleaved in two, seamlessly integrated into the iron gate, which swung open to reveal a cascade of magical flames igniting within. A soft, ethereal glow illuminated the interior, leading into a vast expanse. The ground was laid with exceptionally smooth stone slabs. In the center of this arena stood 3 statues of knights clad in metallic armor, each wielding a sharp sword, vigilantly guarding the area. Upon sighting these statues, Alka's instincts heightened. They were likely the so-called trials. Could they possibly come to life? Such a scene was enough to provoke Alka's thoughts in that direction. Wait, Old Bobby suddenly interjected, alerting the group. He then retrieved a small, single-tube telescope from his pocket and peered inside. Wow, what an antiquated model. I never expected to see one here. The craftsmanship is quite exceptional. It has been well maintained and appears hardly used. A pity, as it now holds only collectible value. As he observed, Bobby muttered incomprehensible words under his breath. Subsequently, he stowed the telescope away and explained to the others. Those 3 are enchanted guardians, products of the Soon Empire's forge, possessing strength akin to a spiral level and formidable defensive capabilities, though lacking in any remarkable features. Are you suggesting that once we enter, these entities will attack us? Andre inquired from the side. Bobby nodded in affirmation. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Xiaodai asked, "Are these things valuable?" "Absolutely, they are exceedingly valuable. Each of these statues is worth no less than 12 gold sales. Their current rarity has made them highly sought after by affluent collectors. If there were a channel, one might sell for 15 or even 18 golden sales." Upon hearing Old Bobby's words, an unmistakable glimmer of gold sparkled in everyone's eyes. However, Old Bobby doused their enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. The exorbitant price had its reasons. Those 3 statues must have already been activated, leaving only the option to shatter them to defeat. Preserving them intact was nearly impossible. Otherwise, why would they command such a high price now? What a pity, sighed Shed-It, gazing at the 3 statues. It meant they would have to destroy items worth over 30 golden sales, which was utterly at odds with the profession of treasure hunters. "All right, prepare for battle," announced Andre, and the group nodded, their expressions turning serious as they assumed their combat stances and slowly advanced into the arena. As they entered, the 3 statues seemed to come alive. A blue light flickered from their helmets, and they grasped the massive swords before them. With the sound of metal clashing, 3 knights charged towards them from different directions. Chapter 80, Blinding Golden Light. Andre, Shed-It, and Vanessa rushed forward, each engaging with a knight statue. As the colossal metallic sword flew towards him, Andre deftly sidestepped, evading it effortlessly before delivering a powerful punch to the statue's waist. Yet, the material of the knight's armor appeared to possess a unique metal. and his blow inflicted little damage. Upon witnessing the scene, the elder Bobby, who was observing the statue, immediately remarked, "The armor must have been forged with arcane materials, providing exceptional resistance to magic. You all hold them off for now. I shall discern their weaknesses, for I have yet to examine these enchanted sentinels in detail." Alka supported Shadidi, firmly engaging the knight before them, while Jason assisted Vanessa nearby. Their strength barely reached the first spiral, rendering these knights incapable of posing any significant threat. Andre's prowess had already surpassed the first spiral, with whispers that he was on the verge of attaining the second. As for Shadidi and Vanessa, they had both achieved the first spiral. Alka had come to a realization. These knightly guardians possessed formidable defense, wielding their massive swords with commendable might. Yet their movements were not swift. Evading and holding them at bay was not particularly arduous. One need not possess strength at the first spiral to dodge them with relative ease. However, toppling these knights proved to be a different challenge altogether. Andre had been striking the knight before him with resonant force, yet the armor merely yielded to form shallow dents. Despite enduring numerous assaults, the knight continued to execute its attacks with relative fluidity. Minutes elapsed, and the night before Andre began to struggle even with mere locomotion, its armor riddled with depressions. A portion of its helmet had been shattered, revealing an intricate inner structure. "How much longer, Bobby?" Jason inquired impatiently from the side. "I see it. Aim for the lower right quadrant of its chest. That should be the energy transfer core," Bobby replied. Upon hearing those words, Alka conjured a blue card in his hand, which he unhesitatingly hurled towards the knight before him. The blue card detonated upon impact, ensnaring the knight's limbs with 4 chains, rendering him immobile. Without a moment's hesitation, Shadai rushed forward, a brilliant silver light coalescing in her right hand. With a thunderous boom, her fist struck the indicated weak point. The armored knight was propelled backward, crashing to the ground and skidding several meters before coming to a complete halt after a few convulsions. One must not always rely on brute force. Rather, employ technique and magical prowess to penetrate, observed Andre, seizing the opportunity to impart wisdom as he turned to face his adversary. "Watch closely," he declared, as blue radiance enveloped his right hand, not merely emanating but encasing his fist like a fine membrane. With a swift whoosh, a piercing sound filled the air. Alka barely registered the movement when Andre's fist connected with the weak point. The knight did not fly backward. Instead, he extinguished instantly, collapsing onto the ground. A gaping hole appeared where the weak point had been. "Does it even matter whether there is a weak point?" Alka remarked, observing that a mere strike to any part would suffice to obliterate him. Watching this unfold, Alka couldn't help but voice his thoughts, as Andre seemed to be moving with effortless grace after his earlier skirmish with the knight. "Did you see that clearly?" Andre turned to inquire. At that moment, Jason, who had already dispatched his opponent, and Alka exchanged glances, both utterly perplexed. Siadidi nodded slightly, yet he spoke with a hint of despondency. "It's not that simple, father. Seeing and learning are 2 entirely different matters." Upon hearing these words, Siadidi visibly sank into a state of gloom. As the 3 knights fell, the expansive ground began to tremble, and the even stone slabs beneath them gradually cracked open, revealing the space below. The individuals standing on the stone slabs immediately leapt to the sides. As the stone slabs slowly parted, the items within the subterranean space began to be fully unveiled. The first to emerge was an overwhelming brilliance of gold. However, this dazzling golden light did not compel the onlookers to close their eyes. Instead, they widened them even further. The resplendent glow symbolized immense wealth. Once the stone slabs completely opened, a square chamber measuring 4 meters on each side was revealed, meticulously stocked with a fortune. Unlike the 5th treasure vault, which housed an array of oil paintings and sculptures, this space exhibited a more direct display of gold, diamonds, jewels, and exceedingly valuable armor and weapons. At the center of the chamber lay a treasure chest. Old Bobby, quick of eye in hand, swiftly retrieved a handful of powder from his pocket and scattered it over the vault below. The dust descended gently, yielding no reaction. "No problem," he declared. Upon hearing this, Andre leaped down, taking a moment to observe before nodding in agreement. He produced the cloth bag previously used by Alka, fully opening its mouth, and began to stuff the surrounding treasures into it. Before long, the golden radiance began to dim. The various treasures within had been entirely crammed into what seemed an insatiable pocket. The only remaining item was the chest at the center. Ender hurled the bag he held upwards, and Shadai caught it with a swift motion. Ender then leaped up, cradling the chest. Old Bobby promptly approached, inspecting the chest. There were no complications, it had not been rigged with any traps and could be easily opened. Once he spoke, and are prepared to take the chest and leave. Hold on. Hold on, we must also take the remnants of the Rune Guardian. Though it is no longer functional, the materials it comprises are quite precious. Upon hearing this, Xiaodai dashed over with the bag, dragging the 3 remnants of the Rune Guardian into it. Now everything is in order. Hurry, let us board the ship. I can hardly contain my excitement, Bobby remarked, rubbing his hands together. The group, faces alight with enthusiasm, retreated together. As the circular key for the iron door had fully merged, they could only gently close it. The stone slab gradually lifted. Subsequently, they recovered the surrounding vegetation and soil. Engaging in a simple camouflage, Vanessa waved her hand, and a soft green light sprinkled down. Upon the thin layer of soil, the plants seemed to regain their vitality. The disguise was impeccably executed. Chapter 81. The pocket ring. The ordinary treasures remained ensconced within the endless pocket. However, the chest that Ender cradled was placed at the center of the gathering. Among all the treasures, what could fit within this chest was undoubtedly the most precious collection. Observing the eager gazes of the crowd, Ender slowly lifted the lid of the chest. The first thing revealed was the protective incantations inscribed within the box. These spells have always been employed to safeguard magical items, ensuring that, over the passage of time, they are not eroded by external forces, which could lead to the loss of their magical essence or even their complete dissipation. In the past, Alka was unaware of this. But through his studies with Bobby and Lucilia, he has gained a profound understanding of the extraordinary world. Take, for instance, the treasure of Jack, which he acquired early on. It was wrapped in a flowing metallic substance, offering a superior level of protection. This treasure still resides within his cabin. As the box was opened, its contents became visible to all. There were only 4 magical items and a small booklet. To Alka's discerning eye, only one of the magical items bore a distinct silhouette, signifying its status as the most significant or perhaps the most precious among the treasures. Andre first bypassed the magical items, reaching for the booklet instead. After a cursory glance through its pages, he confirmed the intriguing spells it contained. I shall archive this in the library, and if any of you are interested, feel free to peruse it, he remarked as he handed the booklet to old Bobby. The remaining 4 magical items would be selected in turn by the 4 individuals based on their contributions. With that, he raised his gaze to Alka. Undoubtedly, your contribution is the greatest this time. You may choose first. Alka nodded, unhesitatingly reaching for the magical item that shimmered with a faint outline. It was a delicately crafted ring, intertwining like a spiral, exuding an exquisite artistic allure. Held in hand, it carried a slight chill. After a brief glance, Alka passed it directly to Bobby, primarily seeking his assistance in its appraisal. This was a pocket ring. As for its precise size, that remained unknown and would require personal inspection later. After a careful examination, Bobby remarked on its qualities. Upon hearing the evaluation, Alka nodded and adorned his right pinky with the ring. At that moment, both of his pinkies were adorned with rings. Next in line were myself, Jason, and Bobby. Upon hearing Andre's ranking, Bobby waved his hand dismissively. I think I'll pass. It's time to consider Xiaodai. Andre nodded in acknowledgement of Bobby's words, not dwelling on the matter further. After all, old Bobby was a sculptor, and magical equipment was not particularly extraordinary to him. It seemed he discerned that the items within held no interest for him. Andre extended his hand and retrieved one of the bracelets. Jason stepped forward, taking a pocket watch from within, his expression radiating exceptional excitement. Xiaodai naturally chose the last remaining item, a short dagger approximately the length of an arm. Once all choices were made, Andre continued, the remaining treasures will be distributed after the complete sale, and those who have taken magical items will share a portion of the spoils with others. The group expressed no dissent regarding Andre's distribution plan, nodding in agreement. At that moment, however, Andre extracted a stone tablet from the pocket containing the treasure. Upon seeing the tablet, the crowd gathered around in curiosity. The script inscribed upon it was not the common language utilized by the Blood Gold Alliance and its neighboring territories, but rather an ancient form of writing. Fortunately, as members of the treasure hunting team, they were familiar with it. Alka had previously studied it alongside Lucilia. The tablet contained information regarding a scandal of the Eichbit family. A smile crept across Andre's face as he observed the details. At this juncture, Jason recalled something and interjected, wait, isn't the governor of Meister Island part of the Eichbit family? Andre turned his head, smiling and nodding in affirmation. It was perplexing, Why did every treasure trove harbor scandals about different individuals, even those concerning one's own son? Jason furrowed his brow in confusion. At this moment, Alka chimed in. So, the Bite Shark can collaborate with the governor. After all, the leader of the Bite Shark has previously uncovered 2 treasure troves. He likely knew about the scandals hidden within and used this knowledge as leverage to forge an alliance, resulting in our being pursued. Your reasoning indeed holds merit. It could very well be the case, the others chimed in, piecing together the plausible scenario. At this point, the smile on Andre's face took on a more sinister quality as he gazed at the stone tablet. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others morphed into one of schadenfreude. It appeared that this governor was in for a significant downfall. Tomorrow, we shall celebrate this thoroughly. Oh, treasure hunting is truly delightful. She sat at the edge of the bed, her hands gesticulating with a hint of excitement as she spoke. Although he could not participate directly, he remained closely attached to Alka, observing her every move. This was an occurrence that had previously existed only within the pages of storybooks. Experiencing it in person proved to be far more captivating than merely reading about it. Alka chuckled softly and approached the table, retrieving the map she had been holding. She gazed at the dimmed points on its surface. Sada's 12 treasures, vault number 3, harvest, difficulty, touchbearer, a spiral, fame, 183. 73K, treasure information. Due to personal reasons in his youth, Sad lost his fertility. Vault number 3, one of the 3 main vaults, housing. Treasure acquired, treasure in, pocket ring. The information displayed regarding the treasure should only reflect what she had personally acquired. As she scrutinized the details, Alka could not help but twirl the ring on her right hand. The pocket ring was reminiscent of those seen in various works of fiction, serving as a storage device. However, utilizing it posed certain challenges. Thus, Alka could only wear it on her finger and occasionally link it with her magical power. Even though she felt a surge of excitement, she could only bide her time. Chapter 82, Retirement. There is a flaw, Shaddai exclaimed sharply, her fist striking Alka with a deliberately slow attack. Alka was sent flying backward by the force of the blow, landing on a nearby soft cushion. Without rising, she lay sprawled on the ground. Observing Alka's position, Shaddai approached with a smile. He extended his hand and pulled Alka up from the ground. Do not be disheartened. You have learned quite swiftly. At these words, Alka could only shrug in resignation. Thus, they took a respite on a nearby island, engaging in their training. At that moment, Alka was undergoing specialized close combat training with Shaddai T. In terms of close combat, Alka's skills could be likened to those of an infant. Despite Shaddai T deliberately slowing her every attack to a pace that Alka could clearly perceive, nevertheless, it remained a relentless onslaught. However, as compared to the initial days when he was sent flying with a single punch, Alka had improved significantly. Now he could at least exchange a dozen moves with Shaddai T. Lucilia, visible only to Alka, watched with a cheerful smile from the sidelines. Let us take a break after this morning's training, Shaddai T suggested, flicking her silver hair ornament. Under the sunlight, beads of sweat trickled down her strands. The cool cotton tank top clung to her back, accentuating her perfect figure. Alka extended his empty hand, casually spreading his fingers, and 2 pristine towels appeared in his grasp. Thank you, Shaddai T said with a smile as she accepted the towels. The pocket ring is truly convenient. Once I receive my share of the money, I intend to commission one as well. While speaking, she gazed at the ring adorning Alka's right pinky. Hearing her words, Alka chuckled softly. The ring possessed a space of 112, allowing one to retrieve items with a gentle infusion of magical energy or to store external objects within. At this moment, Alka stowed away his card gun and other belongings into the ring, including his more valuable possessions. The memory of his previous loss of wealth was still fresh in his mind, and with this ring, such incidents would likely become a thing of the past. What is the general value of such a ring? Alka couldn't help but inquire. Siadati pondered for a moment before responding. According to old Bobby, the price is contingent upon the size of the spatial dimension within the ring. The larger the space, the more exorbitant the cost. A pocket ring of such convenience requires a master craftsman to create. For a space of this magnitude, it would cost no less than 80 gold sales. Upon hearing this, Alka instinctively touched the ring on his finger. 80 gold sales? Is it really that expensive? Am I carrying a half-size treasure trove with me? Siadati chuckled at Alka's expression. Now you understand. You must never disclose the exact capacity of your ring to others. With that, he turned and walked towards the edge of the island. The vessel was anchored by the shore, for this was merely a deserted isle. As they approached, They spotted Andre on the ship, seemingly awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing them, he waved them over. After boarding, they followed Andre into the captain's cabin, where others were already gathered. In the center of the cabin, a large table was meticulously arranged with a dazzling array of golden objects, gold sails, each roughly the size of a palm, stacked in a manner that was simply mesmerizing. The governor of Mist Island has been replaced, and it is only a matter of time before their family might cease to exist. Upon hearing this, smiles spread across the faces of the crowd. Subsequently, Andre approached and tapped on the pile of gold sails on the table. There were a total of 625 gold sails, acquired from the precise locations of 2 treasure troves along with their riches. 625. The number left several individuals in astonishment. They anticipated a significant bounty from this venture, having invested nearly 2 years in their endeavors, yet they had not expected such an immense reward. Observing the shock on everyone's faces, even Andre could not help but beam with a radiant smile. That scandal was indeed valuable, ha ha ha. Now, let us commence the distribution. 25 sails will be allocated to the Team's treasury to fund regular activities, including ammunition, provisions, and the maintenance of the vessels. The remaining 600 sails will be directly awarded to Alka, who shall receive 100 sails. No objections, I presume? The others nodded in agreement, recognizing Alka's evident contributions. Even though he had already obtained a magical item, it was only fair that he received additional financial compensation, as he had acquired the magical equipment. The remainder would be evenly divided. Those with extra contributions had already been compensated by the previously mentioned magical item. Alka grasped the bag of gold coins in his hand. The weight of 100 gold sails was substantial, amounting to several dozen pounds. This heavy burden consisted entirely of gold. The immense wealth bestowed upon Alka instilled in him a sense of surrealism. He could now retire in place, becoming a wealthy gentleman for a lifetime, or even several lifetimes. The expressions of those present could only be described as jubilant. This fortune was not solely for Alka, it was an extraordinary boon for them all. Is anyone here contemplating retirement? Ender inquired, turning to the assembly. At this, Alka abruptly lifted his gaze. What do you mean? At that moment, old Bobby slightly raised his hand. My old bones can no longer endure. It is time to disembark and rest. Ender nodded in acknowledgement, seemingly having anticipated this, without a hint of surprise. Then let us all take a break and prepare for our voyage to the cathedral. Upon hearing Ender's words, the group vacated the captain's quarters. Once outside, Jason approached and placed a hand on old Bobby's shoulder. Old Bobby, it's time to go. Indeed, what a fortuitous opportunity this is, he replied. Have you decided where to settle down? As a devotee of the Holy Mother, now that I possess wealth, it is only fitting to establish my home near the cathedral. Siadaiti then stood beside Alka and remarked, Old Bobby is already 60. This newfound wealth is sufficient for him to live comfortably. It is indeed time for him to step away. Upon hearing this, Alka nodded in understanding. Indeed, those who join treasure-hunting expeditions do so in pursuit of riches and treasures. Having achieved their anticipated goals, coupled with the constraints of age, retirement becomes an inevitable choice. One cannot simply drift upon the sea until death arrives. At 60 years of age, it is indeed time for retirement, especially from maritime endeavors. Chapter 83. The Shadow Ship in the Depths of Night. The vessel Seafish sailed across the ocean, not far from a small island. Under the cover of darkness, it gradually made its way into the harbor of the island. The islanders stationed at the port became instantly vigilant upon sighting the ship, but as the moonlight illuminated the vessel, their apprehension eased upon recognizing it. This island was the very one where Alka had previously conducted the touching ceremony. At that moment, a farewell ceremony was taking place aboard. Bobby smiled and nodded, then glanced at the others, embracing each one in turn. I shall take my leave now. May the Holy Mother bless you all. With that, Bobby descended the ship accompanied by his 2 apprentices. The already sparse crew appeared even more desolate and vacant following their departure. Everyone watched as Bobby left, while the ship gently withdrew from its mooring, heading away from the island. Well, it is quite late. Let us gather our thoughts and rest. Farewells are a natural part of life, Ender remarked with a smile at the young ones. As the ship sailed into the darkness, the distant sea suddenly began to churn violently, resembling boiling water. A small blue bird with delicate lines perched near Ender's ear. Stop the ship. Following Ender's command, the vessel gradually slowed and came to a halt. In the darkness, the shadowy ship that had been encountered before re-emerged. Ender retrieved the pouch he had previously used to swiftly stow treasures and turned to the others, inquiring, Does anyone wish to deposit their money? Upon hearing these words, Arka was momentarily bewildered. However, the others present, aside from Arka and Shaddai, promptly produced a substantial portion of the gold coins they had previously acquired, placing them into coin bags and handing them over to Andre. This time, the shadow ship did not linger at a distance, but rather approached slowly, docking alongside the Sea Fist. Witnessing this scene, Andre could not help but exasperatedly pat his forehead. Andre. Haven't you been preoccupied with significant matters next door these past few days? A tall, dark-haired man clad in light chainmail approached, embracing Andre without hesitation. Uncle William. Oh, Shaddai, you have grown even more beautiful. Uncle, you flatter me. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the robust figure named William glanced at the magical pouch in Andre's hand and the several bags of coins before him. It seems you have had quite the bounty. Upon hearing this, Andre waved his hand in resignation. You must have come aboard for a reason, so let us not dawdle. Speak up. In response, William's demeanor turned serious, and he replied, We have discovered clues regarding the relic of the Holy Mother. This revelation prompted Andre to adopt a more solemn expression. William produced a thick dossier encased in parchment and pressed it into Andre's embrace. He then retrieved the pouch Andre had borrowed from him, along with the bags of coins at his feet. Very well, I shall return your pouch, and I will ensure your coins are securely stored. Farewell. Even when vessels docked beside the Sea Fist, they seemed to linger in shadows, obscured from clear view. At this moment, Alka cast a gaze towards the adjacent Shaddai. In response to Alka's inquisitive look, Shaddai merely smiled before offering an explanation. Storing such a substantial amount of wealth aboard a ship is hardly a prudent decision. Thus, he had arranged for it to be securely placed in the cathedral, a sanctuary of absolute safety. There is no need to fear that they would be tempted to misappropriate it, for they are the shadows in motion, the blade in the hand of the Holy Mother. Upon hearing this, Alka could not help but recall his earlier losses. Indeed, dozens of gold sails should be safeguarded in a secure location, as leaving them aboard a ship would certainly be disconcerting. Nevertheless, Alka was unconcerned, for he had stowed the gold coins within his pocket ring. Even with 100 gold sails, while they may be heavy, they occupy only a modest space, which would not impede Alka's usage. Why don't you store it? He inquired. Did I not mention before that I also wish to procure a pocket ring? This is all essential funding. It was then that Alka's memory sparked. Was that a task? Shaddai nodded affirmatively. Indeed, such situations arise only when there is a task at hand, for we are members of the church. I have never undertaken a task before. Will it be exceedingly challenging? Piped Jason, who stood nearby. After all, he had only joined the treasure-hunting crew 2 years prior, spending the first 2 years as an apprentice sailor. Unexpectedly, Shaddai shook his head. In fact, I have been a member of the treasure-seeking team for less than 3 years, just over half a year earlier than Jason. Prior to this, I was training in the cathedral. Does that mean you became a toucher before joining the treasure-seeking team? Alka inquired. Shaddai nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Vanessa, having overheard their conversation, approached the group of young individuals and remarked, Would you like me to share something with you? Upon hearing this, Shaddai smiled and stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Vanessa's. With an affectionate tone, he urged, Sister Vanessa, please tell us. Vanessa chuckled lightly and responded, The church seldom assigns us tasks directly. We usually report any information we discover or any irregularities we notice. This implies that while we are members of the church, we ultimately enjoy a degree of freedom. Alka couldn't help but recall that, although rare, there had indeed been an incident approximately 4 years ago. It consumed an entire year of our time, and at one point, a formal member suffered severe injuries, necessitating their withdrawal from the treasure-seeking endeavors. Hearing this, Alka and the others could not help but adopt a serious demeanor. This indicated that whether the church refrained from issuing tasks or chose to do so, the challenges were not easily surmountable and bore considerable risks. Thus, it is essential for you to prepare yourselves, especially the two of you, Vanessa said earnestly, casting a glance at Alka and Jason. After all, they had only recently become touchers. Both nodded in solemn agreement. Alka also reclined on the bed. Chapter 84. The Church's Mission. In the early morning, everyone gathered in the captain's quarters. Gazing at the documents on the table, Alka, though still unaware of the specifics, could surmise the matter at hand. It was undoubtedly the mission assigned by the church the previous night. Sacred artifacts? Apart from Alka and Jason, the others could not contain their astonishment. Even Senka stood abruptly, accidentally colliding his head with the ceiling of the room. Observing the intense reactions of the crowd, Alka and Jason exchanged glances. Andre, unfazed by the others' exclamations, sought to clarify the situation to the two somewhat perplexed individuals. The term sacred artifact can be understood as a unique treasure. Treasure? In that instant, Alka comprehended the source of everyone's astonishment. The significance of treasures in this world could be likened to the very foundation of a power, the essence and origin of strength. Could it be that they possess the capability to acquire such an item? At that moment, Shaddai interjected, stating that it was merely a special treasure, not a true treasure. Sacred artifacts are remnants left by deities upon the earth, and unless a deity bestows inspiration upon them, their efficacy will merely be diminished. What does that mean? Both individuals were somewhat bewildered. Shaddai took a moment to rephrase his explanation, calming his own excitement. Thus, if a sacred artifact were to be utilized by others, its potential would be reduced. To illustrate, while the Holy Grail might be elevated to a scepter through a ritual, this explanation instantly clarified the matter for the two. After Shaddai finished explaining, Andre spoke up, reassuring them, "Rest assured, it is not as exaggerated as you might think. Our objective this time is merely a powerful magical artifact." Upon hearing this, the expressions of several individuals relaxed slightly. Furthermore, it was not in the possession of any particular individual or faction, but rather hidden away, with only faint traces discovered by us. So that is how it is. No wonder this task has fallen into our hands. Vanessa could not help but exclaim. This is quite within our area of expertise. All right, since we are embarking on a mission, please fill out your requirements, Andre said, producing several sheets of paper and distributing them to the group. Alka, Jason, and Shaddai appeared somewhat bewildered as they picked up the papers to examine them. In contrast, Vanessa and Sankaka began to write furiously. Material requisition, Alka murmured, glancing at the title of the document, and then looked up at Andre, who merely smiled back at him. It dawned on Alka that this was a request for resources, specifically public resources. Unable to contain himself, he ventured, "Each person can request a maximum of." Upon hearing this, Andre's smile widened even more, and he nodded enthusiastically. "This is a supply order. Everything listed can be requested, and consumables can be requested in greater quantities." He then pointed to another yellowed sheet of paper in front of them. Alka leaned in for a closer look, discovering a variety of enchanted ammunition, consumable spells, potions, and various materials for inscribing or learning spells. With these references in mind, Alka promptly began to write on his application form. Regardless of its utility, I will apply first and discuss later. At this moment, Andre took the application forms from Vanessa and Sankaka, examined them, and nodded in satisfaction. The forms were densely filled, nearly entirely covered with text. Just then, Alka and the others completed their applications and submitted them. Andre first glanced at Alka's form, nodded, but remarked, "There is still room for improvement." With a playful wink, he returned the form. Next, he scrutinized the applications from Shaddai and T, unable to suppress his reprimand. "What are you two applying for? Do you look down upon the church? Rewrite it." He tossed the papers back at them, leaving the two in utter bewilderment. At that moment, Andre leaned closer, whispering a few words into their ears. Their expressions shifted to one of astonishment, as if to say, "Is it possible to do it this way?" Unable to contain their curiosity, they began to examine Alka's resource requests and the contents of Vanessa's application. "How audacious!" Jason exclaimed involuntarily. It was as though a door to a new realm had been opened, prompting him to write fervently. Observing the trio's spirited enthusiasm, Andre couldn't help but nod in approval. Shortly after receiving their revised applications, he stood up with a beaming smile, stacking their forms together. With that, Andre took the collective applications and exited, followed closely by Sankaka. The remaining individuals settled at the table, poring over the documents before them. "How come you are so adept at this kind of thing?" Jason couldn't help but inquire, as he and Shaddai still struggled to comprehend the situation. As a result, Alka has come to his own conclusions. There will likely be other key members boarding the ship, so you all should be prepared. At this moment, Vanessa, sitting beside them, reminded the group. Regarding Shaddai's comment, Vanessa said, "Based on Andre's character, you will undoubtedly apply. Previously, he would have taken his time to seek out his preferred members. But now that we have a mission, we must make do. After all, an additional person means enhanced combat capability." Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the tasks assigned by the church were no trifling matter. Indeed, having more hands on deck would make things somewhat easier. However, they were curious about the new key member who would be joining them and whether he would be easy to get along with. "Rest assured, the person boarding will likely be someone familiar to us, allowing for a swift acclimatization. Otherwise, the church would not entrust us with such a mission," Vanessa stated. Chapter 85. The abyss of darkness. On the second day, their vessel docked at a small island for a handover. A merchant ship flying the banner of the church approached from afar. "It's here," Andre, who had long been standing at the bow of the ship, announced. As the ship arrived, the crew began transferring the cargo into the hold of the Sea Fist. Hama was down below, directing the operations. Compared to the supplies, Alka and the others were evidently more intrigued by the person who would soon board to take Bobby's place. "Let us wager on his gender," Jason suddenly proposed. Alka and Shaddai exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "A male. Then I shall choose female," Jason remarked. "The wager is a silver coin." What stood before him was a mechanical device, a brass-colored contraption reminiscent of some peculiar insect, yet possessing 4 slender, pointed legs, while its upper body resembled a capsule. The entire structure was sealed, exuding an air of both agility and fragility. "What on earth is that?" Jason inquired, furrowing his brow. Alka, equally perplexed, shook his head. The object appeared undeniably strange, somewhat incongruous with the current aesthetic. "Gammy? Is that Gammy?" Shaddai remarked, recognizing the device with a hint of astonishment in her voice. As the two men turned their curious gazes towards her, she elaborated, "It is not merely a device. Inside it resides a person, albeit one who has ceased to grow." Upon hearing this, Alka turned to observe closely. The sealed capsule indeed seemed capable of accommodating a child of 5 or 6 years. Ceased to grow. Dwarfism, perhaps, was his immediate thought. Before they could exchange further words, Andre approached with the mechanical apparatus. Vanessa and Senka also made their way onto the deck. Once everyone had gathered, Andre gestured towards the contraption. "Allow me to introduce our new member who will soon join our treasure-hunting crew, the church's blacksmith." With that, the capsule-like top of the mechanical device opened, revealing, as Alka had surmised, a small boy who appeared to be around 5 or 6 years old. He smiled and extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, my name is Gammy Guard." Although the crowd was somewhat curious, they politely nodded and introduced themselves to one another. Andre turned to his daughter and said, "Shaddai, you are familiar with him. Please introduce him to the Sea Fist." Shaddai nodded and walked over. Upon seeing Shaddai approach, Jamie's eyes widened in surprise, and he instinctively recoiled, revealing a hint of fear. This left Shaddai feeling somewhat awkward, yet she smiled and said, "Jamie, it's been a while. Come, let me show you around the Sea Fist." "Ah, it's Shaddai. I can explore on my own," Jamie replied. "I insist on showing you the Sea Fist," Shaddai emphasized. The scene gave Alka the impression that Shaddai was bullying a child. Jason leaned closer to Alka and whispered, "Why does it seem like he is so afraid of Shaddai?" "There is no need to speculate. It's quite evident," Alka replied. The fear was palpable, and everyone could see it. They watched as the mechanical apparatus, controlled by Jamie, began to follow Shaddai around the ship. Observing Shaddai's figure, Andre sighed with a sense of nostalgia. Hearing this, Alka and Jason, both having experienced childhood, could roughly reconstruct in their minds why Jamie might harbor fear towards Shaddai. Perhaps it stemmed from childhood traumas. A wild child alongside Shaddai, who clearly fought with his fists, suggested that during his youth, Shaddai was likely a formidable figure, a champion in brawls with no equal. How could a young boy possibly allow a girl to assume the role of the leader among children? The consequences are, as one might imagine, quite foreseeable. With that, Andre waved his hand, causing the sails to unfurl automatically. Accompanied by the sound of creaking and twisting, the vessel gradually sailed away into the distance. Aside from him, Jason, who was responsible for gathering and analyzing intelligence, was also present at the table. Upon noticing Alka's arrival, Jason nodded slightly. He couldn't shake the feeling that Alka's thirst for information and intelligence was even more intense than his own. However, it was evident that Alka was primarily interested in acquiring information rather than delving into the complexities of analysis. Alka promptly took a seat beside Jason, surveying the documents spread across the long table, and began to peruse them. It was now possible to roughly ascertain that the location was in Palduro, a realm shrouded in darkness. He pointed to the corresponding area on the large map, which had previously been inquired about by Alka, known for its abundance of blue treasures and even a scarce few golden treasures. Palduro, realm of darkness, treasures, white, abundant, blue, numerous. Gold, scarce, difficulty, dangerous, information, the site of the destruction of the Vastan Empire, where, at the time of its demise, a special ritual was performed to fully unleash the powers of the artifact of staff, level, shadow of darkness, causing indiscriminate shockwaves that obliterated both the enemy, the miniature alliance, and itself. The entire maritime region has remained enveloped in darkness for years due to the dispersal of this power. Since Alka had already reviewed the intelligence on the target location yesterday, the information was nearly fully revealed. The vast expanse of the Dark Domain is nearly as large as the territory occupied by 3 Blood Gold alliances, illustrating the formidable strength of the 2 alliances that once resided within. A single cataclysmic event buried countless treasures and riches of these nations beneath the ruins, enticing innumerable seekers to explore. Nevertheless, the devastation was wrought by the destruction of an artifact of staff caliber, and the power of such a treasure enveloped the entire maritime region, rendering it exceedingly perilous. Chapter 86. Encounters with Pirates. The vessel advanced towards the abyssal realm. Arca descended from the ship's cabin, arriving at the former workplace of Old Bobby. Upon entering, he beheld Jamie, a recent addition, engaged in the art of forging. Before his eyes, several metal pieces melted into liquid form under Jamie's deft hands, while a machine beside him extruded a mechanical tentacle. The tentacle glimmered softly, inscribed with peculiar runes, and began to shape the molten metal under Jamie's guidance. Before long, the original metal ingot transformed into a cylindrical grip. Was the artisan aboard the ship a sculptor? Arca nodded in acknowledgement. The sculptor specializes in the engraving and arrangement of incantations, whereas the blacksmith leans more towards the comprehensive modification and creation of objects. Turning to Arca, Jamie inquired, "Are you interested in these creations?" Observing Arca, he nodded, and thus began their exchange, primarily with Arca absorbing knowledge. As time flowed, the 2 gradually grew more familiar with each other. Arca also learned that although Jamie appeared childlike, he was, in fact, already 20 years old. His congenital defect, which prevented him from growing, was compensated by his remarkable magical control and his affinity for the profession of a blacksmith. The church, with the intention of nurturing his potential, had sent him aboard Andre's vessel. This implied that Jamie would not remain on the ship for an extended period, perhaps a year, maybe 2, or possibly longer. The duration remained uncertain. At that moment, the ship suddenly came to a halt. Sensing the situation, Arca and Jamie hurried to the deck. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the crew had already assembled. Pirates? Arca gazed in bewilderment at the sight of several pirate ships, adorned with black sails, approaching them from the distance. The audacity of the pirate crew to target a treasure-seeking vessel was somewhat astonishing. Jason, observing Arca's perplexed expression, remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, "It's quite normal. Not every region is as safe and tranquil as the Blood Gold Alliance in the Church's waters. We have already departed from the Church's domain, and this vast area behind us is largely devoid of law enforcement. Encountering pirates is, in fact, rather commonplace." Upon hearing this, Arca acknowledged the truth in Jason's words. The Blood Gold Alliance maintained several naval fleets that continuously patrolled the surrounding waters to ensure safety within their territory. Even so, pirates could occasionally be spotted. Pirate ships that surfaced would be easily detected and swiftly eradicated before they could accomplish much. The Church's waters, on the other hand, were exceptionally secure. Do not speak of the pirates upon the sea. At times, even on the islands, instances of violent conflict are seldom witnessed. When one departs from the dominion of such formidable forces, a myriad of issues begins to manifest. After all, this is a world governed by the ocean, where plunder and bloodshed reign supreme. At this juncture, Andre suddenly turned to Gammy and inquired, "Have you assumed control over certain operations aboard the ship?" Gammy nodded in affirmation. "Good, then you shall bring about their destruction." Upon hearing this, Gammy did not hesitate. He approached the edge of the vessel. The ship had now come to a halt upon the water, presenting its flank to the pirate ship that was swiftly advancing towards them. The opposing pirates were not devoid of intelligence. 2 of their vessels had begun to maneuver to the left and right, attempting to encircle them. In that moment, Gammy raised his right hand, his palm aglow with a faint luminescence. The cannon ports along the side of the ship opened sequentially, revealing which automatically extended its barrels. Gammy's eyes shimmered with a subtle light, and then he forcefully waved his right hand downwards. Bang! A resounding boom echoed, far more thunderous than the sounds of the previously heard by Arca. This was indeed the first instance Arca had witnessed the aboard the Sea Fist ship in action. Several cannonballs whistled through the air, striking the pirate vessel with precision. The immense power of the third pierced through the enemy ship, with one projectile directly hitting their main mast, heralding the impending doom of the pirate ship. Another pirate ship spontaneously ignited in flames, seemingly struck by a cannonball that hit an unusual spot, igniting its contents. In just a single barrage, the 2 opposing pirate vessels were rendered utterly incapacitated. With such ease and leisure, they had yet to even lay eyes on the enemy amidst the assault of 4 pirate ships. Observing one vessel sinking and another ablaze, The sea fist continued its forward journey. Are we not going to collect the spoils? Alka inquired with some curiosity. This seems rather extravagant. Jason shook his head, replying, This pirate crew is not renowned. I have never heard of them. Moreover, despite their 4 ships, they are dilapidated and aged. They could not withstand even a single round of cannon fire, and one is already aflame while another is on the verge of sinking. Even if they possess cargo, it is unlikely to hold any real value. It would merely be a waste of time and energy. We are not in a position to squander our time here. After listening to Jason's explanation, Alka nodded in understanding. In essence, they deemed the potential loot unworthy of their attention and were disinclined to pursue it. After all, they were a treasure-hunting crew under the church, all of them being touchers, and items lacking even the worth of a gold sale held little allure for them. Not to mention, they had just recently reaped significant rewards, making this a time of generosity. Ultimately, even if there were intact goods, they would still need to transport them to the hold and find a place to sell them. Selling at a loss would yield little profit, especially aboard a pirate ship, where valuable items were a rare find. Pirates are typically individuals who live for the moment, treating each day as if it were their last. As a result, engaging with pirates rarely yields significant rewards and often leads to casualties, which is why they are so despised. After grasping the essence of the issue, Alka nodded, choosing to disregard this sudden interruption. Why do I feel that your meditation pace is rather slow? Inquired Lucilia, seated at the bedside. Slow? What makes you say that? Alka countered, having previously inquired with others and believing his meditation speed to be above average. Chapter 87. The Dark Domain of the Guardian Isle. What is your usual method of meditation? Lucilia could not help but ask. While there has been some growth, it remains alarmingly slow, almost negligible. This stark contrast to her prior experiences left her perplexed. Though I was not a toucher in life, I belonged to a family of touchers, thus I witnessed numerous examples. Typically, one would achieve a basic level of magical power within 25 months of becoming a toucher. Following that, it usually takes about a year to progress to the second spiral, with future advancements dependent on one's innate talent. Is it truly that swift? Alka exclaimed, astonished. The pace seemed exceedingly rapid, far exceeding his current understanding. For instance, take Shadai. She had been a toucher for 4 years, having become one before reaching adulthood. Yet, it took her 3 years to attain the first spiral just a year ago. I have heard that Andre is on the verge of reaching the second spiral. It has been over a decade since Andre became a toucher. However, according to Lucilia, achieving the second spiral within 2 years is entirely feasible. This revelation left Alka astounded. So how do you meditate? He inquired. Well, and then? Alka found himself somewhat bewildered. Is that all? Lucilia's expression reflected disbelief. No wonder, she mused. Your meditation efficiency is so lamentably slow. Finally, she had pinpointed the reason. Turning to him with a hint of joy, she exclaimed, Quick, go to sleep, and I will teach you in my dreams. With that, she dove into the mirror of Alka's necklace. Upon hearing this, Alka felt a flicker of anticipation. After all, Lucilia hailed from an ancient lineage and might possess knowledge unknown to him. He promptly collapsed onto his bed, forcing himself to slumber. Before long, a soft sound of breathing filled the air. When Alka opened his eyes again, he found himself back in his room, though now it was enveloped in darkness. Lucilia sat at the edge of the bed. Alka, lend me a bit of your magical energy, she urged. Alka nodded and extended his hand. A small amount of magic flowed from him, entering the mirror that pressed against his chest. With the infusion of magic, Lucilia raised her hands, and glimmers of light began to manifest within the dreamscape, eventually materializing into a slender tome that appeared in her grasp. She handed the book to Alka. In the realm of dreams, I am capable of expending a modicum of magical energy to conjure fragments of knowledge from my memories. Alka took a glance at the booklet. The text was inscribed in the tongue of the white crocodile, a language inherently shrouded in secrecy. Fortunately, I had previously sought your guidance in mastering this language. Otherwise, I would find myself lost in its intricacies. The pamphlet was thin, containing but a few pieces of information, which subtly suggested that the method of meditation was not overly complex. After perusing its contents, Alka gained a rudimentary understanding. Firstly, the concept of meditation remained closely tied to incantations. The rapid enhancement of one's abilities stemmed from a unique spell known as meditation. This incantation resembled the shape of a Y, and upon memorizing and learning it, one could initiate a cycle of internal magical energy, allowing it to coalesce and awaken its potential. Hence, for the sake of personal safety and future considerations, individuals typically maintain a stable pace for this magical cycle. This incantation serves a stabilizing purpose, enabling swift circulation of internal magical energy for a rapid augmentation of power. How simple yet profoundly practical. This is a spell that can be mastered without the need for materials, and indeed, no such materials could be found. Following the instructions within the booklet, Alka closed his eyes and commenced his study of the incantation. Without any materials, the avenues for expedited learning were naturally absent. It took nearly the better part of an entire day for Alka to successfully grasp the incantation. He had long since awakened from the dream, and now the world outside was approaching dawn, the faint light poised to dispel the darkness. How is it? Have you mastered it? Sensing the awakening of Alka, Lacilia emerged from the enchanted mirror. Alka nodded. He had not only mastered the incantation but had also employed it to initiate meditation with remarkable ease. With the incantation providing stability, the acceleration of his power enhancement became exceedingly rapid. He could freely increase the speed of his cycles within the secure thresholds of the incantation, without the fear of harming himself. However, this method of meditation could not be indulged in excessively within a single day, could it? The mental toll of such meditation was significant, leading the body into a swift state of fatigue. Ideally, one should meditate for no more than an hour a day. After all, one cannot have it all. Upon hearing Alka's remarks, Lacilia could not help but roll her eyes and reply. The time spent at sea can leave your energy unspent, with much of the time being idle. This method of meditation can effectively dissipate that energy. Alka nodded in agreement, realizing the truth in her words. Hence, dedicating an hour before sleep to meditation would serve to exhaust both mental and physical energy, allowing for a restful slumber. When Alka awoke again, it was due to the sound of knocking at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Alka, are you awake? We're about to reach our destination. Don't miss it, hurry up. All right, I'll be right there. Hearing Jason's voice from outside, Alka got up, groomed himself, and stepped out. Upon reaching the deck, he found Jason and Shaddai already waiting for him. Alka gazed into the distance. There lies a sizable island, surrounded by a multitude of vessels, both large and small. The distinctive livery and various insignias adorning these ships suggest they are not ordinary merchant vessels. How can there be so many ships? Alka inquired with a hint of curiosity. Naturally, countless merchants flock here to offload their goods, for maritime navigation demands an abundance of supplies, replied Shaddai, gesturing toward the distance. As they peered intently, the horizon appeared shrouded in thick, ominous clouds, casting a dark pall over the expanse. It seemed that this foreboding region marked the very edge of the abyss of darkness, a sight that evoked a sense of unease. Even from this distance, one cannot shake the feeling of an oppressive gloom, Jason remarked. Meanwhile, Andre and his companions had ascended to the deck, where they now beheld the island's bustling port. The port area had been transformed into a vibrant city, replete with an array of structures. The vast harbor boasted innumerable berths, accommodating a steady flow of vessels, each displaying distinct flags. From their appearance alone, it was evident that these ships were specially crafted. Through the lens of magical vision, Alka discerned that many of the sailboats emanated a radiant magical glow, indicating they were enchanted vessels. After a considerable wait, they finally secured an available berth and maneuvered their ship into position. I shall remain here. I'm not fond of running about, Alka declared. Jamie remarked beside him, subsequently piloting his mechanical contraption back into the ship's cabin. Andre did not press the matter, understanding that boarding the vessel necessitated avoiding the ostentatious presence of Jamie's vehicle. It would be far more practical for him to traverse in the guise of a child. Alka had just alighted from the ship when he spotted several non-human races nearby. They appeared to be fish folk, though their specific type eluded Alka for the moment. This marked Alka's first encounter with any races other than the Sanka. The Blood Gold Alliance and the Holy Mother Church represented pure human factions, situated in remarkably stable and secure territories, where no non-human entities would venture without reason. Shaddai, following Alka's gaze, elaborated. Aware of Alka's limited exposure to the outside world, she made it a point to provide him with insights. Alka nodded, recalling having seen a place called Fishman Bay on the map. That location was likely the gathering place for these aquatic beings. This island is known as Guard Island, however. The locals might prefer to refer to it as the southeast corner. Why is that? Alka inquired with curiosity. Because the two significant supply islands prior to entering the Dark Domain are situated in the southeastern and northwestern corners of the sea, she explained. With that clarification, understanding dawned upon him. At this juncture, the group had arrived at the port area, where countless dockworkers busily transported a myriad of goods, creating a scene of vibrant activity. In all honesty, this locale resembled a vast commercial trading hub. Is it truly the case that such a multitude of individuals yearn to traverse the abyssal domain in search of treasure? The influx of people to this island far exceeds Alka's expectations, rendering it the most bustling locale he has ever encountered. These individuals arrive for various purposes, either to engage in commerce or to venture into the abyssal realm. It is evident that the majority are driven by the pursuit of wealth and fortune. I had not anticipated such a throng, remarked Shad-IT in astonishment. At that moment, Andre, who was walking ahead, overheard the conversation and interjected. The once ruined Miniature Alliance was arguably one of the wealthiest nations of its time. They amassed considerable riches by discovering new trade routes, ultimately forming this vast alliance led by merchants. The immense wealth bequeathed by such a formidable power undoubtedly holds significant allure. Regrettably, those driven by fervor and blinded by riches will scarcely survive in the abyssal domain. With that, Andre guided the group into the heart of the city. Surrounding them were merchants and shops aplenty. Numerous weapon stores and blacksmiths were visible at a glance. Various establishments dealing in potions, food, and maritime equipment, including life-saving necessities, all catered to the needs of treasure seekers. For those unacquainted with this place, it was an exhilarating sight. Chapter 88. The entrance. What is our purpose upon this island? Alka inquired curiously, for they had already received ample supplies and provisions for the abyssal domain from the church as previous merchant vessels. It can be said that everything is exceedingly comprehensive, requiring no undue concern from them. Even recent events occurring in the Stygian domain have been conveyed through dedicated intelligence reports. If there are tasks at hand, do you have any items you wish to procure? You may now disperse to explore. Let us reconvene aboard the ship in the afternoon. As Andre spoke, he glanced at his watch and then turned onto another path. The others exchanged glances before departing towards their respective interests. Jason and Alka made their way together towards the armory. Ah, my apologies, sir. Not at all. Just be careful. A child had bumped into Alka, who turned to assist him to his feet. He then watched as the child hurriedly retreated, a smile forming on his face. Observing this scene, Jason furrowed his brow. He could be a pickpocket. Aren't you going to pursue him? At this remark, Alka smiled at Jason while waving his hand. Have you forgotten this? I currently have no wallet to chase after him with. As Jason's gaze fell upon the ring adorning Alka's hand, envy flickered in his eyes, and he clenched his fist. Wait, I must strive harder. After this brief interlude, the two arrived at the nearest weapon shop. An array of swords and various firearms, including the ubiquitous shockstone guns, filled the establishment. Ammunition of all types was stacked in boxes nearby, freely available for selection. Inside, a considerable number of patrons were engaged in purchasing a variety of weapons. After browsing casually for a while, the two stepped outside. This won't do. The weapons here are far inferior to what we possess. Upon stepping outside, Jason couldn't help but smirk and utter a remark. Hearing this, Alka couldn't resist retorting. What we possess is a masterpiece, meticulously refined and adjusted by Bobby. How could you possibly stumble upon a weapon superior to this? At this, Jason chuckled lightly. I was merely venting my frustrations, haha. Very well, I shall procure some crafting materials. Alka responded. Let us go together. I have no pressing matters at hand. He intended to acquire additional materials related to fire for the creation of the red card. The Crucible of Purification is the most powerful among the three cards. However, even now, Alka has yet to produce a flawless version, resulting in either defective or semi-finished products. Although usable, the explosive power leaves much to be desired, to say the least. Thus, Alka planned to purchase some inexpensive, inferior fire materials to practice swiftly. The fire materials on the ship were all high-quality items he had requested from the church, making them rather painful to waste for mere practice. As for the blue and silver cards, Alka had mastered their creation, as the spells corresponding to these two cards are clearly of a lower tier than that of the Crucible of Purification. After acquiring the materials, Andre glanced at his pocket watch and said, let us wait for her a moment longer. Before long, they spotted Shad-I rushing from a distance, leaping directly onto the deck in a single bound. Such an exaggerated display did not elicit much surprise from the dockworkers nearby. It seems they have long since accustomed themselves to this. As she gazed at the exuberant Shad-IT, Alka finally noticed the ring adorning her finger. Recalling Shad-IT's earlier remarks, coupled with the backpack she had brought aboard, curiosity compelled him to inquire, a pocket ring? With a beaming smile, Shad-IT nodded in affirmation. The vessel gradually departed from its dock, this time navigating directly into the distant darkness. We are bound for the abyss of shadows. a realm many of you have yet to explore. Allow me to elucidate the essential precautions one must observe within. On board were Alka, Shadai, Jason, and the newly joined Jamie for individuals, a significant portion of their core team, who had never ventured here before. The others listened intently as she commenced her briefing. First and foremost, you must always carry a luminescent stone, for within lies an eternal void devoid of sunlight. Should you hear strange whispers during our journey, it is imperative that you inform us immediately. This is crucial, as it signifies that your mind may have been tainted by the encroaching darkness. Swift intervention can ensure no adverse effects, but the longer we wait, the graver the consequences, potentially rendering the situation irreparable. Is it truly that perilous? Alka inquired, astonished at the implication that their very sanity could be at stake. Furthermore, the abyss is teeming with sea monsters. Given our destination, we are certain to encounter them. So prepare yourselves accordingly. Also, it is vital that you do not venture onto any islands alone, nor stray beyond the confines of the vessel. After briefly outlining some precautions, Andre retrieved an ancient map from below. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this map bore the marks of age, with its artistic techniques and styles reflecting a distinctly archaic character. The weathered and faded traces upon it further indicated its considerable antiquity. This was a representation of the abyss, a realm that had yet to be obliterated. Although now entirely enveloped in darkness, the locations of the islands remained unchanged. As for the current map of the abyss, very few had ventured to depict its terrain, with most efforts limited to illustrating only the islands. Hearing Andre's words, Alka furrowed his brow in contemplation. Would such a map prove useful? Could it reveal the whereabouts of the treasure? However, given that the geography had not altered, merely shrouded in a veil of darkness, there should be no cause for concern. With this thought, Alka blinked, and soon, myriad luminous points began to materialize on the map. At this sight, Alka nodded in reassurance. Yet, the points on the maritime map were not interactive. They merely indicated his current position and the colors they represented. Alka categorized the map into three types: the world map, the maritime map, and the island map. A world map need not encompass the entirety of the globe, but must consist of several regions stitched together into a grand representation. Such a map would display, much like Alka's examination of the world map, the quantity of treasures contained within a specific area, be it abundant or scarce. The maritime map before him depicted a specific region, showcasing various luminous points that represented different locations. These points could only be seen in their precise positions, without the option to click and reveal the intelligence they signified. To uncover detailed information, one would require a comprehensive map that encompassed these luminous points along with a nautical chart akin to an island map, essentially a map of sufficient detail. Such a map could accurately pinpoint the location of treasures and even allow one to click on the luminous points to gather information regarding those treasures, and are then gestured towards a specific spot, stating, "This is where the cataclysmic force originated," thus establishing it as the core of the current abyss. This location was not situated at the center of the map, but rather slightly towards the upper right corner. Subsequently, enter circled an area closer to the center, towards the lower left. This is our destination. Within the islands encircled here, we must locate the potential hiding places of the sacred artifacts. Alka scrutinized the circle Ender had drawn, which encompassed 3 islands, and inquired, "Is there a map of these islands?" "Only for this particular island," Ender replied, pointing to one of them. He retrieved a small map from below, its artistic style indicating it was of modern origin. Alka examined the map of the island, noting 6 luminous points, 4 white and 2 blue. He took the map and carefully scrutinized it. Due to the fact that the sacred artifacts are exclusively blue, Alka merely brushed against the 2 azure points of light without leaving a trace. The white points of light represented potential opportunities, but there was no urgency to pursue them at this moment. However, what was revealed were merely magical treasures, indicating that neither of these points contained the sought-after items. Alka had already gained a certain understanding of their objective. It was implausible that even the names would not be displayed. If it were indeed confirmed to be within this region, then it was likely to be found on one of the other 2 islands. Or perhaps it had entirely sunk to the ocean floor. After all, upon examining the maritime map, several luminous points were situated not upon islands, but within the vast ocean itself. Andre turned to Shatai and said, "Once we reach our destination, your task will be to first chart the maps of the other 2 islands. Thus, even if our expedition yields little in terms of substantial findings, we will at least have made a contribution, alleviating the incessant chatter of the archbishops." What a seasoned veteran. Is he already contemplating an escape route? Upon hearing this, Shatai nodded in agreement, as this was indeed her primary responsibility. Alka felt a sense of reassurance. As long as Shatai could produce the maps, he would have a greater chance of uncovering the treasure, provided it truly existed in this area. At that moment, Andre sensed something and glanced outside, then spoke. "We are about to enter the abyss of darkness." Upon hearing this, the few who had not yet witnessed it rushed to the deck. Their curiosity piqued regarding the true visage of the abyss of darkness. As they pushed open the wooden door and stepped onto the gangplank, they were momentarily struck dumb by the sight before them. Chapter 89. The sea monster. The sea fist glided upon the surface of the ocean. Before them lay a realm shrouded in darkness, the sky obscured by thick, impenetrable clouds that allowed not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. In stark contrast, behind them was a world bathed in light, where the sun hung high in the sky, casting its brilliant luminescence. A curving line divided this dichotomy, splitting the world into day and night. Such a breathtaking spectacle left those who had stepped onto the deck momentarily transfixed, as if they had found themselves in the very crevice between the sun and moon. This scene, akin to a divine miracle, resonated deeply within their souls. "Isn't it astonishing?" Andre's voice broke the silence, drawing nods of agreement from the others. As the vessel traversed further, it fully entered the realm of darkness, the light behind them receding gradually. However, it could not yet be deemed entirely devoid of light, for some rays still managed to seep through. Yet, upon entering the shadowy domain, Alka distinctly sensed a deceleration in the ship's speed. "Has the speed diminished?" Alka inquired, to which Andre responded with a nod. The sea breeze here was gentle, and the waters below still harbored the remnants of dark forces. Though these energies were dispersed, they exerted a drag on the vessel, hindering its pace. Upon hearing this, Alka gazed at the ocean's surface. Even with the distant light, the waters appeared as a gaping maw of an abyss, eerily dark and unsettling. As the ship fully embraced the darkness, the surroundings morphed into an impenetrable void, with only the distant, brilliant line behind them providing a semblance of visibility. The lanterns, already hung on the sides of the ship and the mast, illuminated with a soft white glow. The light emanated from the luminescent stones that had long been placed within. In the words of Andre, the feeble flame struggled to dispel the surrounding darkness, hence the choice of some expensive luminescent stones as consumables. These stones could be considered the primary expense in the exploration of the pitch-black realms. A small stone, no larger than a palm, radiated enough light to banish the surrounding gloom. Alka could even discern the faintly shimmering runes etched upon the sails, the ship's sides, and the deck, suggesting that the vessel was exerting some mysterious effect. How frightening this place is! Suddenly, Lacilia, who had been hiding within Alka's mirror necklace, emerged and clung to his back. "The air here is thick with peculiar energies, which seem to possess an insidious influence on souls like ours." Nevertheless, her voice still resonated from the necklace. "I shall remain hidden until you depart from this dark domain. The shadows here appear to corrode the soul, pulling it towards malevolence." Upon hearing this, Alka merely nodded, aware that this was not the time for soliloquy. Meanwhile, Jamie piloted his machinery to Alka's side, using several tendrils to examine the various runes aboard the ship. "What purpose do these runes serve?" Alka inquired with curiosity. "They are generally employed in nurseries to ensure the healthy growth of infants. Here, they serve to protect the vessel and its crew from the encroaching darkness." Upon hearing this, Alka nodded, recognizing that this must be what Andre meant by advising against leaving the ship indiscriminately. At that moment, the towering Sankaka made a rare appearance, striding over to the deck and settling down with his hands resting on the edge of the vessel. Given his considerable stature, he would have to bend almost completely to reach the ship's railing otherwise. Sitting at the ship's edge made him appear as if he were standing among the others. "To be candid, I found myself rather disliking this place," he lamented to a few companions. "Why do you say that?" Jason inquired with curiosity. At this question, Alka swiftly slapped his palm against his forehead. "Fool, there are dark forces lurking in the seawater." "Oh," Jason exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "I had forgotten about that." For Sankaka, a merman who reveled in swimming, the inability to immerse himself in the water for an extended period was indeed a distressing predicament. Having expressed this, Sankaka dejectedly descended from the ship's edge, intending to enter his quarters through the proper entrance. Previously, he would simply leap from the ship to access his room. As he made his way down the ship's cabin, Alka had a sudden realization. Wait, doesn't his room connect to the seawater below? Surely that poses a problem? Upon hearing this, Alka felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the vast expanse of the ocean, slow sailing speed, and the enveloping darkness of the journey, the options for engagement dwindled significantly. One could only imagine how tedious the voyage would become, and it was merely the second day. The individuals in the captain's cabin, diligently sifting through documents, began to feel the weight of impatience set in. Particularly, the typically restless Shidiad had already slumped weakly over the table, her lips producing peculiar sounds. "If you have nothing else to do, go outside and wipe the deck. Don't make strange noises here," Enda remarked, casting a glance at his daughter. "No, this is no ordinary ship, and it's even more tedious outside. The deck is shrouded in darkness, and no one seems willing to venture out, making it all the more monotonous." Speaking of tedium, the individuals gathered around the table, examining and recording data, appeared to be engaged in work. Yet, their mechanical movements and vacant gazes betrayed them. After a moment's contemplation, Alka produced a deck of cards. Although this world possessed playing cards, their games were predominantly centered around comparisons of value or gambling, lacking in genuine amusement. "Allow me to teach you a new way to play cards," he proposed. "Oh, yes, yes," exclaimed Shidiad, who had been utterly idle and bored to the point of bubbling. She sat up straight, her face alight with joy. She hardly cared whether it would be entertaining. Her sole desire was to pass the time. Subsequently, Alka explained the rules of the game to Shidiad and Jason, and they engaged in a round to demonstrate to the others. In less than an hour, everyone had become completely adept at the game. "Haha, a royal flush. There's nothing left, is there? There's nothing left, right? It's my turn." Jason laughed heartily, his face adorned with fluttering pieces of paper. Finally winning a hand gave him a sense of triumph and exhilaration. Many faces bore 1 or 2 pieces of paper, yet Jason's count was far greater. He tore off a strip and forcefully affixed it to Andre's forehead, then pressed another against Vanessa's brow, wishing to embed the notes into their very heads. At last, Jason had triumphed, a hard-won victory indeed. "How difficult it is to win," teased Xiao from the side. Only Alka, confident in his superior skill, had only 2 strips adorning his face despite multiple victories, smiling benignly at the others. He introduced them to the game of landlord from his past life. And the combination of boredom, novelty, and the delightful gameplay quickly endeared this form of entertainment to the group, effectively alleviating their tedium aboard the vessel. After several hours of play, Alka felt somewhat numb. "I need to get some fresh air," he declared, rising to push open the wooden door and step onto the deck. He gazed into the pitch-black expanse outside, the only sound being the gentle lapping of the waves. The absence of moonlight rendered the world a dark canvas, as if ink had been spilled across it. Were this not a spellbound vessel, capable of evading treacherous reefs, the peril of navigating such waters would be evident. For ordinary individuals seeking fortune here, danger lurked at every turn. However, for those prepared, the risks were significantly mitigated. Alka approached the edge of the ship, letting the cool sea breeze envelop him as he stretched his limbs. Suddenly, a frown crossed his face as he detected a faint whiff of fishy odor in the air. "Danger!" At that moment, Lucilia's voice suddenly emanated from Alka's necklace. Upon hearing her words, Alka rolled backward without a moment's hesitation. After a few rotations, he caught sight of a slender tentacle emerging from the darkness. However, instead of crashing onto the deck, it struck a thin layer of shimmering white shield. This sudden assault startled everyone aboard the ship. Andre and Jason quickly rushed out from the captain's cabin, the notes plastered to their faces fluttering in the wind, adding an element of absurdity to their serious expressions. "It's a sea monster. Gammy." Upon hearing Andre's words, Gammy promptly waved his hand, commanding the firing deck below to unleash 2 stone cannons. Yet, the surrounding darkness proved too dense, and the cannonballs clearly missed their target. The creature, astute in its own right, made no move to approach, opting instead for sporadic sneak attacks with its tentacles. The protective shield was visibly weakening, exuding a dim aura. "I can't see. It's too dark." At this, Andre produced a monocular from his hand and tossed it to Gammy. Gammy caught it and placed it to his eye, finally able to discern the scene within the shadows. Chapter 90. In the darkness, as Gammy began to perceive the darkness, he swiftly directed the stone cannons below to aim. However, before he could fire, the monstrous creature seemed to sense the imminent danger, and its colossal form sank directly to the ocean's depths. Upon witnessing this scene, Jamie could not restrain himself from exclaiming loudly, "He has sunk to the depths of the sea. That wretched creature is indeed cunning." However, the others were utterly unable to perceive the spectacle hidden in the darkness and could offer little assistance. At this moment, the outside world was shrouded in night. Even if the dark clouds above were to suddenly thin, they could not permit sunlight to penetrate. Suddenly, Alka had a revelation. He swiftly disassembled the lanterns around him, extracting the illuminating stones within. He then retrieved several stored illuminating stones from his ring and arranged them together. Instantly, 4 cards materialized in his hands, which he cast upon the deck, radiating a transparent glow. Towering mirrors emerged on all sides, their shapes morphing under Alka's command as he united them to refract the light. Surrounding the illuminating stones, the concentrated beams of light coalesced into a searchlight, piercing through the surface of the sea. In that fleeting moment, the pitch-black night was illuminated by a brilliant beam, casting light upon the gathered crowd. The searchlight zeroed in on the tentacles protruding from the water's surface. With the enhancement of this beam, the group could finally contribute their respective strengths. 2 slender tentacles lashed out once more. A few strands coalesced, propelling themselves forward to ensnare the 2 tentacles firmly. Andre leapt into action, his right fist aglow with blue light, which he then brought down forcefully upon one of the tentacles. Flesh and blood splattered as the struck location shattered, causing the entire tentacle to plummet. Likewise, Xiaodai executed a sweeping kick against the other tentacle, the luminous arc of his leg slicing through it like a blade. Crimson blood gushed forth, and in an instant, the 2 tentacles employed for the assault were severed. The severed appendages were deftly manipulated by Vanessa's silken threads, drawn up onto the deck. A harrowing howl erupted from the creature, a visceral response to the agony it endured as part of its form writhed in torment. Seizing this moment, Jamil immediately unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, the projectiles crashing into the ocean's surface. The resulting spray enveloped the monster, and as the droplets descended, the sea was stained a deep red. Ziadati swiftly placed a hand upon the ship's edge, sending forth a gentle pulse of magical energy. Turning away, he shook his head. The creature had not perished, but had instead plunged into the depths, fleeing from the confrontation. All that remained were 2 elongated tentacles, twitching softly upon the deck. Is this truly a sea monster? Alka mused, gazing at the tentacles in disbelief. Andre nodded, his gaze fixed upon the appendages. This appears to be the juvenile of a sea beast. A juvenile? Alka exclaimed, astonished. One of the tentacles was not whole but cleaved in 2, and even so, it was as thick as half of Alka's own body and stretched an astonishing 4 to 5 meters in length. The total length of the tentacles was no less than 10 meters. The sheer magnitude of this cephalopodic creature as merely a juvenile was staggering. One could only imagine the enormity of an adult. Surely, it could effortlessly rend a sailing vessel to splinters with but a casual motion. In truth, encounters with sea monsters attacking ships are rare in open waters. However, within the ominous depths of the abyssal domain, where such creatures abound, such occurrences are not at all surprising. As the 2 conversed, Jamie piloted his machinery towards the twitching tentacle. A steel appendage extended, seemingly assessing the severed tentacle. Unlike the sea monsters found in the outer waters, these creatures were inedible and could only be utilized as materials for various incantations. Andre, well versed in this knowledge, continued to speak alongside. Before long, Jamie nodded in agreement. The 2 tentacles were saturated with dark energy, and when paired with spells related to darkness, they would prove to be remarkably effective. Here, darkness typically referred to incantations associated with night and shadow, signifying a tangible absence of light rather than a negative connotation. All right. Everyone, let's clean the deck, Andre announced. The blood is laced with magical properties and is highly corrosive. The ship's automated cleaning systems struggle with such substances. Saying this, he entered a nearby storage compartment and retrieved a substantial collection of brushes and buckets for deck cleaning. To be honest, this was the first time since Alka boarded the ship months ago that he had encountered such tools commonly found on other vessels. Each person received a set of tools, while the 4th-tier members from below brought up several buckets of fresh water. They began to scrub the areas of the deck where battles had been fought, removing the blood. At this juncture, Uncle Hamamat and other secondary members could only assist from the sidelines. In Andre's words, this tainted blood, imbued with darkness, posed significant harm to humans. Ordinary individuals who had not become touchers and lacked protective measures could easily fall ill upon contact. Though they may seem like mere trifles, it is prudent to minimize troubles on such treacherous waters. However, this rather feeble sea creature, a juvenile leviathan, has indeed dispelled their gloomy spirits. On the 10th of September, in the year 456 of the Blood Alliance, darkness encroaches evermore. Now, even daylight struggles to pierce the obsidian clouds. Were it not for the occasional glimmers of light breaking through the thick gloom, one might completely lose their sense of day and night. Furthermore, the realm of darkness is far more perilous than I had anticipated. Everything here poses an extreme threat to ordinary mortals. Yet, judging by the bustling activity in the southeastern corner, Countless individuals navigate this abyss in pursuit of exorbitant profits. Wealth, indeed, can blind one to the harshness of reality. As they draw closer to the epicenter of darkness, the surrounding perils intensify. Alka paused in his writing, closing the journal. "Are you recording the events of the past few days?" Lucilia inquired, reclining on the edge of the bed. Alka nodded in response. "Will you continue your study of the ancient tongue today?" she asked. "I have already dedicated the morning to it. Let us conclude for today. I wish to step outside for a breath of fresh air." With that, Alka stood, prompting Lucilia to swiftly retreat into her pendant. As they approached the heart of darkness, they delved deeper into the abyss. Now, Lucilia was reluctant to emerge anywhere but the confines of their chamber, for it was fortified with protective runes and sealed against the outside world. The dark elements carried by the sea breeze rendered her utterly uncomfortable. In Lucilia's words, it felt as though she were traversing a desert, scorched by the relentless sun that mercilessly seared her skin. Although the harm was certainly not fatal, it inevitably induced a sense of agitation, growing increasingly unbearable with the passage of time. As Alka arrived on the deck, he found it shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Despite several illuminating stones hanging overhead, the pervasive gloom had rendered even the luminous stones somewhat ineffective. A card materialized in his hand, radiating light, upon which a mirror appeared. Under Alka's guidance, it transformed into a circular form, presenting various refractive surfaces. He illuminated one of the stones and placed it at the center, thus fashioning a rudimentary flashlight. The mirror's refracted light proved remarkably useful in such a pitch-black realm. "Alka, you've arrived," Jason, who was on guard at the lookout tower, remarked upon witnessing the formation of the beam. "Come down. I shall take over your watch." A lantern appeared atop the main mast, and its light swiftly descended along the zip line. As the light drew nearer, Alka caught sight of Jason, who now appeared somewhat drained, his hair disheveled, and his beard unkempt. He looked rather unkempt, having navigated through the darkness for an extended period, seemingly neglecting his appearance. Jason approached and patted Alka on the shoulder, saying, "All right, you go up now. I'll take a rest." "Rest well," Alka remarked as he ascended the rope ladder. The crow's nest atop the main mast offered ample space, allowing for movement without a sense of confinement. At its apex rested a small, copper bell, roughly the size of a human head. Should any irregularities arise, this bell could be struck to relay a warning. Normally, their vigilance was seldom required, but the current situation demanded it. The junior members were not permitted even on deck, for the encroaching darkness posed a threat to their safety. Thus, the senior members commenced a rotation of watch. Although visibility was compromised in the shadows, the enchantments within the lookout tower allowed them to perceive anomalies aboard the vessel, particularly detecting dangers within its vicinity. Indeed, the oppressive darkness was psychologically draining. "It's bearable, much like gazing into a mirror," Lucilia's voice chimed in. To alleviate the monotony, the two engaged in casual conversation, knowing that solitude could drive one to madness. Just as their light-hearted exchange unfolded, a series of urgent beeps suddenly erupted below, followed by a flurry of footsteps on the deck. Alka, maintaining his mirror flashlight, directed its beam downward, revealing Matt and Laboka straining to carry Hammer toward the infirmary. Upon hearing the commotion, Vanessa emerged, and upon witnessing the scene, hurried over to embrace Hammer and escort him into the medical quarters, despite his frantic struggles. With his mouth agape, Alka was uttering something, but due to his distance from the deck and the howling winds of the darkness, his words were not distinctly audible. He was pleading for the singing to cease. However, the voice of Lucilia, unaffected by the tumultuous winds, resonated from the mirror, urging him to stop singing. Stop singing? Alka pondered, perplexed by the implication. Hadn't the captain previously mentioned that darkness could induce erratic states of mind? Perhaps this was the very condition he was experiencing. Upon hearing Lucilia's admonition, Alka's memory flickered, as he recalled that such a notion had indeed been expressed. Yet, wasn't the ship considered safe? Such issues were likely to arise only when departing the island. However, upon further reflection, this warning was specifically directed at individuals like them, the Touchers. Those of weaker constitution, lacking the active magical defenses, might also be susceptible to such influences aboard the vessel. Nonetheless, Alka remained vigilant, suppressing his curiosity as he awaited the change of watch. Chapter 91. The Possession of the Soul. Alka, let me take over. You may rest now. Alka, stationed in the lookout tower, had lost track of time, his desire to consult his pocket watch having waned. In darkness, the perception of time fluctuated, dictated entirely by the tasks at hand. Upon hearing Shadai's voice, Alka rose and peered down. Very well, I shall descend immediately. He slid down the rope and, once on solid ground, could not suppress his inquiry. What transpired earlier? I saw Hamo being carried in. After speaking, he shook his head and glanced at the medical room, door not far away. It was Hamo who had succumbed to the encroaching darkness, his spirit affected, though he was now recovering and resting. Upon hearing this, Alka, who had initially intended to enter the medical room, paused his steps, deciding it best not to disturb him. With that thought, Alka pushed open the door to the captain's quarters and stepped inside. The core members were gathered there. Sanka, Vanessa, and Jamie were engaged in a card game, while Andre and Jason were examining something on the table. There was little information left for them to analyze, as their knowledge was limited. Any further discoveries would have to await their arrival at the destination. Noticing Alka's entrance, Andre lifted his gaze, rubbed his temples, and remarked, "We should reach our destination in about 2 days. Make sure to prepare accordingly." Alka approached and took a seat beside them, casually picking up a book from the nearby shelf to peruse. The captain's quarters were filled with the sounds of the card game, the only noise breaking the otherwise profound silence. The players did not find their chatter bothersome. Rather, they relished the distraction. The monotony of life at sea was already tedious enough, and navigating through the pitch-black waters had become a torment, the darkness and silence driving one nearly to madness. Suddenly, the clear chime of a bell rang out from the deck. Upon hearing this sound, everyone immediately set aside their activities and rushed outside without hesitation. In an instant, Alka dashed out and swiftly removed the restraining device from his thigh, while another card materialized in his other hand as he assumed a combat stance. Halt! At that moment, Andre keenly sensed the reason for the tolling bell. "Gammy, extinguish the lights." Upon hearing Andre's prompt, Gammy rushed out, oblivious to the unexpected turn of events, and unhesitatingly complied with Andre's command. The illumination stones aboard the vessel were extinguished in an instant, plunging them into darkness. Yet, this darkness was not devoid of substance, rather. It revealed to everyone the source of Andre's heightened vigilance. In the distance, a faint ethereal glow glided slowly across the surface of the sea. It was a dilapidated ship, emanating a soft white luminescence, surrounded by a misty aura. The sails were riddled with holes, and the stern mast was even partially severed. The wooden planks surrounding the vessel bore numerous dents and gaping holes. This was a forsaken and decrepit craft, a ghost ship, patiently awaiting its departure. They must not disturb it. Hearing Andre's hushed voice, everyone held their breath, striving to suppress even the slightest sound. At this moment, Shaddai, perched in the lookout tower, observed the behavior of those below, cautiously peering out to quietly observe. He silently watched the ghost ship as it sailed toward their right. Fortunate that its course did not lead directly to their location, although it did pass perilously close. When they were closest, the distance was less than 500 meters. Sitting atop the vast ocean was no longer a safe distance, especially considering that neither vessel was of ordinary design. Through their keen gaze, they could discern ethereal figures moving about the ship. Some creatures, resembling skeletal forms, clung to the sails, manipulating the rigging as if they were human. What is that sound? Alka furrowed his brow, glancing around in search of the source of the noise. Yet, the strange sound echoed in his ears once more. Who was singing? Alka heard a melody, sung in an unfamiliar tongue, softly resonating with an ethereal beauty that seemed to penetrate his very soul. As the sound intensified, the song grew increasingly agitated, causing Alka to frown in discomfort. His mental state began to wane. Darkness was gathering around him. "Alka, awaken!" He heard Lucilia's voice beside him, prompting Alka to shake his head vigorously. In an instant, the melody faded to a whisper. Instinctively, Alka parted his lips to pose a question to Lucilia, but abruptly remembered the presence of Andre and the others, quickly sealing his mouth. The once faint song began to swell again. Closing his eyes, he channeled his magic into the mirror. Hearing Lucilia's voice, Alka gradually directed his power into the reflective surface. In that moment, he felt Lucilia seize the opportunity to emerge, melding into his form as if she were penetrating his very being, delving deep into his consciousness. However, with the disappearance of Lucilia, Alka distinctly sensed the absence of her melodious voice. The vexing murmurs dissipated before Alka could fully comprehend, and the vague sense of disorientation swiftly returned to normalcy. Is this what it feels like to inhabit a boy's body? How peculiar. Lucilia's voice resonated directly within his mind. Alka could perceive the presence of something new within him, as if nestled within his flesh, yet also seemingly entwined with his very soul. It was exceedingly strange, indeed. "Do not roam about in my body. This thought surfaced at the forefront of his mind, immediately grasped by Lacilia. Hiki, my apologies. This is my first time doing such a thing. With that, she quietly lingered beside Alka's spirit. Alka, why does your soul appear slightly different from your exterior? And what are those little points of light surrounding you? Upon hearing Lacilia's inquiry, Alka became aware of the state of his soul. It occurred to him that he had only recently noticed, through frequent glimpses in the mirror, that his appearance bore subtle changes, reminiscent of his former self. This realization brought him a modicum of comfort, yet he could not shake off the feeling that it might merely be an illusion. Nevertheless, the nuances were slight. Those acquainted with Alka would still recognize him, merely noting that he appeared more mature, attributing it to the natural progression of age. After hearing Lacilia's words, Alka began to contemplate. In other words, one's corporeal form is undergoing transformation to mirror the essence of one's soul, while the soul is simultaneously evolving in accordance with the physical appearance. The two are in a state of mutual influence. As Lacilia previously articulated, the body exerts an influence on the soul, and conversely, the soul affects the body. Perhaps those luminous points are remnants left behind by the primal soul. Alka, too, finds herself perplexed, relying solely on the information at hand to engage in rudimentary conjecture. Moreover, Alka, your soul is remarkably robust, far more so than my own. As she spoke, Lacilia could not resist reaching out to touch Alka's arm. A sharp intake of breath escaped Alka as she instinctively brushed her left arm. What's wrong? Jason inquired, having noticed Alka's sudden reaction. It's nothing, Alka replied with a gentle smile, suppressing the recent sensation. I apologize, it was unintentional. At that moment, Lacilia realized that her touch had connected with Alka's soul, eliciting a tangible response from Alka's corporeal form. It's all right, it wasn't pain. Merely a rather peculiar sensation. Perhaps I am just overly sensitive. That's a relief. The moment Lacilia made contact, Alka experienced an unexpected surge of stimulus. The sensitivity of the soul far surpasses that of the body. Does it not also resonate with the external world? Alka pondered. With Lacilia stepping into the realm of the soul, the increasingly irksome melody that had plagued Alka in the darkness ceased. Why then, would Alka's formidable soul still be susceptible to such influences? The darkness that surrounds you is far greater than that of your companions. Lacilia's voice echoed persistently within his mind. As a specter, Lacilia possessed a clarity of vision that surpassed the perceptions of her human counterparts, such as Alka. In her gaze, once one is fully engulfed in darkness. The shadows encircling Alka surged towards him like a relentless tsunami. Conversely, his companions seemed to attract little darkness willing to encroach upon them. Could it be that the strength of a soul draws the shadows nearer? Alka pondered. It is possible that while strength can shield one from harm, it also invites scrutiny. Given the magnitude of darkness surrounding him, Alka should have succumbed to its invasion, much like Harmo. Yet, he merely heard soft melodies, experiencing only the most rudimentary symptoms, far removed from the extent of the assault. Their mental exchange was brief. Shortly after the ghostly vessel departed, the illumination stones on board reignited, dispelling the darkness. This journey appears to be far more perilous than I had anticipated. Ender's voice resonated from beside him, his brow furrowed. According to the church's records, the shadow of darkness possesses abilities linked to death, which, upon its full manifestation, led to the demise of countless lives across 2 nations. The souls that perished transformed into phantoms, wandering this treacherous sea, becoming its most formidable threat. However, it is quite challenging to catch a glimpse of them from the periphery. According to records, the epicenter of the outbreak and its surrounding areas experienced the highest mortality rates, while the further one moves away, the casualties diminish significantly. These spectral vessels emerged amidst the outbreak, a grotesque amalgamation of the forces that claimed lives and the souls intertwined with the ships. At this point, Jamie abruptly interjected, asserting that the crew should not be labeled as monsters. They remain human, merely ensnared by the powers that bind them. Observing the shift in the group's attention, Jamie elaborated. The church has dedicated research teams that have ventured multiple times into the abyss, where many souls retain their memories and emotions from their former lives. They are simply pitiable beings. The group fell into a somber silence, gazing towards the receding phantom ships. Do not despair. Many within the church are devoted to alleviating the suffering of these souls, Jamie comforted, as he often dwelled within the church. As for the progress made, that remains uncertain. After all, it is a matter of a relic of staff caliber, emitting exaggerated powers at the cost of destruction through a special rite. Such burdens are not easily alleviated. The vessel swayed once more, Navigating through the darkness. Chapter 92. The crawling bones. The abyss is not entirely shrouded in darkness. The dense, ominous clouds overhead occasionally part to reveal small openings, allowing a faint light to seep through, illuminating the surroundings ever so slightly. However, as we ventured deeper into the heart, such faint glimmers became increasingly rare, appearing only after prolonged intervals. These flickers, though weak, were the sole beacons amidst the encroaching darkness. It was also the opportune moment for the vessels to ascertain their bearings. There stood a colossal statue beside the island, towering at least 20 meters high, faintly discernible in the dim light as a warrior wielding a blade poised to strike downward. Approaching the statue, we were nearing our destination. Standing alongside Alka, Shaddai, who was instructing him on how to navigate the vessel, also beheld the statue and remarked. He then directed Alka, turn the helm to the left and proceed straight ahead for a while. We should reach the area marked on the map. Upon hearing this, Alka nodded and followed the instructions, deftly maneuvering the ship's wheel. The opening in the clouds vanished, plunging us once more into darkness. We have arrived. It must be within this vicinity. As we neared our destination, everyone gathered on the deck. The inky expanse of the sea revealed nothing. At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted once again, unveiling a small island not far from where they stood. Alka focused a beam of light using a mirror, illuminating the island. There is no suitable anchorage. Let us circle around for a better view, and were instructed, observing the lack of proper docking spots. After a complete circuit, a suitable landing site finally came into view. This must have been an ancient port. As he spoke, the vessel gradually approached, and Ender turned to regard the others. This island is the one marked on the map, its conditions having been thoroughly assessed, and it is not particularly perilous. After a moment of contemplation, Andre continued, Alka, Jason, Gammy, you three shall form a small expedition to explore this island. The rest of us will venture to the two uncharted islands, with Shaddai taking notes. The group expressed no objections to Andre's division of teams. He then placed the map of the island into Alka's hands. The implication being quite clear, Alka would lead this temporary team. Standing at the edge of the ship, Alka utilized a mirror-constructed spotlight to survey the island's landscape. The periphery was lush with vegetation, distinctly different from the other islands encountered, yet within the darkness, some luminescent flora could be discerned. Years of darkness, coupled with the elements that pervaded, had irrevocably altered the ecology of these plants. One might even stumble upon intriguing magical materials. Furthermore, remnants of what were clearly man-made structures lay scattered, partially buried beneath layers of earth and foliage, having long since melded with the island's environment. After a brief examination, confirming there were no significant threats, Alka turned back and nodded to the two companions behind. The trio leapt from the vessel, with Gammy opting to glide down using a contraption. Alka then gestured to the others aboard the ship, signaling them. Andre nodded in response, reminding them to exercise caution and remain vigilant. Subsequently, the vessel, now under control, departed from the small island and promptly vanished into the enveloping darkness, leaving only a few distant glimmers of light in its wake. Jason and Jamie each produced a luminous stone to illuminate their surroundings, while Alka utilized a mirror to reflect the light, thus brightening their path ahead. Surrounded by the pervasive gloom, the trio remained in close proximity, ever vigilant of their surroundings. Together, they advanced cautiously, alert to potential dangers lurking nearby. At that moment, Jason's voice broke the silence. Sometimes I ponder why there are no incantations that allow us to discern our surroundings even in the dark. Why not? Haven't you read any books? Alka retorted. Jamie interjected. Such incantations do exist. However, neither the church nor anyone else seems to possess any records of their forms. Perhaps they have been lost to time, or maybe some still know of them. All right, Jason replied with a hint of resignation, raising his searchlight to scan the vicinity for anything amiss. As they continued onward, they arrived at what appeared to be a forsaken town. The structures, though largely intact, were signs of collapse and damage, yet their original features remained discernible. Now, however, the exteriors were overrun with a myriad of creeping plants. When the treasure erupted, the inhabitants of this place likely remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding, succumbing to their fate in a state of confusion. Jason gazed at a skeletal remains lying near the entrance of a crumbling building, reflecting somberly on the scene before him. The location lies neither too close nor too far from the epicenter of the impending eruption, yet it falls squarely within the range susceptible to its devastating effects. As Jason gazed upon the skeletal remains, he contemplated approaching to gather any potentially valuable information. However, Alka promptly seized him. Wait, do not venture over carelessly. Upon hearing this, both turned to regard him, inquiring, "What is it?" Alka pointed towards the site of the bones, stating, "Look closely. The position of the skeleton is rather peculiar." He illuminated the area surrounding the remains, revealing that although a plethora of vegetation obscured the bones, the ground beneath them bore no resemblance to a place where a body had lain for centuries. Upon closer inspection, they observed that the roots and stems of the surrounding plants did not appear to have grown around the bones, but rather were clearly pressed down, evidencing a recent disturbance. However, shrouded in darkness and obscured by the skeletal form, such details were easily overlooked. Witnessing this scenario, Jason could not suppress a gulp. His voice tinged with anxiety as he remarked, "Could it be that this skeleton is alive? Perhaps like some kind of wraith?" "Quite possibly," Gammy replied, fixing his gaze on Jason, puzzled by his apprehension. "Have you never encountered a wraith before?" Jason shook his head. In truth, until recently, he had been an ordinary man. The concept of wraiths had existed for him solely within the realms of tales and illustrations. This moment might very well be the first instance of such a being manifesting before his eyes. "Alka, are you not feeling anxious?" Jason turned to inquire, as he believed Alka should share his sentiments. After all, Alka had only recently ventured into the extraordinary realm, beginning to uncover some of its hidden truths. Alka shook his head, responding, "Not particularly. I have gained some experience." With that, he retrieved the lockdown from his thigh, checking it to ensure the ammunition was properly loaded. He then drew a handgun from under his arm, ejecting the magazine to inspect the bullets within. The projectiles were distinctly different from ordinary ones, adorned with simple engravings that indicated their unique properties. Jason mirrored Alka's actions, producing a pocket watch from his coat. He opened the case, adjusted the hands on the dial, and then closed it again. This pocket watch was the magical artifact he had previously acquired. Alka had borrowed it for a time, in essence. It was an item capable of temporarily enhancing the user's acuity. However, there was a prerequisite. One must expend magical energy to adjust the hands before use. After sealing the case, Jason would infuse it with magic when he desired to activate its benefits, causing the hands to begin their motion. Meanwhile, Jamie operated his uniquely crafted vehicle, standing still as two rifle-like barrels extended from either side. For tendrils emerged as well, providing ranged support for the two. The two individuals gradually approached the skeletal remains. The mirror, utilized for illumination, began to adjust its angle, radiating light and illuminating a vast area. As they neared within 10 meters of the bones, a sudden crack echoed through the air. With that sound, the skeleton twitched slightly. A faint, ghostly green glow emerged within the hollow skull, and it slowly rose from the ground, extracting a decayed long knife that had been pressed against its back. It opened its jaw, attempting to emit a silent roar, but the lower jaw simply fell to the ground with a clattering sound. For a moment, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet. Alka raised his firearm, the lockdown, as magical energy surged into the weapon from his hands. An abundance of magical patterns emerged on the grip and the bronze embellishments behind it. He pulled the trigger. Bang! With a dull thud, a cluster of bullets was launched forth, enveloped in a faint white flame, resembling a fireball. The projectiles struck the skull of the skeleton before them, shattering it into fragments. The ghostly green light flickering within the skull was extinguished by the impact. The remaining bones crumpled helplessly to the ground, scattering into a heap. "Is that all?" Jason, initially tense, stared at the downed skeleton in bewilderment. He then scoffed dismissively, feeling somewhat cheated of the anxiety and excitement he had experienced. Gammy approached and remarked, "It was merely an ordinary skeleton, especially considering that the bullets you just fired were imbued with holy flames." The skeletal figure was effortlessly vanquished. Jason crouched down and nudged the pile of bones, his gaze falling upon a decaying longsword that lay adjacent. He tapped it lightly with his handgun. What purpose does such a blade serve? It seems more suited for bludgeoning than for cutting. The trio began to survey their surroundings. In addition to this solitary skeleton, numerous other remains were visible, yet these bones appeared decidedly more conventional. They had long been enshrouded by earth, rendered filthy and entwined with various flora that had taken root alongside them. These remnants had become one with the very soil itself. Chapter 93. Treasures of the Ruins. Alka unfolded the map, scrutinizing their current location. Based on their arrival point and the distribution of landmarks upon the isle, he discerned 2 white dots marking the ruins they now occupied. Alka clicked to investigate further. Common treasure. Difficulty: Brave warrior. Renown: 0. Treasure information: none. The information for both white dots was identical, their proximity so close as to be nearly touching. Bang! Another muffled gunshot resonated. Without waiting for the skeleton lying amidst the rubble to rise, Alka fired and shattered its cranium. "You ought to let him get up and stretch a bit. It's not easy lying there for so long," Jason quipped. Alka rolled his eyes in response. "All right. I'll save it for next time." Upon hearing this, Jason quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile. "No, that's quite unnecessary." With his legs parting the waist-high weeds, Alka maneuvered the mirror to reflect light onto a section of the building that had partially collapsed. However, the plants within the ruins still obstructed the illumination. The interior was similarly ensnared by vegetation, with remnants of once furnishing now decayed and strewn across the floor. In this darkness, a pungent odor of rotting wood permeated the air. The entire structure bore only traces of its past, chronicling its own narrative. "There are books here," Jamie remarked, as he manipulated the tendrils to sift through the tomes atop a decaying wooden table. Yet, before he could examine them thoroughly, they crumbled into fragments. Observing this, he could only utter in resignation, "They are completely rotten." "Why are all the drawers in this cabinet open?" Jason inquired, puzzled. Hearing this, Alka turned to glance around. Contemplating before responding, "We are not the first to set foot on this island. The existence of a map suggests that others have ventured here before us." "That makes sense," Jamie conceded. This prompted Alka to reflect deeply. If this line of reasoning held true, then the treasures concealed by these white spots must be situated in less obvious locations. The easily discoverable and readily harvested riches would have likely been claimed by previous visitors. With this thought, Alka began to scrutinize the collapsed edifice more closely, pondering where valuable items might be hidden, within concealed pits or the cavities of the walls. In such a place, the only means of concealing valuables is as follows. After all, the demise of these individuals stemmed entirely from unforeseen accidents. There was no opportunity to intentionally hide their possessions. It is highly probable that these treasures belonged to the residents of this locale, wealth they had discreetly stashed away within their homes. Where, one might ponder, do ordinary families typically conceal their riches? With this thought in mind, Alka began to tread upon the sparsely vegetated areas of the floor, seeking to uncover any hidden pits and, in the process, examining the standing walls for any peculiarities. The dimensions of the structure suggested it belonged to a family of modest means, not one of excessive wealth. After a thorough exploration, Alka approached a bookshelf on the verge of complete collapse and, with a gentle yet decisive motion, overturned it. The shelf crumbled, sending clouds of dust into the air. What happened? Two individuals, who had been inspecting other rooms, hurried over to inquire. Alka shook his head dismissively. "Nothing, just the bookshelf has fallen." As he waved away the dust, Alka directed a beam of light from a mirror towards the wall, revealing a noticeable indentation. This recess was partially filled with an abundance of weeds that had taken root, obscuring its contents. Yet, the outline of a rectangular object, shrouded by the foliage, gleamed with an unmistakable radiance. Reaching out, he grasped it, causing the white light to vanish as he forcefully tore away the covering. What lay beneath was a hefty metallic piece, approximately the size of a palm, encrusted with dirt. With a vigorous rub of his thumb, a golden hue emerged. Was it an entire ingot of gold? Jason, who approached to gaze at the object in Alka's hand, wore a perplexed expression. What was this? How could one casually stumble upon a whole piece of gold? It was somewhat hard to fathom. Jamie glanced at the collapsed bookshelf, then looked up at Alka and remarked, "You are truly perceptive, a testament to your profession as a treasure hunter." Jason, standing nearby, opened his mouth in response but quickly closed it, contemplating. He had intended to point out that Alka had only recently joined this line of work, but upon reflecting on Alka's achievements since then, which far surpassed his own as a seasoned professional, he felt a tinge of humiliation at the prospect of saying so. A modest find, yet not insignificant. With a smile, Alka then produced a metallic card, upon which a faint aura of magic lingered, slicing off a small portion of the gold bar. He divided it into smaller pieces and handed them to the two men. Noticing their bewildered expressions, Alka winked and said cheerfully, "To the victor belongs the spoils." "Does it not?" "Thank you." They both expressed their gratitude, accepting the small golden chunks without hesitation, tucking them away into their pockets. After exploring the room further and confirming the absence of any valuable items or pertinent information, they retreated. Scattering throughout the ruins, each began their individual search. After all, this desolate site was once a town, and their efficiency would diminish if they remained together. They sought any remnants or information that might assist in their forthcoming endeavors. Seizing this opportunity, Alka ventured toward another white point. gazing upon the vast expanse of utterly collapsed ruins, overgrown with weeds and littered with various stones. One could scarcely discern the precise location of the elusive white point hidden beneath. Alka could not help but scratch his head in bewilderment. Perhaps it was best to abandon this futile endeavor and turn away. This place was hardly a bastion of safety, and it was hardly worth the effort to excavate for a mere white point. With such a considerable expanse of debris and the uncertainty of the white point's exact position, not to mention the considerable exertion required to clear the massive stones above, the task seemed increasingly daunting. Judging by the size and arrangement of the rubble, it was evident that the inhabitants of the structure were not particularly affluent. Ultimately, the effort seemed unwarranted, especially given that the known minimum value of the white point was 12 silver serpents. Upon reuniting with his companion, they noted the absence of a church in the vicinity, suggesting that the sought-after relic was unlikely to be found amidst this rubble. Jason then suggested they explore other areas and venture deeper into the island, with the two following closely behind. Their primary objective for this mission was to procure a sacred artifact. The Church of the Holy Mother had existed for an extensive period, long before the two nations annihilated each other. Its establishment predates their mutual destruction. The artifact in question had once served as an object of prayer and divine listening within the church of this region. The cataclysmic aftermath of the mutual annihilation struck with such abruptness that all members of the church perished, leaving no survivors. The darkness, thick with the specter of death, obscured many truths, and the whereabouts of the sacred artifact remained shrouded in mystery. Over the years, the church has periodically dispatched teams to scour and retrieve the sacred relics that have been forsaken. Following their investigations, it has been established that the last known locations of these relics are likely nestled within one of the several small islands. During their journey, Alka once again encountered a white point, yet it was situated amidst a dense forest, where an abundance of trees and thick vegetation obscured any notion of where this white point might be concealed. Thus, Alka had no inclination to pause and search, opting to bypass it entirely. Continuing along the overgrown stone path, they arrived at the outskirts of the town's ruins deep within the island. This expanse of ruins was significantly larger than the town by the harbor, with many structures remarkably well preserved. In comparison to the harbor town, this area was likely sheltered from the sea breeze by the surrounding trees and hills. Within these remnants lay the first blue point, accompanied by a white point almost overlapping with it. Utilizing the light, Alka kicked a pile of bones at their feet, noting that the skull had been shattered by some heavy object. Not only this skeleton, but as they ventured further, they encountered numerous more remains scattered about, each skeletal frame markedly incomplete. Particularly, the skulls were all fractured beyond recognition. This must have been the work of the previous group. Such brutality is evident. Jason remarked on the scene around them, astonished that in this vast expanse of ruins, not a single skeleton stood upright, indicating that the last visitors had indeed conducted a thorough cleansing. This also indicates that there are scarcely any valuable items left in this town, most likely having been thoroughly scavenged. Alka, guided by the gathered beams of light, glanced into the distance and nudged Jason with his elbow. Look over there. Isn't that a church? He was not particularly familiar with the architectural style of the Virgin Mary Church. Jason immediately turned his head and peered towards the light. Indeed, that was the church. Without further ado, the three of them hastened their steps towards it, soon arriving at the entrance. This church appeared to have been constructed with remarkable sturdiness. Aside from some crumbling stones on the walls, the overall structure showed no signs of damage. Upon entering, they noticed that the wooden benches on either side had long since deteriorated. Yet the statue of the Virgin Mary at the front remained remarkably intact, enveloped in various creeping vines, exuding a peculiar sense of sanctity. After wandering through the church, Jason remarked, the previous group that came here was certainly not from the church. If they were, this island would have been excluded. Upon hearing this, Alka could not help but scoff. At this, Jason slapped his forehead in realization. Right. They then fell silent as they approached the statue, extending their hands to clear away the dirt and vines. Jamie also maneuvered his vehicle over, controlling the tentacles to perform the same task. Although Alka did not possess a profound faith in the Virgin, he felt compelled to join in their efforts. Once they finished, Jamie stated, since the last group was not from the church, they likely did not venture to the silent room. Subsequently, they arrived at the rear of the statue, where a donation box had been shattered and its contents emptied. Extending a tentacle, something was pressed beneath the box. Click. The sound of a mechanism being triggered echoed. The ground behind the statue vibrated, and a cloud of dust was stirred up. What had been opened? Jason had long awaited there. He crouched down and heaved upwards, revealing a stone slab that unveiled a dark passage below. This location was likely the silent chamber that Jamie had just mentioned. Let us descend. It appears no one has ventured here before, Jason remarked after a brief observation. He then tossed his illumination stone into the abyss and began his descent. Witnessing this scene, one could only marvel at the adeptness of the church's inner circle, effortlessly uncovering a secret chamber concealed from outsiders. With this thought, Alka leapt into the opening as well, followed closely by Jamie, who maneuvered the vehicle. Chapter 94. The Malevolent Priest. Wait, there is danger here, Jason shouted as the two plunged into the depths. Instantly alert, they activated the mirrors, illuminating the subterranean chamber completely. However, they only beheld Jason standing not far off, with no sight of the peril he had mentioned. It was then they noticed 3 skeletal remains at Jason's feet, adorned with various metallic gear and remnants of tattered fabric. Each hand wielded an assortment of weapons. Upon observing the design of these weapons, Alka comprehended instantly. The skeletal remains before them belonged to those who had ventured here before. Their demise signified the peril inherent in this place, evidenced by the fact that even their companions had not gathered their bones. As Jason spoke, he fumbled with the pocket at the waist of one of the corpses, causing a few gold and silver ornaments to tumble forth. Not only had they failed to retrieve the remains of their fallen comrades, but they had also abandoned the spoils of battle. Were these the very souls who had come before? No, the number was too scant. At that moment, an unsettling chill enveloped the group, as if a winter gale had swept through the silent chamber, causing them to shudder. This was undeniably abnormal. It was the work of some supernatural force. The group instinctively huddled together, backs against one another, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Lucilia's voice resonated through the necklace into Alka's ear. Beware, Alka, it is a spirit, an enemy akin to a soul. If it does not wish to reveal itself, you shall not see it. As a being of the spirit realm herself, Lucilia was the first to detect the presence of their foe and immediately cautioned Alka. A foe of the soul? Could it be an evil spirit? The pressing question remained. How does one vanquish such an entity? Before Alka could ponder further or voice his thoughts, a frigid sensation swept past them. Ah! Jason screamed, revealing 3 bloodied gashes on his left arm. Rather than gushing forth with blood, the wounds were encased in a layer of frost. There were indeed enemies, unseen adversaries lurking in the shadows. Could they be malevolent spirits, akin to the skeletal undead, existing in a spectral form? Alcala spoke up, having already raised the lockdown. The bullets that erupted from the weapon were imbued with the essence of holy flames. Under normal circumstances, one would presume they could inflict harm upon the malevolent spirits, perhaps even possessing a restraining effect against them. With the lockdown firmly grasped, his index finger poised on the trigger, Alcala's entire being was taut with anticipation. A sudden chill enveloped him. Sensing an impending threat, he swiftly maneuvered to one side. Yet, he was a moment too late. The fabric at his waist was torn, leaving 3 gaping slashes, fortunately sparing his flesh from injury. Jason clutched his left arm, his brow furrowed in concern. Now we can't even see. How are we to combat an unseen foe? It seemed as though their adversaries had grown cunning as the chilling aura surrounding them intensified. The cold numbed their bodies, dulling their senses and rendering them unable to react to the enemy's assaults. This time, devoid of any additional awareness, Alcala furrowed his brow, realizing that 3 wounds had been inflicted upon his thigh. The injuries were similarly cloaked in frost, paralyzing his nerves. Shield, Gammy bellowed, extending 2 of his 4 appendages to press against the backs of Alcala and Jason. A thin layer of azure shield enveloped the two, akin to a delicate stream of water. The cockpit, which had just been opened, was now entirely sealed, concealing them within the confines of the vehicle. What a splendid opportunity. With this protective barrier in place, a glimmer of joy crossed Jason's face. He tore off his necklace, revealing a coin no larger than the size of half a palm. As the surge of magical energy flowed in, the gold coins radiated a pearlescent glow. Energy swept through the air, with the milky white force immediately emanating from the coins, creating ripples that swiftly spread outward. This was the incantation used by Jason, inscribed upon the coins for his own use. A chilling, mournful wail echoed, and through the undulating waves of energy, the crowd instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. The enemy finally revealed his visage, a priest clad in the robes of the Holy Mother Church. His form exuded a faint, ghostly green hue, enveloped by a mist shimmering with icy crystals. His expression was bloodthirsty and grotesque, resembling that of a malevolent spirit, with hands transformed into claws. Upon witnessing the enemy's manifestation, Alka unhesitatingly raised his firearm and unleashed a burst of shot, the gathered bullets spiraling with sacred flames. In an instant, they pierced the very heart of the spirit. A massive hollow appeared at the center of its ethereal body. The spirit's shriek intensified, filled with agony, before it vanished once more. "Is he dead?" Jason inquired. Unable to restrain himself, Alka shook his head, cautioning, "Be wary, he has not perished. He remains among us." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling aura coalesced around them, affirming Alka's words. Suddenly, a thought struck Alka as he uttered those words. It was just moments ago that Lacilia had informed him of the enemy's status. This meant that Lacilia possessed the ability to see the foe. With this realization, Alka raised the locking mechanism, his other hand lifting the handgun, which housed bullets imbued with sacred incantations. With his mouth agape, he boldly declared, "Point me in the right direction." In an instant, Lacilia within the enchanted mirror grasped Alka's intent. Indeed, why hadn't she considered this approach earlier? He stands directly in front of Jason. The moment Lacilia's voice echoed, Alka swiftly redirected his firearm, unhesitatingly squeezing the trigger. A bullet soared from behind Jason, whizzing past his ear and striking the air before him. With this shot, the enemy momentarily manifested a faint silhouette, only to forcibly vanish once more. Observing this, Jason immediately inquired, "Can you see the enemy?" Alka paid no heed. The tracker in his hand had already re-aimed at the enemy's evading position. Bang! This time, he employed a dispersal mode, unleashing a barrage of bullets across a wide area. The agonizing cries revealed the enemy's form, dealing yet another devastating blow. As the figure became visible, several bullets pierced through its ethereal body. Jason and Gammy seized the opportunity, unleashing a torrent of ammunition from their weapons. Amidst the cacophony of screams, the enemy transformed into a wisp of green smoke, dissipating into the air. The chilling presence around them swiftly receded. This time, it must be dead, right? Jason could not restrain his curiosity. Alka nodded affirmatively. It should be dead this time. Upon hearing this, Jason exhaled deeply, a wave of relief washing over him. The psychological burden imposed by an unseen foe was far greater than he had ever imagined. As the tension among the group began to dissipate, Jason and Alka could not help but emit painful hisses. The wounds upon their bodies sent sharp sensations coursing through their minds. With the vanishing of the malevolent spirit, the frost upon their injuries began to thaw, allowing blood to flow sluggishly from their wounds. Observing this distressing scene, Gammy swiftly produced 2 rolls of bandages and handed them over. "Quickly, tend to your wounds. Use your magic to seal a circle around the injuries." The 2 accepted the bandages and, employing their magic, encircled the wounds, halting the rapid loss of blood and significantly alleviating their pain. They then retrieved the medicinal powders that Vanessa had previously prepared, sprinkling the contents from the vials onto their injuries before binding them with the bandages. After performing this rudimentary treatment, the 2 finally rose to their feet and took a moment to catch their breath. Furrowing his brow, Jason began to reflect on the recent battle, eventually articulating, "The guise of that malevolent spirit must have belonged to the priest of this place. I never anticipated that even the faithful of the Holy Mother could be tainted by such dark forces and transformed into the undead. Time has passed far too long. The eruption of darkness has long since obscured the power of the outside world. May he rest in peace." Gammy then emerged from the cockpit, crossing his arms over his chest in prayer. He murmured softly, seemingly offering a prayer for the priest who had succumbed to undeath. The other 2 joined him in this solemn act, as they were all devotees of the Holy Mother, and indeed, members of her church. After completing their prayers, they approached the skeletal remains of the explorers who had perished here, finding no evident signs of injury upon the bones. After a meticulous search, Alka remarked upon the considerable bounty they had unearthed. Before him lay a heap of treasures, a remarkable find from merely 3 individuals, yielding an impressive collection weighing at least 10 pounds. Among the spoils were jewelry, necklaces, and ornaments, some of which bore the marks of having been forcibly detached from their original settings. If sold, these artifacts could fetch a modest sum of 2 or 3 golden sails. However, in comparison to the spectral adversaries they faced, this seemed rather disproportionate. Upon hearing this, Jason chuckled with a hint of sarcasm, observing, "If the bounty were not substantial, what would compel so many reckless souls to venture forth in pursuit of wealth?" Indeed, one must consider that this treasure stemmed from the remnants of 2 nations. The onset of darkness had been so abrupt that those near the epicenter perished without a chance to resist, while those on the periphery scrambled desperately to flee, leaving behind countless riches shrouded in the enveloping gloom of the sea. Yet, Alka's thoughts were not consumed by the lost wealth. Rather, he was troubled by the absence of the most significant prize, any indication of the prominent contours that signified their primary objective among the scattered bones. Upon discovering the few remains, he had initially speculated that one of the deceased might have been a touch-bearer, leaving behind magical artifacts. However, only a singular ring, seemingly of considerable worth, bore the outline of a white light, suggesting it represented the elusive white dot. But what of the blue dot? Where could it possibly be? He recalled the priest, yes, the priest whose remains had yet to be found. If his spirit had transformed into a malevolent entity here, could it not be that his corporeal form lay concealed in this very vicinity? Was this priest, perhaps, a touch-bearer? Alka turned to his companions, posing the question. Jason shook his head and replied, I don't know. Who could possibly know? It should be. Jamie pondered for a moment and said, this island is quite expansive. And judging by the ruins that have been devastated, there is a substantial population residing here. In regions like this, the churches are typically overseen by retired touchers. Upon hearing this, Alka nodded, recalling the priest of Parky on Golden Wheat Island. As for the remains of this priest, if they have transformed into a malevolent spirit, it implies that his bones must lie somewhere. It would be wise to ensure they are properly interred. Both of them nodded in agreement at Alka's words. This is the silent chamber, so it is highly probable that he is here, Jamie remarked, extending several tendrils to touch a nearby stone wall.